Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of my dragon system right here on GMT Recap. You probably know a lot of stories where some loser gets reborn and gets a second chance. But what if I told you that in this story, such a lucky person was the last dragon in the world, who was killed by humans? He is reborn as a child named Ray, from a small village, and trains to become stronger soon. He enters the academy, and what do you think will happen? Let's find out. But before we do, let's start the story from the beginning. Dragons have always terrified the hearts of humans with their power. This inevitably led to them being hunted. Soon, from all the dragons, there was only one left. He chose his last goal in life, to take revenge on the humans. Despite his best efforts, he was slain, defeated by a superior number of humans. But as the darkness closed in, he started to hear voices. And that brings us to a new beginning. You see, the same mighty red dragon, who came to despise the humans, ended up reincarnated into the body of an infant. A helpless baby that was being coddled and loved by his father. Of course, being held so casually by a human infuriated this guy. But without any wings to fly, and without any claws to attack, the little baby only flailed its arms. Help! The tiny murder machine went on and on, finally deciding that it was time to unleash its ultimate move, the all-powerful incinerating dragon breath, the one he had previously used to turn his enemies to ashes. Or so he thought. The best this little baby could do was blow out a bunch of air, spitting in his father's face. Yes, the godly breath of the red dragon had been reduced to nothing more than a mere spit. While the little elf started to question where his magic had gone, the dragon met his final boss, a tiger mom who would beat your ass if you didn't behave. Even though Red Dragon feared this woman's wrath, all she did was soothe his face, reminding him of his new name, Re. Such a pathetic name for a mighty red dragon, it was insulting to the beast. He may have been a tiny little thing now, but that wasn't the case in his previous life. At the same time, Re celebrated the chance to experience reincarnation. After all, he could finally exact his revenge against the evil humans who had slaughtered his kind. Channeling his inner genocidal maniac, the dragon promised to annihilate the human race. While he laughed like a maniac for his age, his dad began to wonder what kind of naughty baby they had brought into this world. Still, that doesn't change the fact that both his parents love him to the moon and back, mouthing off death threats with his little goo-gaga baby voice. A spell of sleepiness takes over him. He'd barely even moved his mouth, and he's already down for the count. Ray's final thoughts before drifting off to sleep are about the pathetic endurance of humans. The scene shifts to Ray, having grown up just a little more and experiencing the life of a human. In his short time living amongst his family, he has learned a lot about his parents. Scarlett and Jake look after him with love and kindness. His mother is a beautiful woman all around, while his father earns his admiration thanks to his muscular physique. Ree has seen the villagers interact with his family. They always treat each other with so much respect, complimenting each other's sword skills, among other things. This is also where he learns about the adventurers. The little dragon baby crawls up to his mother, trying to seek her attention for food. This simple act impresses the villagers, as they have never seen a baby so aware of his own needs. Strangely, the villagers quickly start to notice the boy's unusually red hair, which doesn't match his parents at all. The boy's father explains that Ray's hair randomly started turning red a few days ago. This is a wonderful revelation to the little murder machine, who suspects that he'll recover more of his powers soon. Interestingly, when the villagers leave their house, Ray hears them talking about his red hair. They suspect that this family might be cursed, and it makes the little dragon of destruction proud of his unfathomable aura. Of course, that same aura apparently doesn't affect his parents, who treat him like he's a harmless little dude. Being the dragon that he used to be in his previous life, the tiny murder machine devours his meal like an animal, making a mess out of everything. Strangely enough, no matter how much he tries to piss them off, or well, in his dad's case, no matter how much he tries to piss in his face, they still treat him with care. These two humans love him the most, showing him love unlike anything the dragon has experienced before. To the mighty dragon, living with this family is the definition of hell. It is revealed to us that adventurers are rare in this world. Ray's mother was a mage, which is even more unique. The dragon kid contemplates that if, in the future, he gets hold of the strongest magic in the world, his dragon powers, his revenge will become easier. As time passes, Ray gets 2 years old. Upon hitting this age, every child gets the chance to join the mage evaluation. This is the day that Ray gets to see if he has mana energy. While Jake waves them goodbye and wishes them luck, Ray clings to his mother's arms as they leave in the horse cart. The boy then narrates, being reborn as a reincarnation of the red dragon and descendant of a mage, I will undoubtedly pass the evaluation test. And if I manage to recover my magic, no one can stop me from returning to the top. Later, they arrive in the town. The red-haired kid stretches himself after a nap, pondering that he only has one thing to worry about this weak human body. As Scarlet carries him around the bustling central marketplace, Ray observes the things happening around him. Adventurers appear to be selling high-quality beast crystals. In the meantime, a beggar approaches one of the adventurers and asks him for food. The adventurer kicks the beggar away and warns him not to get in the way of his business. As the people think about how unlucky the beggar is, Ray, who seems to have noticed them for a while, reckons that, even though they are all humans, they still look down on others and ridicule the weaker ones. He recalls his past life as a dragon, where he treated protecting the weak as his duty and worked hard, but it still failed in the end. Snapping out of his flashback, they finally reach the Roland Academy for magic evaluation. There is a long queue, with everyone waiting for their names to be called. While Ray is excited for his turn, he looks around and watches kids burst into tears because they couldn't pass the test. One of the kids makes a fuss and cries out that it's unfair. The dragon kid calls the child foolish and ruminates that this world has always been unfair. After a while, he relaxes in his mother's arms, and it seems to be his turn as he's called upon as Ray Talon. The mage calls to Ray and instructs his mother to have her son put his hands on the crystal ball. He explains that if the child has the ability for magic, the crystal will glow, and the color of the glow will depict what element the child has an ability in. Excited, Ray straightens out his hands to place them on the crystal ball. He anticipates making everyone's jaws drop by revealing himself as a mighty red dragon. Feeling confident, he waits for the crystal to glow and thinks to himself, as a dragon, he is versed in every type of magic there is. Abruptly, Scarlet starts sobbing. The kid witnesses tears streaming down her mother's face. Ray gets startled. He ponders that maybe his mother is shocked by his talent in magic or bursting out with happiness because he has the same element as her. But he yanks his thoughts away when he realizes the crystal ball isn't glowing. That's when the old wizard bursts his bubble and disappointingly informs them that Ray doesn't have the ability for magic. Upon hearing this, the little guy freaks out and thinks to himself, I was the strongest red dragon in my past life. It's absurd to say I'm a dragon without magic. To assure herself, Scarlet asks the wizard, are you sure about this? I graduated from this very academy. However, Ray, who seems to be hopping mad, smacks the crystal ball with his tiny hands. He believes the wizard got it all wrong and that the stupid crystal ball is broken. The wizard immediately picks up the crystal ball and says, there's nothing I can do about it. But it seems like the old man hurt the dragon's pride. The angry boy spits out his pacifier and wonders, does this wizard know that I'm the ruler of magic? Our boy gets mad and tugs at the old man's long beard, pulling his mustache out of frustration. He assumes the wizard is lying, trying to hide his ability from his mother to trick them. Scarlet freaks out, trying to stop her son, but Ray becomes a maniac, yanking his beard even harder. The little guy then contemplates, knowing all about magic and being a dragon. There's no way he doesn't have an aptitude for magic. It's an absolute joke to think the legendary dragon wouldn't know magic after reincarnation. On their way home in the cart, Ray presumes that heaven is punishing him for killing many humans. He is baffled, wondering what's the point of being reincarnated if he was going to be punished after all. But then something flickers in his mind, and he seems to grasp the situation. Ray concludes that heaven is testing him. If he can't become a mage, he should find another way to take revenge. Later, at the table, as everyone is eating, Rei stares at his dad. He pleads with him in broken sentences to teach him how to fight. Jake wonders if he wants to learn swordsmanship from him. Rei anticipates that even though he cannot learn magic, he can still be a swordsman and achieve his dream of taking revenge on humankind. The next scene takes us to Jake, who seems to be teaching swordsmanship to his son, Rei, who has grown a bit bigger. However, it appears that the burning desire for revenge wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. Our boy narrates, "I've been learning swordsmanship from my father for the past 2 years, but I've failed to defeat him every single time." As Jake and his son seem to be practicing with wooden swords, Rei prepares his sword and becomes determined to win against his father. He observes his father's moves closely, trying to find the perfect opening. Rei reckons that he just has to take the chance and turn at the exact same moment when Jake swings down his sword, so he can attack his side. At that moment, he tries to execute his planned move. Unfortunately, Rei fails. His legs entangle, and his father's wooden sword strikes straight at his head. Getting smacked once again, Rei wonders why it always ends this way. He assumes that his body can't keep up with his brain and that these clumsy limbs keep dragging him down. Later, poor little fella, lying on the bed, finally awakens. He had blacked out after the bang on his head. And Jake lets out a little laugh. Watching him laugh, Scarlett yells at him for joking around. She asks him to hold back a little because their son is just 4 years old. She reveals that the night trials are approaching soon. His father mumbles that he won't be able to pass if he keeps practicing this way. But Scarlett, who seems angry, says that he's pushing Rei too hard. She affirms that Rei doesn't need to follow in their footsteps, as there are many good jobs out there besides being an adventurer. Mr. Talon assures his wife that he's not pushing him. Rei seems clumsy because of his young age, as he doesn't have enough control over his body yet. He adds that they have an entire year left, and they have to believe that their son can enter the Avery Academy. Upon hearing this, our boy reckons he still has a year left until the night trials and doubts whether he can do it. He speculates that he's a reincarnation of a red dragon, so he wouldn't be as weak as a human. Rei gets high-spirited and assures his parents that he can do it. He utters that he will be the strongest person anyone has ever seen. To take their practice to the next level, Jake gives his son a present. It turns out to be a real sword, from which they will practice from now on. While our guy is astonished to hold a real sword in his hands, which seems too big to handle, Jake claims that this sword will help him raise his control quicker. He whispers in his ear about another gift he has for him. As our boy speculates why his father is being so mysterious, they reach the storage room. To his surprise, he is welcomed by a magic puppet. While Rei contemplates what this might be for, his father warns him not to underestimate it. This puppet is powered by magic, and students of Avery Academy use it to train their apprentices. However, Rei suspiciously looks at the puppet, wondering if what his father is saying is true. After that, Jake challenges his son to try attacking the puppet. He confidently accepts the challenge. After warming his wrist up, Rei strikes the sword toward the puppet with full strength. The puppet activates to level 1. But as soon as the sword hits the puppet's shield, it strikes back in a flash, sending Rei's sword flying. As level 1 terminates, the little guy is left disappointed, having been defeated. Watching his son get disgruntled, Jake appeases him and says, "Even if you manage to win against the first level, you will be able to pass the night trial exam." Adding that he used many of his connections to get this puppet. Upon hearing this, Rei gets as excited as ever. He thinks about winning the trial in no time. It appears that our boy is determined to win this time, but he tumbles to the ground after being completely worn out, as he seems to be practicing hard. Rei lets out a deep sigh. His movements fail to follow up with his brain, and he gets annoyed by his weak human body. He ruminates further, thinking that if he keeps progressing like this, he won't even be able to beat the puppet, let alone take his revenge. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind, questioning why he wants to defeat a puppet. This startles our boy, and he prepares to swing his sword. Speculating where the voice came from, he catches a glimpse of a girl who sneaks up on him, leaving him flustered. The blonde-haired girl apologizes to Ray, saying that she didn't mean to startle him. She introduces herself as Amy, revealing that she lives in the village. The girl adds that Ray caught her eye when she saw him out in the mountains at this time, so she decided to remind him to leave before sundown. Getting a little nervous, he asks her if this place is dangerous. Amy starts to yell, arguing that this place is fine by the morning. But since this place is too close to the forest, the magic beasts may appear after sundown. While Ray finds this information interesting and is surprised by how much she knows, Amy tells him that she harvests fruits and vegetables, so she's quite familiar with this place. She then offers him to trudge down the mountain together since it's going to get dark soon, to which our boy immediately agrees. As they exchange their names, it turns out that Amy already knows his name because he's famous in his village. Not surprised to hear that, Ray is taken aback by his thoughts as he knows the reason for being well known in the village. It is revealed to us that many people admire the Talon family, especially Jake, and often talk to him when he's out for a walk in the village. However, as he wanders in the village along with his red-haired son, Ray, some people gossip about his son, claiming that he's cursed and thinking that the curse might be contagious. It appears that no human has ever grown red hair in this village besides Jake's son. Hearing the harsh words, Ray ponders that people respect his parents, but they have an unfounded fear toward him. For that reason, he became a foreign entity in his village, who was liked by no one. Getting reminded of his past life as a dragon, he wonders if it's because of the adults who always use stories of vicious and horrifying red dragons to scare children. Red is a color signifying strength, but according to them, it's evil in human society. He reflects upon the irony of how greedy humans were the ones who took down their race. Yet, it's always the dragon kind, the ones written off as evil in stories. Justifying their revenge, Ray exclaims, "We did that only to protect ourselves." But humans saw this as proof of their supposed brutality. While our guy is zoned out by these thoughts about how disgusting humans are, he's interrupted by Amy, who asks, "What are you thinking about?" Ray snaps out of his thoughts and follows her down the mountain. Amy starts conversing, mentioning how she's kept seeing him around the mountain lately, and questions him if he's practicing. As our boy tells her he wants to become a swordsman, she thinks that it's cool since Ray's father is the only swordsman in the village. She then asks, "Are you going to join the Knight Academy?" Our boy nods to her. Continuing the chatter, Amy reveals how her brother is going to take the exam too. Since he's really strong and claims no one in the village can beat him, but he's jealous of Ray since his dad teaches him, while normal folks don't have a chance to learn swordsmanship. As Ray asks her if she has a brother, the blonde-haired girl gets excited and implores him, "Do you want to be friends with my brother? Then we can practice with each other." At that moment, they are interrupted by the sound of footsteps. It turns out it's Gary, Amy's brother, who rudely orders the red-haired boy, "Leave my sister alone." Seeing her brother, Amy blocks Ray's side protectively and justifies, "He hasn't done anything to me." Gary steps forward and interrogates his sister, "Why are you with this red-haired boy?" He then reminds her, he's cursed, and it's contagious. He touches her hair, making sure it hasn't turned red from the curse. Amy, visibly annoyed by her brother's rude behavior, watches as two boys who are with Gary approach Ray. They begin to humiliate him for walking with Amy, calling him shameless. The two of them bully the red-haired boy, mocking him, "Your parents must have a hard time raising a cursed child like you." They warn Ray, "You should move away from this village with your family." Mumbling that they're common people, so they don't want to be involved with the curse, one of them adds that these high and mighty adventurers have no reason to sympathize with the lowly civilians. As soon as they utter these words, Ray clenches his fist in anger and lands a powerful punch in the bully's face. Done being silent, he aims to punch Gary, but one of his punks comes forward and takes the hit. However, with his punch being so forceful, he also blows Gary away. While our boy makes it clear that he just wants to beat the one who insulted his parents, Gary calls him out as Ray Talon. "Ah, I know both your parents are adventurers," Gary asserts, "and your father is a swordsman." Assuming Ray was trained, Gary challenges him to a fight and informs him that he won't be using weapons, as he doesn't want to kill him. As both of them throw away their swords, Ray lets out, "I can attack all at once because I don't give a shit." Their fight continues as they both strike punches at each other. However, it becomes clear that Ray sustains severe injuries due to his weak human body. He's flung away as Gary lands a final blow, smashing him into the ground. The poor fella collapses as blood leaks from him, and Gary asks, "Have you admitted defeat?" But it seems like Ray hasn't given up yet, as he somehow gets back up. Meanwhile, Gary makes some colorful remarks about him, blabbering that he's disappointed because Ray's father, a great swordsman, trained him, but he still seems useless. The bully flatters himself, asserting that his father is a regular merchant. But still, he's a good swordsman. To make him low-spirited, the callous boy utters that he should give up on being a swordsman and do something he's good at. Listening to this, the piercing words echo in Ray's mind, and he hopelessly lies on the ground. Back at their home, Amy scolds her rude brother, saying that he overreacted. But Gary justifies his act by saying that Ray deserved it and warns his sister to stay away from that boy in the future, as many fear the cursed red-haired boy. He clarifies that Ray's parents are adventurers and their parents are ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Amy yells angrily and tells him to get his own food, muttering that she hates him. As his sister storms away furiously, Gary witnesses something on his hand. He looks at the indent and speculates that if he hadn't had his protective gear, his arm would have broken on the very first blow. And Ray would have won the fight. In the next scene, it is revealed that Ray returns home, wounds and scars covering his face, his clothes all drenched in mud. His mom, busy cooking dinner, turns toward him. She questions his late arrival and, noticing her injured and exhausted son, one glance is enough to tell her that he got into a fight. The boy assures his mother that he just got hurt during his practice, but she knows he's lying. She ponders if the other kids bullied him. However, our stubborn boy denies it while Scarlett inspects his wounds. Ray has always been the type to act strong, and it seems he's doing the same here, claiming that he's a man now. Meanwhile, Jake hears his son's wise words and appreciates him for working hard during practice. As it's almost dinner time, our boy decides, once again, to practice. His parents try to stop him, but he manages to convince them, promising it won't take long. In the storage room, we see Ray activating the puppet to level 1. He easily dodges the attacks, already accustomed to the puppet's movements. As he looks for an opening, he positions his sword, and as soon as he strikes, the sword gets stuck in the wooden pillar. Startling Ray, the sword cracks as he tries to pull it out. While he's busy with it, the puppet smacks him from behind. The poor boy screams in pain. The next day, Ray walks up the mountain. His eyes land on Amy, who stands at a distance. She looks embarrassed, greeting Ray as he approaches. "Were you waiting for me?" he asks her. Amy apologizes to him on behalf of her brother. Ray, however, assures her it wasn't her fault. He takes the blame on himself, admitting that he just wasn't strong enough. Amy, being the soft-hearted girl she is, tears up. Our red-haired boy, though, seems done with how troublesome humans can be. He tries to comfort her, thinking that he should learn to socialize. Afterward, he grabs an apple from Amy's basket, signaling that he accepts her apology. She smiles and tells him not to worry. Gary won't trouble him anymore. From that day onward, the blonde-haired girl begins showing up at the same place every day. Soon enough, Ray gets used to having Amy by his side. In the next scene, we see the Talon family residence entrance, surrounded by armored soldiers and horses. Jake and Scarlett are engaged in a conversation with the head, who informs them about nearby villages being attacked by an anonymous force. Upon hearing this, Jake gets furious over the news. It is further revealed that there aren't any clear witnesses, but there have already been victims who have been infected. Those people are too disoriented right now to tell anyone what happened. For that reason, the head decides to reach out to the adventurers. Scarlett, who seems to be worried, is a bit confused about those things appearing where humans do because they don't usually do that. She finds the situation abnormal and insists on going along with her husband. But Jake refuses and lets out, it's just a recon quest. And besides, one of us has to take care of Ray since he's going to take the test soon. While Scarlett doesn't seem satisfied, Jake comforts her by letting her know, I'll be back before you know it. She finally understands and instructs her husband, be careful. In the next scene, Ri appears to be panting as he tries to catch his breath while practicing. He still isn't convinced with his moves, as he is unable to coordinate his human body well. He looks behind, and the sight of Amy, who seems to be reading a book, makes his heart rate increase. As soon as he realizes it, he smacks himself in the face to snap out of it. After that, he walks towards the blonde-haired girl and informs her, "Stop here today. It's almost time to go home." Meanwhile, Amy, who was so invested in her book, doesn't realize how late it's gotten. They both trudge down the mountain. On the way, Ray questions her, "Do you get bullied in the village because of me? People always say I'm cursed because of my red hair." Listening to this, Amy tells him all about what her friends say about Ray. She adds, "It's their problem if they think like that. Personally, I think red hair looks cool, not scary." She then calls out his name, Ray, and acknowledges him as a special person, regardless of his red hair. She finishes by saying, "Just be yourself." The last sentence makes him realize something. He gets a flashback of what Gary had said to him, "Do something you're good at." He smiles, realizing the truth, and excitedly thanks Amy. He waves her goodbye. As soon as he gets home, he heads to the storage room and activates the puppet to level 1. He positions himself, placing his hands on the wooden floor, holding the sword in his mouth. Being himself, our boy starts moving. More agile, he uses all his limbs, making his movements quicker. After spotting an opening, he strikes the sword with full strength. And just like that, he passes level 1. He gets so pumped by his success, but he decides to test his limits. Although he'd be able to pass the Knight Academy exam since he's passed level 1, he activates level 2. It seems to be early in the morning when we see Jake getting ready to leave for the quest. Ray, who just woke up, watches his dad getting ready to leave and wonders where he's going. His dad apologizes to him and informs him that he will be leaving the home for a while, but he'll be back by the time Ray takes the test. Jake advises his son to practice on the puppet as much as he can while he's not around. He brightly smiles at Ray and believes that he can beat the puppet. As the red-haired boy is about to let his dad know about his little victory, the people waiting for Jake outside his house call him to leave for the mission. As he leaves, Jake tells his wife to take care of herself and lets her know that he'll miss her. Meanwhile, Ray stands there, smiling as he ponders that it's all right. He just defeated a puppet, and it's not a big deal. He decides to surprise Pops with a big shock once he comes back home and leaves to practice on the mountains. On his way, he wonders how Jake is going to react when he sees him win. He thinks it will be interesting to see his dad's reaction and realizes that it is all thanks to the tip Amy gave him that he found a way to solve his issues. While our boy seems excited and feels grateful, he notices that he's becoming more like a human. Ri reminds himself that humans are terrible, but his parents and Amy are exceptions, so he won't take revenge on them. As he continues climbing up the mountain, he wonders if Amy is not coming today. But then he comes to realize that he's being so impatient for her. He pretends not to care and assures himself that now no one can disturb his training. Our guy reminds himself that he's a mighty red dragon, so he can't let himself be corroded by his human emotions. In the next scene, it appears that Ri has fallen asleep and is snoring when he suddenly opens his eyes. Ri wakes up, realizing that it's late and he's going to get nagged if he doesn't get home soon. While running down the mountain, he presumes that he hasn't thanked Amy and decides to thank her tomorrow. Upon returning to the village, as it was already getting dark, he witnesses people gathered around, discussing searching up in the west. It turns out to be Gary and Amy's father, who interrogates the blacksmith. The blacksmith claims to have seen the kids. He reveals that those 4 kids came to buy new weapons in his shop that morning. He heard the blonde-haired boy telling the others that they were going to the forest to hunt magic beasts. While Amy and Gary's parents are left in absolute fright, scared of losing their kids, the mother of the other 2 kids, Bob and Cale, grabs the blacksmith by his clothes. She blames him for letting the kids go into the forest on their own. Freaked out, the poor guy tries to calm her down and explains that he didn't know they were going to go into the forest for real. After that, the father of the two blonde-haired kids instructs the blacksmith to call the guards to search, together with them, since it's too dangerous in the forest at night. While the old guy does what he's ordered to do, the red-haired boy, who is walking to his house, wonders about Gary's little gang that went missing. He thinks it's karma that they got what's coming for them. He wonders if they got killed by the magic beasts, so it would be less of a chore for him, and remains unbothered. Until he remembers Amy. Trying hard not to think about the girl, Ray tries to shrug it off, but he recalls how she treated him pretty decently. And he doesn't want to take revenge on her, but she has a foolish brother. On the other hand, the people collect torches and materials to leave for the forest. As our boy decides to walk away, he ponders how short human lifespans are. It's just a matter of time before they get killed. But at that moment, a glimpse of Amy appears in his mind. He reminds himself that he has his own path to walk on and wonders, what's this feeling that's making him rethink his decision? Without another thought, he turns around and believes that Amy is innocent. He still hasn't thanked her for defeating the puppet. Yet the scene switches to the forest, where we see two of the magic beasts bruised badly, while Kay and Bob lie unconscious on the grass. Gary tries to protect his sister from the magic beast as she sobs out of fear. He instructs Amy not to move and prepares to fight the beast with the sword in his hand. Ray runs towards the forest, and as he sniffs, he recognizes the smell of blood. Just as he thought that Amy was in danger, he finds a dead young demonic wolf and inspects the incision from a blade on its stomach, which is still warm. This gives him an idea that they are nearby. He's confused because the footsteps and markings around there are all mixed up. Baffled, he thinks about where he should go. And that's when he hears a scream. It sounds like Amy's scream, struggling with the beast. Gary is thrown onto a tree by an adult demonic wolf and crashes to the ground. Meanwhile, the demonic wolf approaches Amy to attack. She covers her head and closes her eyes, hoping someone will come to help. Just then, she hears the sound of a blade striking. She opens her eyes and witnesses Ray fighting the wolf, striking the sword into the wolf's mouth. While he checks on Amy to see if she's alright, Gary and the others are in bad shape. At that moment, the girl shouts, "Ree, watch out!" But it's too late. The wolf scratches his arm. Seeing the boy hurt, Amy panics and yells, "Ree!" But Ree reassures her, "I'm fine. I won't die that easily." With that, he decides to lure the wolf away from Amy and jumps onto a tree branch. But he immediately falls off as the wolf bites the tree branch. Worried, Ree thinks, this body is far too weak. I won't be able to hold up against an adult wolf. It's clear that Ree is struggling to fight the adult wolf on his own. He realizes his speed is useless, and he can't lure the wolf away at all. In the past, the demonic wolf was nothing for him, but now he can't even manage to injure it. He threatens the demon wolf, saying that these humans belong to him and that it isn't allowed to touch them. Our boy gets ready for the attack, knowing he can't hold on much longer. He aims for the wolf's weakness. Ray holds the sword with his mouth, and with full strength, he strikes, wounding its eye. Still, he is disappointed in himself for doing so little damage. He wonders about his past, how he would have been able to tear the wolf apart with a single blow. But now, he has to rely on a human weapon. The demonic wolf attacks once again. This time, our dragon boy waits, looking for an opening. He strikes the sword and manages to cut off one of its legs. The wolf crashes to the ground. Just when Ray diverts his attention to Amy, the wolf attacks out of nowhere. Our boy dodges the sneak attack. Holding the sword with his mouth once more, he strikes the wolf with all his strength and finally kills it. Eventually, he collapses on the ground. Just before losing consciousness, a screen appears, notifying him that he has unlocked a new ability and obtained an intermediate-grade beast pistol. He is gravely injured. He wonders what this useless information is written on the screen and looks over at the siblings who are lying unconscious. He ponders that he has to save them, or else their blood is going to attract more magic beasts. Trembling with pain, he walks towards them, carrying Gary on his shoulders and Amy in his arms. When Gary catches a glimpse of the red-haired boy carrying him before passing out, our boy presumes that he can only save 2 people, as it is his limit. He leaves the 2 kids, Bob and Kale, who lie unconscious in the middle of the forest, reckoning that he did everything he could. The rest is out of his control. Panting heavily, he walks out of the dark forest. While the villagers hold fire torches and weapons, looking for the kids who went into the forest, they spot them coming out. As they quickly inform the kids' parents, one of the villagers recognizes the red-haired boy from Talon's family. Ree, whose blood keeps dripping along the way, immediately asks the villagers to help Gary and Amy, who are blacked out at the moment, and tells them they might need healing. As our boy collapses on the ground, the villagers start muttering about the red-haired boy who came out of the forest with 2 other kids. They speculate why the kids went inside the forest at night, as it is filled with magic beasts. As they continue gossiping, a mother runs toward them and freaks out when she realizes 2 of her kids, Bob and Kale, are missing. Panicked, she looks around and peeks at Gary and Amy. That's when their father reveals that his children are the only ones who made it out of the forest. Frantically, she tries to enter the forest, but the villagers stop her. They tell her to calm down and that she cannot go there alone. Calling them cowards, the anguished mother scampers into the forest to find her kids. However, chills run down her spine when she sees the terrifying eyes of the magic beasts that scare the hell out of her. She quickly dashes back to the villagers. As the villagers mumble that she's back, the terrified woman clarifies that she is not scared at all. Raging with anger, the woman grabs Ray by the collar and demands to know where Bob and Kale are. She blames everything on the red-haired boy, accusing him of tricking them into going inside the forest because they're both good kids and have no reason to go there. Certain that Ray must have lured them in, the vicious woman slaps him across the face and spits out that she knew the red hair was a bad sign, calling Ray a sign of calamity who brings misfortune. Upon hearing this, the other villagers start whispering. They assume that the red-haired boy really tricked those children, as he is the only one who managed to come out. As the villagers blame Ree for all this, they force the poor kid to speak up. They start asking where he led their children. The mother, who seems to be hopping mad, keeps smacking Ree across his face. Why did you only bring Gary and Amy back with you? Where are my children? Barely having the energy to say anything, the poor boy informs her that her kids are in the forest. Cold-blooded monster. She screams. The woman throws him away and mutters, "They're just children. How could you leave them there to die?" She adds, "I won't forgive you for what you did." The mother pleads with the other villagers to go with her into the forest, but they refuse. They make excuses, muttering that their children are waiting at home. Meanwhile, our boy, who seems to be in bad shape, contemplates. Has everyone forgotten that he's a child too? Or do these people not consider him human just because of his red hair? These vicious humans think he's not a child, but a monster. As the woman snatches a fire torch from one of them, she moves toward Ray and says, "I will never forgive you." She concludes, this red-haired monster should die. Watching these humans, Ray ponders, these people are more terrifying than any beast could ever be. They are the true monsters. His life flashes before him as the woman raises the fire torch to kill him. But our guy puts on a gentle smile and thinks, I'm going to die by a fire torch. It's humiliating, being a red dragon. Contemplating his last moments, the woman strikes the torch at Ray. However, at that moment, someone leaps in front of him. It turns out to be Gary, who halts the attack with his protective gear. Witnessing the blonde-haired guy save Ray, the villagers assert, he must have gone mad for saving the monster. As they shout to kill the monster the blonde boy shields, Gary gives them a deadly stare and says, "You are the ones who've gone mad. You want to kill him just based on assumptions." Protecting the red-haired guy, Gary stands guard in front of him and warns the villagers, "Don't touch him. Ray is my savior." After that horrible incident, our boy has a nightmare about the woman who blames him for everything and smacks him. Calling him a star of calamity, he is reminded of his past as the mages leap toward him, attempting to kill him. They demand he sacrifice his life. As he dreams of the humans who want him dead, Ree wakes up in fear and looks at his mother. While he peeks at her, she holds his hand and cries for him in her sleep. Our boy ponders how humans are beautiful yet cruel. As soon as he sits up, Scarlet wakes with joy. She bursts into happiness after seeing Ree awake. Wondering if it's a dream, his mother hugs him tightly, feeling grateful. She thought Ree would never wake up again. As she holds him, Ree screams in pain. Scarlet, noticing his discomfort, says, "You're still in pain. Serves you right for acting rashly." Curious, Ree asks, "How long have I been asleep?" His mother reveals, "You've been asleep for an entire week." Scarlet cries out of joy, saying, "I don't know how I would have explained things to your father if you hadn't woken up." Upon hearing this, Ree asks about the people in the forest. His mother informs him, "The 2 children you saved are lightly wounded but fine. However, Bob and Kale are still missing." And she assumes that they were killed by the beasts. We are then taken back to Scarlet's flashback, where she arrives at the forest and witnesses her son being beaten up by the villagers. Gary protects him and makes them understand that they went into the forest by themselves, and that Ree saved them. While the villagers don't seem to believe him, Scarlet watches her son, unconscious on the ground, and bursts into anger as she activates her magic powers. The villagers try to calm her down and tell her that her son led the children into the forest, so he should take responsibility. They add that, as a mother, she should know how it feels. Scarlet holds her son in her arms, who appears gravely injured. She gives them a deadly stare, deadly enough to eat them alive. The woman who beat Ree trembles in fear. After that, the woman whose children are trapped in the forest breaks down in tears and pleads with the villagers to save her kids. The villagers sympathize with her, muttering about how she will live without them. While Scarlet holds her son, she overhears the people gossiping about Ree. They blabber that they should have kept far away from that curse. One of the men warns the other, who's gossiping about Talon's child, that he's being too loud. The gossiper puts on an evil grin and lets out that he was talking about the forest. Upon hearing brutal things about her son, she carries Ray in her arms and walks away. Snapping out of her flashback, Scarlet pats his head and tells her son not to blame himself as everything's over now. Meanwhile, she reveals that the boy named Gary told her everything and encourages Ree by saying he was amazing. His mother goes out of the room to bring him something to eat. After his mother leaves the room, Ree seems to wonder about the thing that appeared in front of him in the forest. While he thinks if everyone has this screen, he taps one of the powers known as the Blessing of the Dragon's Eye. As soon as he touches it, the power activates and our boy freaks out when he peeks at his mother's energy status. Realizing that he had this ability in the past, he reminisces about the time when he was the Red Dragon and had different types of magic. But ever since he failed the aptitude test, he never thought he would get the chance to use them again. Feeling delighted to use his powers once again, Ree assumes that he will unlock his powers one at a time and peeks at the intermediate grade beast crystal he has acquired. He wonders if he got it because he killed an intermediate demonic wolf. Suddenly, Ray notices smoke emerging in his room and starts coughing. He opens his window and witnesses villagers shouting that their house is on fire. That's when his mother barges into the room, apprising him of the fire. She tells Ray to get out as the fire spreads across the house. However, as the flames keep rising, Scarlet saves him with her magic and halts the fire. As Ray clings to his mother's arms, he uses his dragon eye power to spot the target that burned down their house. Inspecting the villagers with his dragon eye, he identifies the culprit. It appears to be Bob and Kale's mom, holding a kindled fire in her hand. The flames engulf their whole house. While the villagers are shocked to see that it is Talon's house, they seem certain that it's because of the cursed kid. Scarlet uses her magic to put out the fire and impressively scatters the flames like wind. As the fire is finally stamped out, the villagers whisper that it's the curse again. They anticipate that if the red-haired cursed kid stays here any longer, their entire village will be in ruins. Meanwhile, Ray is crushed after hearing such things about him. He is interrupted by his mother, who asks, "Did the fire scare you?" Shaking those thoughts, he holds his mother's hand and tells her how cool she was when the flames blew away immediately. As they make their way to the house, Ray, who seems upset by all the harsh words, ruminates that those humans wanted to burn their home and even wanted to burn them along with it. He concludes that the humans wanted them dead. He burns with fury and becomes determined to take revenge. Later, our boy leaves for training, and his mother tells him to go easy on himself, as his wounds haven't healed up yet. After that, he reaches the forest and draws out his sword. He then activates his dragon eye and gets happy to see the beginner magic beasts that he can defeat easily. One of the magic beasts, which appears to be a monkey in a tree, plucks out an apple and starts eating it. Ray spots the monkey with his dragon eye and sneaks up from behind, smashing the sword into the beast. It turns out that our boy kills 20 of the beginner magic beasts. After killing the monsters, the dragon system appears and shows him that he has obtained a beast crystal. Looking at the screen, Ray lets out that it's a matter of luck he killed 20 magic beasts but obtained only 2 crystals. He wonders what would happen if he absorbs the crystal. He peeks at the little wolf wandering around its dead family. Ray tries to pet the little beast and asserts that it has to fight on his behalf from now on. Suddenly, the screen pops up and notifies him about the taming chance for the black demonic wolf pup. Unaware of what it means, he clicks to take the chance. He gets excited when he sees that it worked, and the black wolf pup has been tamed. However, our boy freaks out when he discovers that the tamed magic beast enters his body. Shocked, he asks the dragon system if there are any side effects and if he can summon it. Ray annoyingly looks at the little dragon and says, "I'm going to kill you if this doesn't work." The dreadful dragon system nods its head. At that moment, he unlocks another skill but decides to stall it for later, as he has other business to attend to. He searches for the 2 lost kids using his dragon eye ability and locates them on a hill. He reaches the place, which somewhat resembles a cave, and witnesses plenty of dead bodies and skulls lying around. Ray then spots 2 dead bodies, similar to Bob and Kale, and it appears that the beasts have ripped out their organs and devoured them completely, not leaving anything on their bodies but clothes and bones. Our guy takes their clothes off as a mark of identity and puts them in a basket. Later that night, Scarlet keeps nagging Ray for not pushing the training much since he hasn't healed. "Stop being such a nag," Ray tells her. His mother, overhearing, says, "You're being rebellious." She continues to scold him, noting that he also got his clothes dirty. Ray informs her that he will be practicing tomorrow. Scarlet, seemingly done with him, reveals, "Dad is coming home in a couple of days. He can train with you." Our guy jumps out of happiness, impatient to show his father the results of his training. But his mother roars with anger, "Put on your blanket properly and go to sleep." Frightened out of his wits, Ray realizes that the instinctual fear from the human bloodline is real. At midnight, Ray opens his eyes and lies awake. He quietly slips into the storage room and picks up the bucket of clothes he had fetched from the forest, along with another bucket full of blood. Meanwhile, someone knocks at Bob and Kale's house. The mother descends the stairs, wondering who it could be at such a late hour. She opens the door, calling out the names of her children, hoping to see them return. But her eyes land on something hanging in front of the house. She recognizes it immediately. It's her son Kale's clothes. The woman picks up the clothes and notices footprints that seem to be taking her somewhere. To find her kids, she follows the footsteps and shouts, "I'm coming to get you." However, the footprints lead her deep into the forest. Realizing that it's too dark, she holds her lantern and decides not to go any further. That's when she spots her son Bob's clothes hanging on a tree. She calls out their names as she runs toward them. Panicked, as the woman nears the tree where Ree seems to be hiding, he lets go of the rope. A bucket full of blood drops right onto her. Drenched in blood, the woman shouts madly and asks, "Who did this?" That's when Ree jumps off the tree and reveals himself, uttering, "I knew it would be the cursed red-haired monster." The mother bursts into anger and demands, "Give me back my children." She calls him the bringer of misfortune. Standing in the forest, they are surrounded by dangerous magic beasts. While Ree stands in the dark, unaffected by the monsters, he steps back. The woman is snared by the beasts. As he keeps stepping back with a deadly, serious expression on his face, he watches the woman getting annihilated by the beasts. Blood splatters all over the place. The next day in the town, the people gossip about the curse being real and decide not to get on the bad side of the Talon family. Ray, with his training sword, appears from behind and stares murderously at the villagers as they gossip. Scared for their lives, the villagers try their best to act nice and greet him. "Good morning," they say, telling him that he works hard at training. While the villagers sigh in relief as he leaves, Ray speculates that there are new rumors about him. This time, he likes them. Upon reaching home, Ray notices many horses outside his house and gets pumped up, thinking that his father is home. However, as he enters the house, he witnesses his mother crying. Thinking that something has happened to his father, he runs to her. "What's wrong?" he asks, his voice filled with concern. Sobbing, Scarlet informs Ray that his dad is sick but will recover soon. Watching his father gravely ill, Ray activates his dragon eye. He reckons that he has never seen any living being with such a high status, not even when he was a dragon. Suddenly, Jake tries to speak, mumbling that the shadows will kill everyone. That's when the mages reveal that Jake was inflicted with a plague of shadows and was attacked by a shadow beast while trying to protect a villager during their quest. Upon hearing this, our boy presumes that he has seen something like that before. He is left baffled as he wonders when these beasts appeared and what happened to the world after he died as a red dragon. While his mother thanks the mages for bringing Jake back home, the mage apologizes, saying they couldn't protect him. Ray peeks at the dragon system and reckons that maybe he will be able to help his father with a spell. After that, Ray thinks about one of the high-tier spells he used to know, a spell with the ability to dispel all forms of curses and black magic. But he's unaware of how to unlock that spell again. He wonders if he could unlock it as a reward for killing magic beasts. If so, it would most probably be a high-ranked magic beast. He learns the fact that he's weak right now and can't take on a magic beast. The red-haired boy then turns towards his mother and questions her, "If I join the Avery Academy, will I be able to get stronger?" Scarlet, who seems to be crying, lets him know, "This is the place where your father studied in the past. You will become a strong warrior, just like him." Upon hearing this, our boy gets all enthusiastic and decides to ace the test and become a student of Avery Academy to find a way to save Jake. His mother, with a heavy heart, hugs him and confesses that she believes in him so he can do this. In the next scene, we see what appears to be a church. People wearing hooded cloaks, who seem to be priests, are gathered. Among them, the Master Elder informs the others that the prophecy has been foretold, and a great change will befall this world. While the others wonder what this change could be, the prophecy turns out to be about Ray. As Master Elder wonders whether the boy will bring redemption or calamity, he reflects that the future is yet to be determined. Just after that, the Elder orders that the knights be notified to find the boy as soon as possible. If he brings redemption, they shall lead his way, the Elder decrees. But if he brings calamity, they should destroy him. The next scene takes us to the examination day at Avery Academy. Everyone is excitedly lined up, looking forward to seeing the knights. As the knights arrive, the crowd cheers. They spot Knight Delbert, who is very charming, and people gossip about how he's just as the rumors said. The girls go crazy over him, admiring his handsomeness. They only get to see the knights once a year, and it's on examination day. With more cheers and applause, the knights reach the place where the competition will take place. Winfred introduces himself as the Knight of Avery Academy and welcomes the kids. After introducing the well-known Sir Delbert and Sir Bernardo, Winfred announces that they will act as proctors of the examination. He makes it clear that if they want to join the academy, they must show their best skills. After the sword puppet is placed into position, Winfred orders the candidates to step up one by one. Just then, the first test begins. A kid comes up, underestimating the wooden puppet. He confidently walks up, intending to defeat it with pure strength, while his parents cheer for him. Just as he attacks, the puppet smacks him hard, sending him flying. The boy fails the test in less than a second. The parents, who were cheering for their son just moments ago, fall silent. They're unable to process the shock. While the second candidate is called upon, Ray seems immersed in his thoughts. Jake had told him exactly how the puppet works, and now Ray must defeat the level 1 wooden puppet. The red-haired boy looks up at the puppet, noticing how it doesn't move. However, the speed at which it defends and counterattacks is on par with adults. But our guy yanks out his thoughts as he's interrupted by the voices of Delbert and Winfred. It turns out that he's able to hear their conversation from a far distance, which is probably because, with more beast crystals, his senses are becoming sharper. The knights seem to be chattering about how it's a waste of time to come here, but they have to follow the orders of the elder. Knight Deliers utters his opinion that the knight should come from noble blood, as he doesn't understand why they're wasting time on these filthy commoners. Listening to this, Winfred, who seems like a nicer guy than Delbert, thinks that he's being harsh and has said a bit too much. Delbert, already fed up, gets more disheartened when there isn't a single successful candidate after several rounds. Just then, Gary shows up and passes the examination test, flashing a smile at everyone. As Sir Bernardo announces his success, the villagers begin to gossip about how he has potential in him. Meanwhile, Ree gets embarrassed on Gary's behalf, thinking, what the hell is he doing? Our boy becomes the center of attention as he's the next candidate to step up on the stage. Winfred and Delbert both divert their attention toward Ray, knowing that he's the child their elder was talking about. On the other hand, the villagers start to gossip about how he's the cursed child. They think what happened to Jake is because of his curse. They say that his hair is red as blood, and it's terrifying to them. The villagers continue to blabber, muttering that Ree is a monster who can only bring misfortune. They say he can't become a knight and think it's all a joke. But our guy doesn't seem to give a damn about any of it. He takes his hood off as he moves up to the stage. At that moment, Bernardo informs the candidate to be prepared, as the test starts in a minute. That's when Delbert approaches Bernardo and confesses that he doesn't believe in prophecies. According to him, if the prophecies are true, then the red-haired boy would pass the test at any cost. To test that boy, the knight activates level 3 of the puppet, while Bernardo objects. With a whirl, the puppet starts moving with lightning speed and charges towards Ree. To alert him, Bernardo and Winfred yell, "Move out of the way or you could get killed." But before he could say anything more, in a flash, Ree slashes the puppet's head off with his sword. As it happens, a deafening silence takes over the place. The wooden puppet head falls to the ground with a thud, making the knight's jaws drop. While Bernardo seems stunned to speak, Winfred proudly tells him to announce the results. The knight then congratulates the candidate on passing the test. Scarlet is proud of her son, while Gary appears to be in disbelief. After passing the test, Ray leaves the village with the knights. He wishes his dad goodbye, who lies unconscious. He assures his pops not to worry and promises to find a way to heal him. As Ray looks at his dad, he gets emotional. That's when Scarlet arrives. She seems to have something in her hands, and it turns out to be a pendant. His mother makes Ray wear it, as it was passed down in her family with the hope that it would bring him good luck. After that, Ray informs his mother that he's leaving and asks her to take care of herself. Scarlet seems worried about him. She instructs Ray to take care of himself, assuring him that she's here for him if he ever feels troubled. Our boy reassures his mother and declares that he's a man now. Just then, he leaves, while Scarlet sheds tears. When he arrives at the place, he is asked to be seated in the cart. Another boy is waiting for him inside. Wondering who it might be, Ray realizes it's Gary. They look at each other, both feeling embarrassed. While Ree ponders if they are the only ones to pass, it's extremely awkward between them as they depart. On the way, Gary finally musters up the courage and apologizes to the red-haired boy. "I was mean to you," he admits. "I even smacked you. I was being an idiot back then." He bows as an apology gesture. Our boy looks shocked at first, but then accepts the apology. "It's fine," he says, "since you're just a 5-year-old kid." He adds, "You also saved me, so we're even now." Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired boy gets confused. "You're 5 years old?" he asks, enunciating. "Ray is the same age as me." Meanwhile, our boy gets a bit nervous and changes the topic. "Hey, What about Amy? He asks. Why didn't she come today for the examination? Gary looks confused. I thought my sister told me she was going to the Roland Magic Academy. Ree hears this name for the first time and wonders why Amy didn't tell him she had the aptitude for magic. As they continue toward the Night Academy, suddenly they hear one of the knights shout to stop the cart. It halts. Both of them peek outside from the curtains and witness dense fog. Wondering what's going on, Winford calls out, "We're the knights from the Avery Academy. Tell us who you are, at once." A girl emerges from the fog, looking to be in bad condition. She calls out for help, introducing herself. I'm in Woodwork, an adventurer from the Traceless Guild. While Bernardo asks, what happened? The girl collapses into his arms. To their surprise, she informs the knight, my team was attacked by shadow beasts. Hearing this, Bernardo gets baffled. He wonders aloud, why would shadow beasts appear here? We didn't come across a single magic beast on our way. Delbert, ever the overconfident one, thinks it's probably because they know how strong they are. Winford tells the girl, we're heading to Rennie. If that's on the way, we can take you there. And thanks the knight and agrees, yes, thank you. Gary, still puzzled, wonders why are we headed to Rennie instead of the academy? Delbert, standing nearby, hears him and responds, don't be stupid. There's no use sending kids to the front lines. Both Gary and Winford are left baffled, unsure of what he means by the front lines. Knight Delbert explains, the Avery Night Academy is placed at the border. It could be attacked at any moment. That's when Winford interrupts. They need to train for a decade in Rennie until they grasp the basics of battle before continuing their studies at the Avery and Night Academy. Upon hearing the word decade, Ree is left speechless. He ponders that for a dragon, it's a very short time, but not for a human. He wonders if Pops can wait for such a long time. On the other hand, Gary seems anxious about the huntress being the only survivor and Ray's father being attacked by the shadow beasts, too. He thinks that even the knights were shocked to hear it was done by shadow beasts. He wonders what they will do if they encounter them. Just then, they hear a crack. The sound makes our boy alert. Winford announces, everyone, be prepared. Something big is approaching. It turns out to be the Drop Bear King, the one that became a shadow beast too. As all three knights prepare for battle, the Drop Bear shadow beast approaches them from behind the bushes. While the shadow beast is about to attack Knight Bernardo, who can't seem to dodge in time, Ray shows up at the right moment and kills the beast, saving the knight. Bernardo then instructs the kids, protect yourselves. While Winford wonders why the Drop Bear King isn't moving, he is bothered because he thinks it's waiting for something. Meanwhile, Gary struggles to fight the shadow beasts and gets scratched by one of them. That's when the dragon boy saves him, slashing his sword across the beast's back. Be careful, he warns the blonde-haired boy. These drop bears are much stronger than the demonic beasts. As the Drop Bear King roars, the voice reverberates. The effect is so powerful that the knight is sent flying, while the others struggle to remain on their feet. Witnessing this, Gary wonders aloud, what is that thing? But Ree seems to have an idea. That monster is far too strong for us to fight, he says. The knight speculates that the Drop Bear King is standing still, not attacking. Suddenly, the large shadow beast points toward Winford and begins to speak. We will never defeat the shadows, it utters. The shadows will take control of the entire continent. The other knights, still fighting the monsters, are startled by the talking beast. But the shadow monster asserts, you are destined to fail, and those around you are destined to die. Upon hearing this, Ree is left speechless. And the knights are utterly baffled, as they seem to understand what the monster was trying to warn them about, assuming that it's threatening them. In the meantime, the giant shadow monster rumbles and leaps into the air, escaping away. The knights conclude that the monster has left. Winford lets out, we should be grateful the shadow beast didn't choose to fight. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to leave this place in one piece. As Ray's dragon system appears and he obtains a crystal, our boy is lost in thought. The shadow beast had felt like it was talking to him. Afterward, Winfred praises Ray and G for how they reacted to the situation. He anticipates that they will become good knights. At that moment, Ray asks the knight, "Do beasts usually talk like that?" Winfred responds, "Shadow beasts have never appeared on the border until now. This is the first time I've encountered a monster that could talk." Peeking at the red-haired boy's cold expression, the knight ponders. Ray seems so calm, someone his age wouldn't normally react like this at all. Meanwhile, Delbert gives the red-haired boy a deadly stare, clearly disgusted by him. Later, they arrive at Rennie Town on horseback. They are welcomed by a troop of guards, as there seem to be more guards posted than usual. Winfred gets concerned and interrogates one of the guards, asking him why more guards are posted. While the huntress thanks the knights for escorting her all the way, the guard reveals to Winfred that the Allure Kingdom has issued an Amber Alert. Every town and city is now under heavy surveillance. Listening to this, the knight presumes that things have gotten severe. The kingdom has issued an Amber Alert, and this continent is on the verge of crisis. He then looks over at Ray and ponders who will be the child of prophecy that will save them all. Meanwhile, our boy, who seems to be with Gary, thinks about his father. He believes that he will certainly become a knight. He adds that everything has just begun, and Pops has to wait for him until he becomes a knight. We are then taken 10 years later to Rennie Town. As the class seems to be going on at the academy, the professor questions the students about what the command over another ability is called when most knights don't know how to use magic. Gary, who is also in the class, raises his hand and responds that knights use chi. After practicing it, they will be able to enhance their bodies and senses. He adds that some practitioners of chi can even break through the limits of the human body for a short time. While the teacher appreciates him for the answer and utters that he seems well prepared, she proceeds to ask another question. Why can chi only be practiced after the age of 15? She asks, pointing towards Ray. But when Gary peeks over to his place, Ray's seat appears to be empty. While our boy is out somewhere bunking the class, Gary nervously informs his teacher he went to the restroom. Moving on, the teacher then asks Sylvia, a girl who appears to be beautiful with silver hair. She responds, practicing chi can put the body under an extreme amount of pressure. The internal organs of a human finish developing after the age of 15, so practicing it after this age minimizes any damage that may be taken to the body. As the teacher reminds the students to keep everything in their minds that they've learned, Sylvia stares at Ray's empty seat. The scene then flips to a black demonic wolf, who was tamed by Ray a long time ago. The demonic wolf fights with another magic boar beast and slashes at it. Ray earns a beast crystal as a reward. Our boy absorbs the power of the beginner-grade crystal beast and pats the black wolf for his good work. Thinking that he hunted enough beasts for the day, Ray decides to head back before someone lashes out at him for staying out of class. As he is about to return, Winfred, riding on a horse, emerges from behind and says, "It's a surprise to meet you, Ray. I was wondering who I'd run into when I came back." Looking at the beast Ray had killed, the knight appreciates him and asks, "How did you manage to get past that heavy guard?" As they stride together, Win tells him, "You've grown a lot taller since I last saw you." Ray, smiling, compliments him back, mumbling, "You haven't changed at all in the past 10 years. He then gets curious about Win's age, asking, "How old are you?" "It's a secret," Winfred replies with a grin. Winfred informs Ray that he heard his instructor mention that Ray slips out of classes and hunts magical beasts, adding, "Looks like you've made quite the haul after hunting." Upon hearing this, Ray reveals, it's all thanks to the Amber Alert, which was recently called off. "Now, I'm not having any trouble slipping out." Laid back, Ray tells the knight, "I enjoy moving around here more than sitting in that classroom." Watching Ray be so reckless, Winfred says that he should be lucky not to go any further. If the guards on the outer lines had caught him wandering, they wouldn't have held back. At that moment, the knight is reminded of something. He informs Ray that he stopped by his house and tells him about his father's condition. He assures the boy that Jake's condition hasn't worsened since Ray's mother is taking good care of him. Winfred pats his shoulder and delivers the message his mother had sent for Ray. She wanted to tell him not to worry about his father too much. Looking upset, Ray thanks him and begins to contemplate. He reflects on how he had continued his training over the past decade, pushing himself to the limit, yet he failed to unlock any new abilities. Nothing has changed in all these years. He concludes that he has no clue what to do about his father's condition. That's when Winfred cheers him up. He taps Ray on the shoulder, grips him tightly, and pulls him close. Ray becomes flustered. Walking toward the town, the knight tells Ray to buck up. They are heading to Avery Academy tomorrow, and Winfred expresses his excitement about meeting other kids there. Later, at the entrance to Rennie Town, we see the instructor shouting at the guard for letting his student go outside. The guard tries to explain that he had no reason to stop the student from going after the Amber Alert was released. He added that he wouldn't go much further. In the meantime, Winfred and Ray walk into the hall. They witness Alan, the instructor, grab the guard by the collar and make it clear that the red-haired boy is special. They need to know where he is at all times. As Winfred calls out his name, Alan, who already seems annoyed about Ray's absence, turns back. He notices his special student alongside the knight. Testing his last nerve, Alan's blood begins to boil. He lashes out at our boy. He bursts out in anger, shouting that he warned Ray not to leave his line of sight. But still, Ray slipped out of the academy without permission. How many times has it been this month? Alan calls him an idiot. While our poor fella is freaked out, Winfred nods from behind. He thinks it serves Ray right, that he has it coming. As the angry instructor smacks Ray's head, our boy mutters, "It's been a month since the alert lifted. I can do whatever I want. Mr. Allen is too much of a stick in the mud." Meanwhile, Ray hides behind Winfred as he gets a nice beating from Alan. Our boy lets out that he will be leaving soon anyway. And after that, his instructor will be free as a bird. Pissed off, Alan clarifies, as long as Ray is my student, he isn't allowed to skip class, while Winfred tries to stop them as they continue to bicker. After that, we are taken to Rennie Town Square, where the head instructs the students to gather at once. It seems they are calling an emergency meeting. As they all gather, Ree returns with a bump on his head. Gary asks him how he came earlier, assuming he got caught this time. While our guy tells him he got unlucky, Sylvia awkwardly peeks at him and starts to blush. After summoning all the students, the squire named Lance informs them that he will bring all of them to the Avery and Knight Academy. The entire journey will take about 7 days. Looking drop-dead serious, Lance warns the students, "If you don't want to get in trouble, you'll have to listen to my orders." Later, the guard asks Winfred, "Has the path to the academy been decided?" As the knight notifies him that they will go past the swamp, the guard panics and says, "It's too early for the children to go through that tough path." Upon hearing this, Winfred looks over at all the students and asserts, they are bound to face some challenges to become knights. Adding that they are not the only ones who are getting tested, the next morning, all the students prepare to go to Avery Knight Academy. They depart from the Rennie Town gates in the carriages. While Ray seems to be snoring, a bald, red-headed boy named Kyle wonders why they didn't use teleporters. He says they could get to the academy immediately if they did. Some other boy lets out that they would have spared the trouble if they teleported there. Upon hearing such blabbering, a boy named Dan responds. It's because the Avery Knight Academy doesn't have a teleporter, he says, calling him an idiot. Kyle assumes that the Avery Academy is on the same level as Roland Academy and asks if they can't afford it. A voice echoes from somewhere, uttering, "Someone hasn't been paying attention in class." It refers to Dan and Kyle. It appears to be smart-ass Sylvia who elucidates, the Avery Academy is right on the border. It has to stand against foreign invaders, but also shadow beasts as well. She further adds, if they install the teleporter in a place like that, there's a high chance that the invaders would teleport anywhere they wish if the Academy's guard were broken. The teleporter would be an open invitation to them. As the students were left surprised to hear such information, they wondered if it had been taught in class. Sylvia turned pink as she looked at Ree. However, she nervously turned away when Gary caught her staring while Ree dozed off on his shoulder. Later, they arrived at the castle ruins near the swamps. The students were instructed to set up their camps, as it appeared to be dawn already. While setting up, Gary informed Ree that the silver-haired girl had been looking at him. "What's there to look at?" Ree wondered. Gary urged him, "If you don't believe it, look behind." That's when they both turned around and discreetly glanced at her. Sylvia, who was peeking at her crush, got caught red-handed. She freaked out and fumbled while setting up her camp. As his friend turned out to be right, Ree assumed it was because of his red hair. Gary reminded him, "There are plenty of red-haired people here like Kyle, Ian, and the twins, Sloth and Badger." Ree agreed, nodding. "You've got a point." Gary made a sneaky face and asked, "So, will you ignore it?" "I mean, Sylvia is a super pretty girl." But Ree seemed uninterested. Meanwhile, Dan sneaked out and walked behind the castle ruins. He called out for his friend, Monk, as he moved along. They both are left disgusted by a pungent smell, worse than dead rats, and they try to figure out where it's coming from. Looking at the terrifying swamp, Dan lets out a frustrated breath. "I can't even see the end of this sticky place," he mutters. As Dan and Monk scan the area, Lance sneaks up behind them. He suddenly speaks, catching them off guard. "It's a swamp," he informs them, his voice low and serious. Scaring the life out of them, Lance gives them a cold, death stare. "If you don't want your legs bitten off by sharp worms in that swamp, you better set up your tents and sleep," he warns, his tone deadly serious. Night falls, and the fire crackles in the stillness. Meanwhile, Ree sneaks out of the castle without the guards noticing. He reflects that he did some scouting during dinner and concludes he can slip away without trouble. As Ray is about to leave, someone grabs his hand. Startled, he turns to find Sylvia standing there. "Where are you headed at this time of night?" she asks, her voice laced with concern. Telling her the truth, Ray responds, "I'm going to hunt magical beasts." Sylvia's eyes widen in disbelief. "Have you gone mad?" she asks, her voice trembling. "This isn't Rennie anymore. You could run into an intermediate rank beast out there, and the knights won't have time to save you." Ray jerks his hand away from her grip. "I'll be fine," he says, determination in his voice as he walks away. And he can deal with the intermediate ranked beast, as it's not a problem for him. Watching him act this way, Sylvia gets sad, and he leaves for hunting. The next day, the sun rises. The knights wake everyone up by jerking the curtains away, calling them lazy bones and announcing that whoever wakes up last will be punished. Gary wakes up and freaks out when he sees Ray lying with his red eyes wide open, scaring the hell out of him. Gary asks him if he didn't sleep the whole night. Our boy, who just lied down after an entire night, assures him that he slept well. Mumbling that he's not dumb, Gary realizes that he didn't sleep the whole night and heads outside, not wanting to be punished in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Ray looks at his dragon system with a smile and reckons that if he keeps hunting at this rate, he can reach the maximum amount of beginner beast crystals by the time they reach Avery and Knight Academy. After that, he will be able to absorb the intermediate ones. Later, they continue their journey towards the academy. All the carriages follow the knights, who seem to be leading the way. As they pass through what looks like an eerie forest, Winfred stops, sensing something ahead. Sensing danger, Winfred nods to Lancency to leave the area, as now the students will face a challenge on their own. Suddenly, something starts popping out of the ground, throwing the carriages out of balance. While Gary wonders why it's so quiet outside, Ray nods off. The horse suddenly screams as it is attacked by something. It becomes clear that the sharp worms have halted their way and are now barging into the carriage. The sneak attack of the worms frightens the life out of some of them. Gary and Ray, however, prepare for battle. They pull out their swords and start slashing at the monsters. As one of the worms creeps toward a girl to attack, Gary leaps in front of her and rips the monster apart with his sword. Blood pours out of the worms, and some of them tremble with fear. Gary speculates that sharp worms appear in swarms, so more of them are likely on the way. He instructs everyone to stay alert, get off the cart, and not let their guard down. As the other students join in to help him, Gary commands them to fight in an open area. He tells them to form teams of 3, staying back to back to ensure there are no gaps in their defense. Meanwhile, Kyle, who seems supercharged to kill the worms, charges forward. Ray, observing him, presumes that they are getting a little too excited and activates his dragon eye. Watching all of them immersed in the fight, our boy reckons that all the sharp worms are beginner rank magical beasts, so he has nothing to worry about. As he thinks, his eyes land on the top of the cliff, where he notices the 6 knights who left the group earlier. Our boy, who seems to be going to sleep in the carriage, is spotted by Dan, who asks him, "Where are you going?" "Don't break the formation." Letting out a big fat yawn, Ree says, "Those are beginner rank monsters. They won't need my help. And with me gone, the numbers will be just right." While the knights observe the students from above the cliff, they assume that Ree is scared of the monsters and that he will only get a red belt. The other knight points at Gary, who seems to be doing pretty well, and explains, he attacks with no hesitation and kills with a single swing. He consciously controls his body so that he moves a little without wasting any moment. Anticipating that Gary will get a white belt, Winfred points at Sylvia and concludes, she doesn't attack proactively, but she's extraordinarily observant. As the other knight compliments, her stance is perfect. Sylvia impressively dodges a sharp worm and slashes it with her sword. Observing her moves, Winfred comments, she's steady, and once she finds an opening, it's over for the enemy. Lancency, who seems impressed by Sylvia's attacks, adds, even her clothes are spotless. Suddenly, something explodes from underground. A giant, sharp bug emerges from the ground. All the students are terrified of the colossal worm, assuming that multiple worms have merged to form one giant creature. Trembling in fear, the worm leans toward one of the kids, who goes weak and trips to the ground as the worm is about to attack him. Ian, the red-haired guy, leaps in front of him and rips the worm's tentacles with his strong muscles. In the meantime, Ian tears apart the monster out of anger, shouting, "No one is allowed to hurt my comrades." The twins, Sloth and Badger, join him and slash through the giant worms like pros. Kyle, who seems to be counting how many worms he has killed, pierces through the monster with his sword, concluding, "That's 45. The knights, noticing them from above, are left surprised, as they do not need to do anything to help. The red-haired kids seem to have done a pretty good job of killing the monster except for Ray. And they almost seem to be done. After the red-haired kids finish killing the worm, Ian asks his teammate if he's okay. They are all relieved that the monsters are finally dead. Keenly observing the students, Winfred speculates that Ian is not only physically strong but also knows how to care for his teammates. He's a gem, he thinks. On the other hand, there's Ray, who's dozing off on the carriage and doesn't care about anything. After that, they all get inside the carriage. Gary asks Ree why he didn't join them in the battle. Ree informs him that it's dangerous here, and if anything happened, no one would have been able to save him. Stretching himself, our guy tells him he was too sleepy and the knights were watching over them anyway. While Gary admits that he's a lone wolf now, Winfred is baffled and wonders who the child of prophecy will be. As they continue their journey to the academy, Kyle is proud of himself for killing the monsters. Dan appreciates his good work. Assuming they will become actual knights before they know it, Dan dreams of getting a white belt if they are lucky. Shocked, Gary, who doesn't seem to know what a white belt is, asks him about it. That's when Dan reveals that all the knights are ranked differently. And the ones following them are the white tassel protectors, who are high-ranked knights. He adds that these knights once wore white belts, which means their skills were recognized through tests and trials. Dan then discloses that there are also green and black belts, each symbolizing different skills. However, the red belt depicts the lowest-ranked knight. Upon hearing this new information, our boy becomes wide awake when Dan reveals that the red belt is given to those who don't do well in the tests. He further explains that knights who receive the white belts are given personal instructors, along with other rewards and resources. Meanwhile, red belts aren't as lucky. They only receive basic training, but no one will pay attention to them. They can do whatever they want, Dan says. Since the academy has given up on them, they can wander off anywhere. However, Ray is delighted to hear about the red belt and presumes he can do whatever he wants once he gets one. This means he will have all the time in the world to hunt magic beasts, and he will acquire higher-ranked beast crystals and abilities rapidly. High-spirited, he clenches his fist and believes he needs to do his best to get that red belt. The next scene takes us to the Avery Academy, where the students finally arrive after a long journey. The sight of the academy hooks them. Getting out of the carriage, Gary thinks it's cool, while our boy is left stunned by the vast, beautiful place. The Avery Academy appears to be a huge castle with colossal gates. The students are left in awe as the place turns out to be just as they had imagined. They mumble that this academy is a city with only knights living there. Amazed by the mono crystals placed throughout the academy, the students realize that Avery's energy source comes from mono crystals, and not a single torch is used for lighting. Thinking that the academy is too luxurious, Gary remarks that it feels like two different worlds from the village he grew up in. In the meantime, Lance orders Gary and Kyle to follow him closely if they don't want to get lost, adding that they will get the chance to wander the place later. Lance, the squire, shows them around the academy as they walk through the armory. Reaching the library, Lance instructs them to shut their mouths and keep quiet while they're inside. While some of the girls peek at Sir Lancey and think about how handsome he is, Dan asks him, "Are the librarians knights too?" The knight utters that all the graduates of the Avery Academy need to volunteer in the city for 2 years. Afterward, they are allowed to either stay or leave. Before they head to the dorm, Lance shows them the last point of their tour, which somewhat resembles a cemetery. That's when Lance unveils that this place holds the remains of the knights who have fought or died for the Allure Kingdom. He adds that he has brought them here to remind the students that war has never ended. As knights, their first duty is to protect their home. While the students chant that they will fight to protect their home, Ray quivers with anger and reckons, how dare these humans use the bodies of dragons as materials to make their armors and weapons. At that moment, Sevilla raises her hand and asks the knight about the sculptures and who they were modeled after. Lance responds, these sculptures were made after the founders of Avery Academy, known as the legendary Dragon Knights. As the students begin to chatter and ask questions about the Dragon Knights, Lance informs them, you will learn more when you study the Academy's history. While the students head back to their dorms, Ray loses his cool, and Gary calls him out, activating his dragon eye. Ray witnesses a tomb below the graveyard and senses something alive in the tomb. As they walk toward the dorms, Gary wonders aloud, who will we be living with? He hopes they'll be with easygoing people. Meanwhile, Ray, who seems lost in thought about the thing alive in the tomb, speculates, it wasn't a magical beast's energy. It's something really strange. His moment of contemplation is interrupted by Gary, who asks, did you even listen to what I said? Ray responds, you were talking about roommates. At that moment, they arrive at the dorm. It turns out they are assigned to the same room, and Ray grows curious about who else will be joining them. To their surprise, Sylvia approaches them, and it seems she will be sharing the room with the boys. Gary is flummoxed, while Sylvia becomes flustered when she sees Ray turning pink. As Sylvia seems increasingly uncomfortable with the situation, Gary tries to ease her, saying, it's not surprising. I've heard the Academy treats everyone equally, regardless of gender. Look on the bright side, we're nice boys. But Sylvia, who is utterly nervous, smacks Gary. He leaps to the ground as she storms away in anger. Making it clear that she won't live in the same room as boys, poor Gary, who gets whacked by a girl, lies on the ground. The other two people witnessed the whole thing and let out, it was really something. Ray assures them that it's nothing but a young missy throwing a fit. The two other people turn out to be their dorm mates, Monk and Ian. Gary welcomes them, introducing himself and Ray. Peeking at Ian's red hair, our boy presumes that he has red hair, too, while Gary looks at the dorm list and concludes that two more roommates will join them, Dan and Marcia Woodwork. In the meantime, Sylvia seems to be trudging down the stairs and moves toward her room full of boys. She gives them a terrifying stare and warns, don't enter the room. I'm going to change clothes. While the boys are disowned from their dorm, Gary says that he knew they wouldn't allow her to change dorms. At that moment, Dan joins them. He asks the boys why they're still standing outside. Gary replies, "We were waiting for you. We found a big cockroach in there," adding that they are looking for someone to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Dan gets all fired up and says, "How can these future knights be afraid of a measly cockroach? I'll show them how it's done." He bursts open the door while the boys are shocked and try to hide their laughter. They've pulled a dirty prank on their new roommate. The next scene takes us to the dinner hall, where everyone seems to be stuffing themselves. Dan, who got tricked by his roommates, asks them, "Was it fun? Now I've pissed off that girl, and she could even try to kill me in my sleep." He calls her a walking bucket of gunpowder. While Dan has a slap printed on his face, Gary lets out a chuckle, "It would be nice." Many people don't even get the chance to talk to her. As soon as Dan blabs something about the girl, Sylvia hears their conversation. She gets miffed at them for what they've just said. Dan and Gary panic, justifying, "We said nothing about her." On the other hand, our boy seems to be enjoying himself to the fullest, stuffing himself with a variety of food. Sylvia looks at them and mumbles, "How can you be eating right now?" She's anxious about being tested soon. As our boy is only focused on eating, Gary assumes she's talking about the test for the night belts. He asks her, "What does this have to do with eating?" While they eat like pigs, Ray utters, "It's all for free." Sylvia looks so done with them both. "There's no saving you two." In the meantime, senior students look at them and assert that they shouldn't have expected anything else from poor country bumpkins who seem to be stuffing their faces like that. They blabber that they haven't eaten anything nice in their life, referring to Ray and Gary. With their faces stuffed with food, they both turn around and look at the seniors, who still keep mocking them and laughing. The annoying seniors then stop at Ian's seat and begin to make fun of the muscular red-haired guy for how big he is. They blabber that he takes up so much space, the poor chair is going to break, calling him a country boy. Meanwhile, poor Ian seems upset as he gulps down his tears. The senior bastards utter that they want to puke at the sight of these red-haired freaks who churned out of Rennie. Upon hearing such colorful remarks about themselves, Kyle stops eating while Sloth calmly sips on his tea. He presses his twin badger's hand as he is about to pull out the knife to rip that bastard's mouth. As they continue to spit nonsense about the red hair curse being contagious, calling them country bumpkins, they ask them to leave them alone, as they don't want to have disgusting red hair like that. Monk, who seems to have had enough of this bee. He stands up and tells the two senior bastards to stop it because they're going too far. While Ian stops his friend from defending him, the seniors tell Monk to stay out of this. They ask him if he's going to fight for this red-haired freak, concluding that he'll only get a red belt at best, so he should mind his own business, or else they'll beat him up. The over-the-top seniors, addressing Ian as a red-haired monster, compliment him for knowing his place. They instruct him to take the long way around whenever he encounters them in the future. As soon as the bastard utters these words, someone throws food at him. The senior gets mad and yells, "Show yourself, whoever did this," calling him AF. That's when our boy enters the scene and steps forward. He smacks the senior's face into the table and twists his arm. Holding him down, Ray asks, "Who did you threaten about taking the long way around?" The bastard, barely able to speak, growls that he's talking about Ray, the disgusting red-haired monster. The ruckus at the dinner table grabs the knight's attention. The kids inform them about the guy who's gone crazy at the table. Meanwhile, Ray, seething with rage, beats the crap out of the blabbermouth. Ian stops him and reassures everyone that they didn't hurt him. Urging him not to make a ruckus, as the knights are watching, Gary tries to stop him. Sylvia informs him of the tests that are to be held soon, and how it will affect his first impression. Our boy doesn't let go of the senior and holds him tight, twisting his arm. The students call out to Sir Knight and complain about the red-haired guy acting violently toward another student. At that moment, Sir Lance enters the chaos and commands Ree to release the boy. The senior screams out in pain, calling for Sir Knight to save him, but Ree squeezes his arm harder. Lance commands Ray Talent to stop again. Our guy confesses to Ian that this is something he learned growing up. When someone wants to take advantage of him or treats him like crap, it's important to show them the consequences of their actions. It seems like Ree has broken his arm, and the students are left in shock at the sight of the red-haired guy's wrath. Finally, releasing the boy, our boy points at the senior and tells Ian, "People only learn when you teach them a lesson." On the other hand, Lancey, their supervisor, glances at him furiously and asks why Ree didn't listen to his orders. With a sneaky smirk, our guy apologizes to him and responds that he thought, out of all people, his teacher would understand what it would be like to hear problems that only he wants to hear, just like him. Without a flinch, Ree holds Gary's hand and says, "Continue eating. We don't want our appetite to be affected by those pieces of trash." Meanwhile, Knight Lancey is pissed off at Ray's bold move. Whispers begin to circulate about the seniors starting the fight first, adding that they've always bullied people. It was about time they got humbled and had their butts handed to them by those red-haired fellows. After that, the three commanders arrive at the academy, and the students assume they are preparing for the test. Winford commands everyone to keep quiet as he welcomes the head of their academy, the 6 elders. The 6 heads of the academy emerge in the hall, cloaked and with their faces hidden by masks. Watching the heads, the students begin to get nervous, wondering if this test is really such a big deal. They've heard of the 6 elders watching the test before. As Ray witnesses the 6 elders, their footsteps rumbling, he ponders if these 6 people are way too strong, just like the humans who killed him and his dragon kin. He snaps out of it. Winford continues to elucidate that these 6 elders, as witnesses, will be testing their new knights-to-be. According to the test results, they will be given belts of different colors that showcase their abilities. He adds that if the students don't do well, they will get a red belt, which means they've essentially failed. But Winford encourages the students with a pleasant smile, urging them that even if they get a red belt, they will still have a chance to stand where he stands today. Stirring up their spirits, Winford adds, "Every single one of you standing here has shown your talent since the day you were chosen at the age of 5. He motivates them not to give up, as their future training will help them hone the talents they have. Our boy peeks at Winford and ruminates that he's as encouraging and positive as ever. A wave of anxiety hits him as he wonders how he would react if he ends up with the red belt. Later, Winford finishes up his speech and leaves the rest to Lancey. While Lance assures him that he will do his best with the duties, he looks over at Ray and gives him a deathly glare. In the next scene, Lance announces the trials, which will consist of 5 different stages, each testing different aspects of a knight's overall ability, including Stone of Power, Blazing Inferno, Undetected Passage, Eye on Precision, and Will of Truth. In the first stage, the Stone of Power, Lancey explains to the students that they just need to push the big rock. Once it reaches the goal position, they will be done with this stage. Everyone has 2 chances, and if they fail their first try, they can use the pair of magic gloves on their second try. It will increase their strength and aid in passing this stage. Although, using the gloves will also affect their evaluation, so they have to keep that in mind. Gary whispers to Ree that the test looks pretty easy, and the red-haired boy thinks it's a piece of cake for him. But our boy mumbles that he thinks someone doesn't want him to pass the test, which leaves Gary to wonder what he means. At that moment, Lance makes an announcement just before the test begins, asserting that, as the proctor of this test, he rejects Ray Talon's participation. Meanwhile, Ree doesn't seem to be affected by this and confidently crosses his arms over his chest. Gary and Sylvia protest that it's not fair and speculate why Ree isn't allowed to be tested. Just then, Lance lets everyone know that it's just to warn all the knights-to-be that they must follow any orders given to them by their superiors, he adds. If anyone objects to my decision, they can report this to my superiors. If they tell me to retract it, then I will agree without any objections. After that, he calls out the first student to be tested. Gary whispers to Ree, "You're on Lancey's bad side." Sylvia advises him, "Report this to the higher-ups. He can't treat you like that." But our guy seems careless about it. He shrugs it off. "This just made things easier for me," he says. "So, go ahead and get tested. I'll join you in the next stage." This makes Ree believe that he is guaranteed a red belt. It's then revealed that both Gary and Sylvia passed the test, while Ion picks up the rock in his hands. Despite the instructions to push it, everyone is shocked. Gary comes back, sweaty and relieved. It went well, he says. Ri congratulates him, adding, the second stage might be hard for you. Be prepared. The blonde-haired boy looks confused. Our boy then shows him the proctor for the second stage, who seems to be from Roland Academy. Seeing the proctor, Barry freaks out. How are we going to be tested? We've never learned magic before, he exclaims. But Ray lets him know that the battlefield does not care whether they've learned something or not. He guesses that they are just going to have to try resisting magic. He further adds that usually, people who are physically strong actually end up having worse magic resistance. This leads him to assume that they're trying to test their weaknesses and strengths through these 5 tests, so they can find the best way to develop their abilities. While it all makes sense to Gary, he wonders if he's an all-rounded genius. But Ray doesn't seem to agree with him. Later, the second stage, Blazing Inferno, begins. The proctor tests Gary by using some magic on his forehead, and he seems to hold up for 57 seconds. Ray compliments him, saying he lasted pretty long, while Gary thinks he did a bad job. But Dan encourages him, reminding him that only a single minute passes in the outside world for every hour in the illusion created by that mage. After all, he did a good job. Next up appears to be Sylvia. As the mage starts testing her, she relaxes, reminding herself that this is all an illusion, so he can't scare her. As the mage casts an illusion of fire, the girl does a great job as 5 minutes pass already, while others gossip about how good she is. While everyone thinks that Sylvia is a goddess, the proctor informs her that she has proven herself. After that, Ray comes up next as the mage calls out his name. Sylvia wishes him good luck. While our boy thinks that 20 seconds should be enough, or he should just give up immediately, he gets prepared to be tested. As the proctor casts the illusion, suddenly a red dragon appears in front of him, breathing fire. Baffled, our guy wonders what is going on, as the red dragon seems to be Ray's past self. At that moment, the proctor hovers in the air with sudden force, leaving everyone shocked, eyes wide open. The mage frantically claims that the boy is cursed by the red dragon. And that's when the mutters begin in the crowd about the red-haired boy being bad news and cursed. Witnessing this sight, Winford rushes to the old man, who seems to be unconscious. Meanwhile, Ray stands near him and wonders if he's okay. But the knight assures him, saying he's just tired, and tells the boy to rest. Winford thinks that it is strange the old mage's mana is completely drained. It doesn't make sense to him. In the next scene, it seems that the elders are investigating the strange incident that took place with Winford, who notifies them that it's just a mana disorder caused by using too much mana, and the mage will be able to recover after some rest. This explanation doesn't seem to satisfy the elders. Therefore, they question how the mage from the renowned Roland Magic Academy could be drained of his mana after a test of degree, while others speculate if it is because of the mage spending too much mana on testing the students. Winford informs them that the mage is resting for now and he will continue to investigate this matter. He further suggests having another mage take the proctor's place for the remaining tests, and the elder agrees with him. However, as the knight leaves, one of the masked elders calls an armored guard knight and whispers something to him. The guard assures him that he will have it done immediately. The elder then looks at Ray Talon from afar, who seems to be walking towards his friends. After that incident, Ray asks about the mana disorder. Sylvia explains to him that it's when a mage doesn't have any mana left but forcefully casts a magic spell, causing it to backfire on the mage's body. While our boy gets the point, Gary seems to find his friend unlucky, thinking, and lets out that geniuses always have it hard. As they both joke around, the silver-haired girl seems a bit skeptical about the situation. She reckons it strange that a mage from Roland Magic Academy would make such a basic mistake. She continues to wonder about the curse he mentioned. Just then, they hear a rumbling sound, and the ground starts to shake. Assuming it's an earthquake, suddenly, trees begin to appear everywhere, which leads everyone to think it's magic. While the entire testing area is now filled with trees, Gary seems clueless about what's going on. Sylvia then reveals that someone is casting. That's when a proctor shows himself and announces that their third stage of the test is starting now. Everyone is taken aback by the situation. The proctor instructs the students to follow him and replicate his movements the best they can. Just then, the third stage begins. Gary seems to be in disbelief that the test is starting now. At that moment, the proctor starts to move with impressive speed, and the students follow him. Poor Dan, still in denial, cries out about his classmates being this fast. Gary, determined, challenges his friend, declaring he will not lose to him today. Sylvia follows behind him. Leaving him behind as no one is going to wait for him. On the other hand, the instructor ruminates that he's probably going too hard on those kids and maybe he should wait. But as he looks behind, he's shocked to see the kids catching up to him. The proctor seems to be impressed while Gary informs his classmate Monk, "We're about to catch up to him since he's been ahead from the start." The proctor seems to have underestimated the kids and realizes that there's no need to take it easy, challenging them to catch up if they can. Meanwhile, the kids follow the proctor. Ray admits, "I'm not good at this. I used to move with all four limbs." He then witnesses arrows coming in their direction and alerts everyone. It turns out to be another proctor shooting arrows at them. The girl proctor lets out. The third stage proctor didn't have to hold back that much since there are too many kids. But he assures her, "Kids are pretty good, and you'll see." The girl proctor then orders the kids to keep following him or else they'll lose him. She reminds everyone, "Grab a bow." As they all wonder about the bow, they come to realize they're being tested for the fourth stage as well. While Gary wonders, "Are they testing us on accuracy?" Sylvia agrees with him. And they all move ahead. The proctor of the fourth stage announces that the targets have been set up in the forest ahead, and they will pass after hitting 3 targets under her interference. That's when the fourth stage, Eyes of Precision, commences. Our guy thinks he's fine with getting a red belt, but he doesn't want to come in last either. Therefore, he decides to show off a little as he activates his dragon eye. As soon as he activates it, in a flash, an arrow with magic moves towards Gary's direction. Ray immediately senses it and pushes his friend out of the way. Ray realizes that he can't dodge the attack in time, but luckily, another arrow hits the one that was attacking them. Our boy senses danger and ponders that this arrow is too strong for a single test. It was a close shot. Just then, one of their classmates, Marka, saves them and asks if they're okay. Gary thanks her and compliments her, saying she's good. Marka mumbles that she's glad she was close to them, or else she isn't sure if she could have done it. After that, Ray senses more arrows coming and warns everyone to be careful. They all dodge the attack. Meanwhile, our boy grasps the situation and senses that something isn't right because the arrows that came at them were enveloped in chi and were completely different from the arrows the proctor had shot at them. He realizes that someone wants to kill them or maybe just him. Suddenly, another arrow is shot in the student's direction, but Ray watches it and aims his arrow to halt the attack. On the other hand, the fourth stage proctor also senses danger. Our guy, just about to release his arrow, breaks his bow into pieces, leaving his classmates stunned. Feeling that something isn't right, the proctor tries to follow the imposter after she releases an all-out attack. But she shocks everyone with her speed, dodging the attack without leaving a trace. She wonders who in the world wants to attack their students and tosses the arrow out of the tree. The proctor then assures the students that her arrow accidentally went astray and instructs them to continue the test. Ray realizes that the proctor clearly didn't shoot the arrow and that she's just trying to reassure them. While all the students continue their test, our boy speculates if someone dangerous has managed to sneak in here. They find Monk, along with the third stage proctor, waiting for them. While Gary and Ray inform Sylvia about the incident, she is shocked to hear that something like that happened. They should report this to the knights, Sylvia suggests. But Ray thinks it's better not to tell them. Gary agrees with him. The proctor just now didn't tell us the truth, he says. While she might have been trying to reassure us, she could also be hiding something. Gary continues, if someone is really trying to cause us harm, they must be able to enter the venue. That means the person who attacked us could be a proctor or even a knight. Hearing this, Sylvia looks worried. What are you planning to do now? She asks the boys. Ree responds, "We'll wait for things to unfold. But I'm curious about that bastard who tried to kill us." Meanwhile, the intruder, who had thrown away his bow, tries to flee. However, he's caught red-handed by a female proctor. "Stop right there," she orders. The intruder freezes. The proctor aims her arrow at him. "Why did you attack the new students?" she demands. She threatens him with the arrow, making it clear, "Don't move. I can kill you at any moment." However, the intruder puts his hands on the sword, but the proctor threatens him, saying, "Don't move. I can shoot you down on the spot." The guy glares at her, and at that moment, they begin attacking each other. The next scene takes us to the fifth and final stage, Will of Truth, where the students' willpower and their chi manipulation are put to the test. Holding the sword, Delbert informs everyone, this sword is made from an ultra beast crystal from a firebird, and it releases flames when held. He continues, "You may not have learned how to use chi yet, but you can try controlling it with your willpower, by concentrating your spirit." He then calls on the first student, who is Ion, the red-haired, muscular boy. As Ion steps onto the stage, looking anxious, he grabs the sword. A massive flame bursts from it, blackening his face. Lance, startled by the sight, quickly calls on the next student. The scene then shifts to Elder Gibby, who seems to be conversing with the intruder. The elder looks disappointed, as the guy not only failed but also got caught by a proctor. The intruder apologizes, but Gibby sighs, confessing, "I never expected to solve this issue immediately." He then dons his mask, one that allows the user to change their appearance, and mumbles, "At least it sent a signal to our followers. The Pure Blood Guild has never disappeared." On the other hand, Gary goes up on the stage and flawlessly controls the flames as he holds the sword. Meanwhile, our boy goes on next. Sylvia asks Gary, "Is Ree actually strong?" Listening to this, Gary thinks for a while and reveals, Ree is extremely strong. But the others don't seem to believe him, since his first 4 test results were terrible. That's when the blonde-haired guy lets out, "I remember the last time I fought with Ree. I won easily, but 10 years ago, when I was attacked by an intermediate-ranked demonic wolf, Ree was the one who saved me and defeated it." While the other classmates seem to think of it as a joke since they were just 5 back then, they assumed that it must have been a big wolf instead of an intermediate beast. Sylvia wonders, is Ree actually strong? And why does he hide his abilities? After that, the test is about to begin when our boy grabs the sword. Suddenly, the dragon system appears, notifying him, "Do you want to absorb the ultra-grade beast crystal?" It looks like no flame comes out of the sword. The gossip begins among the students as they mutter, "Accidents always happen with this guy." They are surprised to see that the sword is not even glowing anymore. While our boy swings the sword left and right, wondering if it's broken, Delbert is left in disbelief. He snatches the sword right out of his hands. Witnessing no flames coming out of the sword, Delbert seems frightened. He cries out, "This weapon is made from Ultra Beast Crystal. It's a treasure of the Allure Kingdom." He grabs the red-haired boy by his collar, blaming him for doing something to the sword. But Ray, who seems clueless about the situation, justifies, "What could I have possibly done to the sword? It's made from Ultra Beast Crystal." He continues, "And you've been staring at me like crazy, so I wouldn't dare do anything." The knight rages with anger, but before he can say anything, an armored knight interrupts. He gestures for Delbert's attention and whispers something in his ear. Delbert's eyes widen in disbelief after hearing the news. He quickly announces, "All the tests are over. You can return to your dorms now." The kids breathe a sigh of relief. They're told to appear at dinner time to receive their belts. As excitement fills the air, Ree hopes to receive the red belt. However, something else seems to bother him as he manages to hear the conversation between the knights about the proctor of the 4th stage being found dead. Furthermore, Winfred, who's present at the crime scene, is informed by the armored knights that when they found her, she was already dead. But what shocks them even more, one of the knights continues, is knowing that her body is still warm, which means it hasn't been long since she was killed. This leaves Winfred wondering, who could do such a thing? The knight then announces, "We need to inform the elders immediately." The next scene takes us to the elders' meeting room, where the armored knights inform them about the dead body. They reveal that the proctor seemed to have been killed with a single attack, indicating that the perpetrator must have been fairly skilled. One of the guards lets out, "We also noted something strange. None of the alarms set for intruders were triggered." To this, one of the elders responds, "It seems like an internal case, given that there have always been rumors about certain groups after all." The elder wonders aloud, could it be the Pure Blood Guild or the Dark Guild? Another elder scoffs, "That's outrageous. The captain of the green-belted knights was killed during an exam. We need to get to the bottom of this matter." They all turn to the head elder, waiting for his opinion on the matter. The head warns them that not a word of this incident should spread outside these doors and orders the knight captains to continue investigating to find the culprit. As it is dinner time, all the students are gathered to receive their belts, and everyone gets nervous. Meanwhile, Gary and Sylvia seem to be talking to a girl named Marcia Woodwork. The silver-haired girl gets happy to finally get a female roommate. Concerned about her surname, the blonde-haired boy asks Marcia if she happens to know an Woodwork. It turns out that she's her daughter. On the other hand, Ray is immersed in his thoughts about the proctor who was killed. He assumes that it's definitely not done by someone common, but one of the higher-ups. Thinking that it could be the commanders or the elders, he snaps out of his thoughts when Gary interrupts him. "Do you remember the adventurer we came across on our way to Rennie all those years ago?" Gary asks. He goes on to tell him about the woman they met, who turns out to be Martha's mother, and wonders what a coincidence this is. But Ray doesn't seem to listen to anything Gary has said, which makes Gary mad at him. He notices that Ray has been zoning out lately. Meanwhile, Sylvia reckons if he was still thinking about the person who shot the arrow. Gary pinches his cheeks as hard as he can. That's when Ray mutters, "I was thinking why that sword on the 5th test didn't respond to me." Our boy refrains from informing them that the proctor was killed, knowing it would only make things more dangerous. While Gary pinches his cheeks, the silver-haired girl finds it strange. "How unlucky, she utters. Just as she's about to say something about what happened to him during the 2nd test, the knight commanders arrive at the spot. Winford announces, "We are going to hand out your knight belts." He orders the students to come up when their names are called. The first one to be called is Gary Blood. As he confidently walks through the hall, the students whisper, "He's the best among us all." They predict that he will get a white belt. Some say the one who did best is their goddess, Miss Sylvia. Others think that both of them will receive a white belt. While some root for Goddess Sylvia, they all conclude that both of them will get white belts. However, after a moment of consideration, Winford declares Gary will be given a black belt. As Gary receives his belt, the blonde guy looks disappointed. Whispers begin to circulate about him. After that, Ian and Sylvia both receive white belts. And some of the students freak out as they see the red-haired guy get a white belt. As Ray Talon gets called upon, everyone seems certain that he will receive a red belt. However, to their surprise, our guy gets the black belt, which leaves him more shocked than ever. While Dan cries out because he's the only one with a red belt, his friend Monk got a black belt, and even the one who did worst got a black belt, the other student gives him a reality check. "You can't change the results," he says. On the other hand, our boy is confused as he gets a black belt after a low score on his tests. He speculates if there's a conspiracy behind it. Lastly, the knight commander announces, "From now on, you will be undertaking training from different knights according to the color of your belts." As Gary wonders what the black belt is for, a guy who appears to be the black belt's instructor smokes a cigarette and holds the list of the names of his students. Peeking at the two redheads in his group, he hopes they'd better not get him in trouble. "Future Dragon Knights," he mutters. The next day at the training grounds, all the students appear to return to their dorms. However, the black belt knights seem to be waiting for their instructor, while Ray takes a nap. And Kyle makes a fuss about their instructor, hoping that he is at least normal. While the red-haired fellow hopes for the best, their instructor sneaks up on them and asks, "Are you talking about me?" As Kyle freaks out, the instructor, who appears to be a cool guy, smokes a cigarette and instructs his students to follow him. Meanwhile, Ray, Kyle, Gary, and Monk walk in awkward silence. Kyle asks, "Has the instructor mentioned my name at all?" Assuming that he didn't, Gary tells him, "Ask him yourself." Without any reluctance, Kyle enthusiastically asks the instructor, "How should we address you?" Our boy peeks with astonishment at how straightforward Kyle is. The instructor, walking ahead of them, waves his hand and says, "Call me K." Upon hearing this, Ray wonders about his weird name, and Kyle assumes it's not his real name. As they continue on their way, they encounter Delbert, who seems to be approaching them. He greets, "Sir K." Already pissed at the red-haired boy, Delbert eyes the black belt instructor for getting two red-haired kids and mocks Ray Talon, saying, "You must be over the moon for getting a black belt." The knight feels as if Delbert were allowed to make decisions. He wouldn't have someone like Ray enter this academy in the first place. But our boy doesn't hold back. He responds to Delbert, saying that it's a bummer since he isn't allowed to make the decisions. Testing his last nerve, Delbert, who seems to be hopping mad, glares at Ray. He instructs him to stay within his limits, reminding him that he will be keeping an eye on him. As Knight Delbert is about to smack him, Kay interrupts, his sword raised. "Ray Talon is now a member of the Black Belted Knights," he says. "It wouldn't be wise to let discrimination cause bad blood between us." While the sword holds Delbert back, he smirks. Sooner or later, he mutters, "everyone will see that the prophecy about Ray is wrong." After that, Delbert, clearly pissed off, wishes Ray luck. The students are left baffled, gossiping among themselves about the prophecy. Has anyone heard of this prophecy before? They wonder. As Kay stares at Delbert, his expression infuriated, the instructor steps in and asks the student knights to follow him. He leads them to a place inside the castle, informing them that this is where they will have their special training from now on. They arrive at the chamber, only to find it pitch black. The students are startled when an ominous wind begins to blow towards them. As they struggle to open their eyes, noticing the ramshackle surroundings in the dark place, the eerie silence scares the pants off Monk and Kyle. They wonder where Sir K went, adding that they didn't notice him disappear out of the blue. While the others panic, reactivates his dragon eye and speculates that the instructor is gone, as he can't even find him with his dragon eye. Unable to see him, Gary asks, "Ray, can you see our teacher?" Ray informs him, "I can't spot him at all." That's when Kay furtively creeps up on them and scares the life out of the two as he holds them from behind. Holding a candle, the instructor reveals, "You will be training in complete darkness to improve your abilities and sharpen your senses. You will train here until you become one with darkness and turn it into your sharpest weapon." Upon hearing this, Gary, who seems a little worried, asserts, "I've heard that black-belted knights will be consigned for assassination missions in the future." Is that true, Kay? While Ray realizes that his friend is worried about the assassination, the instructor, puffing on his cigarette, says, "You may have abilities that make you more suited for assassination missions than others." He concludes that Gary has to accept this fact, even though he doesn't want to, as that's how things will be. Looking disgruntled, Gary questions, "Why can't we fight fair and square like the others?" That's when the instructor steps forward and makes him understand that they were chosen because they have special qualities that others don't. He pats Gary's shoulder and says, "If you want to fight fair and square, you certainly can, so don't worry." After tossing them the black belts, Kay commands, "From today on, you can fight however you'd like." The next day, Gary looks at his watch, which shows his rank as 300. He presumes that this watch depicts the current rankings. Lying down on the bed, he ruminates that, according to Sir, the rankings would be renewed every day after practice. Meanwhile, students of the same grade can challenge each other at will, and if the lower-ranked students win, they will take the place of the higher-ranked students. This means the higher the rank, the more resources they will get. Our boy then gets up and asks Gary about the number of students in their grade. Gary responds, "There are 300 or more students." While Ray, disappointed, thinks he's close to last in the rankings, Dan glances at Gary's watch and freaks out when he realizes he's achieved first place. "Wait, what?" Dan exclaims. I made it to first?" He laughs hysterically. We were guessing who would take first, but this is crazy. Overjoyed, Dan feels nice about being in the same dorm room as the first and third ranked. He mumbles, I can do whatever I want now. Gary, however, is pissed at him for flaunting others' ranks. Sylvia, the third-ranked knight, seems to be chatting with Marcia. She glances over at Dan, who's so overly excited, and mutters, boys are foolish. Later, Ian asks Monk why he looks so happy. Monk stares at his watch. Rank 65th, he gets low-key thrilled. It's nothing, he tells Ian, still beaming. I'll keep working. I know I'll move up. 10 days later, Ray walks through the hallway, contemplating how close he is to 100 points for beginner beast crystals. But he didn't get much from hunting. Reaching his dorm room, he snaps out of his thoughts when he hears arguing from inside, the noise echoing down the hallway. It turns out Monk is frantically arguing with Gary. I can only go up in ranking, Monk says, his voice filled with frustration. It's because of my special training. On the other hand, Gary quarrels with him to prove his points and tells him, I think training stuff is a little deceptive. It's useless to me. Monk angrily explains, special training is not useless. You're just bad at it. Gary fires back, muttering, I can keep my ranking without it anyway. Watching them argue, our boy gets confused at what's happening. Dan lets out a sigh and adds, I've never seen Monk so agitated. He continues, they're arguing about whether special training for the black belts is helpful. What training did the guys do, Ree? Regarding the special training, Ray reckons, it's a given that Gary isn't good at stealth, assassination, or hiding his trace. But Monk has shown great talent for it. As they continue to bicker, our boy speculates, Gary's not wrong either. He's better than Monk in all the basics. And even though Monk is getting stronger quickly, Gary's still stronger than him overall. Meanwhile, Monk yells, I can't just put down my hard work like that. Gary angrily shouts, I can think whatever I want. I just gave my opinion. Concerned about them fighting, Sevilla jumps between them and tries to stop the feud, asking Ree to help her. But our guy, who doesn't seem to be interested in their matters, responds that she can fight it out herself. Dan excitedly lets out that it's a great idea. While Sylvia is annoyed and tells Dan not to fan the flames here, Monk claims to have a rank battle to end this once and for all. Gary agrees to the battle, saying that he's okay with it and challenges him to see if those skills he loves so much are helpful in the fight. The next scene takes us to the training grounds where the students chatter that someone's challenging the first ranker in battle. As the word seems to spread, the kid wonders if it's the blonde one, as they've heard that it was another black belt ranked pretty high. Hearing about the battle, Sebastian, who turns out to be Delbert's youngest son, gets curious about it. But a silver-haired boy assures him that it's nothing to look at, as they are just some country bumpkins from Rennie. On the other hand, the bald, red-headed guy, Kyle, energetically calls everyone to place their bets in the wooden box for the top star, Gary, versus the Black Horse Monk. Guess who will eventually succeed? Dan seems to be the first person to bet. He bets for Gary, 10 pieces of silver. And Sylvia loses her nerve and shouts at Dan for betting on his roommates. But to her surprise, her roommate Martha also bets on Monk, thinking that maybe he will surprise them. Sylvia is shocked to see her. Bothered, Sylvia asks Ray if Monk has a chance to win this battle. At that moment, the fight seems to begin as Gary and Monk hold their wooden swords while Kyle acts as a referee. Witnessing this moment together, Kyle excitedly commands them to begin. Meanwhile, Ray asks Sylvia if she thinks Gary's going to win, and the battle commences as both opponents strike at each other. As they continue their fierce competition, Sylvia elucidates her point of view by asserting that Gary is definitely gifted, has great technique, and stands out among all of them. However, Monk has worked harder than anyone else with the special training, and he's most likely Gary's greatest current rival. Monk strikes a powerful blow at his opponent with the sword, creating smoke all around. As he thinks that his training worked, the smoke disappears, and Gary manages to block the attack. While their swords collide, Gary warns Monk to give up, saying he can't win. On the other hand, Ray concludes that Monk has certainly improved a lot. And Gary has to deal with him carefully. However, he still thinks that Gary is going to win. Our guy then takes a yawn and is about to nod off. Sylvia, who seems to be focused on the battle, lets up that Monk can't fill in the gaps within his abilities in such a short time. Meanwhile, Martha, who bet on Monk, stresses out as she watches him losing the fight. All the people in the training ground seem to anticipate Gary as the winner. And it turns out to be the truth when he strikes one last shot, breaking Monk's wooden sword, which shatters into pieces. As Gary wins, Monk is left in disbelief with his defeat and utters, "How could this happen?" He melts into a breakdown, and Gary apologizes to him, saying, "This is how it works." But Monk, who is not happy with his defeat, grabs his broken wooden sword with a sharp edge and loses control when he runs towards Gary, who appears to be standing with his back turned. Meanwhile, Monk acts frantically, moving towards him with his sharpened sword, shouting, "It's not over yet." Watching Monk, who is about to backstab Gary, Sylvia shouts at him, "Watch out." And Martha yells at Monk, "Stop." The sword is just a second away from slashing Gary's neck. Is stopped by someone, and the blood begins to drip out of his hands. That's when Gary looks back, and Sylvia is shocked as she wonders when Ray got there. It emerges to be Ray, who stops Monk from attacking him and tells him that it's enough. As Monk finally comes to his senses, he immediately drops the sword and apologizes. Sylvia, on the other hand, reckons that Monk was quick just now, as she couldn't even catch his movements. Yet, Ray managed to get up there in the blink of an eye, wondering how he did that. In the meantime, Monk keeps saying sorry as he witnesses blood dripping out of Ray's hand from when he halted the attack earlier. While our boy assures him that it's just a scratch, Monk says that he was acting too rash and that if he hadn't stopped him, it would have gotten worse. Despite the deathly moments, the students who bet on the fight begin to cause mayhem as they ask Kyle who won the battle, predicting it was Gary. Kyle calms them down and informs them that since someone stepped in, the results won't count, and they will get the money back they bet on earlier. But the crowd doesn't seem to take this well. They start cursing him and accusing the red-headed guy of doing it on purpose, as they would have won the money. The situation worsens when the students throw things at him. Poor Kyle assures them, "You'll get your money back," trying to calm things down. At that moment, the chaos on the ground turns frantic. They call them trash and start pelting stones. As the stoning continues, the students insult them, forcing them to leave the academy. They shout, "Bunch of red-haired freaks." Mocking them, they call them red-haired monsters and kick them out with stones. Abruptly, a rock hits Ray's head. Monk leaps in front of him, blocking the attack, but the bastards shut him up, telling him to get lost. Meanwhile, Gary asks Ray, "Are you okay?" His head seems to be bleeding. Sylvia and Martha try to stop everyone, but the crowd goes berserk. On the other side, the silver-haired guy, Sebastian Spoony, grabs a big brick, planning to throw it at the red-haired guy. But Monk arrives, throwing a stone at Sebastian. The brick falls from his hand. Monk tells him, "Stop. This has nothing to do with Ray." Sebastian lashes out, calling Monk a brat and threatening, "I'll remember this." He seems to lose his cool, getting more annoyed. It is revealed to us that Ray is once again ridiculed by the humans. They call him a red-haired freak, claiming that nothing good happens when he's around. Calling him trash, they wish he had never been born. They say he's a walking disaster, urging him to get out of the academy. As the brutal whispers, sharper than an arrow, reverberate in Ray's mind, he ponders why this always happens to him. These filthy humans never fail to disappoint him every single time. While their voices echo in his head, cursing him for being red-haired, they crush his soul with their piercing words. Ray bursts with fury. His veins pop, and he decides that they are the ones who should die. That's when Sir Winford arrives at the scene, finally bringing some control to the situation. Gary informs the knight that Ray is bleeding a lot and needs to be healed immediately. Meanwhile, Winford urges him to help with his injuries. Ray lets out that he's fine, just a scratch. Asking if the knight needs anything, Winford reluctantly informs Ray that his mother is here to meet him. As Scarlet waits for her son, Ray appears and calls out to her. She greets him and says that it's been a while since they last met. Noticing that he's all grown up. Telling her that he's gotten taller, Ri excitedly holds his mother's hand and asks her, "Is Pops doing well since you're here?" But it seems that his mother has some bad news for him. She reveals, "Your father is gone." Ri freaks out, thinking that he's passed away, but Scarlet quickly reassures him. "That's not what I meant." She continues, "Your father left the house and the village." Ri, bombarded with questions, asks, "Is that even possible? He's been confined to bed since he was infected." He's shocked. How could he move all of a sudden? Meanwhile, Winford, who stands outside and overhears their conversation, contemplates. He thinks to himself that he couldn't summon the courage to tell Ri the truth about the plague of shadows from the past. Those infected typically die within a year. Very few manage to hold on like Jake did. But in the end, those strong survivors lose themselves to the shadows, becoming slaves to them. They then become vectors, spreading the plague even further. There's never been an exception. Scarlet then reveals Jake fought the plague of shadows for the past decade. She continues, "One night, I heard a noise and saw Jake sitting in the chair." She realizes that he's awake and able to move. While she hugs him, Jake, who seems to be turning black, mutters, "I can't hold it much longer," and pleads with Scarlet, "Kill me." As soon as she hears, Scarlet bursts into tears. "I can't do it," she says, her voice trembling. Suddenly, his condition worsens as the plague takes over him. Jake bursts into flames, screaming, "Kill me!" over and over. Scarlet watches in horror as he turns into a black shadow, fading before her eyes. Back in the present, Ray's mother speaks softly. "I couldn't kill Jake," she says, pulling out a letter. "Your father left this for you." Ray opens the letter, his hands shaking. His dad apologizes for not being there as he grew up, and says he's proud of him for entering the academy. He thanks Ray for being his son and signs off with, "I love you." Reading the heartfelt letter, Ray begins to sob. He wonders if his father knew it would be his last words, and a surge of determination fills him. He promises himself that he will find a way to save his father. Left in the lurch, Ray becomes distraught. He lies on his bed, recalling the conversations he'd had with his mother. She had promised to find his father, no matter what. However, when he forces her to go with him, Scarlet refuses and tells him to take his own path, assuring him that his father would want this too. Clasping him into a hug, she feels glad to see her son again and affirms, "Don't worry about us. You should be doing what you need to do." Lying on his bed, our guy reflects upon the fact that it's been a decade, and he hasn't found anything. He feels hopeless, as he hasn't improved in the slightest, just like a human. He couldn't even take his revenge for his dragon kind, nor could he protect those he holds dear. Thinking that everything just sucks, Gary enters the room and asks, "Did you meet your mother? What did she say about your father's condition?" But our boy, who seems to be falling apart inside, assures him he's fine and walks out of the room. Gary, sensing something isn't right, watches him leave. As Ray walks out, he leaves a paper behind, and it grabs Gary's attention. Thinking, "What's this?" As soon as he picks it up, Dan sneaks up on him and snatches the paper, assuming it's a love letter from a fangirl since Gary was looking at it so intently. Poor Gary freaks out and asks, "Give it back." He tries to snatch it from Dan. But Dan, with a freaky smile on his face, tells Gary, "Don't be shy. Let me see the passionate confession of love." As they joke around with the paper, the other roommates enter the room and glare at them with confusion. Eventually, Gary announces that it's a letter addressed to Ray. That's when they all learn about his father being infected by the plague of shadows. Upon hearing the truth, Dan comments, "Poor guy had a rough childhood. We should treat him better." Hearing about Ray's sob story, Monk feels bad for him. The next scene takes us to the cafeteria, which seems to be filled with people. We see our boy Ree walking all alone. But then, he's joined by Martha and Sylvia. Sylvia makes it seem like a coincidence and asks, "Ree, wanna eat together?" Afterward, Ri heads to the dorm room and notices his tidy bed, sleek and spotless. As he wonders who cleaned his stuff, Dan and Ian nervously inform him, Sylvia made your bed. She's such a nice girl. While Dan and Ian make it obvious with their terrible acting, Ri immediately gets a hunch and wonders what's going on with these guys. The next day, Ri spots fresh flowers in a pot. Gary tells him, I picked some fresh lilies. Thought it might help brighten things up around you. Taking it the wrong way, Ray makes a cringy face and asks, have you fallen in love with me? But Gary freaks out and tells him that it's nothing like that. Our guy then utters that he's been wanting to ask them what his roommates are up to these days. Gary decides to tell him the truth, spilling that he accidentally sought his letter. He justifies that he didn't mean to invade his privacy and that he should not have looked, but things turned out this way. All the roommates ended up reading the letter. Panicked, Gary tells him that it's his fault that everyone found out about his father's condition. But Ray puts on a smile and says they are the best. Meanwhile, he feels happy that Ray is not angry. They are interrupted by a sudden noise that approaches them, telling them to get out of the way. It turns out to be Monk, who is severely injured, bleeding, and carried by Dan and Ian. Witnessing Monk in such a bad state, Gary immediately asks what happened. Dan exposes that Sebastian beat the crap out of him, adding that he was the one who provoked Monk into getting into a rank battle with him. Assuming that a rank battle ends immediately once one party surrenders, our boy inquires how he got hurt so badly. That's when Dan reveals Monk had already passed out during the battle and didn't even have a chance to surrender himself. However, Sebastian didn't stop and kept on beating him, concluding that he did it on purpose. At that moment, Monk calls out to Ray and apologizes to him, saying that he can't help him make his bed for the next few days. While Sylvia thinks that his limbs are fractured and they need to call the doctor right away, Ian goes to find one. On the other hand, as Gary asks Ray where he's heading, our boy, who seems to be losing his nerve after learning what Sebastian did to his friend, says that he's going to get back at him for what he did to Monk. As he leaves, Gary grabs his hand and says, "Get a hold of yourself," advising him not to act rashly. But our guy, determined to get revenge, asks Gary, "Are you coming with me?" While Gary seems a bit reluctant, he lets out that he wants to get back at them for what they did to Monk. But Ray makes it clear that it's retaliation. That's when Sylvia appears and reveals that Sebastian is from House Delbert, while Gary adds, he's the youngest son of Sir Delbert, so it's better if we don't get on his bad side. Not caring about this at all, our guy asserts, Sebastian started it, so he should pay for what he did, and continues on his way. Furious, Gary yells at him for not acknowledging the situation, and informs him that it's not the first time that young Delbert has done something like this, adding that nobody wants to cross paths with him in the academy. He warns Ree that he might get expelled. But our reckless red-haired fella assures him, "I'm going to be okay. I'm not a dumbass," revealing that if Delbert challenges him in an official rank, he can get back at him rightfully without breaking any rules. Later, while House Delbert seems to be training on the ground, Ray approaches them and interrupts their practice. The two night students confirm that Ray isn't one of them and instruct him to wait. They're practicing without wasting a second. Our guy asks for Sebastian, and the knights confirm, "Are you really looking for CBS? We don't recall you mentioning a red-haired friend before." While Ray asks them to get out of the way, the silver-haired guy, who appears to be Sebastian Spoony, yells and asks them, "What's happening?" As Eric, the silver-haired guy, moves toward them, his teammates inform him, "This red-haired guy wants to barge in here and seems to be looking for Sebastian." Walking forward, Eric utters, "Cbus doesn't know any red-haired freaks," and gets mad at Ree for barging in the middle of the training. Adding rude remarks, he asks if his parents never taught him manners. Confronting each other, our guy makes it clear that if he's not the person he's looking for, he has no business with the silver-haired bastard. While Eric grits his teeth in anger, Sebastian emerges and asks the red-haired guy if he's looking for him. Young Delbert takes a guess and says that Ree came here for his friend, assuming that he's the black belt as well. Feeling no need to explain his reasons, our guy straightforwardly tells him there's no need for small talk and challenges him to a fight. Without a second thought, he requests the battle against Sebastian with his watch, while the opponent remarks that it's quite direct. However, Sebastian refuses the battle and tells him to forget it as he sees that Ree is ranked 280. As our boy wonders if he's scared, young Delbert says that it won't be much of a fight after seeing his low rank. Laughing hysterically, Sebastian mumbles that he thought the other black belt was the strongest, but Ree seems too weak. He then apologizes to Ree and assures him that he didn't hurt Monk's purpose, adding that there's a natural gap between them and the peasant, referring to the black belts. Saying that he does not want it to happen again, he shuts off Ray. While our boy leans toward the obnoxious bastard, Eric blocks his way and asserts that Sabas might not stoop to his level to fight him. The silver-haired spoon reveals that he's currently 9th ranked, so if Ree can fight him, it might pique others' interest in fighting with him as well. "Does that work for your boss?" he asks. Sebastian happily allows Eric to fight Ree. Meanwhile, our guy asks the boss if he will accept his request once he manages to beat Eric. As the silver-haired guy is pissed at our boy, Sebastian affirms to him that they will talk once the fight is over. The Delbert's house students are thrilled to see a real fight again and feel lucky to be on such a strong team. People come for challenges every day, hoping that it goes on long enough. Standing face to face, Ree confidently tells Eric to attack him. While Eric holds onto his wooden sword, filled with pride, he assumes that the red-haired guy is getting cocky. "Don't come crying later for someone to take revenge on your behalf," he advises. As the others notice that the red-haired guy hasn't unsheathed his sword yet, Eric reckons this is an excellent chance to show him what he's got. He thinks of using the techniques CBOS has taught him. On the other hand, the boss, Sebastian, proudly looks at his spoon and says, "You're bullying little kids again," and the fight finally begins. While our guy remains unarmed and stays in one position, Eric makes the first move. He leaps toward him and swings his sword, forcefully stabbing it in an attempt to hurt Ree. However, to his surprise, Ree dodges the attack like a walk in the park, leaving his jaw dropped. Eric wonders how he managed to dodge such a quick and powerful attack. "It's not over yet," Eric mutters, preparing for another strike. As the fight continues, Ree breathtakingly dodges his attacks like he's a friend with the wind, effortlessly leaping in the air. Stressed out, Eric begins to panic. He ruminates that he's attacking as fast as he can, but Ree still keeps dodging everything. Just as he seems to give up, in a flash, Ree whacks a powerful punch at Eric. The poor guy crashes to the ground, beaten to a pulp. Eric quivers with pain as he's punched right in the guts. After the silver-haired guy passes out, the students carry him to the infirmary. Ree asks young Delbert if he's qualified enough to fight with him. "What good will come to me if I agree to fight with you?" he mutters. That's when Ree shows him something that convinces Sebastian to fight. Ree tosses out 2 intermediate beast crystals and says he'll offer them to Delbert if he wins. Freaking out after seeing the crystals, Sebastian asks, "Where did you get those?" He quickly clarifies, "I don't want to get in trouble for dirty items." Ree explains, "My parents left these for me. They're adventurers." He then entices the offer, "I still haven't used them for equipment, so you still have a chance to win them." Young Delbert is clearly intrigued by the crystals. He accepts Ree's challenge but demands one condition. "I want this rank battle to be held in public," Sebastian reveals, adding, "I don't want people to think I pried these beast crystals from you unwillingly." Ree immediately agrees, admitting, "I wanted it that way to begin with." The next scene takes us to the training ground, where students are cheering for their boss, Sebos, and ready to beat up the red-haired freak. Meanwhile, Kyle, who seems to be walking with Ray, asks, "Are you really going to fight Sebastian? He's ranked 2nd. I don't think it's a good idea if that's true." Concerned, Kyle adds, "Even if you want to make a quick buck by betting on yourself to lose, your opponent won't hold back." But Ray reassures him, "Don't worry about it. Go ahead and make the bet." Assuming he can't stop him anyway, Kyle sighs, "Promise me you'll give that bastard a nosebleed." Ray grins and bumps fists with him. "You got it." Kyle begins placing the bet, black-belted Ray versus white-belted Bastion. Dan, watching from the sidelines, asks the others, "How long do you think Ray can last?" Ian, a bit worried, responds, "I just hope he doesn't get hurt." Sylvia, however, makes a different assumption. This isn't going to be a simple battle. Hearing this, Dan teases her. Love really makes people blind, huh? Sylvia snaps back, I don't like that guy. She glares at Dan, proving her point. You're the one who's blind if you don't believe how strong Ray is. Gary, deep in thought, reflects. I'm not worried about whether Ray will win. What I'm more concerned about is Sir Delbert. He might get mad at me for all this. The tension builds as Ray steps onto the battle stage. Sebastian, being the over-the-top guy he is, reminds Ray and mocks him by saying, the children of knights become knights, but the children of farmers become farmers, and no one can surpass the boundaries of class. Holding his sword, young Delbert makes it clear that Ray might have gotten a little confident after beating Eric. But, he adds, Ray will quickly see the difference between them after fighting him. As one of the knight students commands them to take their positions, our guy advises him to leave the nagging for his lackey. While the fight is about to begin, Ray covers his face with a black cloth, leaving only his eyes exposed. As the battle starts, Sebastian makes the first move, smashing his sword toward Ray. Our boy impressively dodges the attack. Sebastian tells him, "You're pretty lucky. Not many people dodge my first attack." Ray, asserting that his luck is pretty bad, manages to scratch Sebastian's face in a short time. Sebastian wipes his face and thinks it's too shallow. "If this is your true strength," he mutters, "you can never win against me." In the middle of the battle, Ray asks, "Why do you talk so much? You must have been winning all this time because you keep running your mouth." Flustered, Sebastian falters. Young Delbert leaps towards him at light speed and utters, "Your luck ends here." That's when our boy smoothly dodges the attack and pulls off a camouflage move, cutting through Sebastian's face and shoulder as it bleeds. As everyone is left astonished, Dan wonders, how did Ray attack him? He seems in disbelief that Sebastian got hurt first. Ian, also shocked by this miracle, looks on with surprise. Gary, on the other hand, presumes when Ray learned this technique and figures out that the way he dodged Sebastian's attack was just like how Sir Kay did it. After that, young Delbert, who seems to have had enough of this, casts magic on his sword and warns Ray, "Can you dodge this attack?" The crowd cheers for Sebastian as chi appears to be converging on the sword, and they excitedly root for him. While he attacks Ray with the sword merged with chi, our boy again swerves the hit. But this time, young Delbert seems to grasp his technique and utters, "I knew you would do that." Knowing that Ray will keep dodging the attacks, Sebastian's sword goes berserk, striking at Ray without mercy, leaving no room to avoid the hits. Meanwhile, Ray continues to dodge, pounding on the sword. The students cheer for their hero, the white-belted knight, thinking to themselves that he's so cool, and encourages him to put the red-haired brat in his place. Immersed in the battle, Dan speculates that Ray has been dodging the attack this whole time, so he is bound to get it. Thinking that bastard Sebastian took things too far, Sylvia assures them that Ray is alright and tells him to look closer. She reveals that the one with the advantage is actually Ray's opponent. As they witness young Delbert being slashed numerous times, soaking in blood, Dan's jaw drops. He thinks that Ray has been avoiding the attacks all this time. But Gary, who also seems quite thunderstruck, lets out that Ray is the one who's been attacking the entire time. Sylvia further elucidates that every time he dodged Sebastian's strikes, he counterattacked at least once. She adds that Ray gradually minimized Sebastian's stamina, exhausting him. While poor Sebastian is covered in scratches, he furiously yells that even his father was never beaten up like that. Threatening to kill him, Sebastian runs toward him to make another attack. However, he is again slashed by Ray's sword. Witnessing our boy's classic moves, Dan couldn't seem to believe his eyes. He wonders if it's really Ray, while Sylvia notes that he had every chance to win in no time, and wonders why he keeps attacking him deliberately. That's when Gary concludes that Ray is doing it on purpose and wants to torture his opponent bit by bit, playing with him just like a predator would with its prey. It is revealed to us that Sebastian's whole face is now covered with cuts and bruises. The poor guy cries out in pain and calls Ray a dirty peasant. But the red-haired boy, who finally takes revenge for Monk, makes one last blow on his nose while he trembles. He threatens Ray to wait because his father won't let him off the hook and he's going to be dead meat. Our boy raises his sword once again and thinks that talking to someone like him is a waste of his time and energy. Sebastian, who is about to give up, tells Ri that he will forfeit. However, as he is about to say something, our boy smacks him again with the sword, hitting him just like Sebastian kept on hurting Monk. Ri is blinded by the revenge for his classmate and is ready to do anything to get the blonde-haired boy back for everything he did to Monk. He won't let him forfeit this easily. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Gary analyze the situation as bad, and if this goes on, Sebastian might die. That's when they hear someone calling out to stop. It happens to Monk, and he tries to stop Ray, who wonders what he's doing here. In the meantime, the badly injured competitor gives up, and the match ends with Ray as the winner. At that moment, the students rush toward Sebastian to take him to the infirmary, while Gary runs to his friend. The bruised white belt boy seems to be throwing tantrums, ordering everyone to get out of his way. He challenges the red-haired boy about who will have the last laugh. The next scene takes us to the central building, the top floor of Avery Academy, where we see Delbert causing a fuss about what happened to his son earlier. Kay tries to calm him down and affirms that, from a knight's perspective, Ray Talon didn't break any of the rules. The black belt instructor reminds Delbert not to ignore the rules, but he isn't ready to hear anything. Delbert smacks his hand on the table, raging with anger. He lets out that if Ray had ignored the rules, he would have killed the red-haired brat on the spot. He tells Kay that he should take a good look at his son because he is disfigured. Delbert goes further, accusing Ray of doing this on purpose, claiming he was born to be a monster. As soon as he utters these words, one of the elders interrupts him, disagreeing with his thoughts. As if the prophecy is true, then the red-haired boy will destroy the kingdom. While Elder Vaughn reveals that the prophecy also foretold the red-haired boy might become the chosen savior of this world. But Van is interrupted by someone who mutters that the child has already shown the signs of becoming a calamity. As it happens, another elder suggests that it will be easier to expel the red-haired boy, and maybe this would spark the beginning toward the end. But the head elder objects and thinks that this debate is meaningless. He suggests that if everyone has different opinions, they should vote on it, and asks everyone to raise their hand if they agree on Ray Talon's expulsion. It turns out that Delbert, Elder Gibby, and Master Knight Rose agree on Ray's expulsion from the academy. On the other hand, Elder Vaughn, the head elder, Elder Humphrey, Winford, Bernardo, and Instructor K disagree with his expulsion. In conclusion, 3 of them are in favor of Ray's expulsion, while 6 of them disagree. Therefore, the elder dismisses the expulsion of the red-haired boy. In the next scene, Rhys seems to be laying down on his dorm roof with his eyes closed when he hears footsteps approaching. As he wonders who it might be, it occurs to him that it's Sylvia, the one who hadn't seen him in the dorm. So, she decided to check the roof. While our guy lets her know that he wants to be alone for a while, she asks him, "Are you thinking about Monk?" Upon hearing this, he's rather surprised, as if Sylvia can read his mind. After that, she confesses to Rhys, "You might be different from regular people. You're not good at talking, nor understanding people's emotions." But our boy interrupts her, saying, "I don't care." Flustered, Sylvia tries to justify herself, "That's not what I meant." Sylvia clarifies, "I know you're not a bad person. Every time I see you confused or mad, I keep wishing I could help somehow. I hope you'll trust us a little more, because we're friends, after all." Wondering if they're really friends, Rhys suddenly pushes her against the wall, leaving her shocked. Activating his dragon eye, he raises his head and asks, "Are you afraid of me?" Being honest, Sylvia reveals, "Sometimes I do get scared. But I don't think you're a bad person." At that moment, Sylvia smiles and compliments his dragon eye, "It really suits you. Just don't treat yourself like a monster." As soon as he hears this, Ray's eyes turn back to normal. He turns around and ponders that every time he feels like he has seen how humanity truly is, things change immediately. It seems like he still has a long way to go until he really understands humans. On the other side, Delbert furiously walks out of the building. He decides to kill the red-haired monster someday, since he doesn't care about prophecies. Just then, he's approached by Elder Gibby, who grabs the knight's attention. I know that you think the knights should only come from noble blood, Gibby says, which is an interesting point of view. It caught my attention. Meanwhile, Sylvia walks down the stairs. She's approached by a blonde-haired boy, who is also a white belt. The guy then asks her about Ray Talon's whereabouts. Sylvia informs him that Ray is upstairs. He thanks the beautiful lady and heads upstairs, while Sylvia wonders if she's ever come across someone like him in their year. While Ray is still on the roof, he hears someone coming in again and thinks it is Sylvia. "Why did you come back?" he asks. But to his surprise, it turns out to be someone else, the blonde-haired guy from earlier. The guy informs Ray, "You must have mistaken me for someone else." That's when the guy introduces himself. "I'm Harry Delbert." A second-year student, our boy, makes an annoying face as he realizes that he belongs to the Delbert family. Harry tells him that he defeated his little brother, which leads Ree to assume that he's here to take revenge. But the guy refuses, muttering that Ree has misunderstood his intentions. "I'm not here because of something so trivial," he says. "Instead, I want to thank you." Upon hearing this, our guy is left surprised. "You're thanking me for beating the crap out of your brother?" he asks. Harry nods. "I'm aware of how arrogant my brother can be." Sebastian never practiced sincerely before. It was only a matter of time before someone defeated him, teaching him a good lesson. As Harry finishes his talk, Ree turns around and is about to leave. But Harry stops him. "We can't have a rank battle," he says. "We're not in the same year. But I'd still like to teach you a lesson." He hands Ree a wooden sword. Our guy accepts the challenge. "After all that talk, you wanted to take revenge after all," Ree says. Harry assures him, "I just want to see how strong the person who defeated my brother is." With a confident grin, Harry challenges the red-haired guy. "Show me what you've got." Meanwhile, Ray prepares himself and reckons that Harry gives a different feeling than everyone else, so he decides to change his moves and strikes toward him. But Harry impeccably halts the attack, and Ray leans backward with the force. Watching him lean back, Delbert's son compliments him for making the right decision. Our guy is left stunned as he senses a strange feeling and ruminates that his opponent's sword would have broken already after his attack. Ray further contemplates that if his opponent keeps striking this way, his sword will break first. That's when Harry anticipates that he doesn't know how to use chi yet. After witnessing that, he realizes he can't win based on pure strength. Our boy decides to use the black belt techniques that he learned. Meanwhile, they continue to strike each other. Harry effortlessly keeps dodging the attacks and asks Ree, "Is this all you've got?" As Ree gets a little worked up and starts sweating, Harry strikes one last powerful blow at him with his wooden sword, making him trip onto the sword. That's when our guy begins to bleed. At that moment, Harry ends the fight as he is about to leave. Ray, who seems to be in a bad condition, somehow gets up and asks Harry, "Are you the first-ranked second-year knight apprentice?" To which he responds, "I rank 50th. While the red-haired guy is left in disbelief, seeing someone this skilled ranked 50th, Harry Delbert waves him goodbye. He claims that they should fight again after he learns chi properly, which leaves Ray wondering if he can become that much stronger after learning how to use chi. The next scene takes us to the Elder's office, where we see Knight Winford, concerned about the situation at the border. More knights have gone missing lately. He continues to inform the head that their enemies are not only from outside, but also from within. There are rumors circulating about the Dark Guild that has already infiltrated the academy. As the head elder clarifies that they are no longer rumors, Winford suggests they should alert the students at least. While the head agrees with him, he declares that there's something important and asks Winford to bring those 5 red-haired kids. They need to inform them of their calling. After that, we witness Ray sitting on the roof, trying to converge his aura. It is revealed that he has tried to converge his aura into his body, but it has never worked for him. As it seems to be raining heavily, our guy thinks he should stop for the day. However, at that moment, he notices some suspicious people furtively moving around the academy. He comes to realize that those people are planning an ambush as they see their target in sight. Meanwhile, the people stealthily move closer to their target, who appears to be one of the elders. Ri activates his dragon eye and notices that they are a plague of shadows. Bothered, he takes off his black belt and wonders if they have anything to do with his father. On the other hand, the masked people block the elder's way, making it clear that his road ends here. While the elder mumbles that the rumors about the Dark Guild entering the academy were true, one of the guild members lets out that he realized it too late. He declares that soon, the Dark Guild will take over the entire academy and no one will be able to stop them. As the old man seems to be fighting against 4 of them in a flash, someone joins the fray. It turns out to be Ri, as he announces, will be fighting 2 against 4. Hiding his face, Ri enters the dangerous situation, holding his sword. The elder recognizes him and says that he's won the students, apologizing for getting him involved in this. On the other hand, one guild member is shocked to see where the kid came from, but the other one says it doesn't matter. They're both going to die. While the old man prepares to fight and uses magic, he asks Ray to help him keep the 2 people occupied. As Ray engages with the 2 members, he speculates that the old man, Chi, is unique and notices that the shadow beasts have their consciousness intact. He dodges an attack and plans to strike his sword from behind, but the other member steps in between. As one of the guild members casts magic, Ri leans back, realizing at once that he doesn't know how to use Chi. He concludes that he's an amateur. Thinking they've figured him out, he puts the sword in his mouth. The guild members become confused as they watch him. They decide to kill him and leap toward Ri, but he keeps dodging their attacks. This leaves the shadow beasts wondering why the brat's movements are so strange. Losing track of Ri, they fail to catch up with him. They search for the red-haired boy and witness 2 of their members being killed by the strong old man. The elder tells the 2 remaining members to continue the fight, as he wants to see what the child can do. As the guild members seem to be trapped, they think of using their secret power. But before they do, they decide to deal with the red-haired kid. Meanwhile, Ri witnesses everything from above and contemplates that the old man did not need his help from the start. Believing that he has a chance to fight, he leaps toward the shadows from behind. While Ri gives them a hard time, they can't seem to catch him. But eventually, they trap him. As Ri seems to have no way out, the elder calls him out. "Grab his hand and pull him towards you," the old man commands. The old man then instructs, "Turn around and use the momentum to throw him over." The red-haired boy follows his instructions, then tosses the guy towards the old man's direction. The elder strikes a powerful punch with Chi, and the shadow guy glides away as an explosion erupts. Watching the explosion, Ri wonders how strong the elder is. At that moment, the knights arrive at the scene. While one last guild member tries to run away, Ri goes after him. But the elder stops him. "Don't go after someone at the end of their rope," he says. In the meantime, the knights arrive, and Ray obtains a new ability after all these years. The knights make sure the elder is all right. And the old man assures them not to worry, notifying that there's one member who slipped away. He tells them they can chase after him if they want. Meanwhile, the knights chase after that one guild member. The elder appreciates Ri for his help and calls him a talented student. Curious, Ray asks the old man why the guild members attacked him, but the elder dodges his question. At that moment, the old man taps his shoulder and asks, "Don't you know how to use Chi yet?" He suggests that Ri join the martial arts club once he becomes a second year. After that, the elder leaves, using Chi, disappearing like the wind. Our guy is left surprised and thinks to himself that he's a strange old man. The next scene takes us to the head elder's office, where Winfred seems to be waiting for Ray. As Ray arrives, Winfred informs him about the head elder summoning him, which leaves our guy wondering if he'd been caught this quickly. It appears that Winfred summons all the red-haired kids, including Ian, Kyle, Sloth, Badger, and Ray. While the kids seem impatient, they speculate that the elder has a special mission for them. The head elder gets straight to the point and reveals the reason for summoning them is because of the prophecy. The old man discloses that 10 years ago, there was a prophecy from the heavens that predicted their land would be saved by a red-haired boy from the brink of destruction. Upon hearing this, Kyle assumes that it could be one of them. But the elder reveals that they have found 10 red-haired children who fit this description, which leaves Ray as surprised as ever. "Where are the other 5 children?" Ray asks. The elder responds, "The other 5 children have an aptitude for magic. So, they are studying at the Roland Academy." As soon as Ray hears this, he is reminded of Amy, who's also studying there. He thinks that she may already know about these people. While Kyle and the other redheads seem exhilarated about the possibility of saving the world, the head elder continues to tell the prophecy. He reveals that, in the past, 5 dragon knights saved their land from danger, defeated the shadows, and founded the Avery Academy. Leaving this priceless heritage behind, the head elder gives them a great responsibility to protect the heritage, and informs them about receiving even more training, other than basic and special training. The 5 red-haired kids are anticipated to become the Avery Academy's new generation of dragon knights. As they leave the office, Kyle and one of the twins feel happy about becoming saviors, while Ray asks Ian if his hair has always been red. Ian responds, "My hair has always been like this. I went through a lot of trouble growing up." Our guy reckons that everyone's hair has always been red. However, his hair turned from black to red. Our boy speculates whether he should be counted as a dragon knight, which leads him to think that the head elder must be hiding something from them. The next scene takes us to the head elder's office, where Winfred seems to be questioning the head about not disclosing the whole prophecy to the children. The head affirms to him, the kids have enough burdens on their shoulders. We should let them know things when they're ready. The knight unwillingly agrees with him. The scene then flips to Ray, who begins to search for the dragon knights. The boy narrates that some people still think of dragons as symbols of evil. While some didn't believe that these creatures ever existed, a minority still believed that the dragons were the protectors of this land, as the world hadn't been plagued with shadows in the past. As he read more about the knights, one book stood out to him in particular. It mentioned the guidance of God. While books written about God were forbidden for humans, Ray couldn't find anything useful. He decided to go to a priest to find answers. It is revealed to us that, along with their special training with Sir Kay, they also train under Winfred for extra guidance to become dragon knights. As the training continued, our boy contemplated that if it weren't for this knight training, he would have immediately gone to have a chat with God. He would have asked why he turned him into a human. A year passed with the training, and our boy managed to find time for hunting sessions. Tomorrow would be the first day of their second year of training. Coming back to the present, Ray seemed to be sleeping. Suddenly, he heard a noise and witnessed Gary having a nightmare. Gary trembled in his sleep. As Gary opened his eyes, he got scared to see Ray standing in front of him, and tells him to go sleep, as they have a ceremony in the morning. Assuring that he's fine, our boy gets curious and wonders what kind of nightmare he had that scared him so much. The next day, while Gary appears to have had a sleepless night, Ray gets concerned about him. They're greeted by Sylvia, who asks them if they have chosen a club they want to join. As our guy seems to have no idea about clubs, Sylvia, annoyingly, tells him to pay attention. She reveals that all second-year students have to pick a club to join and train there. Meanwhile, Celia decides to join the medic club, and Gary has already selected the swordsmanship club. Our boy kind of feels left out, but then he gets reminded of someone who told him to join a club. He recalls that the old man suggested he join the martial arts club. With no clubs to join anyway, Ray decides to give it a try. He plans on using that time to hunt beasts if he finds the club boring. It is revealed to us that after Ray obtained the new ability, he found out that he had no mana. That's why he failed the assessment all those years ago. Our boy then hopes for things to change once he starts absorbing intermediate beast crystals. But he hasn't been able to act freely after winning against Sebastian, as many people are eyeing him. While he wonders why he's currently ranked 10 and why he needs to give up on some fights, Ray finds his way to the martial arts club. He's quite surprised when he reaches a place that seems very distant and remote. Witnessing that no one is at the entrance, he decides to go in and wonders if there's really a martial arts club in this shabby place. Ray calls out to see if anyone's around and spots someone sitting inside. He approaches the man and notices there's no reaction, he can't even feel his presence. Assuming the man is dead, Ray taps the old man's shoulder. In an instant, the old man grabs his hand and forcefully slams him to the ground. The old man glares at him, furious, and utters, "How dare you enter this place?" Ray quickly clarifies, "I came here to join the martial arts club. I was called here." Upon hearing this, the old man calms down and realizes that he's the red-haired student who helped him that day. It turns out he's the elder, and he begins to pat Ray on the back. Our poor boy, still shaken, asks the old man, "Why did you attack a stranger without even knowing why I came here?" "I almost died today." The old man apologizes to him and lets out that many strange people have been coming here lately, so he's a bit concerned. The old man gets happy as Ray listened to his advice and joined the club, revealing that he'll be his student. As our boy hears this, he is left in disbelief and reckons that the old man tricked him into joining the club. Feeling trapped, Ray wonders how he's going to slip away if it's one-on-one. The old man instructs Ray to start from the basics, as when they first met, he didn't know how to use chi. While he continues to elucidate about the chi attacks, our boy concludes that this club is clearly on the losing side, as nobody joined it. But the old man assures him that those people don't understand martial arts. And once he teaches Ray everything, he will know that his hands are his best weapons. At that moment, Ray asks him about the people who attacked him earlier, to which the elder responds that they were from the Dark Guild, saying that he will learn about them in the second year. The old man reveals that the Dark Guild is an organization that wants to bring down the Allure Kingdom. He further narrates that their leader was a higher-up of the Avery Academy in the past. They created this organization after they were expelled from the academy. Recalling that their aura was similar to the Plague of Shadows, Ray asks, "Are those people dangerous?" The old man decides to tell him the truth, since he owes him a favor. He confesses that those guild members wanted him dead because he's one of the 6 elders of the academy. Elder Vaughn then takes off his shirt, exposing his muscles. He utters, "I might be old, but I'm confident in these muscles." Supposing that he knows about Ray's prophecy, our boy decides to show his full strength when Van commands him to, "Show me what you've got." That's when our boy punches the old man with all his might. As his hands hit the old man's muscular body, Ray reckons that it's hard like hitting a metal board. While Ray's hand is nearly crushed, Van asks, "Did you use chi in that attack?" Blowing on his hand, Ray refuses. The old man excitedly says, "You're stronger than a bull. Once you get the hang of chi, you'll soar to the heavens." Listening to this flattery, our boy wonders, is this old man even reliable? Van proudly pats his shoulder. "We should begin," he says, adding that he did not agree to join yet. Ray freaks out. There's no going back now, he thinks. The next scene takes us to the training. Vaughn seems to be teaching Ray about chi, the elder's energy. Van lets out a deep breath. Chi can be produced just by breathing, he says, transferring some of his chi into Ray's body. The old man guides him, transferring energy. "Feel it through your body," he instructs. Ray, feeling the warmth, is surprised. The chi is flowing like this? He thinks. Suddenly, Van falls unconscious. Ray freaks out. He thinks, is he dead? He checks his heartbeat. A sigh of relief escapes him. He's just passed out, he assumes. Ray speculates. He realizes his mana skill was activated because the system absorbed mana from the old man's body when he was transferring chi. Noticing his mana is almost complete, Ray smacks the old man. He's not strong at all, he concludes, frustrated that Vaughn hasn't woken up yet. In the meantime, the dragon's patience lasts only 10 minutes before he gives up on the old man. Thinking that he won't die anyway, he plans to use this time for training. Our boy activates the dragon's eye and notices the chi flowing within his body. He tries to converge the chi into his solar plexus and successfully pulls it off. As he makes it circulate within his body, however, the chi begins to dissipate as he tries to manipulate it. Trying to converge it again, our boy fails repeatedly as the energy keeps disappearing. Thinking that the chi flow is unstable, he decides to use more energy. As Ray uses more chi, it begins to hurt his body. Starting to get out of control, the old man finally wakes up and witnesses Ray unleashing a great amount of energy, seemingly losing control. Shocked, Elder Vaughn commands him not to move and pulls the energy out of him. As he pushes the energy out, it destroys the place. That's when the Elder reveals that Ray almost killed himself after seeing the amount of destructive power he had sucked out of his body. Before our boy could grasp the situation, he collapses on the ground. It appears that Ray ends up in a hospital as he opens his eyes after hearing noises. It emerges to be Sylvia and Kyle, who speculate that it might be mana deficiency that made him pass out. The silver-haired girl informs him that an old man rushed him here and only calmed down after the dean told him that Ray would be fine and was recovering rapidly. Meanwhile, Kyle gets suspicious and thinks about who that old man is, as he even got the hospital's dean to check on Ray himself. Our boy gets flustered by Kyle's high-pitched voice and ponders if the Elder has to be so ostentatious. To make things clear, our guy lets out that the old man is the instructor of the martial arts club. In the meantime, Ray asks Kyle what he's doing at the hospital, to which he responds that he joined the medic club too, as he's always been interested in medicine. At that moment, Gary peeks through the curtain like a ghost, uttering that he's glad Ray woke up, as he was going to die from all the noise. Looking at Gary next to his head, our boy thinks that they've moved their dorm here. And Gary, who seems to be in bad shape, mutters that he hasn't been sleeping well lately. He ran out of stamina during training and came to the hospital to get some rest. While Gary argues with Kyle for nagging him to get some rest, Ray wonders what kind of nightmare he's been having. After getting discharged, our boy goes back to the martial arts club. Elder Vaughn yells at him for coming back, calling him a fool. As our boy freaks out, the old man grumbles, clarifying that if he hadn't been there, Ray could have died. In the worst situation, he wouldn't have been able to use chi anymore. After that, Van unwillingly praises him, revealing that he was able to accumulate that much chi on his first day, which is quite impressive. While our boy thinks that he's talented, the Elder tells him not to get cocky. He teaches him to control his chi, which can only be the size of his fist. Learning how to control chi, our boy narrates that after practicing the basics as the old man said, he was able to use chi to strengthen any part of his body after 5 days. It is revealed to us that for the next few days, Ray trained to manipulate the thiki to where it was needed at the fastest speed possible. It was difficult, but he learned a lot in the process. The next scene takes us to the southern gates of Avian City. Lance and C informs them that this will be their first time hunting after becoming second-year students. Listen carefully, Lance commands. He reveals that there are 3 safe hunting grounds where they can obtain beast crystals and advises them not to stray off the path if they want to make it out alive. He further explains that each of the 3 teams will head toward one of these grounds so they can become familiar with different magical beasts. As they walk toward the hunting ground, Martha's team seems to be heading to the insect forest. Kyle doesn't seem to like bugs, and Ray speculates that something is off with Gary. He doesn't look okay. At that moment, as a bug emerges, Sylvia warns everyone, be careful. Dan, trying to reassure them, says, they're just regular bugs. No need to freak out. However, a strike of terror runs through Dan and Kyle as they notice the bug its size, that of someone's head. It scares the pants off them. As Martha begins to slash the bugs with her arrows, Sylvia warns them, be prepared. The bugs might be weak, but they appear in swarms. Just then, the swarm of bees attacks, and all of them spring into action. Meanwhile, Kyle fights off the disgusting bugs, while Dan finds them agile. Sylvia alerts Ray, watch out. That's when our guy activates chi, striking his classic moves as he kills the bugs without any weapons. Kyle seems proud of him for learning chi. Ray, however, decides to test the results of his training. But Dan, shaking his head, tells him stop showing off and use a weapon. Suddenly, Monk and Ray hear a noise. It turns out that a bug has attacked Gary's arm, and he starts bleeding. Ian quickly kills the bug and asks, Gary, are you okay? Sylvia inspects the wound and sighs, it's not deep. She turns to Ian, "Help me remove the armor so I can perform first aid." As all of this happens, our boy gets concerned. Gary has been acting off lately, and now he's even been hurt by a beginner magical beast. He plans to ask him about it when they get back. After that, Sylvia performs chi on Gary's arm, and Dan is impressed as the wound heals significantly. He asks if she learned it from the medic club. Kyle agrees and elaborates that chi can help cells recover faster, so it can be used for simple first aid. Upon hearing this, our boy thinks he's not the only one who's learned some new tricks. He decides to work harder. Later, Dan picks up the beginner beast crystal and mutters that they won't be able to hit the tax limit for today. As Ray asks him about the tax, Dan reveals that, according to instructions, they have to hand over a tenth of their earnings when they exchange beast crystals at the hunting grounds. Only if they manage to get more than 10. Meanwhile, Dan clarifies that this is how the Academy operates. Our guy reckons that he needs to get past Lancency. It seems that Ray has gathered more than 10 crystals, and then he checks his dragon system. At the entrance of the hunting grounds, Lance collects the beast crystals. As Ray hands in only 5 beast crystals, Lance lashes out at him, thinking that he's trying to trick him. He then orders Ray to take off his equipment. And our guy confidently takes off everything. While Lance does not find a trace of the beast crystals, he freaks out and gets angry, muttering that it's impossible. He accuses the red-haired boy of hiding the crystals somewhere on the mountain. But retests his last nerve and gets cocky, assuring the knight that he won't find anything. As they walk away, Monk asks Ree how he managed to do that, as he got more than 5 crystals. And our guy tells him that it's a secret. It is revealed to us that Ree finds out that after saving the beast crystals in the system, the crystals, in turn, become useless rocks in real life. The boy then narrates that the dragon system directly gives him the beast crystals after hunting magical beasts, but everyone else needs to find them from the bodies of magical beasts. To not raise suspicions, he asks the system not to extract beast crystals for him. And besides, they can't be taken out once he puts them in. After that, Ray is left with 5 beast crystals and ponders that he doesn't have to hand them up. Finding a way to evade the taxes, our guy speculates that he needs to be careful, as if Lance finds out, he won't let it slide. In the meantime, Ree decides to head back and calls out to Gary, thinking that he left something behind. As soon as he taps Gary's shoulder, Gary starts muttering about opening the red door. At that moment, Gary quivers with fear and begins screaming as he covers his ears. While Ree tries to calm him down, Monk grows concerned. He realizes that Ree and Gary were coming right behind him. Monk informs Sylvia and Dan that he's going to find them, heading to the hunting grounds. Meanwhile, Monk locates Ree and Gary. He asks what's the matter and tells them that everyone is already far ahead. Ree then explains that Gary isn't doing well. He keeps talking about the red door. The blonde-haired boy seems to be frozen in fear, stiff, and uttering that he has to get to the red door, as the voice keeps calling him. Monk takes a guess and suggests that he might be talking about the avian prison. It is then revealed that Ree communicates with the voice, who tells him it's been waiting for him. The voice reveals a hidden piece of history and secrets of this world. The voice seems to be coming from the red door, and suddenly, it disappears as the doors close. While Ree screams and asks to wait, he wakes up and is shocked, as the dream feels far too realistic. The blonde-haired boy seems to be mumbling about the red door in his sleep. Our boy ponders that it might be the same red door in Gary's dream. We are then transported back to Ray's flashback at the hunting ground, where he asks Gary, "What nightmares have you been having?" Panicked, Gary reveals, "I only passed by Avery in prison one time and glanced at those red gates. Since then, I've been having nightmares every night. And every time I wake up, I don't remember my dream." While the poor boy is traumatized, Gary adds, "I can only feel endless fear. Something behind those red doors keeps calling me." That's when he plans to go to that place. But Monk freaks out and discloses, that place is entirely off limits. We could even get expelled. It seems like Gary has no choice as he decides to deal with it. Otherwise, I'll get tortured to death by the voices in my head. At that moment, Ree agrees to go with him. and asks Monk if he will join them. But Monk hesitates and warns them that they could even die in there. Our guy, who seems determined, lets out that the skills they learned will work in the cover of night, so they should give it a try. Watching Monk refusing to go, Gary feels bad for dragging him into this and asks Ree not to give him a hard time, as he's already thankful that someone is going with him. However, our guy insists and utters that Monk is better at stealth than they are, so he'd be of great help. With no other choice left, Monk agrees to go with them and tells Ree that he's repaying him for what he did for him at the duel. Later at night, our boy ponders if the red gates of Avery Prison are the source of Gary's nightmare, as even he dreamt of it. He wonders if the secrets of this world are really hidden in the Academy's prison. The next scene takes us to the Avery prison, where the knights seem to be guarding the doors. As it's late at night, the three of them sneak inside the area and hide under the bushes. While Monk confirms if they weren't caught, Gary assures him and reveals that he's been observing this place and found out that those black armored knights exchange shifts with regular white belted knights every Tuesday. Asking why the guards exchange shifts at this time every week, Gary assumes that it might be a weekly gathering. In the meantime, reactivates his dragon eye to inspect the prison and notices that something's off. Everything is pitch black. With the prison being built underground, our guy finds it suspicious. After a while, the guards seem to be leaving for the meeting as they change shifts. Meanwhile, the black armored guard leaves for the meeting. Ree decides to follow the plan. Suddenly, someone grabs Gary's hand, asking what they're doing. It turns out to be Molly, a third-year black belt student. She lets out that she was training nearby and saw the two of them sneaking around. As Molly guesses that they are about to sneak inside the prison, Gary panics and spills that they were planning, but then she comes just in time. Suddenly, the barrels scatter all over the place, diverting the guards' attention. While the guards got busy arranging everything, Ree grew alert. "Monk has already begun with the plan," he uttered. "We need to hurry up." As soon as Molly heard that Monk was involved, she freaked out. "You're going against the rules," she warned them. "You're crazy." She kept nagging, her voice rising. Gary turned to Ree. "How should we deal with her?" Molly, thinking they were planning to kill her, added, "Remember, we're all supposed to be loving fellow students." That's when Gary smacked her neck, knocking her out. Meanwhile, Gary couldn't help himself. She had been talking too much. Ree decided to take Molly with them. "We might be doomed if she spills the plan," he said. They rushed toward the red door. Monk seemed to be opening the gate while the guards were still busy arguing. The group successfully sneaked inside the prison, while the guards continued to argue about tying the barrels properly. But then, it became clear someone was watching them from inside the prison. It turned out to be the guy who had killed the Stage 4 proctor. He smirked. "Looks like I lured you all in on purpose," he said, his voice dripping with amusement. "Elder Gibby will be happy." On the other hand, the three of them manage to go inside and are surprised to see that there are no windows at all. While Gary lights the area with his glowstone, Monk freaks out when he witnesses Molly. Gary tells him, "She found us, so they brought her here." Eventually, Molly wakes up. Monk asks her, "Are you doing all right?" But Molly seems to be in a bad mood. She lashes out at them, saying, "How could you do this to a senior? I'll report you." While she's pissed off, Gary tries to explain his reasons. But Ray, without any reluctance, tells Molly, "Report us. Shout as loud as you want. We'll be expelled together." This only pisses her off more. Poor Monk stops him and says to Molly, "Don't mind him." After that, Ray walks away, and Gary calmly suggests to Molly, "We should take a look since we're already inside." As the girl is super annoyed by Ray, she makes it clear, "I won't take responsibility if we get in trouble." Molly snatches the glowstone out of Gary's hand and leads the way, since she's the senior. They walk down. Monk realizes that there are inmates in the prison. And Gary, who also seems to have no idea, lets out that this place has always been forbidden. He's never heard of criminals being transferred to this prison. That's when the girl clears her throat and reveals, some people say the Academy is using this prison to hide the thing they really want to hide. She further adds, once those things appear, it will cause a great uproar. Upon hearing this, our guy assumes that she doesn't know what they're hiding either. Molly responds, calling him a brat, those are just rumors. Meanwhile, she discloses, other than the 3 knights and 6 elders, no one's been here before. At that moment, the wind grows strong, and a terrible smell starts to diffuse across the area. As Ray hears something, Monk advises them to go back. Molly, who also seems to be scared, agrees with him. But Gary refuses, determined to find out what has been appearing in his dreams. They all decide to go down together and finally reach the bottom. To their surprise, it appears to be another door. They witness a massive door. Molly wonders what it's made of, as it looks pretty old. But Gary, who's more interested in going beyond the gate, begins to open it with his chi. Struggling to open the colossal door, which doesn't move an inch, Gary calls Monk for help. On the other hand, Ray activates his dragon eye, but still can't see what's inside the door. He assumes it's some kind of high-tier spell or special seal. Meanwhile, Molly thinks that Gary could do it himself, from all the fuss he made, and tells him not to show off. Thinking that the door is locked, Monk mentions that there's something leagues stronger behind it. We should head back, he says. But Gary makes it clear that he won't back down and asks Ray to help him. As soon as Ray places his hand on the gate, the dragon system appears and asks him if he wants to open the door. Confused, Ray taps to agree, and in a flash, the door opens. Astonished, Monk asks him how he did it. Ray clarifies that he just touched the door. It is revealed that the sounds of the gears went even deeper within, but the magic crystal only showed a small area ahead. As they keep walking, an unsettled fear takes over the hearts of the youngsters present as they make their way inside. A scary sound reverberates as Gary steps on something. Monk trembles with fear and asks, "What was that?" Molly, who is also scared witless, freaks out and holds Ray. Flustered, Ray tells her to back off. Gary sheds his glow stone to see what he stepped on. It turns out to be bones, and Gary speculates that it might be a beast or a dragon. Wondering how a strong beast could die here, Ray lets out. Dragons don't die that easily. While Molly thinks that the knights took the beast out, they continue to dig deeper. Ray notices they're reaching the end, and Molly lets out. We can finally leave this place. Reaching the end, Gary informs them that it's a large space underneath. Molly says that these look like prison cells, and Monk notices that there are many of them. Realizing that nothing is inside the cells, Monk gets worried and predicts that the monsters have already escaped. He suggests that now that they've seen everything down there, they should leave. Molly agrees. If the monsters were really kept down here, they must be strong. If they've escaped, then we're in significant danger. Upon hearing this, Trey makes Gary understand that they've already come all this way. So, if they return now, they can escape before the night's shift changes again. However, Gary gets crazy and mutters, "If we go ahead a little, we'll find the truth." As the blonde-haired guy keeps moving forward, Ray alerts him, "Don't go any further." But Gary, who seems to lose his senses, continues toward the prison cell as he hears voices calling him inside. Watching him walk toward the dead end, Ray tries to stop him. At that moment, a powerful wind sweeps over the place. While Gary falls into some kind of pit, our boy realizes that this presence is dangerous. He stands guard, sword in hand, and witnesses a giant beast with large horns rumbling out of the prison. Watching the beast charge toward them, Molly quivers with fear as it turns out to be the monarch-ranked magical beast, the Minotaurus. That's when the Minotaurus lets out a powerful roar, making everyone crash to the ground. At that moment, Molly twists her ankle. Unable to run, the beast grabs her in its claw. But Monk comes to her rescue, slashing the beast's arm with his sword. Molly crashes to the ground as he attacks the beast. Monk runs to Molly and asks, "Can you stand?" He then makes her stand abruptly. The Minotaurus prepares to strike again, but this time it seems to be a forceful magical attack. Monk freaks out, shouting at Molly, "If you don't get up, we're all going to die here. Just after that, the beast strikes with a magical blast, and a wave of terror runs through Monk as he looks back. The next scene takes us to Gary, who crashes down into a pit. He's concerned about Monk and the others, wondering, was it really a monster that I just saw? Meanwhile, Ray halts the beast's attack with his sword, and his tame wolf backs him up, protecting Monk and Molly. Monk, watching the wolf protect them, is baffled and asks, "Why is the magical beast helping us?" Ray struggles to hold off the beast, with little time to explain. He assures Monk, "The wolf is on our side. You don't need to worry." Afterward, Ray orders his wolf, Noir, to take Molly somewhere safe while Monk is left stunned, watching the wolf follow the command. As the wolf takes Molly away, Ray instructs Monk, "Hide your presence, and kill the Minotaurus in a single blow once I hold it down." But the black-haired boy informs him that it's very risky, as the beast is way too strong to be killed in a single attack. Carrying out his plan, our guy assures him to trust him and begins to gather chi. Meanwhile, the monk hides, and Ray attracts the beast toward him. Somehow, the beast wields his sword away. With no weapons, our boy grabs the beast by its horn and tries to hold it down. Realizing that it's too strong, the beast drags him and bumps him against the wall. But Ray doesn't let go of its horn, he holds it with full strength. That's when our boy commands the monk to attack the Minotaurus. The monk immediately strikes the beast from behind, holding two swords. While Monk stabs with strength, he is shocked when he witnesses that the swords are penetrating. The beast's skin is as tough as a metal board. In a while, Gary arrives at the scene and yells at Monk to dodge, striking the sword toward the magical beast. To his surprise, the sword shatters, and Gary is flung away as the beast strikes a magical attack. Meanwhile, Ray, with the help of Chi, tries his best to hold it down. Not letting it escape, reactivates his new mana skill and finally lets go of the beast's horn. Absorbing the mana, he gathers all his chi and attacks with full force. Attacking with his hands, he manages to slash the Minotaurus back. Feeling happy that the old man's training worked after all, Gary alerts him. "Watch out." But by that time, the beast knocks Ray out, making him smash into the ground. Coughing, our guy reckons that he absorbed too much mana, so his body can't gather it immediately. He realizes that his body is still too weak. As the beast approaches him, Ray tries to think of a way to deal with it. But then, he spots someone. It turns out to be their instructor, Sir K. And just like always, he puffs on his cigarette, uttering, "You brats pissed off something real big." While he instructs the others to get out of the way, Monk gets happy to see him, thinking that they're saved. Sir K clarifies, "No need to butter me up. I'll deal with it later." He goes on to attack the beast. Aiming for the horn, he impressively breaks one of the Minotaurus horns in a single attempt. As Sir K prepares for another attack, the beast grabs his leg, but he counterattacks, slicing through the beast's fingers. The Minotaurus roars out of anger and charges towards him. But then, the beast halts, looking around, as Sir K seems to disappear. Just like shadows, he appears to be on the Minotaurus's back. And just like that, he cuts through its head, killing it on the spot. While Monk carries Gary, he thinks about how strong Sir K is as he deals with a powerful beast effortlessly. Ray instructs his wolf, Noir, to go back. As Noir nods, our guy gains a new ability and wonders if it's from absorbing the lightning attack. Afterward, the instructor carries Molly, who seems to be unconscious, and says that the monarch beast didn't have much mana left. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time getting off in one piece. He then instructs his students to follow him before anything more dangerous comes along. As they walk, Sir K asks for an explanation from the three of them, while Molly plays dead to avoid trouble. Worried, Monk asks him if they are going to get expelled. But K responds that they should be thankful they still have a chance to be expelled, considering they sneaked in like that. Believing it's a miracle they're alive, Monk and Gary apologize to him. But then, Sir K turns around and winks at his students, muttering that it would be a shame if they got expelled students who could fight the monarch beast and live to tell the tale. He lets it slide only if they promise to keep this a secret that he didn't see any of them. A spark of joy hits the three of them when they hear these reassuring words from Sir Kay. Arriving at the door, Sir Kay gets curious and asks them how they managed to open it. Lying, Rei informs him that the doors were open when they came here, and Gary agrees with him. As the instructor finds it strange that the door was open, suddenly Rei hears a voice. The voice says, "I will wait for you here. Come back when you're stronger." Panicked, Rei is reminded that it's the same voice he heard before in the screams. The door eventually closes. Later that night, in the Academy's hospital, Sir Kay seems to be getting treated for his wounds. The dean is surprised to see that he got hurt this badly, assuming that training 4 students at once is pushing it. While the dean scolds the instructor, the three of them also seem to be at the hospital. Rei thinks about how Sir Kay is scary when he's acting coy. Our guy then gets up from the bed and questions Gary. "Why did you keep going further into the cave when we tried to stop you?" Gary responds, "I felt an intense need to go deeper. I couldn't control my body or thoughts." Upon hearing this, Monk confesses that after reading the book, he found out that, other than having the ability to control the element of lightning, the Minotaurus has an ability called the Labyrinth of the Heart. It is revealed to us that, according to legend, this monster was born from a queen and a white bull that was meant to be sacrificed. However, the king got furious after finding this out and ordered a giant maze to be built at the end of the earth, placing the creature under heavy supervision. The monster was held in the maze, but it was gifted with the strength of the gods. As the monster grew, its obsession with escaping the maze turned into an ability to bewitch the hearts of those around it. Those who were influenced began to lose control of their thoughts, ultimately becoming controlled by strong emotions. Meanwhile, Rei ponders, it's a ridiculous legend to think that a human and a bull had a child. Gary asks about the end of the story, but there's no conclusion in the book. Monk assumes that the monster must have escaped, otherwise, they wouldn't have seen it in the prison. Finding the root of his nightmares, the blonde-haired guy thinks the story makes sense. The beast must have ended up producing an offspring. Rei speculates about the voice he heard in the prison and wonders if the monster really caused Gary's nightmares. At that moment, Sir enters the room. "Stay here and rest up for the next few days," he tells Rei. Thinking he was just being scolded, Rei calls him out. Sir senses their concern. "It's nothing," he says, "just a couple of broken ribs." But his expectations are short-lived when Rei asks, "Did you get a monarch beast crystal? Will we all get a share of it?" Upon hearing this, Sir Kay loses his cool. "You won't get anything," he snaps. "These are my labor fees. I didn't get hurt just to give you a share." Rei seems done with all the ranting, but Sir Kay is about to leave. "We'll do a more thorough checkup in the morning," he informs them. Curious, Rei has another question. "How did you know we were in the prison?" he asks. Gary reveals, "We should be the only ones who knew. Molly wanted to report us, but she didn't get the chance." Sir Kay mumbles, calling them brats. "You want to know too many secrets," he says, "the lurkers told me." As soon as they hear this, Rei ruminates. They've been under watch this whole time. In the meantime, Monk talks about this rumor, saying that some people in the academy hide within the students and common folk, protecting the students from harm. While Gary sums it up, saying that those people leak secrets, the instructor clarifies that he won't disclose who it was and tells them to worry more about the things they should be concerned with. As he leaves, Rei is lost in thought. The more things unfold, the more he realizes the academy isn't as simple as it first appeared. After going to bed, our boy thinks about his ability, which can absorb the magic of the target and enhance spells of the same elements. Thinking that the ability isn't helpful for him, Rei looks at Gary, who seems to be asleep. He remembers that Gary asked them to keep his wolf more a secret, speculating that Sir Kay didn't find out about it either. Rei reckons that Gary doesn't seem to be having nightmares anymore, and he gets uncertain, wondering if it really was because of the beast. The next scene takes us to a martial arts club. Rei appears to be training with Elder Vaughn, who compliments him on his attacking style as he fights, holding the sword in his mouth. Looking a bit skeptical, Rei utters that he feels like his sword has become more of a defensive measure. and attacking purely with his fists isn't strong enough. While Van agrees and says that it makes sense, he excitedly informs Ri that he has something for him. The old man rummages through the closet, and Ray gets curious, wondering what it could possibly be in a place like this. Finally, he finds it. It turns out to be dragon turtle gauntlets. While the name triggers our guy, he is impressed by the heavy dragon arms as he puts them on. But it seems like there's more to it when the elder reveals that they even change size according to the wearer. As the gauntlets shrink to fit the size of Ray's arm, our guy asks him if they are made of beast crystals. That's when the old man reveals that they were only made from an intermediate dragon turtle's beast crystal. If it were an advanced beast crystal, it would be much stronger. Elder Vaughn lets out that he wishes to give him higher grade pieces of equipment, but it would be unfair to the other contestants. Getting confused after hearing this, Van asks Ri if he's not been in class and elucidates that every student in the second year and above has joined the annual academy tournament. By having the one-on-one fights, they will find the 5 strongest contestants in the academy. He adds that these 5 will go on to become representatives of the academy in the World Combat Tournament and fight against strong rivals from all around the world. Van proudly hands the gauntlets to Ri and requests, "Get me 10th place. If you use these to get a good ranking, I'll let you keep them." As the old man sets his expectations high, Ri excitedly takes the gauntlets and thanks him in advance. Now that he has weapons, Van advises, get something defensive, like breastplates or shields. They're pretty useful on missions. After that, Ri heads to the weapon shop to buy defensive equipment. When he sees the prices, he freaks out. The vendor claims the prices are fixed and adds, forging defensive gear from an intermediate beast crystal requires a payment of 10 beginner beast crystals or $10,000. The sly vendor then asks for 10 extra beast crystals and says, "Consider it hush money. I don't care where you got those crystals." While Ri seems pissed off, he reckons that if he gives the vendor the beast crystals, the academy won't be able to find proof that he hid them. He wonders if the academy is keeping an eye on him. If so, he won't be able to hunt alone anymore. Our guy agrees and throws the pouch of crystals, letting out a smile. The vendor assures him that their work is top-notch and grabs the pouch. Meanwhile, Ray annoyingly looks at the vendor and ponders how humans really are sly, no matter what they work as. At that moment, Sylvia approaches him, happy to see Ray. He asks her, "Did you come to buy equipment as well?" Sylvia agrees, saying there aren't classes today. Our guy leans closer and confides in her about the fraud vendor and how he took extra crystals from him. After hearing this, Sylvia angrily rushes towards the owner and says, "I'm here to make a commission request." The vendor seems to recognize the silver-haired girl and welcomes the young lady from the Hart family. Sylvia asks the price of the defensive piece of equipment on behalf of her friend. Our guy notices that the vendor calls her young lady, which leads him to wonder if Sylvia is from a famous family. After a while, the girl hands him the extra beast crystals the owner took from him. Ri thanks her, but he can't seem to ignore how humans get treated differently despite being the same. He then gets reminded of the disgusting guy, Sebastian Delbert, who ordered that the children of knights become knights and the children of farmers become farmers. Ray then concludes that what he said might just be the truth of the world. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ray decides to repay her kindness and pulls out a Wallabar intermediate crystal. But Sylvia refuses, saying that it's much more expensive than 10 beginner beast crystals. Our guy forces her to take the intermediate crystal and assures her that it's not of much use to him now that he's got a weapon and defensive gear. As he leaves and waves her goodbye, Sylvia starts to blush and affectionately holds the crystal Ray had given her. After that, as Ray keeps buying equipment from the same vendor, the vendor apologizes to him, saying he didn't know he was friends with the young lady of the heart before. On the other hand, our boy seems to be happy as he sees some progress in his chi practice and gets excited to hunt even higher ranked monsters now that he's got armor, along with the gauntlets the old man gave him. The next scene takes us to Elder Gibby, who seems annoyed after hearing that the kids were lucky enough to escape alive from the prison. The guy from earlier reports to him that the lurkers informed Sir Kay about this, and it was Sir Kay who saved the students. Gibby didn't expect Kay to be of any use. The guy lets out that the students have the 3 knights with them, and with K being troublesome, it would be difficult to attack. He then suggests testing Knight Delbert, but Elder Gibby tells him not to rush, as Delbert is a suitable candidate. The Elder further says that he still has to test Delbert's loyalty, as he is one of the knights, and commands the guy to let go of him. He then suggests someone else and instructs the guy to tell him that if he succeeds, the Pure Guild will give him a new position. The next scene takes us to the mountain forest hunting grounds, where everyone seems to be enthusiastic. Gary suggests that they need to earn more to get equipment. Meanwhile, Monk thanks Ree, and Ian does the same, saying that he will pay him back with something better. But our boy seems confused and asks them if they're talking to him. Dan grabs him from behind, muttering that he knows Ree is very shy, but they're really thankful. At that moment, Ree asks Sylvia if this has something to do with her. Martha immediately stops being a third wheel and leaves them alone. That's when Sylvia explains to him that the woolly bear intermediate crystal Ray gave to her, she exchanged for gold and gave it to their teammates in his name. With already having a good shield, she tells him that it wasn't useful for her and apologizes to him for not discussing it with him. As Sylvia assumes that he's angry, abruptly, Ray happily taps her shoulders and compliments her. He tells her that she can become a good leader and asks why he got serious all of a sudden. This unexpected move freaks her out. She starts to blush hard and pushes him away. Surprisingly, Monk, Dan, and Martha seem to be watching them discreetly. Later, Gary asks Ree if something happened between him and Sylvia, but our slow-witted boy doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. Gary lets out a sigh and asks Ree to promise him that he won't treat Amy like this. Later, at the hunting grounds, the bugs glide toward them, and they all prepare to fight. Ree activates his dragon eye and analyzes that they are all beginner rank monsters, so they should be fine. After that, Dan effortlessly fights the bugs and wonders if there's something more challenging around here. While Gary concludes that he's just become better at fighting, Monk impressively slashes the bugs. At that moment, Ray alerts him to watch out and reveals that it's a Hercules beetle. Monk immediately gets out of the way and is shocked to see that it's an intermediate rank monster that attacks him. Thinking that it's a bug after all, Dan confidently strikes the big beetle. However, he realizes its defenses are pretty tough. As Ray alerts them that more beetles are incoming, they're surrounded by a bunch of them. Just then, Gary attacks the beetle with his sword, but he is also left shocked after discovering how hard its knuckles are. While they all seem to struggle, Martha can't seem to shoot through their shells with her arrows, and Sylvia's shield hardly halts the beetle's attack as she bounces off. On the other hand, Monk, Ian, and Dan are surrounded by the beetles, unable to fight them off. Suddenly, they witness a giant beetle crash down. It turns out that Ray fights them off with his classic gauntlets along with Chi. He smoothly pierces through the Hercules beetles like a pro, leaving the teammates astonished as they watch him kill them impressively. Witnessing him grow so strong, Dan couldn't help but notice Ray's new weapon and swoon over the insanely powerful gauntlets. His advisor from the martial arts club lent them to him, Monk explains. Poor Dan cries out, regretting that he joined the wrong club. In the meantime, Ray beats the crap out of the beetles, thinking to himself that he can't make it look too easy. Or else the teammates will get suspicious. He then calls them out for help, and all of them get into action. Martha starts shooting the beetles with the arrows, and Sylvia finishes them off with her sword and shield. Meanwhile, Monk, Dan, and Ian incredibly whack the beetles with their weapons. After killing all the beetles, Dan excitedly announces that they're rich, as they will get the intermediate beast crystals after finishing off the intermediate rank monsters. Monk even finds one. While Ray is about to absorb the beast crystals, suddenly the birds begin to fly away from the forest. He activates his dragon eye and witnesses a fire in the forest. As our guy alerts the teammates about the forest fire, Martha jumps onto the tree branch and lets out, "Ray is right, I can see the flames." Gary then presses his ear to the ground and assumes that beasts are escaping from the forest as he hears trampling noises. While Dan mumbles, "What are we waiting for? We should make a run for it as well," Ree concludes, "We won't make it in time." We seem to be surrounded by fear. Panicked, Martha asks Sylvia to send the signal through the rescue crystal, but she informs them, the crystal isn't working. I tried sending a signal earlier. As Dan seems to be in disbelief, Ray spots someone approaching them. He shouts, "Who are you?" and witnesses three masked people who look like assassins. Meanwhile, Monk anticipates that they are here to save them, but our guy clarifies, it's probably not the case with these guys. Gary yells at them, asking, "Did you set the fire?" At that moment, one of the masked guys signals the other two to attack the kids. As the two attack Monk and Gary, Ree is also attacked by the red armored guy. However, our guy manages to dodge the attack with his gauntlets and wonders, "Who the hell are these people?" He asks, "Why are they attacking us?" Ray inspects the masked guy's sword with his regular and finds out it's not a regular weapon. On the other hand, Dan holds Monk, whose assassins have attacked, and Ian goes on to help Ray and the others. But the fire surrounding the area stops him. Ian calls out to Gary and Ree. As Ray looks around, he immediately speculates that the masked people have intentionally separated them. He wonders if they are after him and Gary. Assuming that he has to fight them both at once, as Gary seems to be occupied already, Ray instructs Ian to leave and get help from the knights. While Ian objects, Dan carries Monk and goes on to find help, along with Sylvia and Martha. In the meantime, Ray asks Gary, "Can you keep up?" The blonde-haired guy assures him, "I can handle one of them." Ray reckons that these masked people are fast, but as long as he defends well enough, it won't kill him. Gary keeps one of them occupied, buying time for Ree. At that moment, the two masked people leap toward Ree, striking him with a chain weapon. Knowing how they will attack, Ray grabs the weapon and dodges one strike. However, when Ree looks around, another one strikes with a blazing sword. Finding it troublesome, Ray leaps backward, thinking that whenever he focuses on one, the other jumps in to disturb him. At that moment, the assassin forcefully strikes the weapon at Ree, catching him off guard. Ree smashes to the ground, but luckily his armor blocks the worst of it. Assuming that both assassins work together better than he expected, Ray changes his battle plan. He spots Gary, who seems to have injured his arm. Ray reassures him, "You don't have to worry about it anymore." However, the blonde-haired guy backs him up, saying, "I'll deal with one of the masked men." That's when the assassin prepares to attack Gary, uttering that he will make sure to kill him painfully. Given that they're planning to kill them, Ray sees no reason to hold back and absorbs 5 beginner beast crystals. Gathering the energy, our boy evolves into a dragon knight as horns appear on his head. He calls out his wolf Noir, who also evolves into a horned wolf, muttering that it's time to hunt. Witnessing recasting magic, one of the assassins panics and exclaims that they never informed the kid knows magic. As the other one commands to continue the mission, they leap towards him. Noticing it's the same move from earlier, Ree makes sure not to fall for it again and grabs the sickle weapon. He then commands Noir to run and traps the two assassins with the chain, thinking that he can trap them. They effortlessly break free from the sickle. While Ree doesn't seem so surprised, he instructs the wolf to take care of the guy with the sickle and jumps towards the other one. As our boy fights with one of them, another dashes towards him, but Noir arrives just in time and attacks him, saying that he kills beasts like him for breakfast. The assassin dodges Noir's attack with the weapon. On the contrary, our guy keeps dodging the attack and is baffled when he realizes that it's the same move again. He inspects the sword, finding it troublesome, and decides to restrain it. Ray speculates that the masked guy is avoiding combat when the chain is not with him and wonders why he is doing that. To try it out, he abruptly attacks the assassin, leaving him shocked. According to Ray's assumption, the masked guy doesn't engage with him and leans backward. While our boy finds out his weakness, he peeks at Gary, who seems to be giving the masked guy a hard time. Gary declares, "We are students of Avon," and stabs the assassin with his sword, asking, "Why did you attack me?" As the blonde-haired boy holds him down with the sword, Ray warns him to watch out as the other strikes a fire blow at him. However, the attack hits the assassin, who is stabbed by Gary, and burns him in the fire. He screams for help. Appalled by this sight, Gary ruminates that they're willing to kill their allies and walks toward Ray to help him. Meanwhile, Gary quivers with pain and trips to the ground. Our boy tells him to rest and assures him that he will tear these bastards to pieces. Ray holds the sword in his mouth and mutters that a scum like him doesn't deserve to be part of this world. And to think that he even threw the lives of his comrades away, it's unforgivable. Just after that, he lands a powerful attack on the masked guy, but he survives it. Witnessing that he dodged the attack, Ray concludes that they've come well prepared, as they're equipped with special equipment and weapons. As his gauntlets seem to crack, he thinks of finding an opportunity. If this continues, his equipment is not going to hold long enough. To buy some time, Ray summons his wolf Noir, and it immediately attacks the masked guy. While the assassin thought that Noir would be strong, it turns out to be of intermediate rank. He affirms that the wolf is going to die before its master does. As the wolf tries his best to confuse him, rapidly moving in circles, the masked guy grasps the chain and utters, "Stop looking down on me." At that moment, the assassin captures the wolf with the chain. Gary, who witnesses Noir being in trouble, plans to do something. Without wasting a moment, the assassin aims the weapon at the wolf to kill it. But at that moment, Gary steps in and stops the attack. Thinking that he wishes to die for a monster, the assassin strikes Gary, who is barely hanging on. And he smashes on the ground, making his sword slip away. But the blonde-haired boy grabs the assassin's leg tightly and commands, "Noir, pick up the sword and fight like your master, Ray." Just like that, the wolf holds the sword in its mouth. As the masked guy is about to kill Gary, who refuses to let go of him, Noir impressively slashes through the assassin's head, slicing it off the body. While one masked guy is left out of the three and peeks at his useless comrade, Ray grabs the sword and strikes with full force. Meanwhile, it doesn't do much damage. The assassin's mask breaks apart, and to their surprise, it turns out to be Lance Lancency. That's when Lance takes off his mask, and Gary, who seems to be in disbelief, calls him a bastard, muttering, "How could you do this as a teacher?" But Lance doesn't seem to care. He tells him, "You're going to die anyway." He leaps toward Gary with his sword, but at that moment, Noir comes in front of him and takes the hit. After that, Ray instructs the wolf to stop, and Noir disappears as he undoes the summoning. Meanwhile, Gary crashes to the ground and lies there helplessly. Lance furiously approaches Ray and mumbles, "I'm going to kill you," one after the other. As Lance moves with his sword covered in fire, our boy contemplates how trash humans like him exist, those who create pain and target him. He decides to make him pay the price and grasps the sword with his gauntlets. Thinking that he's wasting all his energy to hold the sword, Lance puts on an evil smirk and tells Ray, "Enjoy getting burned to death." But our boy clarifies, "You're the one who's going to die." Lance waits to see how long Ray can keep up with it. Little does the knight know, Ray is absorbing the fire element from the sword. Lance realizes this as he witnesses the flames weakening. Annoyed, Lance calls him a clingy piece of trash and kicks him in the guts, shouting, "Die." Just like that, our guy finally releases the sword, causing both him and Lance to be sent flying with full force in opposite directions. The impact breaks a few ribs. Ray reckons it's about time he uses the fire element he absorbed. It's the only magic he can use right now. He plans to combine chi with the fire element to create a unique weapon and gather all the energy. Witnessing Ray evolve into a dragon knight as he creates flames with chi, Lance is rendered speechless at the sight of him. And Lance concludes that he was a demon after all, adding that they should have killed him a long time ago. While Ray glances at him, thinking how pitiable humans are, Lance moves toward him with the sword. But in a flash, our boy slashes his arm away. As Lance's arm, which held the sword, flies off, the knight is left shocked. He wonders why the flame sword did not react at all. Watching his arm get chopped off as the stream of blood pours out, Lance screams in pain. That's when Ray grabs his face and presses the burning gauntlets to it, burning him to death. Our guy kills him painfully and utters that he got what he deserved. At that moment, Sir, along with the other knights, arrives at the scene and claims that these masked people are from the Pure Blood Guild, so they need to notify Winford. As Sir asks Ray to hold on, our boy falls to the ground, his arms and body badly wounded. He passes out after assuring them that everyone's all right. The next scene takes us to the hospital, where Ray seems to be covered in bandages. As he wakes up and realizes he's at the hospital, Sylvia is happy to see him. Ray asks her, "How long have I been sleeping?" And she informs him that he's been unconscious for 3 days. As Sylvia helps him get up and assures him that he got treated in time, so he's recovering well, he recalls feeling his mouth burning. But now, he's completely fine. In the meantime, Sylvia calls the others, as they've been waiting for Ray to wake up. After all the teammates, including Sir Kay, enter the room, the instructor casts a spell to ensure that no one can listen to what they're going to talk about. Confused, our boy asks him, "What are you doing?" He's surprised to see all of his classmates. That's when Sir Kay reveals, 2 of our students Ray and Gary were attacked this time. They even got close to being killed. He decides to tell them something after discussing it with Winford. But before that, he interrogates Ray about the people who attacked them earlier. Our guy then unveils that those people were masked assailants. And while he couldn't identify who 2 of them were, one was the Master Knight, Lancency. As all the students are shocked to hear this, Kyle seems to know that Lance was up to no good. Sylvia questions, are they part of the Dark Guild? But Sir Kay refuses and says, it would have been easier if it were them. He then reveals, the one who attacked them this time was the Pure Guild. And unlike the Dark Guild, the Pure Guild has many supporters within the Academy. Rumor has it that they are backed by one of the elders. After hearing that an elder is involved, the students freak out. They are left in disbelief about how an elder could allow this, and they see it as murder. The instructor calms them down, affirming that it's not as settled as they might think. Ree then asks him about their goals, believing that Ree already has his guesses. Sir Kay lets out that he is called the red-haired kids, along with the victims of the incident. That's when our boy sums it up and mutters, they want to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, the twins seem to chill about it. Ian freaks out, and Kyle, who seems panic-stricken, says that it doesn't make sense. According to the prophecy, one of them is supposed to be the savior of the world. Thinking about what good it would do to kill them, the instructor informs them about the second part of the prophecy. The teacher then narrates, 11 years ago, the prophecy said the red-haired child could either become the world's savior or the cause of its destruction. With the prophecy being contradictory, there have always been those who value birthright and bloodline above all. They couldn't accept that what they had been safeguarding for generations would be taken by common kids, and many people followed this thought. He further revealed the war happening on the borders of Allure, and that they needed to defend against the Shadows, as well as other countries, while maintaining the Academy. However, under these circumstances, the higher-ups couldn't afford to expose the Pure Blood Guild. If the Allure Kingdom breaks from within, peace would no longer be maintained. After listening to this, Kyle asked him if they should let them attack. Dan seems somewhat relieved, assuming that this had nothing to do with others, as they weren't the ones who were going to save the world. Sylvia lashed out at him for saying such a thing about their friends, but Sir Kay clarified that they were all together in this mess. He warned the students to remain on constant alert, as the guild was becoming more daring. Sir Kay assured them that he had arranged lurkers to be by their side, and the knights themselves were going to keep tabs on them. However, he reminded them that there were only a few people they could trust, instructing them to rely on themselves. At that moment, Gary muttered, "There's no other way than to work hard and become stronger." Tapping on poor Gary's broken arm, Sir Kay tries to lighten the mood, saying that most people who rely on others to protect them are the first ones to die. While the students think he is trying to comfort them, the instructor seems to have had enough of the talk and instructs them to leave, as he has to speak with Ree. 1 week later, Ray leaves the infirmary and feels happy, as he almost went mad in the hospital. He reflects on the events that happened earlier, like how the gauntlets given to him by the old man were poorly managed, and now he needs to fix them. He also thinks about his wolf Noir, who was wounded, and how he used some intermediate beast crystals to heal it. He realizes that he needs to hunt too. However, our boy gets reminded of what Sir Kay had told him, and now he can't even relax. That's when we are taken back to Ray's flashback at the hospital, where he seems to freak out after learning that he is most likely the one the prophecy talks about. Sir Kay elucidates that Ray has the most unique qualities compared to others, and his body has been able to recover rapidly, even when on the brink of death. Knowing that Ray is trying to hide it, the teacher anticipates that he has also managed to use magic, while he looks at him dubiously. Our boy gets flustered and ponders how he should explain it to him. He thinks of confessing to him about his past life as a dragon and how he had black hair as a kid because he still had some dragon qualities left over. Meanwhile, our boy is lost in thought about that strange dragon system. "Sir," he says, "the Pure Blood Guild believes I can use magic. They warn me to be careful, as Ray seems to be their main target." Snapping out of his flashback, he ruminates on how Lance was a tough opponent to deal with. He predicts they will send someone stronger this time. The next scene takes us to Elder Gibby, who seems to be hopping mad after failing their mission. Thinking that Lance would be useless, the Elder gets disappointed. He couldn't even deal with the kid, despite all the high-grade equipment we gave him. While Gibby is satisfied that Lance died upright, so he wouldn't be able to say anything, his assistant informs him that Kay and Winford have already figured out their objective. The night assistant also reports that they won't be able to do anything to Ray for a while. Elder Gibby assures him, "We can give him some time, but in the meantime, call Delbert. We've ignored him for a while." Elder plans to have Delbert pluck a few nails to test his loyalty and leave. After that, Ray arrives at the academy. Monk and Gary welcome him, asking, "Why are you hurt again?" Ray lets out that he fought with the old man at the martial arts club. Dan wonders, what kind of scary club is that? At that moment, Martha and Sylvia enter the dorm, informing Gary, "There's a letter for you." While Sylvia gets happy to see him, Martha suggests, "You should probably groom your hair." Dan adds, "You should shave off half of it, just like me." Our boy gets annoyed, not wanting to look like Dan. Kyle jumps in and advises, "Go bald like me." Seeing Kyle in their dorm, Ray asks him, "Why are you here?" Monk tells him, "Kyle always wanted to come here, and we also had an empty space." Sir agreed to this, thinking it would be better to take care of each other. But our guy objects and tells the other classmates, "This guy is so noisy." He then points at Gary and notices something is wrong with him. At that moment, Gary storms out of the room, and Sylvia assumes it might be because of the letter. While Dan jokes around, he must have gotten dumped by someone. Ray anxiously runs after him. He activates his dragon eye and finds that Gary is headed to the roof. Our boy immediately runs up to the roof and witnesses Gary sitting there. As our boy asks him what's the matter, Gary confesses, "The letter I got just now, it's about my sister, Amy." Worried, Ree asks, "What happened to her?" That's when Gary reveals, she died. The next scene flashes to Ray's memories with Amy, and he realizes he never had the chance to thank her. Realizing that he has now lost her, our boy melts in a breakdown as tears start to stream down his face. Just then, Gary reveals, "I could never escape the nightmare. I dreamt that Amy was ripped to shreds by the monsters at the Roland Magic Academy." He adds, "She was lying there helplessly, with no way to save herself, under the gazes of countless aristocrats." Gary then breaks down in tears and whispers, "It wasn't a nightmare. It was an intuition." Anger gushes through him as his parents also inform him in the letter that the nobles at the academy gave their family a great amount of money as compensation. Hopping mad, Gary breaks the boundary and mutters, "In their eyes, my sister was just a trivial child from the countryside." While Ray grows hushed as he listens, the blonde-haired boy starts yelling that he won't forgive them and will find the person who killed his sister. As tears keep falling down Gary's face, he makes it clear that he will kill them. Hearing this, Ray assures him, "Count me in on your plan." Overwhelmed with emotions, Gary grabs him and says, "I know you've awakened the power of magic. You can summon a beast and use flames." The boy tells him to show his magic to the elders, and they will transfer him to the Magic Academy. But Ray seems reluctant and clarifies, "My abilities are normal. If I tell the elders about my powers, they'll just keep a close eye on me." Ray pats his shoulder and says, "I don't want to leave you alone." He then plans to find a way to leave Avon together. But Gary finds it nearly impossible. "We can't leave the academy. After graduating, we'll have to volunteer for 2 years." That's when Ray discloses, the academy tournament is coming up soon. If we manage to top the first few ranks, we'll represent the academy in the World Combat Tournament. That's how we'll be able to meet people from Roland. Gary obstinately agrees with him. The next scene takes us to the third-year dorms, where we see blonde-haired Harry asking about the other roommates. The guy sitting alone in the dorm informs him that they are all preparing for the academy tournament. Supposing it's the season, Harry asks if there are any hopefuls. The guy refuses in hopes that there are some interesting newbies among the second years. The next scene takes us to the tournament practice. Kyle looks at Gary, who's been practicing hard lately. Worried, Monk asks Ree if something happened to him. Our boy tells him to give him some space for now. On the other hand, Gary, who seems to be giving it his all, thinks he's too weak and clanks his sword on the ground. In the meantime, Sir Kay appears behind them and instructs them to follow him. He has something good for them. The teacher leads them to the equipment, which he has gotten them to fix. He tells them to pick one each. The students are astonished to see the equipment retrieved from the hunting grounds, and they begin choosing their weapons. While Monk gets excited to see the breastplate, Kyle asks if he can pick one too. He adds that they couldn't help when they were attacked. Sir Kay lets him take the weapon and says that the tournament is a good chance, as all the second years can join. He then reveals that, according to tradition, many rich folks come to watch the tournament. And if they do well in the tournament, there's a high chance that they would notice them, he added. After leaving the academy, they can become one of their guards, which is a pretty nice deal. Upon hearing this, Gary was left astounded. When he realized that he could become the guard of a noble family if he managed to do well, a smirk crept onto his face. After that, Ray grabbed Lancey's sword. Sir Kay told him this sword wasn't much damaged, but it lost its ability to channel flame magic. Now, it's just a beginner's weapon. You should pick something else. That's when Ray recalled that he had absorbed all the fire elements from the sword. He pondered, realizing that absorbing elements was more useful than he had thought. He then headed to a hunting forest and found a place that seemed to be covered in ice. He stepped inside the icy area, where monsters appeared to be guarding it. He gathered chi and flame magic, swiftly killing the monsters. As he witnessed many ice elemental golems, Ray felt happy, thinking that it was worth the effort. Noir, he instructed, take care of the ones on the left. The scene flashed to 3 weeks later, on the day of the Avery Academy tournaments. It was bustling with many people from afar. In the waiting hall, all the students seemed to be chattering. Martha rushes towards her classmates, informing them that the tournament rules have changed this year. While Dan is confused, thinking it's going to be one-on-one duels, Martha is about to clarify when the knights enter the hall. As the students buzz with excitement about the tournament, one of the knights calls out the top 5 students from the second and third years. Monk, Ian, Dan, Sylvia, and Gary step forward. The students begin gossiping, as they are all from the same dorm room. Meanwhile, Dan reckons he wouldn't have made it if Ree hadn't given up his position. The head knight then calls out the third-year students. One of the third-ranked girls, Cherry, informs him that Jira is out on a mission. She then calls out Jay. He emerges, a giant, muscular figure. The boy introduces himself as Jay Gree and says, "I'm waiting to be challenged," as he puts on an enthusiastic smile. The fifth-ranked girl, Nai, peeks at him and calls him an idiot. Watching the strongest student, Jerry, the others chatter about him being the number 1 ranked student in the academy. They're surprised to see him in the tournament, as they didn't expect him to join. On the other hand, Monk seems worried as he asks Gary, will they make us fight the third-year students? Dan loses hope, thinking that they can't win. As the top 5 third-year and second-year students gather, the head knight announces, the 10 students mentioned will not join the first round of preliminaries. Listening to this, the students are shocked. Kyle, who was worrying about his teammates fighting the third years, finds out that they will be fighting their roommates instead. The head knight continues, the first round will be a battle royale where the third years and second years will compete against each other. She adds, 5 people will move on to the next round from each match. The knight then calls Ian, pointing at him with an arrow, as he seems like a big, strong guy. She makes it clear to the students that each of them can use wooden weapons supplied in the arena, and they will be given 100 health points. She strikes the wooden arrow at Ian, demonstrating that if they get attacked, their health points will decrease. The knight explains, using chi while defending will reduce the damage, and adds, once your health bar reaches 0, you will be disqualified and teleported out of the arena. She then commands the second years to prepare themselves and pick a suitable weapon from the storage room provided. Later, we see Sebastian whispering to Eric, who tells him, don't let Ri have a chance later on stage. In the meantime, Ri picks up a wooden sword as it suits him better, while Kyle picks up a metal chain. After that, the first competition of the Avery Academy tournament begins, and they welcome the participants. Glancing at the stadium filled with people, Kyle and Martha are overwhelmed, while all the knights and elders are seated. Elder Vaughn peeks at Ray and feels proud as it's finally time for him to show his strength. And just like that, the first match begins. As soon as the competition begins, to the surprise of many, all the second-year students leap towards him at once. Suddenly, Sebastian attacks him with his wooden sword from behind, taking advantage of his disrupted focus. And our guy realizes at once that they're working together to bring him down. Eric, Sebastian's underling, instructs his teammates to make sure that Ray gets disqualified. Holding a grudge against Ray for beating the crap out of him earlier, Sebastian is tenacious, determined to make this red-haired freak pay for everything he owes him. Having enough of his Ray asks him to stop yapping. With that, he effortlessly smacks the blonde boy's hand, making him lose grip of his sword. He then grabs Sebastian's collar. At that moment, he is ambushed by 3 third years. As the 3 of them forcefully charge at him with their weapons, our guy pulls a clever trick. He covers himself by pulling Sebastian in front of him. All the swords smash directly into Sebastian. And it appears they unintentionally hit their boss. While Eric panics and shouts at him for hitting their boss, Sebastian, still grabbed by Ray, lets out that he's just like a monster. Hearing these words, Ray releases him and tosses him away. Be thankful, he says, that you're only getting disqualified. With that, Ray gives him a painful kick right in the guts. The blonde guy crashes away, rolling and tumbling on the ground. His teammates are left slack-jawed. The blonde guy is shocked to see his health percentage minimized to 0%. Sebastian gets disappointed. The judges announce their first disqualified participant. Getting steamed up, Delbert furiously bangs his hand on the table. He watches as his son, Sebastian, becomes the first to be disqualified. Meanwhile, Ray's immense strength strikes fear into the other players. He invites them to attack all together now because he's in the mood. Pissed, Eric yells at his teammates to stop being so smug and orders them to attack Ray. The fear inside Eric himself is palpable, as he's not initiating the fight with the red-haired boy. However, Ray jumps towards him to deal with him. Scared to death, Eric shouts at him to stay away as he's bawling his eyes out of fear. While this happens, Ray twists his arm, making his sword topple to the ground and cracking his feet. Witnessing Ray beat the crap out of the players, third-year student JGRE is quite impressed by the red-haired kid's power. But Nye thinks he's pretty ruthless. Nye further lets out that this competition was meant to observe the students' techniques, but it ended up giving Ray a chance to be ruthless. Well, they don't seem to know that the second-year students schemed to gang up on our main character to bring him down. But now, he's fighting fairly and beating the hell out of them. Nye notices that every time that red-haired kid attacks the players, it only reduces about 20 health points from the enemy. Believing that if this goes on, someone might lose their life. On the other hand, Sylvia and Ian are concerned as the players are hurt. But Gary, crossing his arms, utters, "It serves them right." Thinking they could gang up on Gary, with an intense gaze, ascertains that there's no way they could win against him by pulling off such a pathetic plan. Meanwhile, continues to smack the players and crack their arms, reducing their health points by 20. As it seems like our guy is inevitable, Dan is staggered and wonders, do none of the players know how to use chi? Sylvia tells him, they're using chi, but is far too strong. He's unaffected by it. In the crowd, people begin to gossip about Ray. They wonder why he's being so ruthless, blabbering that he's so uncultured and doesn't look like a knight at all. One of them suggests that they wouldn't have allowed someone like him to participate in the first place. As soon as they utter this nonsense about the red-haired kid, Ray's eyes fix on them. He gives them a deadly stare, deadly enough to eat them alive. With his gaze locked on them, the people who spoke ill of him can sense the killing intent in his eyes. They find it impossible to believe that he could hear them. Loki, supposing that he was a monster. On the contrary, one of the elders suggested that they should stop the red-haired kid. But Elder Vaughn interrupted and found no valid reason to stop Ray, affirming that no one had stopped them when they started ganging up on him. Well, at least someone used their brain for once. The elder got concerned that Ray might kill other students. But Elder Vaughn seemed pretty confident. He thought that, based on his opinion, the red-haired kid was making a smart choice to ensure they didn't gang up on him again. Ray is my student, Van revealed, and I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Listening to this, the elders were left quite speechless. However, deep down, Vaughn was worried about Ray getting a bit out of control. In the third-year audience, third-ranked Knight Cherry assumed that the top 5 had already been confirmed. She then mocked Harry Delberry, saying, "It's a shame your brother was the first one to get disqualified." Laughing it off, Harry responded, "It's a good thing," covering it up by saying, "My father dotes on my younger brother too much." On the other hand, the second-year roommate gang Martha, Kyle, the twins, and Ray watched from the sidelines. Seems to be taking the lead in the competition as they incredibly disarm the enemy. While the players are screaming out in pain, Eric, the underling, calls Ray a dirty mongrel and asks him to wait until he kills him. Pissed, Eric warns the red-haired boy that he should better watch out because if he gets the chance, he'll get both him and his parents. Mentioning his parents, the guy knew that he messed up the moment he badmouthed Ray's family. At that moment, Ray loses his nerves and angrily approaches him. "Stop right there." The broken and helpless Eric pleads, "I can't even escape with my broken limbs." With that, Ray grabs his head, and the elder is now certain that he'll definitely kill the silver-haired boy. Glaring at him with dagger-like eyes, Ray decides not to even think about becoming a knight. And with that, he activates his mana. It appears that our guy is absorbing Eric's mana, as the guy eventually gets drained. Meanwhile, Eric is freaking out as his mana is completely exhausted. Just then, Ray strikes a powerful punch at him, reducing his health points to 0. Poor Eric lies lifelessly on the ground after receiving a good beating. The elders are convinced that Elder Vaughn was right about Ray, as he didn't continue to hurt other students. At that moment, Elder Van takes a sigh of relief. He was worried sick about Ray and his violent outbursts. Nonetheless, he laughs it off and feels assured that, at least, our boy stopped breaking their limbs. In the blink of an eye, an arrow glides toward Ray. He dodges it without flinching. A girl knight warns him to let go of the boy, who is grabbed by Ree. While Ree smacks the boy and tosses him to the ground, the girl keeps shooting arrows at him. However, Ree keeps dodging them like it's nothing, remaining completely unfazed. This sends the girl into a low-key panic. She finds it impossible that the red-haired guy is dodging all her attacks. Eventually, she runs out of arrows. Our guy takes the chance and grabs her by the neck. As he begins to drain her mana, someone from the crowd shrieks at him to stop, calling him a monster. A man shouts at him to get his hands off his daughter, while others try to make him understand that if he keeps this up, Sarah will get disqualified. Ree, knowing the man in the crowd is her father, is suddenly hit with flashbacks of his own dad. He wonders about him. His father contributed so much to the country and saved so many people. But the most unfortunate thing happened to him. As all the painful memories flood his mind, he recalls his father's only wish was for his mother to kill him as the plague of shadows took over him, snapping it out. Ree grits his teeth in anger and chokes her harder when suddenly someone halts him with a chain. It turns out to be Kyle, who stops Ree by grasping his arm with the metal chain. With a menacing look in his eyes, Ree asks Kyle and Martha why they are stopping him. With their health points decreasing, Kyle tries to reason with him, saying that Sarah is an innocent girl and that he doesn't need to be so harsh. Martha lets out that she didn't hurt anyone. Meanwhile, the twins, Sloth and Badger, step in to save the girl. They tell Ree that he's crossing the line, asserting that those bastards who had tried to gang up on him have already been punished. The other twin asks him to be a gentleman. At that moment, Ri takes a step back. He recalls all the times when his roommates had his back when he was at his lowest. Holding his head, he asks himself why it is always like this. And with so much pain engraved inside him, he lets out a scream and questions what they even know about him. While his scream creates a whirl, suddenly Ri begins to lose control when rage takes the best of him. He challenges them to fight him if they want to stop him. Driving insane, Ray tugs Kyle's metal chain towards him, dragging him close. Without reluctance, our boy strikes a punch right into Kyle's guts and smashes him hard on the ground, causing his health points to drop. Not in his right mind, Ray advises Kyle to practice focusing on his chi if he wishes to defeat him. Just then, Martha shoots 3 arrows at him, folded in chi. However, he dodges them like a walk in the park and grabs the arrows. Witnessing this, Martha is left flabbergasted to see him catching arrows with his bare hands. At that moment, Ray flings the blazed arrows towards Martha as they soar at an incredible speed. As she barely manages to dodge them, Ray strikes a blow at her and advises her not to hesitate if she wants to defeat him. Well, it looks like our main character's got time to school his roommates while beating them senseless. Poor Martha crashes to the ground, and Ray tells her to learn how to predict his movements instead of staring at where he stands. Shortly, Sloth and Badger seem to have had enough of Ray beating the hell out of his friends, as they attack him from behind. As the fire erupts from within, Ray's immense power cracks the ground. The twins stumble back, blown away by a powerful force. While they appear to be unharmed, our guy advises them to plan their next move. As the twins prepare for another attack, he warns them not to waste their time trying to ambush him. He smacks both of them down, and although he looks like he's in pain, he lies on the ground. Watching this terrifying sight, Sarah's face turns pale with fear. She concludes that Ray is terrifyingly strong. The crowd watches in awe, amazed at his strength. They can't help but think the red-haired kid is completely unmatched, like a monster. Meanwhile, the third-year knight, Nai, reflects on the battle. Even if Ray didn't make it into the top 5, he believes the competitors in the top 5 must be something else entirely. On the other side, Ian and Dan Loki already feel defeated. The only player left to face is Sarah. Ray approaches her swiftly. Trembling with fear, her feet quivering, she already knows she cannot defeat him. In the meantime, time seems to slow. His hand, covered in shadow, moves toward her. And Sarah's father seems to be screaming, asking the judges to stop him as he assumes the guy is going to kill his daughter. To everyone's surprise, our guy finally comes to his senses. He pokes Sarah's head lightly, making her health points decrease, and even apologizes to her. Sarah is left confused as she leaves, and her father, along with the other people in the crowd, can't believe their eyes. The competition ended just like that, and the boy didn't do any harm. Afterward, the results of the competition are announced. 5 qualifying students are declared winners: Martha, Ray, Sloth, Badger, and Kyle. Moments later, our boy leaves the arena, and the judges announce that everyone should get some rest, as they will continue the battle royale for the 3rd years. Later in the afternoon, the elders are impressed by Ray's performance. One of them believes that if he were to go on a rampage someday, not many people would be able to stop that kid. But Elder Vaughn speaks in his defense, anticipating that Ray will be able to save many people. During this, Knight Gilbert whispers to the Master Elder, informing him that they checked on the students and it was mana deficiency. It appears the students won't be able to use chi in the short term. And they aren't sure if they will be able to recover. Upon hearing this, the Master Elder decides not to speak of it any further. He thinks there's enough he needs to worry about, referring to Ray. Inside the training room, the sound of swords clacking echoes through the space. The students chat about the second years going hard at their training in the afternoon. It appears to be Gary who's fiercely fighting with the puppet. After numerous hits, he manages to pass the 12th level and defeats the puppet. Catching his breath, Gary is still not satisfied with his training. He knows he needs to reach the level of a strong knight like Ray. He then remembers Sir Kay's words about the affluent families who come to watch the tournament. If they win, the knights might notice them and, once they leave the academy, offer them positions as guards. It would be a pretty nice deal. Thinking about this, Gary decides to step up. This isn't enough for him. Watching the blonde kid fight with such fierce determination, Sherry recognizes Gary. He's the first place among the second years. She asks Harry what he thinks of him. Harry replies, the other one suits him better, referring to the puppet. While Cherry obsesses over Gary, she says, the boy has a good face, though, and reminds me of Harry. She then corroborates with Harry, commenting that the boy could do better. Harry strides towards the puppet, a bright smile on his face. He activates level 12. Without much movement, he stands in one position and jerks his sword just once. As he strikes, his attacks seem more powerful. Harry impressively defeats the puppet and passes level 12. Gary notices that he copied all his movements. Afterward, Harry remarks, it doesn't look that hard, and Gary realizes that Harry wants to fight. Cherry gets excited at the thought of a show and the students are surprised to see a cross-grade battle. At that moment, Sylvia rushes in to find Gary. She asks him to get a good spot since the competition is about to begin, dragging him by the hand. As poor Gary is being dragged away, he asks, can you stop? Harry lets out a little laugh. Pulling him outside, Gary asks Sylvia why she stopped him. Sylvia, calling him stupid, knocks some sense into him. Your right to participate might have been cancelled if you fought outside the ring. Gary realizes that she's right, and the girl affirms that she knows he can win and has the ability to. He just has to stay calm for now. As the afternoon round is about to begin, Sylvia asks him if he's seen Ree. Gary refuses and mutters that he disappeared right after the first round. Suddenly, they hear someone talking and approach to see who it is. To their surprise, it turns out to be Ray, who's talking with Sir Winford. Meanwhile, Gary wonders what they're doing together. At that moment, Ree confesses that he doesn't want to compete any longer, leaving his friends shocked. The story proceeds with Winford asking Ree if he's serious about quitting the competition. Ree says yes. When asked for the reason, Ree can't seem to tell him. Sighing, he decides to talk about it later, since he has to supervise the competition. He lets Ree know that he's going to respect him, regardless of the choices he makes, leaving him in awe. Walking down the stairs, Ree encounters Sylvia and Gary. They both explain themselves, saying they didn't mean to eavesdrop. He asks them if they heard everything. Sylvia replies, just a little bit. Gary interrupts, spilling the truth, we heard everything. They accept the truth while our guy assures them it's nothing important. As he's leaving, Gary stops him, asking, are you going to break your promise? Is my sister's death going to be covered up as if it's not important? This makes Sylvia understand why Gary has been stressed out lately. Ree responds, I can never forget that. She was human, and she was my first friend. I really do want to take revenge for her. Sylvia affirms, I know you might feel afraid, and I know you're hurting. Your heart is filled with rage towards the people who ganged up against you. You must feel bad for attacking their friends and innocent people. Consoling him, she adds, none of this is your fault. We just want you to know that no one is upset with you. Then she remembers how Kyle, Martha, and everyone else look up to him as an example of someone who's strong. They were even arguing about beating him next time. Gary agrees with her and reassures Ree, I know you weren't treated fairly in the past, but now you aren't alone. You have us. We will always be your family. The blonde-haired guy is sure of his friend. I won't leave you here alone, he says. With that, they all proceed to the ground where Martha tells him, the competitors are almost here. And it took them long enough to come. Watching Ray and Sylvia come together, Dan blabbers, they'd rather want to be with each other than watch the competition. But then he spots Gary third-wheeling in the back, who's not that happy about it either. Sylvia asks Martha, is there someone of note? Martha replies, the 3 years are all pretty strong and have their own strengths. Harry's an elegant fighter and the only one who hasn't gotten hurt the entire time. Then there's Gio. He's a big guy, strong and explosive, and he can compete with the first-place Jay. Sumir and Misro are experts at using fans, with nice coordination to deflect and attack. Even Sloth and Badger don't have that level of coordination with each other. As they were looking for the other player, Ree found Molly practicing. He seemed impressed by her skills since she was in the top 5. With that, the judges congratulated the 5 winners of the third-year bracket. The main events start now. Winford announces the results after 2 rounds of the competition, which shortens the players to the final 20. While announcing the second year's performance, which had been much better than expected, he glanced at Ray. Wondering if he will participate, he nods his head, which makes him smile. He then lets everyone know about the new rules that have been implemented for the competition. On the screen, everyone's new matchups are displayed. The second years are up against third years, which makes them think it's unfair to them. No matter how strong they are, they've been trained for 1 year less. It is shown that Gary is up against Harry, and he finds it to his liking. Meanwhile, Sylvia is up against the strongest in the academy, Jay Gree, which makes her wonder if she's capable enough. But Jay thinks it's a shame he's not facing Ray. Harry also expresses that he wants to fight Jay, ever since he has grown stronger, assuring him that he'll get a chance to fight the red-haired boy. Sylvia's brothers are seeing everything from above and find it a shame that they won't be able to watch their youngest sister's performance today. One of them says they don't come to Avon often, so they should let their sister bring them around. But Marsh, the older brother, suggests going later since he has to meet up with the elder. After that, Winfred lets everyone know that the finals will be held a day later. They should be prepared, as the contestants should not be limited by their weapons and equipment. The second years know that they have to compete in equipment with the third years too. Dan mumbles, it's going to be skewed in their favor. So it's easy for him to say, while Ian thinks they should treat it like one of their special trainings. Looking stressed, Monk is concerned about the fact that he has to go up against Molly in order to improve, although she's his senior in black belt. Our guy is up against Jira, who has not shown up yet. He thinks it's fine since he'll be able to relax more fighting against someone who's not a second year. As the sun is about to set, Ree asks Gary and the others if he's not going back, but Gary lets him know that they're going to do some more training. Watching him train with alacrity, our guy knows this fight is the one he can't lose since Harry's very strong. So, he hopes for his friend to win. The story proceeds with a flashback of a conversation between Ray and Winford. Winford is glad that Ray changed his mind and is relieved. It's nothing, Ray says. Just because my friends were nagging me for it. Then, he asks Winford if he needs to know something else. The knight says he can't tell him much but briefly opens up that the top 10 winners will have the right to represent Avery in the World Combat Tournament. This leaves the red-haired boy in shock as he recalls there are only 5 winners. But Winfred's fears are realized when he tells him that this has to do with the Pure Blood Guild and that the elders will announce this after the competition. He doesn't want Ree to let go of this chance, at least. Our guy gets the point. Coming back to the present, our guy didn't think this competition would cause this much trouble. He wonders what the Pure Blood Guild will do next when, abruptly, he stumbles upon a slip that reads, "Meet me at the arena at 9:00. As he reads it, Dubai lingers in his mind, feeling that it's a trap. He remembers that Sir Kay and Winfred told him not to take any action by himself, but this is the only way he can use his abilities freely. Looking around, our boy presumes that he knows nothing about the Pure Blood Guild or the Dark Guild. Therefore, he needs to find information so he can search for clues about his father. Using the dragon eye, he decides to catch whoever it is, even if it's a trap. That's when we see Jay Gree approaching him from behind. He finds it a coincidence to see Ray and finally has the chance to talk to him since the people in the morning were really ugly to look at. It emerges to be the strongest third year, JGGRE. And Ray asks him if he's from the Pure Blood Guild. Appearing confused, Jay reveals his true intentions. He says that he just wants to fight with him since they don't have a chance to fight in the competition. While Jay insists that they should combat right now, our guy respectfully passes, saying he doesn't feel like fighting, which makes Jay pissed. Disappointed, Ray thought he had a clue in inbounds, but it turns out to be a buffoon with too much time on his hands, referring to Jay. Our guy, standing in the opposite direction, is suddenly attacked by Jay, who slams his big-ass sword with a clang. However, to his surprise, Ray halts the attack as he grabs the weapon with the help of his dragon turtle gauntlets. Freaked out by the sudden ambush, he asks Jay if he's mad and clarifies that he doesn't want to fight. That's when Jay realizes that his suspicions are correct. Ray's strength is nothing to laugh at. As Jay excitedly lets out that no one could take this attack from him like that, our boy doesn't seem to give a damn about it. However, Jay strikes the sword for the second time, sending Ray crashing away with force. Our guy clings to the ground as his gauntlets brush against it, and he is taken aback, thinking that Jay is as strong as a minotaur. While it looks like Ray has no other choice but to fight him, he's not going to let him go unless he defeats him. Suddenly, his eyes catch sight of someone standing behind Jay. Meanwhile, Jay insists on coming at him. Our guy instantly realizes that the person with the mask is from the Pure Blood Guild. As soon as the realization dawns on him, a spark of rage runs through Ray. With his glare fixated on the masked man, he abruptly uses chi and throws Jay out of the way, striking a punch at the intruder. After that, Ray leaps toward the masked man and launches a blazing attack. However, his attack vanishes as soon as it clashes with the masked guy's lance. Seeing his attack disappear into thin air, Ray speculates that there's something special about that lance. Shortly after, they are interrupted by the big guy, Jay, who is pissed. He asks the masked man where he's come from and teaches him not to step in on a spar. Thinking that this big guy is such a nuisance, Jay proves to be one as he challenges the masked man to fight. At that moment, the guy signals by waving his hand, and his other henchmen enter the scene. The masked henchmen surround Ray while Jay fights off the leader. Ray thinks that it's quite unprofessional to bring buddies into the fight, but he can't help liking the challenge. Meanwhile, our boy seems done with Jay and concludes that he's more annoying than flies. Ray then draws out his sword, and one of the masked guys takes the chance, leaping toward the red-haired kid with the sword. However, Ray dodges it as he springs upward, and in a flash, he disappears into thin air. While the henchmen are left staggered, trying to see where he'd go, one of them warns them not to let their guard down. Ray is a black belt knight, he says. As the henchman grows apprehensive, a few seconds later, he is ambushed by Ray, who charges the sword at him. He strikes the sword at the guy's head with a clang. However, another henchman uses chi to make Ray's sword fling away, disarming him. Seizing the opportunity, the henchmen leap toward him, hurling their swords all at once. They charge their swords simultaneously, but Ray manages to dodge all of them, using the turtle gauntlets as he stumbles away with force. He then realizes that all the assassins are pretty capable. The weapons they're using are strong too. Getting lucky, if Ray hadn't used the ice golem's ice elemental protection, he would have had to fix his gauntlets again, freezing them up to save from damage. Ray presumes that regular close combat doesn't stand a chance now. On the other hand, the masked leader and Jay seem to be having a fierce combat. While Jay calls the masked guy a slippery eel, the leader flings the lance with such force, enveloped in ki. But the most unexpected thing happens when Jay grabs hold of that lance with his bare hands. Holding that spear, he asks the masked man, "Did you think you could hurt me?" As the deep rumbling of his attack scatters dust everywhere, Jay confesses that he's not good at controlling it. But in the field, he realizes that he doesn't need to. Holding his sword, the big guy proudly claims that he has several times more chi than the regular person. To them, it might be poison, but to me, it's fine wine. With a menacing sneer on his face, Jay leaps towards him with his sword set ablaze and binds his chi. Going berserk, he slams the sword with unmatched strength, while the masked guy barely manages to hold it with his chi. Just then, Jay finally gets hold of his mask and whacks a fierce blow, making the guy fling in midair as he crashes away with force. At that moment, the aftereffects of that mind-blowing attack result in a big explosion that even Ray is quite shocked to see. Wondering if that is really a power humans can have. Meanwhile, Jay, holding the guy's mask, lets out that his weapon is pretty good that it was able to take an attack from him. Throwing away the mask, Jay mocks the guy for not being strong enough. The guy, who had just gotten his ass beaten by him, is still able to stand up. To his surprise, the guy turns out to be Jira. Laughing, Jay doesn't seem much surprised to see his classmate, Jira, who's also a third year. He taunts him, saying he's been hiding many things these years. Jira looks quite pissed at him. Now that he's exposed, the anger boils inside him as he leaps toward Jay to attack. However, the big guy blocks it with his sword, with a clang. On the other hand, our guy seems to be struggling to fight the 5 henchmen, who are annoying enough to deal with. But he feels reassured that, at least, Jay is helping him keep the leader occupied, thinking he owes him one for this. While he freezes one of the enemy's arms, another one leans in to attack him. However, Ray disappears once again, hiding. Our guy needs to drag out time for his mana to recover so that he can easily deal with him and climb to the top, where no one can spot him. The henchmen warn each other not to let Ray ambush them. And they call him out, saying that they know he can't hold on anymore. So, if he comes out now, they can make things quick and painless for him. On the other hand, Jay strikes a blow with immense strength. But Jira dodges it, leaning back. After that, Jay asks, "How much longer are you going to hide?" At that moment, Jira tosses something out of his armor. It seems like a potion bottle. As he pops it open, Jay is confused. Not sure what Jira is doing. Ray, watching this all from above, realizes what it is. His eyes go wide in shock. It appears to be a plague of shadows. Jira gulps down the purple potion, and a peculiar purple aura surrounds him. Jay senses something is wrong with his chi. A tense moment unfolds as a purple aura emerges from within. Jira loses control, transforming into a terrifying monster. Suddenly, Ray screams and warns Jay. "Watch out!" Getting unexpectedly strong, Jira, now turned into a plague of shadows, leaps toward Jay, charging the spear at him. Noticing that he's unusually strong, Jay, Loki, freaks out. He feels the need to dodge. However, before he can take action, Jira stabs the lance into his chest, blood pouring out. Jay is left flabbergasted. He presumes that his speed and damage are at least 10 times stronger than before. He realizes that if he doesn't dodge another attack from Jira, things are going to get messy. Concerned, Ray senses the trouble below and reckons that if he doesn't deal with these henchmen soon, the tables are going to turn. During this, one of the henchmen spots the red-haired brat and springs towards him, intent on killing him. However, our guy makes it clear that he doesn't have time to play anymore. He beats the crap out of him, striking with his blazing gauntlets. Meanwhile, Jira continues attacking Jay, mocking him. "You're not as strong as everyone says you are." As Jay takes the hits, he gathers himself. He clings his sword to the ground, stopping himself from crashing away. Quivering, Jay grits his teeth. "I'm not used to being on the defensive," he mutters. "But I still have some strength left." Jira concludes that this is where his story ends. "Die!" he commands as the shadow monster soars toward Jay, spear charged and aimed at him. Feeling helpless, Jay's body stiffens. He's unable to dodge, unable to move. Looks like it's the end for the big guy. Jira slams the lance with immense power. However, Ray appears at the right time and grabs the spear with his frozen gauntlets, halting it. Thinking, how's this possible? Jira peeks over at his henchmen and sees they are knocked out. He is stunned that the red-haired kid managed to take down 5 elites all by himself. Taking the chance, Ray tries to freeze the fear by using flash freeze. However, Jira releases his lance and jumps back. Just then, Jay, who's severely injured and bleeding, thanks Ray for saving him. Our boy assures him, "Leave the rest to me." Jay warns him, "Be careful of his weapon. It's made from the carapace of a crab spider demon. Not only is it tough and reflects damage, but it also contains neurotoxin that can paralyze you if you're hit by it." Taking this into account, Ray decides to deal with Jira quickly. He releases his chi, setting himself ablaze. The fight continues, with our boy dodging Jira's rapid attacks. In a flash, Jira finally lands a blow. His weapon tilts slightly, slashing the spear at Ray and sending him flying. Thrown with immense force, Ray realizes Jira is incredibly powerful. As Ray regains his footing, he decides that his weapon can even change form. Plus, his chest plate has shattered, too, and his gauntlets have blocked enough attacks that they can't do anything now. Panting, he thinks that he needs to go on the passive once he gets hit again, as he needs to pick his sword back up. That's when Jae calls him out, and knowing that he's looking for a weapon, he hurls his sword at Ri, permitting him to use his baby, referring to his weapon. As soon as our guy grabs hold of the big-ass sword, he low-key freaks out because of how heavy it is. Not being able to bear the weight, Ri begins to sweat as the sword topples to the ground. While our boy is astonished by its weight, Jae admits that it sure is heavy and advises him to swing it. Using his chi, Ri seems to have no other choice but to swing it, or else they both will die here. As the fire emerges, our guy manages to grab the sword and strike it towards Jira. The sword clashes with his spear, and Jira mutters that it's useless, revealing that his spear is naturally strong against heavy weapons like this. At that moment, the air between them seems to crackle and fizz with tension when Ray uses his ice powers, and the sword begins to freeze. Meanwhile, it scares the hell out of Jira as to what is even happening with the sword. As the edge of the spear begins to freeze. Using the ice elemental powers, Jira's spear, gripped against the sword, freezes, and it shatters to pieces. Panic bubbles inside him as he witnesses his weapon breaking apart. But the worst is yet to come. Ray slashes the sword one last time and stabs Jira. Blood splatters everywhere. While Jira reaches his unfortunate end, Jae appreciates Ray for his impressive attack. The sword's edge, covered in ice, crashes as Ray bangs it on the ground. Feeling fortunate, he pants heavily. He surmises that he almost used all his strength in this one hit. If it hadn't worked, he would have lost the fight. With that, Ray uses mana siphoning to absorb Jira's mana. However, the system informs him that he can't absorb it since the target is infected. That's when it hits and Jira is infected with the plague of shadows. More like, he infected himself on purpose after drinking from the vial, his chi turning purplish-black. Suspicion flickers in Ray's mind as he contemplates that it's just like the people from the Dark Guild. Knowing that the Pure Blood Guild and Dark Guild are different organizations, he speculates that the Pure Bloods managed to get that suspicious potion, making him wonder if they are related in some way. Nonetheless, the dragon system notifies him about the new ability Ri has unlocked, known as Glamour. Thinking it over, our guy realizes that he always unlocks abilities when he's in life or death situations and when he's focused on obtaining a new skill. Anyway, he decides to deal with the corpses first and searches Jira to find something suspicious. Our guy gets his hands on a purple potion bottle. At that moment, his suspicions turn into fact when he realizes they didn't obtain this potion by accident. Instead, someone's creating them as a group. Grasping the potion bottle, Ri feels that danger and trouble are everywhere in the academy. Even though he can trust Winford and Sir Kay, he knows he must walk with caution and not trust those around them. He assumes that this potion might have been created in the academy, too, which in itself is fraught with peril. The shadows seem to have infiltrated the academy. Yet, the students have no clue that it could put their lives at risk. As he burns Jira's body to remove the evidence, Ri begins to suspect that this is something the higher-ups are hiding on purpose. It could even be the head knights. Or even the 6 elders. After that, Ri approaches Jae and thanks him for landing the sword, asking if he's doing okay. Assuring that he's fine, Jae lets out that his baby, the sword, suits Ray well and asks if he's actually a mage. Our guy admits that he knows some magic, while Jerry compliments him, thinking that it's freaking awesome. He's never seen a mage that could fight like he does. Ray then hopes that he can keep his strength a secret and promises to explain it to him when he gets the chance. Jae assures him that he will, after all, Ri saved his life. With determination in his eyes, the big guy attributes his life to him and asks the red-haired kid to say the word whenever he needs help. He affirms that he will jump into the pits of hell for him. But our guy clarifies that there's no need for that and suggests that he better deal with his wounds before the competition. Summoning his wolf, he informs Jae that Noir, the wolf, will carry him to the infirmary. Witnessing this, Gree freaks out and is left slack-jawed when he discovers that Ray can even summon beasts. He's bummed out by the fact that he was thinking he could defeat Ray. Writing on Noir, Jay asks him if he doesn't need healing. But our boy seems to be chill about it. And ensures that his constitution's kind of special, so he'll be fine by tomorrow. Leaving, he instructs Noir to use a more discreet path and not let people see him, leaving Jay speechless that the beast even follows his orders. The next day, Ray visits the weapon shop for his armor to be repaired, which will be patched by sundown. As he's passing, the people start gossiping as they recognize Ray, the same red-haired kid who joined the competition. They keep it down, careful not to cause any trouble, remembering how ruthless he was. Listening to them, Ray overlooks them and thinks how ignorant these humans are. After that, he gets inside a room and stands in front of a mirror. With that, our boy decides to try out his new glamour skill. To his surprise, the skill transforms him into a new person with black hair and gray eyes. Some girls walk towards the tournament ground, debating if they should watch the competition because they haven't finished their hunting mission yet. They're aware that the second years are pretty strong this year, which means the finals will be on another level. They also have to see the type of knights most favored by nobles, so they can work towards it, too. As they're talking, a black-haired guy walks past them. And they admire his beauty, getting smitten by his sight. It turns out to be Ray, and he ponders that he needs to spend 5 points of mana every hour while he's under glamour. With his current mana, he can maintain it for the next 8 hours, as long as he doesn't fight. People walk past him, admiring him, while he thinks about how easy it's going to be since he's working solo. With that being said, he remembers how someone was offering him a healing potion for fewer silver coins, since he's an adventurer, while another was offering him an inn with a splendid view of the tournament at a fair price. Being this handsome, our boy realizes that it's not as simple as he thought it would be. He thinks it's absurd how people are treating him differently just because he changed his appearance. In his perspective, this world has a sadly pathetic mentality. Just then, he spots Sylvia. As he calls out her name, making his way through the crowd, she gives him a baffled look. And at that moment, Ray gets it, he's not the red-haired boy anymore. In order to handle the situation, he clarifies to her, "I know you're one of the competitors who passed the prelims, and you're from the heart. Family." He's glad to meet her here and is looking forward to her competition tomorrow. Trying not to sound rude, Sylvia asks him his name since he knows her family. That's when Ray travels back to his past as a red dragon. He remembers how people used to be so terrified of him and would hide whenever he appeared. Back then, he was called Sen. Immersed in this contemplation, he snaps out of it when he sees Sylvia waving her hand in front of him. He apologizes, introducing himself as Ness. With that, he asks her where she's headed. Sylvia informs him that she has to change the weight of her single-handed sword at the blacksmith. The thought then crosses his mind that he wouldn't stand out if he went with her, since he was going to go there anyway. So, he asks her if he can come along since he was thinking of buying a new breastplate. He asks her if her sword is crafted with advanced beast crystals. The silver-haired girl states that it's made from the beast crystal of a fin tiger and that her family sent it to her last night for the competition. While she admires the sword, deep down, Ray realizes what it's like for nobles. Children from normal families would only be able to get something like that after years of hard work. Knowing that he's an adventurer, Sylvia then questions if he goes to dangerous places often. And Ness responds that he does go to places near the border for missions, which makes her wonder if her family would ever allow that because it's too dangerous. Knowing that she'll hardly get the chance to get out, Sylvia lets out a sigh. "I'll have to go back to my family as soon as I leave the academy," she says softly, her voice tinged with regret. She feels envious of the freedom adventurers have. But these words force Ray to recall a painful memory, one that cuts deeper than he likes to admit. His father, who was an adventurer, lies lifeless, having risked his life. Disappointingly, Ray shakes his head. "No one has complete freedom here," he tells her quietly. Just then, they hear an explosion. A moment of panic grips them both. People rush past, shouting that there's a fire. Sylvia and Ray exchange glances, then hurry inside, heading toward the source of the explosion. The man whose building is burning down stands devastated, staring at the flames. Disguised as Nez, Ree and Sylvia push through the crowd. They learn that a merchant's carriage had stopped near the inn earlier, and it seemed to be carrying beast crystals. Moments later, the explosion happened. Ree asks a nearby civilian, "Is the merchant all right?" The man replies, "He's been sent to the infirmary." In the meantime, a woman nearby cries out in distress. Her 2 children are trapped inside the burning building. Worried about the kids, Sylvia hurries to save them. However, Ray grabs her hand and says that she can't go in. Sighing, our boy decides to go instead, and Sylvia expresses her concern, saying that he would get burned. But our guy assures her, "I know ice magic." With that, Ree casts Frostvine to cool the fire. While Sylvia is surprised to see that he's a mage, the fire grows berserk. Ree makes his way inside the building, protecting himself with a layer of ice. Running out of time, he realizes he needs to act faster. His mana is running low with the continuous use of ice powers, and his real identity will soon be exposed. He immediately activates the dragon eye and spots the kids on the top floor, hoping they won't run away. Meanwhile, the fire spreads at an alarming speed outside, as rocks begin to topple over the people standing nearby. As one rock is about to fall right on a guy's head, someone casts a water snake to put out the fire. Sylvia's eyes widen as she realizes it's her big brother in a soldier uniform. Delighted to see him, she watches as he controls the fire with his water powers. "It's been a while," he says, maintaining control of the blaze. Ree safely rescues the children and manages to come out of the building. The mother rushes to her children, and Sylvia asks Ree if he's all right, addressing him as Nez. "Our guy made sure that there was no one left inside," Sylvia says. After that, Sylvia's big brother calls out to the others, asking if they aren't going to help. To her surprise, it turns out to be 3 more brothers. One of them asks their bro to stop nagging, saying, "We're not as fast as you." The 3 of them then greet their little sister, and surprisingly, those 3 brothers also seem to have water attributes. They use different skills to put out the rest of the fire. Afterward, a knight arrives and thanks Sylvia's brother for helping in controlling the fire before it caused any harm. He ensures it's nothing much, adding, "You should thank that other mage who risked his life to rescue the kids." However, Ray suddenly disappears. Sylvia's big brother asks, "Where is he?" "He was just right here seconds ago." It appears that Ree had to escape instantly because his mana points were about to be depleted. He had changed back to his real face. Panting heavily, Ree thinks, that was a close call, but he had scampered at the right time. Nonetheless, he learns one thing and corroborates it when the system shows him 2 new skills he has obtained. Concluding that he gains new abilities by putting his life in danger, Ray discovers his new skill, Endless Void. This spell allows him to create a space where he can store and retrieve items. Ray plans to use this skill when he's not disguised as Nez, so he can store all the equipment related to him in that space. As for another spell, Mana Sharing, Ray reminisces about his time as a dragon, when he used to save multiple comrades on the brink of death. Back then, he had limitless mana. Admitting that this spell won't be of much help now, Ray is certain it will be invaluable in the future. Striding forward, Ray ponders the future. No matter what path the prophecy leads him down, he feels the need to build an army to change the world. The Mana Sharing spell will become a catalyst for his troops, making them stronger. He anticipates that, with enough mana, everyone who follows him will grow more powerful. Nonetheless, after saving the 2 children from the fire, Ray realizes something crucial: the system doesn't grant him abilities after defeating strong enemies. Rather, it seems he gains power when he saves lives. Strangely enough, the fact that he obtained 2 new skills this time makes him wonder if it's because he saved 2 people. He then remembers back when he fought the Minotaurus, and multiple people were in danger. Yet, he ended up saving only 1. Baffled, he wonders what the determining factor is for how many spells get unlocked. With that, he reaches the Academy Hall, lost in thought. He speculates that he might need to save people on the brink of death for it to count and decides to test this theory when he gets the chance. Spotting a large crowd in the hall, our guy wonders what it's all about. It appears that the families have come to see their kids. Meanwhile, Ian watches as others meet with their families. Kyle nudges him with his elbow and tries to cheer him up by saying, "We're family, too." They both laugh it off, but Gary seems to be standing in a corner, sadly without any family visiting him. On the other hand, Sylvia meets up with her brothers and complains, "Why didn't you tell me in advance that even Max has grown this tall?" Her big brother responds, "We wanted to surprise you." Feeling shy, Max adds, "It's been 2 years since we last met, so it'd be boring to just say hello." Suddenly, Sylvia starts blushing, her eyes fixated on someone. Her big brother asks, "Did you spot a friend?" She then calls out, "Ree," peeking at the red-haired boy. The big brother recognizes that it's the reckless boy from the first round. Meanwhile, Max is elated to see Ree and asks, "Are you the one my sister talks about every other sentence?" He'd been wondering who that lucky guy was. Poor Sylvia kind of freaks out, realizing she's been casually exposed for having a crush on Ray. Max, being friendly as ever, meets Ree and thanks him for taking care of his little sister, insisting, "We should do some bonding." Ree, however, appears kind of pissed. Sylvia, embarrassed, apologizes to him on her brother's behalf and awkwardly adds, "Max can be a little rough sometimes." She then reveals, "He's my big brother." Deep down, Max didn't like how Ree acted, but he pushed that feeling aside. After all, Ree was the person his little sister cared about, so he figured he should be polite. Just then, Max introduces himself as Marsh and asks the red-haired boy, "Take care of my sister from now on." Turning red, Sylvia interrupts, "I can take care of myself." Shaking hands with Marsh, Ree could sense how strong he was. The mana Marsh possessed felt almost endless. Ree compliments Sylvia, saying, "You're a natural leader. You've been taking care of us most of the time." Which makes his two other big brothers giggle. That's when she introduces her two big brothers, Johan and Jackical, adding they both are in the military, just like Marsh. She then reveals that her brother Max studies at Roland Magic Academy. Max delightedly informs Ree that they'd be able to meet at the World Combat Tournaments if he wins. But our guy's reaction is totally unexpected when he corroborates with him in disbelief that he goes to Roland. "What's wrong?" Max asks, wondering why Ree looks so shocked. Frantically, Ree asks, "Do you know a girl named Amy?" Upon hearing the name, Max tries to recall, but he's not quite sure. Roland is a large city, just like Avon. Sounding desperate, Ree elaborates. Her full name is Amy Blue Blood. She passed away recently due to an accident. Do you know anything about her? Max shakes his head, unable to remember anyone named Amy. I'll ask around once I go back. I'll let Sylvia know if I find out anything. Listening to this, Ree's face breaks into disappointment. Thanks, he mutters, appreciating Max's efforts. At that moment, a peculiar vibe lingers in the air. And Marsh immediately informs his brothers that there's not much time left. The head knight still needs their help. He asks Ray and Sylvia to get some rest. Sylvia waves them goodbye, adding that she'll show them around the academy once the tournament ends. As the two walk away, Marsh gazes at them intently and asks Max, "Did you just lie now?" Appearing apprehensive, Max confesses, "I lied to Ree about Amy." He pauses and adds, "I don't know what to do about that girl." "What do you think?" That's when Marsh assures him, "You did the right thing. Ray is strong. A dangerous kid. And completely unafraid of us, at that. Moreover, I can't tell what's going on inside his head." After that, Max asks his brother, "Should we avoid getting involved with Ray?" Marsh affirms, "We should keep our distance for now. Let's see how things go." The scene then shifts to the finals, where the contestants seem to be in the waiting room. While Kyle and Monk are kind of nervous, Sylvia is freaked out. She's going up against Jay in the first match. Being constantly on tenterhooks, Sylvia feels really nervous and asks Ray, "Does it show on my face?" But our guy calms her down and tells her, just fight like you always do. Advising her not to worry about the results too much, Sylvia expresses that she really wants to join the World Combat Tournament. Born into a family of mages, she's the only one without magic, unlike all her brothers. A sense of trepidation fills her as she recalls how embarrassed her parents were. Peeking at her with concern, Ray asks, "Do you really want to win?" She immediately agrees, feeling the need to prove her worth. She's at the end of her tether, and the determination in her eyes is clear. She adds, "I want to prove that I can be as excellent as my brothers, even as a knight." At that moment, our guy holds her hand and leads her somewhere. Meanwhile, Kyle informs them the match is about to begin, and Dan jokes they're getting lovey-dovey before the match. They head to a more secretive place, where Rhea offers to lend her his strength temporarily. Fire emerges from his hand, and Sylvia stares at the glowing light in his palm. Helping a friend in need, our guy hopes she can lend him her strength when he needs it, too. Sylvia, blushing, affirms, "I want to become your strength." Just then, our guy uses his new spell, mana sharing, and transfers his mana to her. "Use it when you need it," he tells her, "but it should be for no more than 10 minutes. If you go past that, it will damage your body." Meanwhile, the flares emerge from Sylvia with the help of Ray's chi. With her eyes snapped open in shock, she presumes that Ray can absorb people's strength and use it too. Come to think of it, she'd never seen anyone use a technique like this before, nor had she ever heard of this spell. Feeling dubious, Sylvia wonders how many secrets he has that keep unraveling one by one. On the other hand, the final competition is about to begin. The crowd is exhilarated as the first competitor to step up is Jay Gree. They wonder if he'll hold back, given that his opponent is a second-year girl. Just then, the match between Sylvia and Jay begins. They are allowed to use any equipment, and 2 master knights will judge the competition. The commentator further informs the audience that if either side is hit with a fatal attack, they will do their best to stop the match and announce the results as soon as possible. With that, both contestants enter the arena. Sir Winfred stands at Jay's side, while Sir Kay stands at Sylvia's side. The match begins, and Monk is skeptical about whether Sylvia will be able to win. But Martha, keeping her hopes high, believes that Sylvia can definitely win, as they all know how strong she is. Despite her strength, Dan admits that it's true, but he gives a reality check. Her opponent is Jay Gree, a big guy with big muscles. He concludes that Jay is as strong as a bull. Loki agrees with Dan. Ray recalls that Jay was badly hurt before, but it seems like he has completely recovered. Even though he lent Sylvia his power, she can only win against Jay if she's capable enough. Suddenly, Ray makes eye contact with Jay. The big guy, without any reluctance, begins shouting in the arena. He waves his sword and asks the boss if he wants him to lose to this girl. While Ray is flustered, wondering what that idiot is doing, Jay keeps calling out the boss. Ray, doing his best to ignore him and tune out Dan, guesses that he's really pointing towards Ray. The crowd is confused, wondering who Jay is even talking to. They question why he's calling a second year his boss. That's when the moment of truth unravels. The big guy screams out Ray's name. Ray, feeling utterly embarrassed, lashes out, shouting at him to stop shouting and fighting already. As Dan realizes he was right, Jay assures his boss that he'll do his best, pointing his sword towards Sylvia. He justifies that he mistook her for the boss's girlfriend, so he was thinking of going easy on her. Making her jaw drop, Sylvia turns red and clarifies, "I'm not Ray's girlfriend. We're just good friends." She then tells him, "Bring it on. I don't need you to go easy on me." With that, Jay, without wasting a second, leaps to attack and slashes his sword. Sylvia dodges the deadly blow, the sword slamming into the ground and breaking apart. Realizing how heavy the strike was, she deduces she wouldn't be able to block it with her shield. If she took that hit, her arm would break. While Jay moves in for the second attack, Sylvia springs up, dodging the strike. She admits that the guy has a lot of strength, but also a lot of openings. Planning to take advantage of it, she emerges from behind and stabs her sword into his back. To her surprise, her fin tiger sword doesn't pierce his skin. It becomes clear his muscles are no joke. As Sylvia fails to even scratch him, Jay clangs his sword against hers. She blocks it with her shield, barely holding on against his immense strength. Just then, Sylvia decides to use the power Ray had lent her. She bounces when her shield breaks to pieces, unable to withstand Jay's sword strike. Stumbling, she grabs hold of herself, clinging her feet to the ground. And at that moment, she uses Ray's power. She decides to make it quick. Within 10 minutes, fire emerges from within her. Jay is quite surprised to see her aura, completely different from before. He gets thrilled. As things start to spice up, Sylvia tosses her shield away. Her strength seems to rise in a flash. She leaps toward Jay at such a crazy speed that even he cannot keep up. However, Jay underestimates her. He thinks her speed is not enough to land a hit. Abruptly, he loses focus as Sylvia moves too fast. His excitement is short-lived when she emerges from behind and manages to stab her sword into his stomach, making it bleed. Flabbergasted, his eyes snap open in shock. He wonders what's going on lately, muttering about his lucky streak, as he's getting surprised one after another. On the contrary, Jay's classmate Cherry is also stunned to see that Sylvia managed to hurt the big guy. And Harry Delbert, who didn't expect her to be this strong, believes that Ray was the only second year who could do it. But it seems like he underestimated them. Meanwhile, the people in the crowd are going crazy over Sylvia after witnessing her iconic fighting moves, even claiming that she's a goddess. Her brothers, who are also in the crowd, watch her proudly, while Max, being funky as always, shouts to her, "Beat that guy up." His brothers, Johann and Jackal, tell him not to get excited, as the match has just begun, and Sylvia's opponent hasn't gone all out yet. But Marsh peeks at her with pride and affirms, "She's performing better than I'd expected." Plus, with her fighting style being so clean and efficient, he anticipates that she's really suited to be a knight. Well, they all seem too proud of her without knowing that she's using Ray's power at the moment, and that's not even her real strength, which is a shame. On the other hand, her classmate Dan comments, "That was such a beautiful hit, but it only scratched Jay." Kyle nervously lets out, "His body must be made of metal." Still using Ray's chi, Sylvia thinks it over and conjectures that Jay's body is strong enough that she can barely hurt him with Ray's chi. That being said, she observes that the big guy is overly reliant on his natural constitution. So, he isn't good at concentrating, his focus weak in defending his weak spots. He concludes that there are many openings she can exploit. Sylvia plans to continue targeting the same spot, believing it might give her a chance to win. Following her strategy, Sylvia, with her quick movements, slashes her sword at Jay's wounded spot, causing him to wince in pain. Meanwhile, Jay slams his sword into the ground, breaking it, while Sylvia bounces back to dodge. Dashing towards Gree, she considers targeting the wound on his lower abdomen. But suddenly, she feels her energy draining away. Her luck runs out at the crucial moment when Ray realizes she's out of time. Trembling, Sylvia grips her sword tightly, trying to hold on just a little longer. Lost in the heat of the moment, Jay strikes. Her sword tumbles from her hands, leaving her disarmed. Seizing the opportunity, Jay fiercely slashes at her. Her classmates panic, fearing she'll be hurt. At that moment, Winfred casually halts the sword and says, "That's enough," while Sir Kay swiftly grabs Sylvia into his arms. Apologizing, Jay justifies his actions. "I got a bit too excited. It's been a while since I faced a girl who could fight this well." The judges then announced the winner. Jay agrees while the crowd applauds for him. After the match, Monk is surprised to see that Sylvia has become so strong before they even knew it. He thinks it's a shame that she lost to Jay. Even though she lost, Martha believes she'll be able to surpass Jay by the time their third year comes around. Nonetheless, the match proceeds between Ray and Jira. His friends wish him luck, and our guy, walking to his position, is aware that Jira won't come since he burned him to death. But he needs to go there to keep up appearances. Encountering Ray, Jay praises his friend Sylvia, saying that she's pretty strong. Addressing him as boss, while our guy thinks the same. As Ray stands in his position, the commentators call out for Jira to step into the arena immediately. This creates a buzz in the crowd, as people begin to wonder if Jira slept in or if he maybe chickened out. They guess it might be an embarrassment for him. Jira's classmate Cherry asks Harry if he's seen him lately, since she hasn't spotted him since the tournament started. But Harry refuses, saying he hasn't seen him either. It looks like Jira has disappeared into thin air, but in reality, he has met his unfaithful end at the hands of our main character. The head knights seem to be discussing the absence of Jira. The crowd seems to be going berserk over it, wondering who the hell Jira is and why everyone is waiting for him. Just then, the announcements notify that since Jira hasn't shown up for the competition, he has been disqualified, making Ri the winner by default. Listening to this, the crowd is left in disappointment and assumes that it's all rigged. On the other hand, Marsh also seems to have his hopes dashed, knowing they won't be able to watch Ri fight. Max, letting out a sigh of disappointment, is bored to death. He really wanted to see Ri fight since they might go up against each other in the future. After that, the next contestants, Badger and Samir, are called up for the match. However, Badger doesn't seem to feel much confidence without his twin Sloth, as he's fought separately without him before. They've always been together, and the fact they use the same toothbrush shows how strongly bonded they are. Meanwhile, Dan, who is trying to comfort Badger, is disgusted by him. Ray lets out that he's going to check on Sylvia. Taking it the wrong way, Martha asks him to wish her well from her side, and Kyle is jealous of him, saying that bro is winning at life. And he wants to fall in love too. Heading to the infirmary, our guy ponders that Sylvia wasn't hurt badly and also has to take his chi back. "Are you okay?" he asks. Sylvia hides her face in the blanket, apologizing to Ri for losing, even though she had his power. He assures her, "You did your best." But Sylvia, looking crestfallen, mutters, "I'm too useless," and tears begin streaming down her face. Our guy tries to make her feel better, convincing her that Jay is just a monster with all those muscles. Disgruntled, Sylvia knows he's trying to comfort her, but she replies, "That's not an excuse for my loss." She continues, "If we meet a strong beast in the wild, what's the point if I can't protect everyone?" Hearing this, inside his mind, a vision unfolds. Ri recalls his life as a dragon and how he failed to protect his own kind. Yanking himself out of the painful memory, his eyes glisten with the weight of his past. He concludes, "We can't protect everyone, no matter how strong we become." Sobbing, Sylvia responds, "I want to protect our team. And Ray." Hearing these words, Ray realizes that Sylvia doesn't even have half his strength yet. She still wants to protect everyone. He's been keeping his distance from his friends because he hoped they didn't need his protection, but it seems that it's the other way around. Nevertheless, he takes his power back from Sylvia as he absorbs his chi. The thought lingers in his mind that he's already failed once as a dragon, and he doesn't want to feel that way again. After that, he asks Sylvia to get some rest and informs her that Martha and the others are worried about her. As he is about to leave, reassures her with tenacity, "You don't need to protect everyone because that's my job." With that, he leaves, and Sylvia is left feeling flustered, her face turning red. On the other hand, at the arena, the crowd is fixated on the results. They learn that a second-year student won the match and believe it's the first proper victory. Curious, Ray wonders who won. That's when he sees that Kyle triumphed over Nye, the third-year girl knight. As Winford announces Kyle as the winner, the guy, wearing a cheeky smile, reminds Nye, "Don't forget about our date." With the metal chain wrapped around her, poor Nye, feeling abashed, agrees and asks him to let her go. Witnessing this, Ray isn't quite surprised to see that Kyle won. But our guy is left in disbelief after seeing that red-haired baldy secure a date. The next match proceeds, this time against Gary and Harry. Gary steps into the arena, and the crowd anticipates that if the red-headed guy won, it should be a breeze. After all, he's the top ranker. Assuming Harry isn't flashy, one of the spectators reveals that he's Knightmaster Delbert's son, which shocks the others. They thought Delbert's only son was that snob, Sebastian. Ray meets up with his friends and informs Martha that Sylvia is fine, though a little upset. He asks how the fights are going. Monk then reveals that Sloth and Badger lost, just as expected. They can barely walk straight when they're not together. But luckily, Kyle managed to win and even got the girl to agree to go on a date with him. Listening in, Dan freaks out, wondering if even that baldy riled up the girl. He wonders aloud if that's the power of love. Monk affirms that Ray just came in time since Gary is up next, and everyone is looking forward to it. Monk, uncertain, asks if Ray thinks Gary will win. But our guy doesn't have an answer. Deep down, he contemplates that he hasn't had the chance to fight Harry again since he lost to him in his first year. He remembers that Harry called himself a 50th place back then, but he's certain that he wasn't showing his full powers. Ray, then, Loki yearns that Gary needs to win for him. Meanwhile, Gary, with fierce determination etched in his eyes, becomes adamant to win this thing. With that, the battle begins, and they both scamper at a crazy speed. Their swords clang against each other as they clash. Harry chuckles, mocking Gary by asking, "Are you using any of your strength?" "I can't feel it at all." Pissed, Gary gulps down his anger and clarifies, "I won't hold back." With that, he goes berserk, launching a continuous attack that gives Harry a little trouble. Dan is quite impressed to see Harry, as it appears to him that he is keeping that third year on the ropes. Monk doesn't seem so positive about it, watching them combat. Ree comments that Harry hasn't even gotten started yet. His assumption turns out to be true when Harry hits Gary's sword with a clang, sending it flying far away. Gary's eyes snap open in shock. Harry provokes him, saying, "This fight is boring. Is this all you've got?" Low-key panicking, Gary presumes that it feels like none of his attacks are connecting, even though his strike definitely hit Harry's sword. With that, he leaps in for an attack at a fast speed. However, in a flash, Harry parries the thrust of his sword like it's a breeze. Dodging the attack, Harry says, "If you're really the strongest in your year, then you believe the silver-haired girl is stronger than you?" But Gary doesn't even get the time to get mad. Harry bounces and strikes with a forceful thrust. As Gary gets smashed away, he holds his grip with the help of his sword. At that moment, Harry mutters, "If you can't even sense sword chi, you're clearly wasting your time." Gary is left baffled, wondering what the hell Harry is talking about with sword chi. The scene then flips to Gary's flashback where Sir Kay is teaching them about sword chi, which is actually just used to help people visualize the concept. It's more of a feeling than a skill. The instructor demonstrates how sword chi works by testing their cognitive abilities. He tricks them by asking, "Which candle am I targeting?" As he swings his sword at several candles. Ray, grasping the trick, conjectures it's to predict the enemy's attack before it happens. Sir Kay agrees, then explains, "If you continue to train and hone your senses, adding a bit of talent to that, they'll be able to feel it, too." Skeptical, Kyle asks if they're not guaranteed to be able to feel it. Sir Kay admits, because they've never perceived it. He further reveals, not many believe that swordy exists. They think it's a made-up concept. While it's true that everyone perceives swords differently, the way they describe it varies too. For this reason, its existence is hard to prove. Meanwhile, Kyle is kind of convinced that it's a superstition. Gary asks, "When do people usually start sensing sword chi?" Assuming there's some sort of common factor? That's when Sir Kay answers, "It's different for everyone, but it's usually when they're on the brink of death." Yanking out his flashback, Gary gets whacked in the face with a force that drips blood from his mouth. It appears that Gary is testing Sir Kay's theory as he continues to take the hits from Harry to reach the point of death. Witnessing Gary getting brutally beaten without any counterattack, Elder Humphrey gets concerned. This doesn't look good. It's a fight between knights, not barbarians. But the other elder assures him, "The elder knights are here. It won't cause any trouble for your hospital." On the other hand, Dan is freaking out. Watching his friend getting beaten ruthlessly, Ray believes that Harry is trying to get Gary to forfeit. Sounding pretty confident, Ray lets out that he will never forfeit. And that's when we see Gary, with a piercing stare that exudes he's up to something, a hint of menace in his eyes. Admitting that he can take a hit, Harry asks, if you're not going to forfeit, then what? Gary refuses to give up. Not wasting time, Harry leaps towards him to end things once and for all. Just as he gets closer, Gary remains glued to his position, closing his eyes as he tries to sense the sword chi with mad focus. The people are freaking out, wondering if he's calling his death upon himself, coming to the conclusion that he's disqualified. The intensity of the moment seems very high. Everyone's gaze is fixated on them, sitting on the edge of their seats, wondering what will happen next. As the distance shortens, with Harry's sword almost hitting him, Gary makes his move. Jaw-droppingly, he blocks the attack with his own sword. Meanwhile, Sir Kay breathes a sigh of relief. It was a close one, but he thinks there's no need to stop the fight now. Feeling the moves, Gary is now able to see and anticipate Harry's attacks. Realizing that this is sword chi, the guy effortlessly dodges the hits. A moment later, Gary manages to aim his sword right at Harry's neck. Harry, looking a bit panicked, lets out, "I'm starting to like you." Gary clarifies, "I still hate you." Just then, the judges announce Gary Blood as the winner. His friends cheer for him in excitement, while Ray seems more than proud of him. After defeating Harry, Gary asks, "Did you purposely fight like that so I'd be able to sense sword chi?" Acting clueless, Harry doesn't seem to know what he's talking about. But he admits, "I like fighting strong opponents. The more strong people there are, the better." As Gary thinks, what a strange guy he is, suddenly he blacks out and stumbles to the ground, his body going weak. Monk freaks out and rushes to Gary, who's lying unconscious. Ray assures him, "Don't worry. He probably used too much chi at once, spreading it out over a large area to sense Harry's attacks." He adds that if Gary's last attack didn't work, he would have lost. Our guy then reminds him, "We have more to worry about. Look at the next matchup." The next match is between Martha and Cherry. Trying not to act nervous, Martha believes in herself that she can do it. Cherry, who's surprised to see an archer, asks someone to lend her a bow and some arrows. She doesn't want anyone saying that she's bullying a junior. At that moment, Monk warns her, "Be careful, that third year looks really strong." Martha assures him, "Don't worry about it." Watching Monk do this, Dan starts teasing him, saying, "It's the tooth-rotting scent of love in the air I can feel." Monk panics, quickly justifying, "It's nothing like that." At the arena, Cherry lets out a sigh and says, "I've heard about my opponent. Knight said you were special." Martha is baffled to see Cherry using the bow and arrow, even though she's a white belt. However, she doesn't feel flattered. Instead, she responds, "I feel like I'm just a dime a dozen." Having had enough of the chit-chat, the fight begins. Martha strikes first, shooting an arrow to test things real quick. Not amused at all, Cherry notices it's a simple trick. She shoots an arrow with great strength that soars towards Martha's arrow, breaking it rapidly. Witnessing this, Martha isn't surprised. She expected this from Cherry, who's among the top 5 of the third year. Given that, Cherry dealt with it easily. The people are amazed at Cherry's shot as she managed to hit that arrow while it was flying. They think it's common for people of their level, but they debate about Cherry, who doesn't seem to be an archer, and she's not a green belt either. They assume she just got lucky. Nonetheless, Martha shoots 2 arrows at once for size, but Cherry catches them with her bare hands. "I'm really nothing special," she utters. Disgruntled that Knight Rose raised her expectations for nothing, Martha then shoots a large arrow to see if she can strike this one down. Thinking that Martha's underestimating her, Cherry shoots the arrow with a thrust. A blaze erupts as the arrows clash, and Martha's breaks again. Thunder strikes, and Martha's eyes snap open in shock as she tries to process that her arrow got shot through. Zoned out, Cher's arrow is about to hit her when the knight screams at Martha to dodge the attack. Snapping out of it, Martha immediately bounces to save herself. Fortunately, the arrow hits the wall with a bang, creating cracks in it. Realizing it was a close call, she gets lucky to get past the deadly attack, which was an inch away from hitting her. Meanwhile, Dan is freaking out, terrified of Cher's power. Thinking that it's a cannon rather than an arrow, believing that if they get shot by something like that, they would certainly drop dead. Noticing that he almost couldn't keep up with the path of the arrow because of its crazy speed, Monk concerningly asks Ray about his opinion. "Do you think the Master Knight can block an arrow like that?" Monk inquires. Our guy couldn't really answer that and expressed his opinion that Martha should forfeit, because if she doesn't, she's going to get hurt. Upon hearing this, Monk seems to be aware deep down that Martha won't give up until the very last second. On the contrary, Martha tries to get her act together, thinking that she needs to clear her head and focus. That's when Martha executes her ultimate plan. She keeps running in circles while continuously striking the arrows at her and dodging the ones Cherry shoots. While Cherry thinks that she's nimble, Martha finds her perfect blind spot as she aims the arrow at her from behind. However, Cherry manifests her attack beforehand. She lets out a smirk, muttering that this is exactly what she was waiting for. At that moment, she prepares her arrow, sets it on fire, and decides to end the fun and games here. Putting things to an end, Cherry strikes her last arrow, which soars at unmatched speed. Knowing that Martha won't be able to stop the hit, Ray shouts at Monk to stop her. In a state of panic, Monk dashes into the arena. The judges, Sir Kay and Winford, also rush to them in haste. The arrow travels at light speed. Meanwhile, Martha, panic-stricken, realizes that the attack is so fast she can't dodge it. As she nears despair, wondering if she's going to die, Monk suddenly appears in front of her and halts the deadly flying arrow with his sword. Dan stands slack-jawed, trying to fathom how Monk got there so quickly. Sir Kay immediately calls for emergency treatment. Sobbing, Martha holds Monk and asks why he leapt in front of her so carelessly. The arrow seems to have run through his chest, and Monk starts bleeding from the mouth, thinking if he will die. Sir Kay reassures Martha, saying not to worry, as he luckily managed to avoid getting hit in any vital points. At that moment, Knight Winford announces the winner of the match to be Cherry, and she thinks that it's all so boring. The people are terrified by how intimidating this woman is. And they would never fight her. Monk is carried to the infirmary while Martha sticks with him. Moreover, Winford adds that due to the injuries sustained by Monk, he will not be able to fight in the next match, which makes Molly, his opponent, win by default. The next match is about to start between Ian and Geo. Dan asks the big guy to be careful out there, as nothing's more important than his safety, and Kyle wishes him luck. While Ian leaves, Kyle notices that the big guy, who's Ian's opponent, uses double axes too, just like him. He conjectures that all the matchups are similar, like swordsmen against swordsmen and archers against archers. That's when Ree lets out that they did it on purpose, since the World Combat Tournament involves team battles. They want to ensure they have diverse teams so that they can deal with different situations. As the match is about to begin, Dan asks Ray if he thinks Ian will be able to win. But our boy tells him to watch the match, as he's got a feeling that Ian's going to surprise them. With that, the match begins, and Ian leans in for the first attack with his double axes, making Geo think that he's straight into his range. Geo then uses a double axe storm that creates a whirlwind, and Ian dodges it at the last minute. Getting saved by a thread, Ian breathes a sigh of relief as he almost gets caught in that storm and waits until Geo slows down. Just as he slows down, Ian takes the plunge and, incredibly, slams his double axes right into his opponent's chestplate, making him smash away with a jaw-dropping force. Taking that critical hit, Geo is taken aback. His opponent is more nimble than he thought. He wonders if Ian keeps doing that a few more times, it's going to leave a mark on his chestplate. However, at that moment, a hint of panic strikes Geo when he witnesses not just a mark, but damage to his chestplate. Cracks even start to form. As the crowd watches, they are shocked by Ian's monstrous strength. That red-haired kid shattered his chestplate in one blow. At that time, Geo sneers maliciously and mutters, "I can't play with him much longer. Time to end this quickly." That's when the guy gulps down the potion, the same one that Jira drank, and affirms, "There's no room for error. It's an order straight from the master, so I have no choice." Their eyes snap in shock. A realization dawns on Ray as he notices the potion. A sudden jolt of power runs through Geo after drinking it. Like a monster watching his classmate drink the potion. A suspicion flickers in Jay's mind, but Harry interrupts. They're allowed to use anything in their matches, Harry asserts. What Gio did might not be the most honorable thing, but it doesn't go against the rules. However, deep down, Jay seems to know that it's something dangerous, something similar to what he encountered earlier. Something about Gio unsettles him. At that moment, Jay's eyes land on Ri and his friends. He asks himself what the boss is going to do now. Meanwhile, Jay is concerned about what he should do. If he acts now, he'll expose his current abilities. He decides to wait until Winford and the others notice. But then he pauses, ascertaining that if they haven't stopped it by now, it means they have no idea how dangerous it is. With a grimacing grin on his face, Joe's power uplifts quickly. He hits Ian and goes ballistic, slamming his double axes to attack Ian, while the red-haired kid bounces to save himself. Without further reluctance, Ri immediately leaps out of the boundary into the arena. Dan shouts at him, asking where he's going, and Kyle stops him, knowing it could get Ian disqualified. However, Sir K blocks our boy and states he can't interfere with the match. But Ri seems unstoppable. He tells K that he doesn't have time to explain and asks him to get out, punching his teacher right in the gut. Meanwhile, K takes the hit and even coughs up a little blood. He leaves in disbelief, shocked that this brat has so much power in him. At that moment, Winford asks what's going on and instructs Ri to get back to his seat, which is held by Sir K. That's when our guy calls out Jay and commands him to get Gio. Without wasting a second, Jay springs up and runs into the arena with his sword in hand. Just as Gio, who's going berserk, leaps in for another attack, Jay swings his sword and slams it right onto Joe's head. The people are left shocked to see Jay do something like that, aside from that red-haired kid. Meanwhile, Winford is utterly baffled, wondering what the two of them are even doing. In a flash, Winford's eyes widen, and Jay is startled when he realizes his attack doesn't even put a scratch on Gio. A peculiar aura emerges from within Gio, like the plague of shadows. With a sinister look on his face, Gio calls out Jerry, while the peculiar purple aura surrounds him. He then calls Jay a piece of trash. Winford commands him to stop or else he will be disqualified. In a flash, Winford witnesses something terrifying. Joe's face transforms like that of a monster. He immediately grasps that it's the plague of shadows. Suddenly, the plague of shadows begins spreading only among the third-year participants, causing an uproar among the crowd as they panic. Sir is left flabbergasted to see the plague infecting so many people. Ray, appearing shocked, suspects that it was a premeditated operation. Concerned, Sir asks when to escort the elders to safety, accentuating that he must keep them safe from the plague. He assures him that he has his students to help here. The twins, Badger and Sloth, Dan and Kyle, are all fired up and ready for the showdown. Meanwhile, Kay realizes that the infected third years are attempting a coup. The big guy Ian is smashed away once again as his battle with Gio continues, having been punched in the guts earlier. Ray asks Sir Kay about his wounds, clutching his hand on his injuries. But Kay affirms that it's nothing, and that saving people is their priority. At that moment, the infected leap towards them. While our boy is troubled by the fact that the three infected people confronting them are all third years, which means it's going to be tough. With that, the twins ask him to go and help Ian defeat Gio, while Dan also assures him to leave the three third years to them because his match isn't happening. So, he's planning to hash it out here. Counting on his friends, Ray leaves. Asher, one of the infected third years, flings her sword towards Ri, but Dan emerges with his spear, asking where are your manners when your opponent is right in front of you. On the other hand, the two infected twins confront Sloth and Badger, calling them losers. However, this time, Sloth and Badger are amenable to fighting them because they were separated back then. But it's different now that they're together. Gio, who's now turned into a terrifying shadow, threatens to slaughter all the red-headed mongrels. Poor Ian is floundering about on the ground, dragging himself on his feet as he runs out of power to fight. At that moment, the shadow monster Gio aims his axe to strike at Ian, who's helplessly crawling to save himself. Fortunately, Ri makes a well-timed intervention and clangs his sword, piercing it through Joe's armor. And unexpectedly, Harry emerges and stabs his sword from the back, which penetrates the armor. Geo is ambushed from both sides, and his blood starts splattering. Harry compliments Ri, saying, "You're pretty quick on your feet." Our guy responds, "Not too shabby myself." He then asks Ian, "Are you okay?" Just then, Knight Winford makes a shocking announcement. "We are attacked by the Dark Guild," he reveals. The arena has been infiltrated. Well, it looks like the teachers and big families are sitting back and watching the second years fight the biggest threat the kingdom has. It's kind of ironic. The loud rumblings and explosions reverberate through the arena. While the academy seems to be in ruins, Winford calls out to all the knights in arms. "Protect your families, friends, and the wounded," he commands. "It's time to fight to the death to protect our honor." Meanwhile, Dan and the twins are impressively combating the infected third ears, helping Ian, who's severely injured. Harry concludes that the academy is in a predicament, while our guy is reassured, knowing that Harry wasn't the one causing trouble. While Geo stands at the back, our guy asks Harry what he's thinking. "I'm making sure my comrades are safe," Harry answers. To their surprise, the monster is barely damaged by the previous attack. Geo leaps toward them, slamming his axe at them. Dodging the deadly strike, Harry is left astounded, thinking that the guy is unkillable. And that's when Ri informs him that the past few times he encountered these creatures, they had to burn them to a crisp. Ri reveals that this plague forces them to fight until they can't anymore. Thinking how despicable it is, Harry tells Ri to find his friends while he deals with the big guy, Geo. Meanwhile, Ian, exhausted, rests against the wall. Their leader leaves Harry in charge to wipe out Geo. Jay shouts at his boss to take him along. But the boss tells Jay to go help Sir Kay, as he needs more assistance. With that, Ray leaves. He climbs to the top to observe the situation. Activating his dragon eye, he witnesses the critical state of the battle. People are fighting off the Dark Guild enemies. He sees the infirmary surrounded by the enemy and notices that so many people there have the plague of shadows. Dashing to the infirmary, he hopes Gary and Sylvia are okay. On the contrary, Sylvia's 4 brothers are also confronting the Dark Guild. Marsh bluntly says, "I didn't know these guys would stoop to working together with pure bloods." The intruder from the Dark Guild shamelessly confesses that as long as they reach their goal, the means don't matter. Just then, Marsh commands his brothers to scatter and strikes with a water slash. The guy from the Dark Guild states that he's delaying the inevitable. With that, Marsh instructs Max to go find Sylvia and make sure she doesn't get dragged into this. On the contrary, Winford speaks bluntly of the situation and lets the head elder know everything. He also informs the elder that he has alerted the entire city, as requested. The elder, without showing much concern, asks Winford to leave. However, it appears that Knight Winford has much to say. He tries to get it off his chest, but after taking it all in, the knight chooses silence and takes his leave. Gary seems to be lying down in the medical station infirmary when a man dressed as a conductor shows up with a syringe. As Gary asks him what he's doing, the man replies that this is going to help relieve his pain. As he's about to inject it into Gary's hand, Sylvia and Martha arrive at the spot and stop him. While Martha attacks the guy, he dodges it and reveals his true form. He turns out to be infected by the shadows. Sylvia rushes to the boy who has just been injected with the potion, asking him if he's okay. But it's of no use, it's too late. That's when numerous infected people emerge, and one of them gives them a choice: become one of them or die. Gary decides to go with the third option, to fight them. Sylvia tries to stop Gary, telling him that these people could still be saved. She warns him not to kill them. Gary kicks one of them in the leg while the shadows manipulate him, tricking his emotions. They remind him that these are his comrades and that he can't kill them. One of the infected people offers him the chance to join them. Moments later, Martha shoots that person with her arrow, letting him know that, while others might be their comrades, he isn't. Sylvia compliments Martha, but they notice that the infected people have started to lose control. Gary suggests not worrying about hurting them right now. Sylvia tells him to restrict their movements without causing lethal damage, but to break their bones if he has to. Struggling to fight them, Gary asks about the situation, but Martha doesn't seem to know either. On top of that, the infected have started to go berserk. Sylvia suspects that someone is trying to cause a scene. She suggests that, perhaps, they should just get out of there. Worried, Martha stresses that they should find Monk since he's in the operating room. As they reach the door, they see the window splattered with blood. Rushing inside, they witness Monk holding something sharp in his hands. Looking traumatized, he admits, "I've killed people. I've taken lives." But Martha consoles him, assuring him, "It's not your fault." Meanwhile, Gary and Sylvia are struggling to keep the doors closed. The infected are trying to barge in. They can't seem to hold them back much longer, and Gary freaks out, interrupting Martha and Monk's moment. "Hurry it up!" he yells. It seems many people had been infected by the plague, and Nye suspects that the third years did this on purpose to betray them. Knowing their obsession with bloodlines, she never imagined they'd stoop this low, becoming pawns of the Dark Guild. It didn't feel right. Suddenly, a shadow appears behind her, but Kyle strikes a blow, saving her. "Need help?" he asks, calling her a charming lady. But just as Kyle speaks, another shadow attacks. This time, Nye protects him, smacking the zombie away. Kyle is left astonished. She tells Kyle to take care of himself before anyone else, and he feels the urge to protect her even more now. The red-headed guy taunts the third years by saying that they're just making things more difficult. Nye says, "I don't know if they were forced or did this voluntarily, but this is a pre-planned operation." As they are cornered by their fellows, a water splash emerges, removing all the shadow warriors. Kyle thanks Max, who helped them, and Nye wonders, what is a mage from outside doing here? Max then says, "I'm looking for my sister. Do you know where the medical room is?" Kyle asks him to follow him, saying, "I'm going to look for my friends too." Meanwhile, Sylvia and the others are struggling to get out of the infirmary, surrounded by so many shadows. Martha wonders, why is it getting more crowded? Sylvia replies, it's because they're targeting the uninfected. As they're about to reach the exit, they hear Kyle, and strangely, Sylvia hears his brother Max's voice. They let them know their location, waiting for them to arrive. When they find them, Kyle seems to be intimidated by the number of people inside the medical station, but Nye tells him, "Don't just stand there. Move. Move." Following the plan, Kyle and Nye threw their chain and dart rope towards Gary and Monk, telling them to grab it. Holding onto the ropes, they used them to kick the zombies aside, while Max used the sill's wall of water to clear the path. Everyone rushed through it, knowing he couldn't hold it much longer. As they ran, Sylvia asked her brother about the others. Max informed her that they were at the arena. The academy had been attacked by the Dark Guild, and many of their goons were there. He had to go and help them now. While Sylvia insisted on going with her brother, Martha asked Kyle about the condition of the others. Kyle replied that everyone was fine when he left, except for the big guy Ian, who had been hurt badly. Gary then asked about Ray, and Kyle informed him that Ray was coming too, anticipating he would arrive before him. This left Gary wondering if something had happened to Ray. In the castle, we saw Winford trying to convince the head elder that the students needed to be rescued immediately. The elder told him to calm down, explaining that the attack on the arena might just be a trap. Sending their forces there could be dangerous for the safety of the castle. Winford then asked for permission to go on his own. Sir Delbert and Bernardo were present as well. But the elder interrupts him, reminding him of the importance of guarding the palace. He terrifyingly admits the amount of people that will be sacrificed. The elder thinks that, as a knight, he should know better. Sometimes, it's better to sacrifice the minority to save the majority. Ray, who has been listening to the whole conversation outside the castle, is left shaken by the fact that they're throwing students to their deaths. The head elder makes himself clear about the mission, and Winford agrees to him. Our boy, who seems to be eavesdropping on their conversation, gets ticked off when he hears this. Enraged, he ponders that, to them, the lives of the students are nothing compared to the secret of the academy. He concludes that it's a foolish decision made by foolish humans. Well, it looks like our guy is playing his cards right when he uses his glamour power and transforms himself. Now, he will fight his own way. On the other hand, Harry is still fighting off the enemies and asks Jerry if the reinforcements are here yet. However, Big Guy Jay, with a bright smile on his face, lets out that they don't need any reinforcements. He usually doesn't get the chance to fight to his heart's content like this, adding that he feels like beating up 10 at once. Meanwhile, Sir Kay is backed up by Marsh. Guessing from his uniform, he states that Marsh must be a general from the Allure Kingdom's army. Agreeing that Kay is right, Marsh bluntly says, "We better make this quick. It will get more difficult once we progress to the second stage of the plague." Slashing the enemy, Kay seems to have the same thought. The scene then switches to Asher, who's infected by the plague. She fights Dan, calling him weak. While Dan struggles under Asher's attacks, he says, "This is as far as you can go," emphasizing that she's boosting her strength with power that isn't her own. At that moment, someone shoots an arrow straight at Asher, piercing through her neck. She screams in agony. It turns out to be Cherry, who shot the arrow. She apologizes for killing her classmate. Dan compliments her, saying, "That was a good shot." But Cherry thanks him, replying, "Thank you for distracting her so I could make the shot." The scene then shifts to the infected twin third years, who are defeated by Sloth and Badger. The twins are left in disbelief. They were so weak in the competition. They say, "We were separated back then, so there was nothing we could do. But once we fight together, we never lose." After that, Sylvia and the others rush outside and find her brother, Marsh. While Marsh is delighted to see his sister is safe, Dan is relieved to see that Monk and Gary are okay. Suddenly, they are attacked again by the infected enemies. A large group of infected people rushes their way. Dan freaks out as they just managed to defeat them all, but now they're back. "Everyone who's hurt, stand back," Marsh commands. Sir instructs his students, "Get in a row, and don't let the enemy get past you." Overwhelmed with concern, Sylvia frantically yells, "Don't kill them. They're all infected students, and they can still be saved." That's when a suspicion flickers in CIR's mind. He contemplates that it might have been the Dark Guild's plan all along. With so many people here, they wouldn't be able to avoid accidentally hurting some of them. Nonetheless, Marsh takes the lead. He turns to his twin brothers. "Use water pulsing," he says. "Hand the control of your power to me." Using the water pulse, Marsh concentrates the power, and the pulse hits every infected person. The potion inside them begins to dissipate. It seems the potion they were injected with is being extracted from them with Marsh's powers. While most of the infected people stop moving, Marsh holds on a bit longer to extract the potion from the remaining students. Just then, Marsh stumbles to the ground as he weakens. While all the siblings rush to him, Sir Kay is amazed by Marsh's strength. Having a lot of mana is not enough to perform such precise operations on so many people at once. Kay concludes that Marsh is terrifyingly strong. Meanwhile, Sylvia holds her big brother. Marsh affirms, "I'm fine. It's just that I used too much mana at once. I'll be fine." After a few days of rest, Sir Kay commands Kyle and Monk to lead a team and gather the wounded. He asks Gary to check on those who were infected and see how they're recovering. Deep down, Kay feels grateful for these mages. The casualties are within acceptable amounts, and he thinks that once everything settles, the Academy will have to thank them properly. When things finally seem to be settling down, suddenly black clouds form, and a strike of lightning occurs. It frightens everyone to death, their eyes snapping open in shock. It appears that something forceful bangs on the ground. Creating a rumbling crash, everyone gapes with bewilderment, trying to see what it is. To their surprise, someone emerges from the dust, making quite a destructive entry, draped in full armor. Eyes widened, Gary asks Kay, "Do you know who this is?" And that's when the powerful armored figure calls out to Kay by his real name, Caden. "It's delightful to see you after so long." Enraged, Kay snaps, "You have no right to call me that name." Meanwhile, Marsh recognizes the figure as Mothram and is surprised. I didn't know he'd come personally. It turns out Mothram is the former elder of the Avery Academy and the leader of the Dark Guild. Marsh nods to his brother, signaling them to attack. All of them strike with a water slice, the blade seeming to pierce through Mothram. He sneers at their feeble attacks. Mothram, however, remains unaffected by the silver-haired mage's powers. Marsh is appalled to see that his powers had no impact. Mothram threatens, if this is how you want to play, then it's the end. With that, he uses magic. Lightning crackles from his hands, forming into a ball of energy. Without hesitation, Mothram ruthlessly strikes the lightning at the silver-haired twins. Yon and Jakakal scream in pain. Left in disbelief, Marsh is shocked to see that the armor elder can use the power of lightning, while his two brothers lie unconscious on the ground after being hit by the jolt of lightning. A chilling thought crosses Caden's mind. He presumes they've never seen a human using lightning magic before, as it's a strong element that only legendary monsters can wield. Even back then, he never heard of him having an ability like this. While Kay tries to figure out the situation, Moram apologizes for not being here sooner. He believes that none of the elders are willing to appear, not even if he kills everyone here. Just then, Cherry steps in and shoots an arrow at the armored guy with unmatched force. But Moram thinks it's too slow and breaks her arrow like a flying bee. Gree then ambushes Motham from behind, about to slam his sword into his face. But the armor guy, mocking his futile attempt, calls him a foolish child and strikes lightning at Jay, sending him smashing into the wall. After that, Motham seems to have a personal beef with Caden. He asks, "Do students call you Kay?" Exasperated, Kay cuts to the chase and asks what he wants. That's when the armor guy states that he will give Kay a chance to make a choice. Baffled, Caden wonders what choice this is going to be. Then, a tense moment unfolds when Moram utters that he will let him leave to seek aid from the elders. However, he will kill one person for every minute Kay is gone. He adds that it's up to him how many people he can save, putting him in a life-or-death situation. Caden asks, what's the other option? While signaling Gary, Kyle, and Monk to attack. Moram reveals the other option, to watch him kill them all, one by one. Kyle and Monk furtively prepare for an ambush. In a second, Kay, Monk, and Kyle leap toward him, aiming their weapons at him. Watching himself get surrounded, Moram realizes that this is Caden's choice. As they all attack in a flash, Moram disappears like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone to wonder where he'd go. A few moments later, Kay spots him as the dust settles. The armor guy seems to be choking Cherry, who appears in pain, struggling to release herself. While the armor guy reminds Kay, "I am going to kill them all, one by one." Nye rushes toward him and commands, "Let go of Cherry," calling him a bastard. Throwing Cherry aside, the armored guy sneers at Nye's foolishness. He grabs her rope dart, releasing lightning through the rope that strikes Nye, making a loud crackle. In the meantime, Caden arrives and cuts off the rope, saving Nye from being electrocuted. Fortunately, Monk catches her and asks, "Are you okay?" Nye seems to be fine. As this happens, Kyle takes advantage of the distraction and wraps the armored guy with his metal chain, tugging hard. After wrapping the chain around the big guy's eye, Kyle pulls back and smacks the tip of his chain into the ground with a crash. He calls out to Gary, "Next move." At that moment, Gary and Harry appear. They pierce the metal chain, driving it deep into the ground with their swords. Hopping mad, Motham seems done with them. These brats are really getting on his nerves, trapping him like this. Loud rumbling echoes as Motham gears up for an iconic lightning attack. Sylvia interferes just in time, shoving Gary and Harry away to protect them from the deadly lightning. Watching this, Motham is taken aback as Sylvia predicts his attack, which triggers him a bit. Taking the only chance she has, Martha aims her arrow and hopes that the big woman's technique works, referring to Cherry. She releases the arrow, and it soars to hit Moram. However, the armored man disappears once again and unshackles himself as if it's a breeze. Tripping to the ground, Martha is left in a state of fright, realizing they can't keep him in one place. Abruptly, Sylvia shouts her name, alerting her about the incoming attack. Martha is saved by a thread. Moram corroborates that Kvilia can predict his attacks, which means it wasn't a fluke. He focuses on dealing with her first. The armored man dashes toward her, but he is halted by Marsh and Max, who cast water slash at him. The rumble of attacks grows louder. At that moment, Dan scampers with his spear and frantically leaps toward Moram, striking with all his might. However, the armored man doesn't even get a scratch. Slack-jawed, Dan is left in disbelief, having put almost all of his power into that one hit. Sneering, Moram mumbles that he's grown bored of this fight. Now it's time for you to die. He summons a massive orb of lightning with his magic, so forceful that it cracks the ground beneath them. Getting frantic, Motham surrounds the atmosphere with terrifying lightning that seems inevitable and powerful enough to destroy the whole academy. While his power emerges as the lightning is produced, in a flash of a moment, Gary takes the leap and strikes his sword against the armored guy's shoulder with immense power. Remaining unscathed, Motham is impressed that Avery Academy has still managed to produce a few special students. But he thinks it's a shame because they're all going to die here anyway. With that, he casts his lightning to strike Gary, sending him crashing away. The armored guy surrounds himself with more lightning that keeps emitting, creating a force strong enough to fling anyone away. Kay, barely standing his ground, tries to move closer to Motham. He wonders how he became so terrifyingly strong, surmising that now only the 6 elders can stop him. He manages to walk closer to the armored guy, clutching his chest, as it's nearly impossible to move through the current. Confronting him, Motham lets out a laugh. It seems like your plan didn't work. Confessing, he adds, the elders are willing to sacrifice all of you just to keep those things buried deep underground. Sweating, Caden realizes that's exactly what this guy wants. He clarifies, you'll accomplish that in your dreams. Calling Moram a madman. As soon as Kay erupts these words out of his mouth, the armor guy points his finger at him, charged with lightning. Stating he has his ways, he stresses that he can't go home empty-handed today. Just as he's about to bid Caden farewell, something screeches in the back, and someone strikes a powerful blow at Moram, who somehow dodges it. Looking at who it is, it turns out to be Jay Gree, who smacks him with his big-ass sword. Smirking, Jay asks the armor guy, "Did you think you could kill me just like that?" "So, you're sorely mistaken," he adds, while Kay asks if he's alright. The armor guy is shocked to the core to see Jay alive, as he had smacked him real hard earlier. But the big guy confidently responds, "I won't die from a scratch like this." Feeling that some of them still have some fight left in them, Motham picks up the spear. He thinks that it's a shame they believe they can stand against him. Bolting at a crazy speed, the rocks begin to tumble. Mothram tells Jay not to overestimate himself as he stabs the spear into his body, penetrating across him. As the blood begins to drip, the armor guy mocks Jay, saying, "You're the only one who can still move." The big guy, however, appears to be in pain. While that spear is pierced into Jay's body, and he's unable to counterattack, Moram is about to walk towards Caden, who's also injured. He lets out that he's going to send them to the afterlife one by one. Suddenly, the armor guy turns back, feeling dubious. Jay, trembling with pain, utters that it's not over yet. He adds that Moram can never beat them, and his boss is going to beat his ass. Just then, Motham asks him where his boss really is. And at that moment, someone appears and kicks Moram with a thrust, sending him crashing into the wall. Finally, our guy is back with a bang. Sylvia recognizes him as Ness because of his glamour ability. Approaching Jay, Ree asks him to prepare himself, as it's going to hurt a bit to pull the spear out. Believing that he can take it, Jay assures him to do it. Our guy immediately yanks the spear out, and blood splatters. Jay thanks him, and our guy affirms, "Don't mention it. I already owe you for saving my life once, and now I owe you again." His eyes widen with shock as Jay realizes that it's his boss, Ray. Our guy asks him to keep it a secret. Suddenly, big rocks come flying towards them. Ray halts those rocks that are about to hit Jay. It appears that bastard Mothram is back, and he's really furious. All of them seem to take turns wasting his time. He threatens Ri, saying that he's going to pay for their mistakes. But our guy is in fighting mode. He replies, "I'm already pissed off today, so you came just in time for a beating." Bracing himself, our boy activates his dragon eye. With a fierce look in his eyes, he challenges him, "Bring it on." As Nes fights the enemy, Sylvia warns him, "Watch out for its lightning attacks." She is shocked when even Jay, the strongest among them, can't keep up the fight and loses immediately. But Ness is completely fine. As our guy dodges the lightning attack, he's glad he prepared for this fight beforehand. Meanwhile, a knight rushes to Winford to inform him that one of the squads stationed at the mansion of the elder had been attacked. As Winford interrogates about the casualties, he is told there were no casualties. However, more than 50 people lost consciousness. Those who woke up couldn't remember what had happened and couldn't see the enemy. They did say, though, that it was a single person. They are out of danger and have no external injuries. Strangely enough, those who woke up found they couldn't use chi anymore. As if they were suffering from mana deficiency, it hits Winford's, and he's left stunned, wondering if Ray is behind all this. On the other hand, Ness is fighting with Mothram. He's relieved over the fact that he absorbed the mana from all those soldiers, and that's really helping him. Otherwise, it would have been a mess. He calculates that he needs to convert 100 points of mana into chi to cope with these attacks and keep 20 points for the glamour because the guy he's fighting is pretty strong. While he's busy with these thoughts, his opponent prepares to charge a thunder attack on him, one that no one can withstand. Mothram's lightning attack is dodged by Ness. When Kay witnesses his movements, his eyes snap open in shock. Who's that young man? He wonders. The stunt Ness just pulled is a stealth technique only taught to black belt knights. Mothram seems to be cocky as he wonders how long Ness can hide by playing tricks. Our guy knows he can't take the attacks head on since they're way too strong. If he gets hit a few times, things might turn bad. Suddenly, he's hit by lightning. To block it further, he casts an ice element. At that moment, Mothram realizes that he's a mage and decides to show the difference between mages. While our guy has a plan and utilizes the endless void, the armored guy is sure he won't be able to avoid it. He charges his attack as Sylvia calls out, "Ness." But the attack is somehow reversed as he escapes from that spot. Ray leaps toward him, aiming to strike with his spear, but the armored guy dodges again. As the lightning emerges, Mothram compliments the spear, saying, "That's a pretty good weapon. It deserves to be added to my collection." Struggling to land a blow, our boy ponders, "If the armored guy keeps dodging like this, I can't hit him at all." Just then, Ray responds, "That armor with the big eye is pretty cool. Want to trade?" At that moment, the armored guy moves like a bolt of lightning, faster than Ray can track. That's when our boy realizes there's definitely a trick to it, thinking he can't just use that without any drawbacks. While he's lost in thought, Sylvia shouts at Ray, "Watch behind you." She alerts him about the incoming lightning attack. Our boy escapes the precarious position, dodging by an inch. It occurs to him that he's using a technique similar to how the Black Knights perform stealth, becoming one with the environment. Coupled with special footwork that allows them to slip between blind spots in the enemy's vision, he further deduces that if Mothram uses magic, it must operate similarly. He might be able to find a blind spot to attack him. Knowing that Sylvia's senses are the best among all of them, he thinks that if she could tell where the armored guy is coming from, it would be easier. With that, he watches the enemy with his dragon eyes, searching for some sort of sign to detect where the attack is coming from. Our guy then decides to try attacking in that way while Mothram casts lightning attacks at him. Pulling a classic move, Ray reverses his opponent's attack and finally hits the armored guy. Using this strategy, our guy figures out his opponent's moving power and comes to a conclusion: Mothram uses lightning to transport his body. And even though it's quick, it's not completely imperceptible. Just like animals can sense when lightning is about to strike because the charge on the ground becomes unstable, in the same way, weak currents are produced whenever Mothram chooses to stop. Triggered, the armored guy furiously asks, "How dare you use my skill against me?" Urgency presses upon him to get rid of Ray and Sylvia before they become obstacles in his way. Feeling apprehensive, our guy presumes that Motham's magic is pretty difficult to deal with. So, even if he can catch the tells, it's still arduous to perceive the current and react within that short frame of time. That's when the armor guy bursts out with a large string of lightning and affirms, "I can't stop you just because I realized how your skill works," catching Ree off guard as he detects his weakness. Realizing that he got busted, our guy doesn't seem to have any mana left. And while he appears weak, Sylvia signals him about the imminent danger. However, Ray can't move, his legs too weak, and Motham takes advantage, striking a powerful bolt of lightning at him, concluding, "It's checkmate." The lightning attack is so strong that it destroys the area, while our poor boy crashes away with savage force, to the point that he starts bleeding. Clutching his wound, Jay worriedly rushes to Ray and carries him. Our guy seems to have lost his strength and realizes that he can't block his attacks, even if he uses 100 points of mana as chi. Watching him still being able to stand after that hazardous attack, deep down, Motham thinks, that boy is a monster. He wonders, who's this young man? I've never heard of someone like this in Avery. After that, Jay explains to Ree that they've been fighting the armor guy for so long and haven't even chipped his armor. That means the differences in our abilities are vast and add up, Jay says. If this goes on, we might all die. That's when our guy asks for Jay's help, pleading with him to lend his strength. Without any reluctance, Jay agrees. "I'd even die for you," he says. In the meantime, reabsorbs the big guy's mana. Moram, noticing the silence, wonders what they're up to. He surprises our guy with an attack. Fortunately, Ree seems to have regained his strength after absorbing the strongest guy's power. He asks Jay to rest as he lies unconscious on the ground. Witnessing re-emerging chi, the armor guy is left in disbelief. He notices that something's not right. The boy's chi has multiplied within a split second, setting him ablaze as flames emerge from within. Our guy seems charged with immense chi. He confronts the armor guy at lightning speed, striking multiple attacks frantically. Watching him attack with such speed, Sylvia seems proud of him, while her brother Marsh is astounded to see that he can still move. And Caden gapes with utter shock, surmising that with his current power, he can rival an elder. After that, Motham admits this boy is really something, and angers him as things start to get frenzied. Using the skill of Endless Void, our guy blocks the lightning from hitting him. The armored guy charges a massive strike of lightning deadly enough to turn one to ashes. But our guy holds on, protecting himself with the chi as the lightning strikes him. While Sylvia and Jay shout out of concern to see if he's alive, the dust settles, and reappears to be just fine. Surprised that the kid could persevere for such a long time, Motham seems to have no other choice but to use his last attack. None of the elders are willing to show up, so he decides to use that power on Ray. Meanwhile, after borrowing such a large amount of chi, it starts to burden his body, and Ray plans to finish it up quickly. At that moment, the armored guy is interrupted when someone contacts him, notifying him that they've found the passage just as he ordered. Motham then asks them to meet at their usual place. As he's leaving, he addresses Ray as Ness and lets out that he'll remember him. He reveals that from today onwards, a bounty from the Dark Guild will be placed on him. Ray asks rhetorically, "Should I be honored?" He then adds, "Raise the price tag a little bit." With that, Motham bids him farewell. "Enjoy the fleeting days of peace you have left." He disappears in the blink of an eye. As the armored man leaves, a wave of relief washes over everyone. Sylvia realizes that he's gone. Ray, completely worn out, lets out a deep sigh. He presumes that Motham thankfully retreated, his body almost at its limit. He then asks Jay to leave the place, and the big guy helps him to his feet. Sylvia still seems doubtful. She wonders, is it really over? Meanwhile, Gary and Monk finally regain consciousness. They are left in disbelief that they are still alive. Just then, Marsh, who has also lost power, stirs. "Where did that young man go?" he asks, unable to move. Sylvia, catching her breath, answers, "Ness disappeared just like last time." As the breeze brushes against her hair, she looks away for a moment, a subtle hint of hope in her eyes. She smiles warmly, feeling like she'll see him again somehow. It is then revealed that the Dark Guild's insurgents came to an abrupt end after Motham retreated. Later on, the knights arrived to eliminate the remaining insurgents and reclaim control over Avian. The injured were quickly attended to by medics. Yet, almost 30 students died that day. Among them was Ian, the red-haired fellow who had been gravely injured. Of the surviving students, almost half were so severely hurt they would never be able to become knights. As tragic as that sounds, after that day, a morose air blanketed the academy. Everyone lived in fear and anxiety, worrying they'd be the next ones targeted. Recalling all these traumatizing and tragic moments, Ree feels regretful. He wonders if aid could have arrived sooner. And if Sir Kay and Winford hadn't stopped him from stepping in. If Ian hadn't been red-haired, none of this would have happened. Dwelling on these possibilities, he realizes that he couldn't have avoided the inevitable, the outcome that was bound to happen. Just then, he pulls himself from these thoughts and understands it wasn't because of Ian. With a flicker of pain in his gaze, Ree becomes determined. He thinks that if the world and academy are twisted, he'll change them for sure. At that moment, he receives 7 abilities from his dragon system after risking his life by fighting the armored guy. And notices a new ability known as a contract. Checking the contract, he realizes that it's time he builds his team. The first one to join his team is Jay Gree, as expected. He's as excited as ever and guesses that the boss is planning something awesome. Our boy then informs Jay that 2 more people will be joining him. So, he waits for them and asks the big guy to keep his nest look a secret, as he's the only one who knows about it. Jay assures him, "I'll take this secret to my grave." Our guy is relieved to have someone like Jay. He does whatever he's asked to do. He recalls how Jay even dealt with Geo without hesitation. Ree believes Jay will continue to be loyal. The other 2 people seem to be the twins, Sloth and Badger. One of them seems upset about how the academy blamed everything on them just for their red hair. He protests, "We're victims here. We saved a lot of people too." He questions why they are being discriminated against. That's when Ray expresses his motive to invite these 2. "I don't like being discriminated against either," he says. "That's why I'm joining a team that wants to change this world. I hope you'll join me if you think the same." Enthusiastic as always. Jay asks him to let him in the team, while Badger lets out that he always thought Ree was a lone wolf. He didn't really expect him, of all people, to work with others, hiding the fact that he's the one forming the team. Ree reveals that the leader of the team is Ness. He's joining because he agrees with Ness's ideals and believes the Dark Guild will return sooner or later. Ree further states that by joining Ness's team, they'll be able to obtain the power he shares and protect each other. That's when it clicks to Jay. It's the boss's team, and he thinks it's rad. Listening to the name, Badger assumes Ness is the same guy who fought Mothram and drove him away. Adding that if he's inviting people to join his team, and doesn't seem to be discriminating against them, especially the red hairs, it sounds like a good idea. While Badger asks his brother Sloth's opinion, Sloth seems cool with the idea. Ray reminds them that they'll have to die if they betray the team, asking if they accept. Loyal as he's always been, Jerry agrees. Badger assures him he'd never betray his allies. Besides, Jay and Ray agree, so there's no problem with that. Afterward, our guy gets one to accept and join the team. Ask them to put their palms on the magic circle, re-instructed, more like a contract. As they placed their hands on the circle, a sizzling sensation ran through them. To their surprise, a dragon tattoo appeared on their arms. Just then, Ree spoke again, "This is the emblem of our organization. You'll be known as Crimson Wings." Badger raised an eyebrow. Crimson Wings? That's a banger name. He shrugged, satisfied with the name and everything. But why didn't you invite Kyle? He's got red hair too. Ree paused. Kyle's a loudmouth. We need to keep things covert for now. Badger nodded, accepting the explanation. Fair enough. But why not Gary? We can trust him. Sloth, who had been quiet until now, added, "We can trust him. So why leave him out?" Ree sighed, thinking. Gary's been off ever since the tournament was postponed. It means he won't get a chance to investigate Amy's death. It's not that I don't trust him, I'm worried about what he might do if he had the power. I don't think I could control him if he went too far for revenge. There was a pause, the weight of Ree's words hanging in the air. What's he planning? Ree wondered aloud. 1 week later, everything seemed to be going pretty smoothly at the academy. In the meantime, Gary approaches Ree and asks him to meet him at the library after practice. Going to the library, Ree finds it unlikely for Gary to invite him there and asks, "Are you trying to read up on something?" That's when Gary reveals, "I've been dreaming again lately. And I've been hearing voices in my dreams." Shocked, Ree asks, "Do you remember what the voices said?" Gary, holding a book in his hand, replies, "I don't remember it clearly, but I remember following the voices. Every night, I'd walk endlessly in the darkness, led by them. I ended up in a place filled with light. It was an amazing feeling, gentle, yet strong." He pauses for a moment, then adds, "And then I prayed for power from the light. And she promised it to me." Gary then sums it up, "I met a goddess in my dreams." He shows Ree a book titled The Dragon Knight's Journey. I've heard legends about how the 5 dragon knights of the academy met a goddess before they had an awakening. That's where they obtained their power. As Gary's face breaks into a smile of excitement, he seems to grasp something. He shows Ree the records of what led up to the awakening of the dragon knights, showing that almost every one of them experienced something similar. It is then revealed to us that one of the dragon knights expresses his experience, disclosing that for a few nights in a row, he heard voices calling them from the darkness. Guided by them, he arrives at the source and finally meets the goddess, who dispels the evils in her heart and blesses him with power. Then she shows him the future, as well as the role he'd play in it. After reading it, Gary says he's talking about the dungeon behind the red door. Plus, everyone says there's a goddess at Roland, and she might actually be hidden beneath Averion. Upon hearing this, Ree is knocked for a loop when he recalls the elder was talking about protecting something. While Gary happily grabs him, seeing a ray of hope to find the goddess and be blessed with power, Ree ponders that it's pretty suspicious. Judging from what the elder said, something important must be hidden beneath the academy. Something they'd sacrifice the students to protect. This leaves him wondering if it's really related to the divine, like Gary guessed. After that, our boy notifies him about the increased surveillance in the area where the dungeon is, knowing that it won't be easy to get in. Nonetheless, Gary seems to have forgotten to tell Ree something. He lets out that Molly came to see him a few days ago and said she's been having a lot of strange dreams lately. The dreams sounded pretty similar to his situation. However, what was different in her dream was that she remembered how to get there. Trying to follow the traces in her dreams, Molly ended up on a path just outside the city that leads underground. Curious, Ree asks, "Did she meet the goddess?" Gary answers, "No, she didn't meet her. It was just like that time at the prison." Gary further reveals that Molly hadn't gotten very far before she was blocked by gates she couldn't open. The blonde-haired kid, grasping Gary's shoulders with fierce determination, says, "I'm not dumb. That's why I'm here. I was the one who opened the gates back then." Sounding desperate, Gary asks for his help. "I need you to come with me." Feeling the pressure, deep down, Ray seems to have a lot on his mind. He's harboring anxieties as he contemplates that they can flee from a monarch-ranked monster now that they're stronger. But they don't know anything about that place, and it might be dangerous. They think. Troubled in spirit, our guy presumes that if the goddess is really here in Avery, he has a flood of questions in his mind for her. Questions about his reincarnation, the prophecy, the Dark Knights, his father, and Amy. Willing to go with Gary, Ree accentuates that they have to be prepared. Before our guy can complete his sentence, the blonde kid thanks him and grabs his hand, taking him to see Molly. Arriving at the dorm, Gary lashes out at Molly. They only agreed on telling Monk about this. He asks why there are so many people here. Molly justifies that she only told Monk. Gary, hopping mad, grabs him and asks when he became a big mouth like Kyle. Kyle asks him to stop with the friendly fire, but Monk clears himself and admits that he couldn't do it, confessing that Martha told him lovers should not have secrets. Upon hearing this, Ray and Gary freak out as they realize that Monk and Martha are a couple. Dan is left slack-jawed, not expecting Monk to admit it so openly. After that, Sylvia speaks up. She mutters that they already know everything and promises to keep it a secret. She insists on taking them with her. She further lets out that things have been strange around here at the academy. And sudden pain flashes across her face when she confesses that she doesn't want to lose any more friends. Suddenly, Ree asks all of them to keep quiet as he senses that someone is outside. Discreetly stepping near the door, our guy assumes they've been followed, wondering if the Dark Guild's goons are still in the city. Shaking it off, he immediately bursts open the door and witnesses that there's nobody. Thinking it might have been a mistake, Monk can't see anyone either, supposing it might have been an animal or something. Our guy then warns everybody that it's been tense around the academy lately. They should be careful and head inside to hear what Molly has to say, so they can curate a proper plan. The scene shifts to the academy, which has been hit with a heavy downpour. While the city is soaked in rain, the knights seem to be guarding the big gate when suddenly a red-haired kid, who turns out to be Badger, comes rushing toward them to ask for help. Panicking, the red-haired kid screams for help and approaches the knights. With a fearful look on his face, Badger begs them to save his brother from a monster, pointing to the other side where his brother seems to be attacked by a wolf monster Noir, his summoned beast. The knights witnessed Noir attacking his brother and freaked out. One of them told Badger not to worry, as it couldn't be far while carrying someone. He commanded his fellow knights to notify the sentries and tell them to be prepared to intercept that monster so they'd flank it. As the knights rushed to deal with the wolf monsters, Ree and the others, hiding behind the bushes, waited until the knights moved further ahead. Taking the chance, Ray and Jay opened the bridge gate as they pulled the chains. Meanwhile, all of them stealthily scampered inside the gate. Our guy instructed Jay to draw the bridge back up and close the gates. He told him to contact him immediately if anything happened. Jay nodded to whatever his boss had said, while Ray joined the others inside. Gary finally understood why he invited the twins to distract the knights, which had been smoothly accomplished. After that, Ray asked Molly to lead the way. While striding, she revealed that the entry was near the foot of the mountain, which meant it was some distance away. She told everyone to keep up. As it rained, Monk felt it was getting colder and asked Martha if she was okay. She assured him that she was fine. But Dan seemed to have a problem and expressed that he wasn't okay, fed up with third-wheeling between these two. Suddenly, their way is blocked by what looks like snow. But Martha senses imminent danger as she aims her arrow, uttering, "Snow doesn't move." Well, it appears to be numerous ice golems rumbling their way towards them, and Saliva shrieks, "We've got some unexpected visitors." To their surprise, the rabbits also pop out from the forest, and Cilia is grossed out by them. Fighting off the ice golems, Ray ponders, there are so many monsters in these woods. But to think that Molly gets through all of this by herself leads him to suspect that she is hiding something from them. While Dan deals with the rabbits and is delighted to acquire an intermediate-grade crystal, Kyle is shocked. He asks, "How did you get so lucky? I didn't even get a single crystal from both of the monsters I killed." On the other hand, our guy probably looks at his dragon system and presumes, "I'm at 79 points for intermediate crystals, which means I'm close to leveling up." After that, Molly asks everyone to get going if they're all done, reminding them, "We have to get back before dawn." Moments later, they reach the entrance of the cave, which exudes a peculiar aura. Meanwhile, our guy hears a sound from inside the cave. And Gary proceeds to go in. Walking inside, their footsteps echo. Molly lets out that they're here, adding, "This is the farthest she got last time." They are halted by a big, tall gate. Dan is surprised, wondering when they built this and whether they're capable of opening it. Glancing at Ray, Gary counts on him to open the door like he did last time. Our guy presses his hand against the colossal gate. The dragon system appears, asking if he will open the door or not. Choosing yes, the big door pulls open with a creak, like magic, leaving everyone astonished. Curious, Dan questions why he's able to open it with just a touch. Kyle, being the loudmouth he is, utters that Ray may be the kid in the prophecy. Upon hearing this, Sylvia asks Kyle about what prophecy he's talking about. The red-haired dumbass agrees to tell her everything. However, Ray interrupts at the right time and tells Kyle that's enough, while Loudmouth embarrassingly holds his mouth. Our guy says, don't listen to Kyle. He just has a hero complex. Meanwhile, Ray seems to be regretting bringing this loudmouth along with him. Our guy then opens the door. Deep down, Sylvia feels like she's getting further away from Ray. After that, it seems they still have a long way to go when they are welcomed by an endless staircase. Descending the stairs, Monk is clueless about the path. He doesn't know where it will lead them and wonders if they will even end up under the school. While Molly thinks that it seems possible, Kyle curiously asks, "What does the goddess look like?" He then asks everyone, "What will you ask her once we meet her?" Martha expresses, "I imagine the goddess to be gentle and beautiful. I wish I could be like that, too." Hearing this, Dan sarcastically asks her, "Do you know it's the goddess anyway?" He justifies his statement, saying, "The god not only protected the continent and eradicated the mages, but also gave power to the knights." He questions, how could a strong and omnipotent being be a girl? Bickering, Martha makes a stronger comeback that crushes Dan's male ego. "You've never won any of the battles against Sylvia," she responds, "even though you're such a big, strong man." While Dan is pissed, Sylvia asks them to stop, saying, "We're almost at the exit." Trudging down the stairs, they finally arrive at what seems to be a palace-like place, and they're astonished. Wondering if this place was underground the whole time, they barged through another door. They were flooded with questions about the ominous place and what it was made of. Assuming it was a cathedral, Ray's eyes landed on a mage statue in the middle. He felt like he'd seen this person before. Searching for another way out, Molly and Dan found no other exit, while Monk thought it was a dead end. Just then, Sylvia caught Ray's eyes fixated on the statue and cracked a joke. "She's beautiful, but it's just a statue." Ray then asked Sylvia, "Do you know who this is?" She guessed, "It's the goddess." Thinking hard, Ray presumed, "It's strange. I've definitely seen her before, but I can't remember where." A few moments later, Martha informed everyone that it was hollow under the statue. Gary supposes it might be a secret passage. While Dan decided to push the statue to check, he was taken aback by how heavy it was and asked, "Can someone lend me a hand?" Kyle and Gary leaned in to help and pushed the statue. However, it didn't even move an inch. At that moment, in a surprising turn of events, Ray placed his hand on the statue. He was left speechless when the dragon system asked him, "Open the gate or not?" Our guy seems to know that would happen. And with that, the secret passage cracks open. Entering the passage, everyone is amazed by how beautiful the place is, while Monk is excited that they're really going to meet the goddess. Surrounded by the glittering walls, Sylvia asks in wonder, "Are those magic crystals embedded in the walls?" That's when Gary looks up and witnesses a big shining crystal emitting light up ahead. It clicks in their minds, and the realization dawns on them, it's the god. As the blinding light emerges from the colossal crystal, they all believe that's God. Dan, however, didn't expect anything like this. Feeling kind of disappointed, he can't even tell if it's a guy or a girl. Martha shrieks at Dan, scolding him for disrespecting the god. Monk finally believes that it really was under Avon. Gary gapes with astonishment, realizing it was true all along. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to rumble. They are shaken, stumbling, tossing, and turning. A strike of fear gushes through them as they assume they made the god angry. Kyle blames it on Dan for blabbering nonsense. Poor Dan apologizes. Only Ray stands his ground. And while he's withstanding the forceful thrust, he witnesses the power of God and feels like his chi is being sucked out of him. At that moment, it appears that Ray's chi is being pulled from his body. He realizes the entity is trying to show him something, pulling him into another realm or maybe just his subconscious. Our guy prepares himself to see what's coming, and his past self, the red dragon, also appears. That's when Ray foresees the world in its darkest time. Presuming it's the future, he watches as so many people are infected by the plague of shadows. The world seems to fall into ruins. Suddenly, he witnesses Molly in his revelation. She, too, seems infected by the shadows. And then he sees himself being stabbed in the back by her. In a flash, Ray falls to the ground. It turns out he's been stabbed in real life. Gary peeks at him and asks if he's okay. Meanwhile, Ray appears to be in severe pain. Possessed by the shadows, it turns out that Molly did stab Ray in reality. With a vicious smirk on her face, she mutters, "It finally worked. Now, I'm going to be rewarded greatly." With that, Molly goes berserk. She's about to attack our boy once again. However, Gary appears at the right time and knocks her out with his sword. Later, Ray wakes up to many voices echoing around him. All his vitals are within normal ranges, and his body seems to be recovering. The doctor himself is astonished, as he's never seen anyone survive this type of neurotoxin before. He admits that it wasn't his doing. "This red-haired kid is as strong as a beast," he says. The doctor assumes that Ray will awaken soon enough. A few moments later, Ray opens his eyes, looking worried. "How long was I unconscious?" he asks. "Is everyone okay?" The director of the hospital informs him that he had been out for a few days, assuring him that all his friends are fine, except for Molly. Upon hearing this, Ray realizes that it wasn't a hallucination after all. Molly had actually stabbed him. The doctor then warns him, saying, "You and your friends are in big trouble. You should know better than to step into forbidden territory." While Ray is harboring anxieties, the doctor continues. "The head elder has called an emergency meeting to discuss your punishment." Curious, Ray asks, "What's the decision of the elders?" The doctor shakes his head. "I don't know yet." And tells him to rest, as whatever comes next will only happen after he recovers. As the doctor leaves, our boy is reminded of how close he was to knowing the truth. He also recalls that God has something to tell him, something he is very certain about. He regrets that this chance won't come again. The next scene takes us to the elders' meeting, where they seem to be discussing how they should be more alert and keep a close eye on all the red-haired students from the beginning. Winfred then lashes out, declaring that more and more signs are showing that the prophecy is to be trusted. He warns that if they let things continue to unfold, there will be dire consequences. Upon hearing this, one of the elders, Gibby, asks Winfred to stop making mountains out of molehills. He elucidates that those students slipped past the guards into the forbidden territory, so the guards should be punished along with the students. Knight Delbert seems to agree with Elder Gibby. However, he also admits that Winfred has a point. He then explains what he truly meant, muttering, "Those redheads could possibly bring ruin," suggesting that they should execute them to avoid dire consequences. Staring callously at Winfred, furious, Winfred shrieks at him for twisting his words and accentuates, "We should protect the children of prophecy rather than punish them," the head elder said. "Do not get worked up, and neither of you should act on your emotions." He paused, his voice calm yet firm. "Remember, Ray might be the child of prophecy, and that is why I have gathered all of you here today." He continued, "The world hangs in the balance. We must handle this situation with care." Just then, one of the elders burst out, "When did we need a child to save us?" Another elder immediately interrupted, "Do you not recall how these children fought against Moram when they were hiding, all to protect a puny secret, while those kids risked their lives?" A third elder spoke up, affirming, "Ray is the most important child to us. We should keep him in the academy." Winfred interjected, "What about the other kids?" The head elder let out a deep sigh. "We must follow the rules. Expel them from the academy for good." In the academy judgment hall, all the students involved in the act were called to the front. The elder stood and announced, "We have discussed the infringement of the rules by entering the forbidden territory. After careful consideration, we have reached the following conclusion." The head elder called out, "Ray Talon, you shall be punished with probation." However, as for the rest of them, he expels them from Avon. Listening to this, the kids are left flabbergasted and immediately advocate for their rights. They remind the elders that they've fought to protect the academy, and this is completely unfair. Sylvia also comes to her defense. She makes it clear that the Hart family will not stand for this decision if the academy insists on going through with it. That's when Elder Vaughn favors her and tries to convince the head that the Hart family is very influential. On top of that, these students are the ones who helped defend against the insurgents. He puts his nose in the air, ready to spit out nonsense. Elder Gibby bangs his hands on the table. He lets out that the place they stepped in is strictly forbidden, clarifying that only the elders have the right to enter, and no one else can enter, no matter the family they hail from. With a malicious gaze, Gibby targets Ree and derides him with gusto. He mumbles that some preferential treatment can be given to a certain someone since not everyone could potentially be the prophesied redhead. He exposes Ree in front of his friends. Upon hearing this, Ray's eyes crackle with anger. His body burns with rage as he clenches his fists, as if he would beat the crap out of Gibby any minute. Before moments could take an intense turn, Elder Vaughn stepped in and agreed that rules had to be followed, no matter what. He nodded in agreement with whatever Elder Gibby said. Stepping down, Elder Vaughn approached the students and mentioned how Gibby had said that only the elders could enter the forbidden grounds without special permission. That's when Vaughn struck an Uno reverse, and a mind-blowing plot twist took place. He announced that he would give up his position as an elder and pass it to the young man, Gary Blueblood. Delbert and the others were left slack-jawed and strongly objected. However, it seemed like the blonde kid had just received a lucky strike or a twist of fate. Now, he would be known as Elder Gary. Gibby thought Vaughn had gone mad, just to save a few children. The other elders shared the same opinion, calling it madness. One of the elders stated that the elders held the secrets of the academy, and for this reason, it was not a position that could be given away so easily. Just then, the head elder corroborated with Vaughn and stood firm. He said that according to the rules, if any of the elders wished to pass their position to someone in the academy, all they needed was the approval of the Master Knights. Van then asked Gary's name and announced that he would hand over the mantle of elder to Gary Blueblood. Ask Master Knights to make their call, eyes flaming with fury. Delbert seems to be bursting with anger and bluntly says, "It's preposterous." He adds, even if it's an elder's wish, no one would agree to this. However, Winford cuts in, approving of Elder Vaughn's decision. While Delbert bickers with Winford about how he could allow a countryside peasant to become an elder, Sir Kay adds fuel to the fire, agreeing as well and giving a death stare. Delbert doesn't take this well. That's when the woman head knight refuses to approve it, justifying that becoming an elder is not something he can decide on a whim. She apologizes to Vaughn, saying she can't allow it. Then Delbert asks the last Master Knight, Bernard, hoping that he would disagree. But Winford approaches him, reminding him that these children helped them in their darkest hours. So many of their friends died in the battle, yet they could do nothing. Getting emotional, Winford says, "All we need to do is repay what we owe them." A tense moment unfolds as everyone waits for Bernard to speak. Finally, Bernard speaks in favor of Vaughn's decision. Delbert twists his head in frustration, blabbering, "It's utter foolishness." Ness. After that, the head elder states that since Van has passed down the position to Gary Blueblood, he will not be punished. But the others will. That's when Gary raises his hand and passes his elder's seat to Dan, asking the Master Knights if they agree. The three Master Knights Caden, Winford, and Bernard without any reluctance, agree to this, making Delbert and the woman knight grit their teeth in anger. Now, since Gary has passed his position to Dan, the head announces that he won't be punished either. Just like that, Dan passes his seat to Monk, and this continues until it comes to Sylvia. Meanwhile, a suspicion flickers in Ray's mind as he peeks at Elder Gibby, wondering why the old coot settles down after the old man Vaughn passes over his seat and creates absolutely no drama. This leads him to think about what is going on in his head. After Martha Woodward passes her seat to Sylvia Hart, this way, no one is punished. And since things have ended this way, the head elder is left with no option, concluding that this is all as the rules pertain, and ends this ridiculously dramatic situation here. In haste, Sylvia is about to pass the elder's seat to Gary. Again. Elder Van tells her to let it pass, revealing that once the seat of an elder is passed to someone else, the same person cannot obtain it again. Hereby, the elder announces Sylvia as one of the 6 elders of the Avery Academy. The poor girl turns red, freaking out at the sudden and shocking turn of events. In the dorm, everyone seems to be creating a fuss about what happened earlier. Elder Vob made this choice too casually. Martha argues with Dan, asking, "Don't you agree that Sylvia is a better fit for an elder? She'll be just fine." But Dan responds, "Those old coots look 10 times older than Sylvia." He continues to argue with her. That's when Sylvia comes to stop them. Martha stands her ground, justifying, "We were all exempt from expulsion. Now that Sylvia is an elder, things can go in a better direction." Objecting, Gary interrupts and expresses his opinion. A single elder seat is not bound to change that much. But he admits, if Elder Vaughn hadn't stood up for us, we would have all been expelled from the academy. Gary then makes them recall how Molly was infected by the plague, believing there's something wrong with the academy. Which also leads him to suspect that there might even be members of the Pure Blood Guild or the Dark Blood Guild among the elders. At that moment, Monk lets them know that everyone is keeping an eye on them. He advises them not to act rashly, inferring that if things are really as Gary anticipated, then Sylvia is in the most danger. Lying in bed, Ree lets out a sigh. Now that old man Vaughn is out of the picture, there aren't any elders who are partial to protesting against students. At most, they're neutral and believe that, as an outsider, Sylvia is certainly going to get targeted. Meanwhile, Dan and Martha worry about the situation. Our guy turns to the other side and makes it clear that they can't do anything about today. He leaves the worries for tomorrow. While Kyle thought he had come up with a plan, Derry utters that Ree already had enough to worry about. He tells everyone to get some rest for now. In his mind, Ree realizes why Gibby ended up calming down after Van passed on his seat. He concludes that Gibby probably thought Sylvia was an easier nut to crack. Nonetheless, our guy contemplates that the day wasn't a complete waste, as they discovered that the elders and the Master Knights aren't completely unified in their opinions, which leads him to think that this might be an opportunity for him to spread his influence over the Crimson Wings. At midnight, we witness something pulsing with an eerie movement, slithering its way into Ray's dorm. The thing appears to be a dark shadow that creeps up on Ray as he falls asleep. The ominous shadow places its hands on his face, and the voice mutters, "I found you." Suddenly, the shadow begins to entangle his body as our guy struggles in his sleep. Strangely, a guy who's engulfed by the shadow asks Ray to run. That's when our guy snaps open his eyes in shock, starting to scream out of fear as he sees a shadow in front of him. Just then, everyone in the dorm room wakes up and peeks in bewilderment as they stare at Ray, who jerks awake out of terror. Ree is attacked by the plague of shadow, and as he tries to resist, his friends show up to help him fight it. But as Gary is about to attack it, our guy tries to stop him, and he gets hit by it instead. Fortunately, he is saved by Kyle. Sylvia attacks the shadow and sees a human inside it as it escapes from the dorm while the students try to stop it. Hearing the commotion, Sir Kay comes in, wondering what's going on and asking everyone if they are all right. Sylvia lets him know that Ree was attacked, but since he was quick to react, he wasn't hurt. Kay interrogated him about the person who attacked him, but Ray confessed that he couldn't tell who it was. Winford orders the knight to report this incident to the elders immediately and dispatch 2 teams to find the culprit. He also instructs that one team be assigned to patrol outside the dorm rooms to ensure the safety of students. On the other hand, Ree wonders why he didn't see the face. However, from the voice, he could tell it was his pops. Coming out of the dorm, Winford inspects the situation. Things might be worse than they imagined. Based on the students' descriptions of the intruder, who didn't seem like an ordinary infected person, he suspects it could have been a shadow warrior. Realizing that things are getting intense at the front line too, Winfred stresses over the situation and the report he received about the platoon being surrounded by shadow beasts. Kay asks him about his take on the incident, and he thinks the academy is in total disarray now, as they don't know who to trust. With that, they decide to wait and see if anything happens. Later that night, Ray calls out to Jay on the roof. Jay wonders why he called him this late. Ray tells him to let the twins know that the guys can now invite anyone trustworthy to join the Crimson Wings. He then permits him the right to sign the contracts under his supervision, since he wants the Crimson Wings to become stronger quickly. Our guy states that he needs enough power for a revolution. In the morning, in the former Elder Van's office, we see Sylvia and him having a conversation about the Shadow Warrior. She informs Van that she doesn't know what a Shadow Warrior is. He affirms to her that it's normal not to know about them, since they're rare. Even he has only come across them a few times in his life. Shadow Warriors are basically weapons controlled by the plague of shadows. They're not like those infected by elixirs. If someone is stronger than most and doesn't die within a year of being infected by the plague, their consciousness will be taken by the plague, and they will become its puppets. Moving like a ghost, they are difficult to track, making them natural assassins. Their bodies are covered with a layer of shadow, making them impermeable to sources of danger. According to Sylvia, if that's the matter, then they should be rare, and they wouldn't be out to achieve anything unimportant. Elder Van agrees with her and thinks that Ray is one of their targets, since it's certain they know the prophecy. They come to think of the more crucial thing, anticipating that the Shadow Warrior must be after gods. The silver-haired girl gets worked up and forgets she's now an elder too. While Vaughn calms her down, he reassures her that other elders already know about the incident. They might have already guessed the objective of the Shadow Warrior, although no one has made a move yet. This makes her wonder if the elders have a hidden plan of their own. But Van doesn't want to influence her judgment. Therefore, he advises her to collect the people she trusts, since the power of many is greater than one. So, no matter what she plans, she needs supporters. While Sylvia and Vaughn seem to be having a conversation in the office, a deliberate knot disrupts their focus. It turns out that Ray is here to pay a visit. Seeing that Ray is here, the old man excuses himself, saying he has to leave to meet the head elder and talk to him. Leaving, he asks Ray to find him at the martial arts club when he has time because he still has a lot to teach him. As he leaves, our guy walks up to Sylvia, wondering what brought him here. He says he needs her help to leave the city, trying to convince her that he was just attacked yesterday, and people will have eyes on him. Sylvia doesn't think it's a good idea. He insists on her, saying that he needs to hunt down more beasts to become stronger and that stopping here will put his life in danger. Taking advantage of her feelings for him, he uses a desperate tone. She becomes flustered and agrees, on the condition that he must return before sunset. "Thank you," he says, but he feels bad for doing this. However, he knows he must find his father before anyone else does. It is then revealed that Ray actually came here to invite Sylvia to join the Crimson Wings. But, he overheard the conversation between her and Elder Vaughn, learning that Pops came here for the god. Ray leaves the city, knowing that the underground area is heavily guarded. The only way into the city is through the cave outside. In the office, Sylvia is left worried. Elder Vaughn returns only to find that Ray has already left. She asks him for help, requesting that he reassign some of the guards stationed at the prison. Assuming she already has a plan, Sylvia suggests, if the Shadow Warrior is targeting the god, we should use that to our advantage and lure it in. She wonders, but will we be able to kill it if we find it? The old man answers, it's not impossible, but it will be difficult. With that, she leaves to gather her team and asks Van to teach them how to kill the Shadow Warrior. She ponders that she can't always be protected by Ray. Therefore, taking this action is necessary. Now that she's an elder, she must protect everyone. Ray prepares to leave, hiding to observe the security. However, it appears that security has increased. They are now checking the temporary passes, where certification of trade approval from the traders is required. Questions about the goods being traded, as well as the arrival and departure times, are being asked. Seeing this, Ray realizes that even if he uses glamour, he can't manage to get out. Just then, a man on a cart shows up. "Are you Ray Talon?" he asks. "Lady Sylvia ordered me to take you out of the city. Get on the cart." Meanwhile, Sylvia instructs her team to prepare for the mission. "Stay cautious," she says, confirming with everyone if they want to take part. Gary asserts that he has his own reasons to participate. "I have to find that god in the Shadow Warrior who wanted to kill my friend," he says. "It can't be left free." Just then, Monk suggests trapping it underground, so it will be harder for it to escape. Dan asks, "Is it fine not to let Ree know about this?" Martha thinks it's for the better that they don't tell Ree about this. If the Shadow Warrior sees him again, it will be dangerous. Kyle thinks they're worrying too much, since Ray is the strongest among them. Sylvia says they have to work together, just like Eldervan said. Shadow Warriors have weaknesses too. They have a chance to kill it if their plan works. Elder Vaughn then advises them to stick to their backup plan if their attacks fall short. He assures them he will be waiting outside the red gates. The moment they leave the underground area, they will be safe. Ray, on the other hand, comes out from hiding. The man on the cart lets him know that he will be waiting for him before sunset, outside the forest. Reckoning the time until sunset, Ray thinks it's not much. But then he starts searching for the Shadow Warrior using his dragon's eye and witnesses some people hunting in the forest. Terrified, the girl shrieks at her brother for coming this deep into the forest. The brother tells her to retreat slowly while he keeps an eye on it. Suddenly, they're attacked by the snake monster, which smacks them with its tail. As they're sent flying, Ree appears from behind and catches them. "Safe, thanks to our boy." The blonde kid suggests to Ree, who's transformed into Ness, we should run. "This snake is intermediate rank, we don't need to fight it." However, Ray instructs, "Pipe down for a bit," and proceeds to fight the monster. Our guy grabs the snake, pinching it hard, making it go berserk. Meanwhile, the snake monster twirls its tail around Ray, trapping him. The blonde kid screams, thinking Ray is going to die. A few moments later, our boy wonders, is this all it's got? He tightly strangles the snake monster, gripping it to death as it collapses on the ground. The kids are amazed by his powers and assume he's a high-ranking adventurer. Ree asks, "What are your names?" The boy introduces himself, "I'm Taffy, and this is my little sister, Candy. We're adventurers." Taffy continues, "We live in a village not far from Avon. We were hunting out here in the forest." Hearing this, Ray is surprised to see adventurers at their age and speculates that these kids don't seem well off. He wonders, will Amy be like this at her age? Summoning weapons from his magical pocket, Ray hands them both weapons. "Don't stray too far next time," he warns. Delighted by the weapons, the kids are overwhelmed, as it's too precious of a gift. But reaffirms that these weapons are not expensive. Besides, he doesn't have any use for them, so he lets those two have them. Showing their gratitude, Taffy asks his name. Our boy tells him to call him Ness, leaving as he has urgent business to attend to. As he's leaving, Candy calls out to Mr. Ness and informs him that the beasts in the forest have been very aggressive lately, warning him not to go deeper into the forest. Ree then questions if this is something that just started happening today. Candy tells him that they're adventurers who are active around these parts. Plus, in the past, they'd come across beginner-rank beasts in packs, but that's not the case today. While our boy thanks them for the heads up and leaves, the kids ask him to find them at the village in the west if he gets the chance. After that, Ree, scampering into the forest, immediately suspects that the beasts must be acting abnormally because some trespassed into the forest, leading him to surmise that it's his dad. The next scene takes us to the avian prison, where the night guards are mumbling about the strange decisions the higher-ups are making. One moment they want to tighten the security, and the next, they're reducing it. At that moment, we witness the Shadow Warrior sneaking and discreetly slithering on the walls of the prison. Meanwhile, the knight plans to do what's told. The shadow slips its way from between the crack of the door. Just then, the night guards spot Elder Vaughn coming their way. His fellow partner reminds him, "You're not the elder anymore." The guard informs Sir Vaughn that they've already asked everyone to leave, to which Van tells the two night guards to get some rest. While they object, Van, taking off his cloak dramatically, asks them to just follow the orders and assures them that he's still got the semblance of usefulness. "So, if anything happens, the presence of the guards is going to drag me down," he adds. With all the guards gone, Van signals to Sylvia and the others, when suddenly, someone sneaks up on them. It turns out to be Jay, who lets out that it's just as the boss predicted, while Sloth and Badger come along too. Jay then reveals that the boss asked to follow them since they might need their help. Martha guesses that Ree must have sensed something. Deep down, Sylvia is touched by Ree, as he's still thinking of protecting them all. Just then, Badger asks them to stop acting as strangers and to let them know whenever they plan to do something like this next time. Dan seems delighted by their arrival, and Kyle thinks they're true bros. As Sylvia is assured to have them here as well, since they have new comrades, she redistributes their responsibilities and positions. Entering the prison, Sylvia makes sure everyone understands to hold on to the gems used for communication and light. She assures her team members to backtrack immediately if they get lost, as Elder Vaughn will be waiting for them here, at the top of the staircase. The team trudges down the stairs while Vaughn predicts that the Shadow Warrior is close to God by now. However, he tells them not to rush, reminding them that there are still barriers set by the mages in the past. It's hard to infiltrate in such a short time. He gives them final instructions: remember that Shadow Warriors work best in the dark, so they should stick to their plan and avoid acting in urgency. Climbing down the staircase, Jay is left astounded. He had been Avery for 3 years, yet he didn't know this led to the underground area. Meanwhile, the twins sense something strange. After that, Dan asks, "Do you think the elders will punish us again?" But Martha affirms that they got permission from Sylvia this time. Not thinking about this before, Monk gets concerned about how they are going to open the gate without Ray. But Sylvia asks them not to worry. Van has taught her how to open it. Impressed, Monk thinks that it's only right, as she's an elder now. During this, Gary asks Sylvia the reason behind the god hidden under Avon. She doesn't seem to have an answer to that, claiming that Elder Vaughn provided her with a lot of information. She infers that she'll confirm it with the elder once she goes back. In the next moment, the most peculiar thing happens: the gate has already been opened. Freaking out, Monk assumes that Ray did it. But Sylvia knows that it can't be him, as Ray already left the city. She concludes that it must be someone else. Sylvia ponders, wondering how strange it is. According to Vaughn, only elders know how to open the gates. That leaves her wondering who it could really be. That's when Gary alerts everyone to hold on to their weapons as they enter the gates. It appears to be the same place they were last time, and they hope they won't come across a minotaur or anything similar. But Gary lets out that it's not impossible. They came across lots of prison cells the last time they were here. Doubting if these prisons were ever used to imprison humans, Sloth asks, what would be imprisoned here? Suddenly, something forcefully bumps into Dan with a thrust. That's when they witness a bunch of monsters with their eyes glowing in the dark. Gary responds to Sloth, this place might just be used to imprison creatures like these. Jerry charges forward and strikes a powerful hit at the Clawpocket's head. They quickly realize it's an advanced rank beast. Worried, Sylvia warns them, be careful, it looks like the dragon-like creature is infected. And from the looks of it, it's in the early stages. Meanwhile, Martha keeps shooting arrows. Jay is still fighting the Clawpocket. With one final blow, he smacks it with his sword and manages to kill it. Watching Jay's unmatched strength, Dan wonders, what in the world is his upper limit? But it doesn't end here. Matters worsen when Sylvia informs them there are too many of these beasts to deal with. On the other hand, in the city outskirts, in the cave leading to the underground area, Ree walks into the cave. Suddenly, he watches his team member's status change through his dragon system. He watches Jerry's chi being used up rapidly, and this leads him to wonder if they've stumbled into trouble. The scene then switches back to Jay, who uses his immense power and strikingly blows all of the beasts away in one strike. While Jay finds it fun to fight a pack of advanced beasts, Gary reminds the big guy that he isn't on a leisurely hunting trip. Monk agrees with him, saying they can't tire themselves out here. But Dan lets out that it's an easy thing for him to say, asking how else they're supposed to deal with these beasts. Martha and Sylvia seem to be working together to bring down the claw pockets. As Sylvia's sword is held by the monster's claw, she notices that all the monsters are chained up. Martha assumes that they were brought and trapped here. As Badger wonders what the reason is, Sloth answers, to stop the disturbance. At that moment, the Crimson Wings members are contacted by Ree through the screen. He asks them if they are in trouble. Badger is quite impressed to know that Ness detects their status, while Sloth spills that they're in trouble. Without further ado, Ness lends them his strength as chi begins pouring into their bodies. They can feel the endless power, and A is more than delighted as he realizes that it's Ray. Thanking him for looking out for them, Ray clarifies that he's not done yet. He activates the dragon roar, and Monk feels that something stronger is here. As Gary slashes one of the beasts, his eyes land on Jay, and he's left stunned. Firing up with power, Jay seems to be gushing with utter excitement. He thinks it's freaking awesome when he gets even more power. Fur begins to appear on his back as he soars with his sword to hit the beast. With the power pumped up in him, Jay fiercely fights off the beasts, his sword clashing with a loud clang. Sylvia and Martha are left slack-jawed, seeing him fight like a beast. Kyle suddenly feels that the beasts are weaker, and Badger agrees. It's much easier to deal with them now, killing most of the claw pockets. They assume that a lot of advanced cores will be left, so they'll consider this payment for their troubles. But it's not the time for them to be excited, and they recall that this isn't their objective. Suddenly, the Shadow Warrior emerges out of the beast and glides towards them. The shadow moves at breakneck speed toward Jay and collides with him, making him stumble to the ground. Taking the shape of Jay Gree, the shadow puts on a wicked grimace and peeks at Jay. Muttering that this youthful flesh is just what he needs, Jay hears Sylvia instruct everyone to move ahead with the plan. The shadow hands him a gift, but Badger shrieks, yelling at the shadow, clarifying that they don't need its disgusting presence. With a malicious smirk on its face, the shadow challenges them to try and kill it. That's when Kyle and Monk leap toward it, attempting to trap it while Gary sneak attacks from behind. As Kyle and Monk fail to trap the shadow, Sloth and Badger move next, attempting to slash it with their edgy weapons. However, their efforts prove ineffective, and Sylvia deduces it's just as they predicted. She counts on Dan, who is next to make the move. Now, it's Dan's turn. He braces himself, his spear topped with a crystal, ready to strike. In the next scene, Elder Van unveils a secret to Sylvia and the others about how to kill the Shadow Warrior. He reveals that to defeat a Shadow Warrior, they must kill the human being controlled by it. The Shadow Warrior's body is covered in armor made of shadow, so regular weapons can't pierce it easily. Even if they did, it would recover quickly. For this reason, Elder explains that they need Heaven's Light, a blue crystal. We are then revealed that Heaven's Light, the natural enemy of the Plague of Shadows, can help them momentarily break the defenses of the Shadow Warrior. And that's the only chance to strike. First, he instructs them to attack all at once and not give it any chance to catch a breath, adding that they should let the Shadow Warrior focus on defending. In the present scene, they all attack the shadow at once, not giving it a chance to relax with relentless strikes. Following the old man's plan, when the Shadow Warrior is attacked from all fronts, it uses its shadows to defend passively. When any part of its defense weakens, the team knows that's their chance to strike. While the team keeps the shadow distracted, Dan appears from behind and pierces Heaven's Light into the shadow's body with his spear. For a few seconds, the face of the man, who is covered by the shadow, is revealed, and he shrieks loudly in pain. Suddenly, the man goes berserk, and Dan is flung away with a thrust of his spear, realizing that Heaven's Light didn't penetrate through his body. Recalling what the old man had said. If Heaven's Light can't slay the Shadow Warrior, someone will have to follow up. Immediately. Concluding that will be their final chance, that's when Sylvia makes her move. All her teammates seem to be counting on her, their eyes fixated on her next move. Soaring from above, Sylvia, with great force, strikes her sword at the shadow. While Kyle asks in a desperate voice if her attack worked, Sylvia, her eyes filled with terror, reveals that she failed miserably. The Shadow Warrior, somehow, seems more frantic and terrifying. Flabbergasted, they all decide to go with the backup plan. Gary shouts at everyone to run away. Now, reminded of Elder H's words, if everything fails, flee, they'll have to count on him for the rest. With that, the Shadow Warrior asks, "Where are you going?" It casts something at them, halting all their movements as they stumble to the ground. Feeling an immense pressure, they all seem to be struggling. Monk assumes that the shadow can control their actions. Casting such a powerful force, the Shadow Warrior reminds them, "You haven't received my gift yet." Feeling guilt, Sylvia apologizes in her head to Ray, knowing this is all she can do for him. She shuts her eyes in fear, bracing herself as the Shadow Warrior prepares to strike. However, things take a 360-degree turn when our guy arrives at the scene and heads straight for the Shadow Warrior. Left in disbelief, Sylvia shouts, "What are you doing here? You left the city." But Ree doesn't listen to anything. Meanwhile, Ree smacks his sword, and the Shadow Warrior seems to be waiting for him. The thrilling counterattack continues as Gary shouts at Ray, warning him not to engage with it head-on. Without flinching, our guy effortlessly dodges the attack and discovers that the Shadow's weakness is its back. Without a second thought, Ree is about to attack its back. The beast's claw pockets await him. The Shadow Warrior makes it clear, "If you don't join us, you will perish." With that, the warrior grabs hold of Ray's sword, leaving him defenseless. His friend Gary shrieks loudly, calling him out, worried sick about him. The Shadow Warrior then aims the sword at our guy, and as it's about to strike him, the sword halts. That's when the Shadow Warrior is caught off guard, and something begins to appear on his body symbols. Looking a bit strange, Ree seems to be wearing a blue locket, and a light beam shines through it. Affecting the warrior's shadow, the lights disperse. Suddenly, the Shadow Warrior spits out black blood. Just then, in a dramatic turn of events, Ness emerges behind the shadow, out of nowhere, and pierces the heart of the man covered by the shadow. While Sylvia recognizes that it's Ness, Dan and Kyle are left in utter shock, witnessing that clenching the heart out of the shadow is working. Jay is excited to see his boss, while the Shadow Warrior is left bewildered by Ness's sudden appearance. With tears streaming down his face, Ness apologizes to his dad, thinking he has taken his father's heart. He affirms that his dad won't have to suffer anymore. With that, the red-haired Ray slices the shadow's head off with his sword, sending it flying. Ness, holding the heart, feels deep sorrow for his father. As soon as the warrior's shadow is annihilated, the place begins to rumble, signaling an earthquake. Cracks form in the walls, and wild shadows seem to gather once again. The twins alert everyone to get out. As everyone begins to leave, Gary calls out to Ray to retreat quickly. Ree joins them, but Sylvia screams at Ness to escape with them. However, Ness tells her to go ahead, mentioning that he has something to take care of, and instructs Jay to take them away. Taking his orders, Jay grabs Sylvia's hand and scampers away, assuring her that Ness is stronger than them, so he'll be fine. On the other hand, our guy, with a heavy heart, burns his father's body to ashes and cries. He then recalls the time when his mother, Scarlet, gave him the blue locket. Going through the excruciating pain, he always thought he could protect everyone. But at this moment, the realization dawns on him that he's still being protected by his friends. As the cascade of tears streams down Ray's face, Gary wonders where the water is coming from, as he's running behind Ray. Crying like a baby, our guy breaks down near his father's body. He apologizes to his dad for not keeping his promise to his mom and bringing him back. Thanking his dad, he finally bids him farewell. The scene then switches to the team, who's rushing their way back to Elder Vaughn. Gary immediately informs him that the shadow is catching up to them. Van asks them to go ahead and handle the shadow on his own. As the terrifying shadows approach him, Van flaunts his strength and scares them away with his bold power. Striking a powerful blow, he then manages to drive the shadows away for now. On the contrary, Gary and the others safely get out of the prison's red gates. They are all saved from the verge of death. Catching their breaths, Monk can't help but wonder, how did Ness get in there? Kyle finally realizes how tough the shadow plague is. Feeling dubious, Dan assumes Elder Vaughn must have let him in. Meanwhile, Jay discreetly approaches Ray and asks, "Should I take you away first?" Panicking, Jay tells him, "Gary is approaching us, but our guy seems zoned out." It appears that Ray uses the ability of magic teleportation, and that's how he was able to appear twice in one place. As the magic ends, Ray returns to his original form. While Gary questions his sudden appearance underground, Jay tries to drift him away, saying, "Let the boss rest for a while. He's tired." But then, Ray finally speaks and tells Jay, "Let me talk to Gary alone." After that, they both go somewhere quiet. Gary assures Ray, Sylvia, and Jay have taken everyone back. Plus, Vaughn and the Master Knight are handling the rest. He then asks Ray, "Care to share your secret with me?" Ray then opens up and asks Gary how he coped when he heard about Amy's death. Gary responds, "I never coped with it. Even though my life seems unchanged, and the city's gears keep turning, not a single day passes without me thinking about revenge." From the day he learned about Amy's death, his heart felt hollow. Clutching his chest, Gary emotionally affirms, "Maybe killing and murdering would make me feel better, but I don't know if it will ever heal." Listening to this, our guy concludes that it seems like only by avenging Amy will Gary find peace. But Gary gets curious and asks, "Why are you asking me this all of a sudden?" Ray overlooks it and assures him, "You'll have the chance to tell me everything eventually." Before that, he invites Gary to the organization to help them defeat the shadows. Upon hearing about the organization, Gary immediately catches on. "It's the same organization Jay and the twins have already joined," he says. Agreeing, Ray informs him that the leader is Ness. However, in a couple of seconds, our boy is exposed when Gary asks him to drop his lousy lie, revealing, "You're Ness, and I know it." Freaking out, our guy bombards him with questions, while Gary calmly lets out, "I wasn't sure at first." But he caught him off guard after seeing his reaction. Laying his observations, Gary then explains that the Black Belt Knight's fighting style is rare enough, let alone one who can use magic. Being the true friend, he bets that in the entire Avery City, no one, in fact, the entire Your Kingdom, there's no one like Ray. Caught him in the act, Gary throws his arms around Ray and asks him about his plans, while our guy gives in and decides to tell everything to this buddy, as this time he owes him one. Well, at least our main character has a real friend like Gary who can see through his actions. The scene then takes us inside the office, where Sir Caden is left in disbelief after hearing that the Shadow Warrior was taken out, while Winfred confirms if Ness did this alone. "Did he do it on his own?" Winfred asked. That's when Elder Vaughn corroborates, from what the trainee said, Ness did defeat the Shadow, and Ray helped a bit too. Given that Ness first fought Mothram and then killed the Shadow Warrior, Caden is quite impressed by that young man, while Winfred asks Vaughn if he knows Ness's background. "I sent someone to investigate him before," Winfred says, "but they found nothing." Upon hearing this, Vaughn also reveals some news he's heard. There's a young man named Ness. Has formed an organization called Crimson Wings and is recruiting now. As far as he knows, Van states that many of their good students have already joined them. Like Ray and Jay, plus they seem to be getting along well for now. Kay is shocked to hear that Ray has joined the organization, and Winfred gets concerned as Ray is highly respected in the academy. It might create a fuss if the higher-ups get to know about this. Understanding his concerns, Van plans to attend the next offline gathering of the Crimson Wings and wishes to have a talk with that young man, Ness. While Winfred finds it inappropriate as Van isn't an elder anymore, Van affirms that he's just an ordinary citizen now. So, it's inappropriate, and he reminds them both to report the Shadow Warrior incident to the head elder to avoid certain people twisting the truth. The next scene takes us to the suburbs, where Bernard, the Master Knight, seems to be walking towards a house. As he creaks the door open, Bernard asks, "Why did you call me here so urgently? And what's the matter?" It turns out to be Master Knight Delbert, along with Knight Rose. Appearing worried, Delbert informs Bernard that they're in trouble and asks, "Is your Knight Squad guarding the Dragon Knight's tomb tonight?" Bernard asks, "What's going on?" Rose reveals, "We received a tip-off that the city will be attacked by the Dark Guild again tonight." Delbert adds, "The Dragon Knight's tomb will be the first target." Freaking out, Bernard questions, "What are we waiting for?" He shrieks, "We should alert the entire city." Trying to leave, Knight Rose blocks his way and says, "Bernard, wait." This strikes suspicion into him. That's when Delbert lets out the truth. Our forces are scattered across the front lines, villages, and passes. We don't have enough troops to fight the Dark Guild. He continues, "We still have to follow the Elder's orders. We can't protect the entire academy because of what happened in the last attack." At that moment, Delbert exposes his true self. He confesses, "I've dealt with the Dark Guild." Mumbling, he adds, "I'll let the Dark Guild into the city and give them 2 seats on the Council of Elders. As long as they integrate into Avon, they won't harm anyone else." Having had enough of his blabbering, Bernard lashes out. "Are you crazy? Making a deal with those beasts?" Hopping mad, Bernard anticipates the consequences. Uttering that if they get into the city, they'll slaughter them all, and once the gates open, it'll be an open bloodbath, Bernard asks Delbert if he's blind enough to see this simple truth. The old man seems to have had enough of this madness. As he moves towards the door, Delbert brutally stabs him in the back with his sword. As the blood splatters, Bernard, on the brink of death, realizes that he's been fooled by this monster. With a malicious grin on his face, Delbert erupts, "War means bloodshed, but it won't be my blood." The female knight thought he'd hesitate a bit, but Delbert, without a single trace of guilt on his face, justifies, "I'm not happy to kill my old friend, but he didn't listen to me." As the poor old man mercilessly lies on the ground, the blonde knight asserts, Bernard should be happy that his men didn't die in vain, and informs Ross that Bernard's men are now under her command. He then heads back to report to Elder Gibby. It turns out his son, Harry Delbert, witnesses this horrific incident, seeing Lord Bernard dead. He wonders what his father is up to. The scene switches to Ray and Gary, who are walking back to the academy. Gary asks him if he didn't encounter God this time, as he came in from outside the city, and Ray agrees. Finding it strange, unless the god moved ahead of time, Ray assumed that his father, the infected one, must have sneaked in from the prison side. Judging from the timing of Gary's battle, this seemed likely. However, when he entered the cave, our guy noticed that both the iron gate and the entrance to the church were open. Finding it mysterious, Gary freaked out when he told Ree that the entrance on the prison side was open too. The door had been open when they went down, so Gary thought it had been done by the Shadow Warrior. That's when our guy revealed that, before going into the cave, he met 2 adventurers who said the beasts in the forest were restless, as if there were signs of intruders. As our guy was catching onto something, Gary asked what he saw under the church this time. Our guy stated that the place where the god was kept was empty. He had walked further and found countless cave entrances in that hall, guessing that the god might have moved into another cave. Ree then described that underground place as a huge ant nest, hard to navigate without a map. There were countless interconnected passages, all protected by magical barriers. He couldn't even make sense of where they led. Gary is impressed as Ray managed to find them in the cave, even in such conditions. But our guy makes it clear that he got lucky, as he could sense Jay's location. Otherwise, they might not have met, even after wandering underground for 3 days. Suddenly, they witness a lot of knights rushing somewhere and wonder what they're doing so late. Meanwhile, Ree hopes that nothing bad happens. Sensing someone, he suddenly asks that person to come out, knowing that he's there. To their surprise, it turns out to be Harry Delbert. Pulling his sword, Gary asks, "Why are you here?" Harry justifies, "I wasn't following you, but the group of knights." Gary doesn't seem to believe his nonsense, and Ree steps forward, asking, "Why were you following us?" That's when Harry reveals, something worse is coming. The scene then switches to the Dragon Knight's tomb, where the Master Knight, Rose, announces, "We have received orders from Lord Bernardo that the Dragon Knight's tomb is under our guard tonight, so we can return to camp." But the knights don't believe such orders, stating, "Before Lord Bernardo left, he made it clear that without his orders, we are not supposed to leave our posts." One knight suggests to Lord Rose, "We should wait for Lord Bernardo to come personally." But Lord Rose asks him if he's defying military orders. The knight clarifies, "Unless Lord Bernardo gives an order himself, I cannot comply." Thinking it's a waste of Bernardo's good intentions, Rose pierces her sword through the knight's body, killing him on the spot. Witnessing their comrade's death, the other knights warn Lord Rose that Bernardo won't let this slide. At that moment, Lord Rose's knights begin shooting arrows at them, eventually wiping out all of Bernardo's men. After that, the knight asks Lord Rose, "What should we do with their bodies?" But Rose affirms, "We don't need to bother. It will be the same by morning," and commands him to get to work. The knights then slide the colossal tomb that unravels a secret passage and a staircase. It appears that Lord Rose has just helped the Dark Guild infiltrate the city through this passageway. As the members emerge from the secret path, they thank Lord Rose. However, it turns out that not only does the Dark Guild appear, but they also seem to bring something terrifying with them. As they let out, dragging these big guys through the dark underground took quite an effort. They assure Rose, "Lord Motham will reward you." That's when two chained minotaurs and two claw pocket beasts, infected with the plague of shadows, are dragged out of the passageway. The Dark Guild members affirm that they will enjoy their freedom soon. The scene flips to Gary, who kicks the door open with a burst, scaring the life out of his roommates. They seem to be relaxing. Gary quickly orders everyone to get up. While Dan and Monk's souls nearly leave their bodies, Sylvia freaks out and asks if something happened to Ree. But our guy emerges from behind and thanks her for the concern. After that, Gary, in a state of panic, confesses that they're about to have trouble. Ree backs him up, revealing that Lord Bernardo was killed, and urges everyone to grab their weapons and put on their armor. With a serious look on his face, Argy mentions that the Dark Guild is back, evoking terror in everyone. This news stirs up a storm of fear among them. At dawn, the two knights guarding the academy are ambushed by the shadows. They are instantly annihilated, their blood splattering all over the walls. The Dark Guild members rush into the academy. Inside the head elder's office, the knight tries to warn the old man, but the head seems to know what's coming. In a few seconds, the Dark Guild members barge into the head elder's room. And one of them lets out that he didn't expect him to be such a light sleeper, asking what keeps him up all night. Laughing, the old man responds, "They'll understand when they get to my age. Sleep slips away from me every day, just like life. Take the chance to sleep in more often while you can." Putting the paper down, the head asks, "What's the reason you've come to me this early in the morning?" One of the guild members assumes that the old man already knows what they're here for. "Not beating around the bush," he says, "the god has been moved. We believe you would know where she is." The old man utters, "Of course, you're here for the god." Putting on an act, the head elder tries to remember where he sent the goddess and thinks, being old is such a hassle. He then apologizes to the young man, saying he can't help him with the matter. Holding the weapon behind him, the guild member threatens the old man, "In that case, we'll just have to help you remember, right?" The knight protecting the head elder draws his sword, and the head concludes, "The Dark Guild is well prepared this time." That's when more of the Dark Guild burst into his room, crashing through the glass windows. The head elder gives an eerie stare, saying that the young folks, "It's a tough mission." The scene then takes us somewhere underground, where Winfred seems to be burning a map, adding that now no one can say where the god is hidden. Sir Caden, who's also with him, agrees that no one can find out unless they personally bring the elders here. But at least, they need to remember the way back. As they're walking, Kay asks Winfred, "What do you think will happen next?" Winfred mumbles, "It's hard to say, since Mothram invaded the academy. He won't leave easily without achieving his goal. That's for sure." He recalls that Mothram clearly had the chance to kill everyone, but something more important seemed to distract him. While Kay believes Mothram will return, suddenly, a green matter forms behind them. Sensing something, Kay calls out, "Winfred," signaling him about the danger. That's when they're attacked by a slime snake that corrodes anything it touches. In the meantime, someone emerges from behind as Winfred hears the clacking of armor. When he looks back, he is startled and gasps with shock. "Why are you here?" he asks. The figure turns out to be Elder Jaibe's underling, alongside the knights. They seem to have been waiting for these two for a long time. "I'm shocked," Winfred yells at the Black Knights, believing they were supposed to guard the elders. Shrieking loudly, Winford asks the black-armored knight why he's here. The knight responds that the elders don't need them right now. Being trapped from both sides, Caden lets out that he has disgraced the honor of knights. The man yanking out his sword clarifies that they're fighting for honor. The scene then switches to Avery City, which is being bombarded by a relentless enemy attack. The knights are in a state of fright, as monsters have entered the city and are wreaking havoc. It occurs that the Dark Guild has released the monsters into the city. We witness a terrifying Minotaurus smashing a knight to death with its immense strength, forcing him into the ground. Meanwhile, Sylvia and the others seem to be observing the situation as they hide on the roof. As Sylvia is about to leap into the mouth of danger, Gary stops her, telling her not to be reckless. There are too many enemies, but she can't just stand by and watch. After that, Gary asks Ree, "How's it going?" Our guy is looking over the city with his dragon eyes, concluding that Harry was right. The Dark Guild came in through the knight's tomb. "What's your plan?" Gary asks. Ree reveals that they need to destroy the passage to deal with the enemies in the city. He asks Gary and Jay to come with him. Without reluctance, Gary and Jay gladly volunteer. Sylvia insists on joining them, but Ree refuses. "You need to stay outside," he says. "We need someone to distract the enemies in the tomb so they can't advance too easily." Hearing this, Martha agrees with him and says to Sylvia, "The fighting knights also need a leader." Sylvia then understands the situation and asks Ree to be careful. Ree assigns Dan to find Old Man Vaughn and tell him their situation, guessing that there are other underground entrances to the academy. Van should know how to handle it, he adds. He then instructs Kyle to go find Winford and Sir Kay, as they're trustworthy. Plus, they need the help of a Knightmaster. Dan and Kyle take on their tasks, while Ree apologizes to his friends for not bringing this up earlier. He then uses the contract and says, "I have to ask you to make a choice immediately. Would you like to join the Crimson Wings?" Sylvia and the others are shocked by his sudden confession and realize that it's contract magic. The scene then shifts to the dragon's tomb, where the monster is half stuck inside the passage. Knights shout at them to hurry, warning, "Don't let this big guy get stuck here." As they drag the monster with the chain, an arrow suddenly pierces the monster's eye, causing it to go berserk. A Dark Guild member commands, "Control the monster quickly. Don't let it rampage here." A few moments later, they spot the person shooting the arrows, and it turns out to be Martha Woodworks. As they chase after her, Martha shoots two of the masked men down. The others realize they've set up an ambush. Martha shoots 3 more arrows at the enemy when she's caught off guard by Knight Rose, who aims her arrow directly at Martha. Knowing that Martha is the most talented student, Knight Rose thinks it's a pity that she now has to kill her. Suddenly, Sylvia appears from behind. Rose immediately shoots an arrow, but it brushes past her cheek. Dodging the attack, Sylvia aims straight for Rose's neck, then slashes across it with her sword. Blood begins to drip. Sylvia bids farewell to Knight Rose. "Well, at least you did something impressive for once." The Dark Guild members, finding Martha and Sylvia, are unable to locate them when Ree and Gary emerge, attacking the guild members. Arriving at the secret passage, Gary suggests blowing up the entrance. But Ree reminds him that they still have a king-level beast, and a few rubble pieces won't stop them for long. "We need to block this path completely." Meanwhile, Ree ponders that they wouldn't want them to succeed. Suddenly, more enemies burst out of the passage. That's when Jay, pumped up, glides in with a bang and attacks the enemy. Gary wonders why the big guy gets so excited when fighting. Ray and Gary also make a move on the opposite sides to fight the enemy. As their swords clash, Gary says, "We can't keep fighting like this. We don't know how many enemies are behind us." At that moment, our guy activates the dragon eye. He glances behind them and sees that the enemies haven't caught up yet, so now's a good chance to enter the passage. Ree asks Jay to help clear the way and lend him his strength. Jay feels like he's on top of the world, growing stronger as the chi is absorbed. Terrified, the Dark Guild minions wonder, "What is this thing, a beast?" They conclude that it's a werewolf. It turns out to be the big guy, Jay, transforming into a werewolf. Fur sprouts across his body, sending waves of fear through the enemy. While they tremble, the werewolf grabs one of the minions by the neck, sending shockwaves of terror through the others. "You filthy beast!" the minion shouts, pleading, "Let go of me." His comrades try not to show fear, convincing themselves that he's just a human turned beast. Quivering, the other one lets out that they can't be the werewolf, as his fur is thicker than armor. Going ballistic, the werewolf slams the enemy to the ground. In the meantime, Gary asks where they are chasing them. Ray assures him that they're almost there. As Jay throws the enemy off the bridge, they both appear. Gary's eyes widen, surprised by the vast canyon underground. Just then, our guy realizes that as long as they destroy the bridge, they can stop the enemy from advancing. After that, Ray asks Jay to stop chasing them. The big guy answers in werewolf language. While he appreciates Jay for his good work, Gary can't understand what this guy is saying. Just as the big guy changes back to human form, he falls unconscious. Gary is shocked. There's no way this big guy fainted. As Ray holds him, he deduces that it might be a side effect of the physical change and asks Gary to take care of him. He'll regain consciousness soon. Using his dragon eyes, our guy is lucky enough to see the people behind them. However, his eyes reveal that more people are fighting at a distance. The scene then switches to Caden, who seems to be fighting with the traitors. While their swords clanked, Winford contemplated that it was bad. A war of attrition against 3 black-armored knights wasn't in their favor. If they didn't come up with something, they would be defeated. To make matters worse, Kay informed Winford that they had been surrounded by more Dark Guild henchmen. They emerged, blocking their way. It appeared that both Knight Winford and Sir Kay were trapped by the Dark Guild members. One of the guild members sneered and told Winford, "You're out of luck. Take us to the god, and maybe we'll spare your lives." While Sir Kay was convinced that the Dark Guild's target was the Academy, Winford mumbled, "Looks like we won't make it out alive. I have no plans to lead them to the god." Suddenly, one of the guild members tried to warn their leader about something. But, as the leader chose to ignore it, a torrent of fire hit the Dark Guild members. It turned out to be our boy who had come to help Winford and Kay. "Run!" he shouted. Kay, stunned, wondered what Ree was doing here. He was surprised to see that their red-haired friend could use magic. The leader of the Dark Guild, however, quickly commanded his knights to deal with Ree first. Our guy then guided Winford and Sir Kay toward the stone bridge, while he himself stayed behind to deal with the Dark Guild members. With the Dark Guild knights closing in, Ree fights them using his fire magic. He quickly realizes that these black-armored knights are unexpectedly strong and not something they can fight head-on. Just like that, Ree, along with Kay and Winford, runs across the stone bridge to meet Gary, who's holding a red stone. Afterward, Ree heads back to the bridge to continue the fight against the black-armored knights. Winford insists they should go help Ree, but Gary stops him. He reveals that Ree has a plan and they should not interfere. Meanwhile, Ree uses a substitute magic, summoning multiple clones to fight the knights all at once. His instructors are left surprised as they witness his substitute magic in action. Ree, the red-haired warrior, then freezes the knight's swords with his frost magic. Just as he strategically blocks a black-armored knight by freezing their feet, he yells at Gary, "Pull out the next move." At that moment, Gary flings the red stone he's holding. The leader of the guild notices it's an explosive stone, his feet still trapped by the frost. When the stone explodes with brute force, even Ree is astonished by the sheer power of the blast. That even his substitute gets blasted away. Abruptly, our guy gets caught off guard as the Dark Guild guy lands a kick, pushing Ree off the bridge as he plummets. The Dark Guild guy, who was also Lord Gibby's underling, sends his regards to Ray Talon. And just like that, he pierces his sword through our guy. Moments later, the stone bridge explodes into pieces while the Dark Guild guy tortures Ray down there to make sure he dies. As they both tumble down the bridge, smirking, our guy apologizes, stating that he won't be able to accompany him down there. And in that split second, Ray uses his skill of teleportation, turning his real body into a substitute while his real body teleports. Just like that, that evil Dark Guild guy meets his destined fate as he falls into the hollow pit. The bridge crumbles due to the explosion, and the Dark Guild knights experience the fearful plummet as they scream. Fortunately, Ray is saved by Winford and Sir Kay, who interrogate him for being here underground. Our guy affirms that he needs some time to recover, while Gary informs him about the Dark Guild invading their academy. Once again, revealing that they are here to block their advance. Upon hearing this, Winford believes that since they're targeting the underground passage of the Dragon Knight's tomb, Bernardo will be in a tough fight. Not knowing that his friend died a brutal death, Gary gloomily confesses, "We received news about Lord Bernardo. He was killed by Delbert." As soon as the words pound in Winford's ears, he is shaken to the core. His eyes bulge with disbelief. The scene then switches to the head elder's office, where all the Dark Guild members are annihilated. Sneaking out of the door, the head spots an elder with his face covered in blood. His eyes reflect the horror of the moment as he reveals Elder Zora was killed. The elder appears to be Elder Jin, who's approaching the head elder in a terrible state. While the head asks, "Who did this to him?" Elder Jin unveils, "It was my Black Knight, following Jaibe's orders." He adds that Elder Zora was attacked by his own bodyguard, finding it unbelievable. The head elder is appalled to discover that Gibby was a traitor. He thought he was just a supporter of bloodline theory, but he never expected him to go this far, blaming his oversight. He then tells Elder Jin, "Let my guards take you to a safer place. I'll go find Gibby myself." Suddenly, Jin's eyes glow strangely, and he utters that it's not necessary. The head elder consoles Jin, saying that it's not the time to give up. Suddenly, Elder Jin's hand emerges, crackling with light, and strikes the head elder, along with his guard, sending them flying. Trembling, the head elder, blood dripping from his mouth, never expected this. He realizes, in shock, that Jin had always been here. To everyone's surprise, the figure reveals himself as Mothram. He removes his mask and confesses, "I came back not long after I expelled you from the academy. The elder's position is a valuable asset that I'd gladly keep." Changing his face back into Elder Jin's, the head elder, still in shock, asks about Jin. Mothram sneers. The old man was insignificant. I just sent him where he belonged. Traumatized by the strange turn of events, the head elder is in no condition to fight back. His injuries are grave, and his mind is reeling. Mothram, his eyes flashing with power, warns, "You're running out of time. Tell me where you hid the divine artifact." The head elder, struggling to stay conscious, spits out defiantly, "I will never give you that information." Knowing that it's true, it appears that the head elder is now on the brink of his death when Moram casts his insane lightning attack, which even emerges out of the academy. The scene then switches to the secret passage, where Ray and the others are coming out of the tunnel again. Gary tells Jay, "You woke up at the right time," while the big guy apologizes, justifying that he can't control himself sometimes. While he assumes that he missed the best part of the fight, Gary assures him, "You didn't miss anything." Getting out, Ray contacts Sylvia and informs her that they're out now, asking her to report the situation. That's when Sylvia answers and reveals, the situation isn't looking good. Besides the Dragon Knight's tomb, the Dark Guild also ambushes 2 other underground entrances. She concludes Avery is about to fall. Hearing this, our guy's eyes widen, revealing a look of pure shock. Acting quickly, they all scamper toward the academy. Ray asks Sylvia about her location, informing her that they're on their way. Rushing, Winford states, "The Black Knight betrayed us, so we need to check on the elder's safety first." After that, Winford and Caden change their path and assure Ray, "We'll find a way to meet up later." Reaching the academy's entrance, they are greeted by more Dark Guild henchmen. Kay asks Winford not to get tangled up with them. Killing all the hurdles along the way, they arrive to witness something more unexpected. Kay and Winford find Harry Delbert, who murdered his own father. The body lies on the ground, draped in blood. "Late, aren't you?" Harry says. Winford yells at him, "Did you kill Delbert?" Appearing sad, Harry confesses, "I didn't want to do this. But my father made the wrong choice, and it caused irreversible consequences. They then witnessed the head and his guard being annihilated brutally by Mothram. Lightning strikes cause holes in the bodies, leaving them lifeless. Meanwhile, Sylvia, Monk, and the others are surrounded by Dark Guild members. Sylvia tells them, "Wait. Dan went to get help. He'll be back soon." As they wait for Dan, an explosion shakes the academy. In a flash, the Motoris is about to attack Sylvia from behind. But Ray, riding on his wolf noir, arrives just in time. He attacks the beast. Sylvia is delighted to see him, while Gary and Jay slash through the enemy, and are glad to see that no one got hurt. In the meantime, Dan also comes along with Vaughn and the hospital director. Abruptly, a voice commands them to drop their weapons. It turns out to be Elder Gibby, who's standing on top of the academy. He asks everyone to stop the pointless resistance, stating that from today, this academy will be reborn. While the knights are shocked to see that it's Elder Gibby, they are baffled as to why Gibby is asking them to stop. Someone interrupts and reveals that Gibby is from the Pure Blood Guild. Gibby gives a speech. The bloodline of knights is noble by birth, and Averian Academy exists to train knights, not peasants. While the knights are surrounded by so many rebels, the Dark Guild men, Gibby makes it clear that reform always comes with bloodshed. He adds that those filthy bloodlines can't exist in his academy. At that moment, Ree commands Jay, "I need you to get me close to that person," referring to Gibby. Laughing hysterically, the evil vibe exudes from Elder Gibby as he announces, "Things will change from today," and commands to kill those lowlifes. That's when Martha, Monk, and Gary get into action and kill the Dark Guild minions, while Gary turns into a werewolf once again. Striking fear into his enemies, the werewolf effortlessly kills the foe while Sylvia wonders if Jay is a werewolf. Martha thinks it's amazing, as she's only seen this in books. Monk is also astonished, finally understanding why Jay's strength is so extraordinary. Not expecting such a beast in his academy, Gibby freaks out and instructs his men to kill him immediately. Just then, Jay picks up Ray in his massive werewolf hand and flings him like a catapult. Witnessing the red-haired boy gliding towards him, Gibby shouts at his men to stop him. But Jay slashes them with his sword and lands perfectly in front of Gibby. Sting his pants, Gibby asks him to stay away. But Ray grabs him by the neck, lifting him to the brink of falling as he's about to throw him down. Before that happens, Jay, giving him a deadly stare, seems to have some questions for him. Scared for his life, Gibby pleads for his release, promising to spare Ray's life. While Jay tells him to save his words for the dead, the elder, teetering on the edge of falling, asks what he can do for him. He even offers an elder's position, should Jay want one. But Jay cuts to the chase and asks, who's leading the Pure Blood? Terrified, the elder doesn't seem to know, saying that he's never seen their face. Thinking it's a waste of time, reactivates his ability, Magic Dragon's Truth, which uses 20 mana points to make the target reveal true information. Controlled by the ability, Gibby reveals that he's the leader of Pure Bloods. Ree then asks him if he was the one who sent the Shadow Warrior to kill him. But Gibby refuses, answering that he follows orders from the Dark Guild. Upon hearing this, Ree realizes that the Dark Guild is involved, too. Curious, he questions if Mothram is the leader of the Dark Guild and what their connection to the Shadow Plague is. Gibby responds that he's never seen the leader of the Dark Guild, nor does he know what the Plague of Shadows truly is. He adds that it's something far more powerful than humans and that he just follows orders. Ree surmises that the Pure Blood is just a puppet. Seeing that Elder Gibby is now useless to him, he releases his hold. Gibby plummets, screaming helplessly, crashing onto the ground. His body is crushed, while the knights are flabbergasted to witness that Elder Gibby, taken down by that red-haired boy, dies just like that. The hospital director is quite impressed to see Ray and praises Vaughn for training him like that. But Van lets out that it's hard to say he taught him something like that. Just then, Sylvia moves up the stairs and makes a speech, calling out the knights. She points out how they saw that the leader of the Pure Bloods was a coward, concluding that they can defeat them. She reminds them that a few months ago, they suffered from a devastating attack. Their friends and family died in battle. and today, they face the same situation. But she gives them hope. Even though only some of them fought against the pure bloods, they still defeated them. She expresses that the Dark Guild is not scary. They are just cowards who don't dare to challenge them openly, assuring them that this time, they can still defeat them. Sylvia then asks, "Who will stand with us this time?" All the knights enthusiastically stand with her. Well, it looks like they were quite moved by the speech. As the Dark Guild minions are kind of scared to see knights standing in their favor, one of them clarifies that it's just a cornered beast fighting back. He reminds them that their goal is to take the gate. That's when another guy lets out, "Elder Gibbons is dead. There's no reason to keep fighting." The white masked member states that now that Gibby is dead, they're the leaders. He asks, "If you want to follow Gibby, then you can join him." With that, he kills his own member by stabbing him to death. Witnessing this, the others quietly follow the white masked guy's orders. He then asks, "Who's their leader?" The members respond, "It's Lord Muff." After that, he repeats, "Our mission is to take the gate," and commands, "Kill the silver-haired girl who's in the way and blabbering shit." Suddenly, black clouds begin to rumble, and everyone is disrupted by a sound that seems to be coming from the city gate. At that moment, Gary glances at the cracks in the gate and screams, signaling them about the imminent danger. He shouts, "Get out of the way!" When, abruptly, the city gate explodes. Something big seems to be coming their way. The Dark Guild member realizes that it's the main force that took their mission. It is revealed that Avery's gate has been breached as endless monsters barge into the city. Many Dark Guild members ride on a mammoth demon. Given the looks of their entry, it seems more like a parade than a breach. But their fancy entry is destroyed in seconds when the mammoth is provoked as someone taxes it. The elephant monster goes on a rampage as it tramples over the Dark Guild members who were riding on it. It seems like it was killing two birds with one stone. The mammoth is struck by relentless hits, stumbling to the ground. The director then compliments Vaughn for knowing how to pick a fight. After that, Van instructs the kids to leave these big guys to them and find something smaller to handle. Meanwhile, Dan and Kyle are left speechless as they watch Van take down a colossal mammoth like that. A few moments later, the contract members including the twins, Jay, Sylvia, Monk, and the others are charged with Ray's magic. As chi is absorbed, they feel a sudden surge of strength flowing through them. Our guy then commands them not to panic, telling everyone to spread out and take the enemy down. Jay, being the werewolf, is tearing the beasts apart with ease. Dan is disgusted as he deals with a slimy monster, but Kyle remarks that it's at least better than the mammoth demon. In the meantime, Ray's mana starts running low, and he immediately begins thinking of ways to replenish it. He then asks his teammates to hold on for a bit, assuring them he'll be right back. Sylvia nods and assures him to leave it to them. With that, they all get back to the fight. Our guy uses his ability, mana siphoning, absorbing the mana of the Dark Guild members. He calls them useless scum, urging them to at least do something useful. It turns out that Ree didn't gather enough mana as he had hoped. He decides to just go for it. On the other side, the slimy beasts' bodies fuse together. The twins freak out, confronted by a stinking snake they can't harm. Gary then infers that they have to give up on close combat and asks Martha to hit it. However, Martha needs someone to distract it for her. At that moment, our guy arrives and apologizes for keeping them waiting. Sylvia is happy to see him. There happen to be a lot of Ray substitutes, or clones, made possible by his magic ability. With so many red-haired substitutes, they attack the slime beast together, using fireballs and frost freeze. It seems the slime monster is taking multiple hits, and Martha is also shooting arrows. Ray realizes that the magic cost is too high, so he needs to take out a few of his substitutes. As he eliminates them, our guy notices that his substitute has no body resistance. The beast's attack is so strong that if substitute 2 gets hurt, it'll shatter. Panting heavily, his energy draining, Ray considers borrowing Jay's strength, but it's too late. He's hit by the slimy monster and crashes to the ground. While Sylvia shouts, "Stop that snake!" Ray, growing weaker, regrets getting involved in this fight. It feels pointless after all. Gasping for air, he lies helplessly on the ground. A thought crosses his mind, maybe he should just leave. But then, an unexpected twist occurs. Ray stares fixedly at the sky and witnesses a miracle. That's when everyone freaks out. They glimpse the surreal sight of a blue dragon gliding in the sky, its roar reverberating through the air. Flipping out, they're terrified. It's a dragon, impossible, they think. Dragons have been gone for hundreds of years. They fear it's here to take revenge on humankind. Slack-jawed, Sylvia mutters, I thought dragons were extinct. Monk tells her to snap out of it. Martha, exasperated, says, dealing with a few slime snakes was enough for us, and now there's a dragon? Meanwhile, the snack slimes panic as they sense the dragon's presence. Suddenly, a storm erupts. Everyone is told to hold on tight to avoid being blown away. As the storm creates a whirlwind, Ray, gaping with astonishment, realizes that this storm is the dragon's doing too. Unable to open their eyes, they warn everyone to lower their center of gravity, back to back, and not to get blown away by the fierce storm. That's when the dragon lets out a roar and spits ice, wiping out the snack slimes. The appearance of the dragon strikes fear into the other beasts as they begin to escape. The Dark Guild minions call them useless beasts, asking, where are you running to? At that moment, the minions are also frozen by the dragon's blue breath. The dragon seems to be wiping out all the enemies in the beasts, while Dan, stunned, glances at it, realizing it's one breath that can wipe them all out. As Kyle suggests they better run away, Gary hurriedly asks Dan and Kyle to follow them underground. However, Van mumbles and assures the kids, don't be afraid. The dragon won't hurt you. The elder then states that he didn't expect Vern's legend to become reality. Scared to death, Dan asks the old man, how can you be so certain the dragon won't go on a rampage? Everyone knows dragons are evil creatures. Meanwhile, Kyle freaks out, saying they should hide with Gary for now. Old man Van mentions that it's not a dragon they imagine, and before he can complete his sentence, Ray interrupts him. It's a wyvern, Ray lets out, leaving the old man astounded. It is then revealed to us that a wyvern is a close relative of dragons. They mainly differ in two ways, size and limbs. Dragons are usually 2 to 3 times larger than wyverns. They have separate limbs that can merge with their wings as needed. In contrast, a wyvern's 4 limbs are naturally connected to its wings. Our guy contemplates, thinking back to when Dan shouted earlier that it was a dragon. He had really thought he'd see his kin again. But unfortunately, it seems the dragon race is truly extinct. At that moment, Van makes a prediction. When the Academy faces life or death, he says, a divine companion will descend from the sky on a storm to protect the Academy in place of gods. As the wyvern descends, its wings settling on the ground, the old man tells them they must pay their respects. We kneel and bow to the dragon, he advises. Van then expresses his gratitude to the wyvern. Thank you for saving us, he says. The wyvern seems to speak, introducing itself. I am black, it says. Unfolding that it's here to fulfill the promise with the gods, Black concludes that it has completed the mission. From today, it owes them nothing. While Vaughn bows and thanks Glack for keeping his promise, Dan is convinced that Glack sounds like a female. He starts to believe that the gods are female. Martha then asks him to shut up. Abruptly, Glack mumbles that it seems some humans don't appreciate its arrival. As Dan thinks that he's made Glack upset with his foolish and rude remarks, Martha, in a state of terror, believes that they are doomed. She thinks that if this dragon gets mad, it could send them to heaven with just a roar. Dan begs Glack to forgive him for speaking nonsense. He explains that he didn't think speaking softly would be heard. But it turns out that Dan didn't upset Glack when Gary's eyes land on Ray, who's not bowing to respect Glack. Gary asks him what he's doing. That's when Ray utters that he's grateful to Glack for saving his life. He makes it clear that he won't bow to someone below him, leaving everyone speechless and putting everyone on edge. Dan is low-key scared thinking Ray has gone crazy, while Kyle suggests they should get ready to make a run for it. But Monk is certain that Glack won't let them escape easily. And Martha seems so done with him, asking them to keep their voices down. Just then, Glack, enraged after being disrespected, calls them arrogant humans. He clarifies that if it weren't for the pact with the gods, he could bite him to death in one go. But remains unfazed. He tells Glack that it's not his main concern, stating that he wants to know why it is protecting this city. Hopping mad, Wyvern asks who he thinks he is. A mere human dares to challenge him, asking why it should answer him. At that moment, lets out a sigh. He's too lazy to explain much and asks Glack if he can read minds. He tells him to go ahead and read his memories. Glack questions him. Who exactly are you? Tells him to look for himself and he'll know. With a suspicious look, Glack orders him to place his hand on its head. It will enter Ree's body. Placing his hand on Glack's head, Ree is taken into his memories, seeing himself as a red dragon. He learns that he was reborn as a human. Glack snaps open its eyes in shock. How is it possible that you're a mighty red dragon? Our guy then requests Glack to keep his secret to himself. The Wyvern proposes to him, telling him to be rest assured, as only they can sense their conversation now. Glack asks forgiveness for his earlier rudeness, addressing him as Sin, which was Ray's name as a red dragon. But our guy reveals that he doesn't go by that name anymore and asks him to call him Ree. After that, Ree asks him why he's protecting Avery City. Glack then unveils that it was a long time ago when the city was being built. That day, it was attacked by other beasts and got severely injured. Glack fell on a mountain near the city, barely clinging to life. However, back then, God found Glack and brought him a special fruit that takes hundreds of years to grow deep in the forest. That fruit, which looked similar to the skin of a red dragon, extended his life. In return, Glack promised to protect the city after God left. Witnessing this, Gary wonders if he's seeing things, as he just saw Glack bowing to Ray. But Sylvia corroborates that he isn't imagining things. The Wyvern really did bow to him. Meanwhile, Martha is left baffled, thinking, why is this happening? Feeling dubious, Old Man Van himself is left in disbelief, thinking, this can't be right. Given the Wyvern's status, it should be an equal exchange with the god, leaving him to wonder why it is acting like a servant to Ray. The hospital director anticipates that the red-haired boy could really be the prophesied one. On the other hand, as the sun is about to set, Glack informs Ree that scattered beasts will threaten its territory at night, so it must return. Glack reveals that it lives on the mountains not far from the academy, so Ree would be able to find him, while our guy thanks the Wyvern for its help. Before the Wyvern departs, it unravels one more thing about a magician it saw in Ree's memory. The one who defeated him. Glack ascertains that she's the one Ree is looking for. To put it bluntly, she is the god. While our guy appears to be in a state of shock, the Wyvern further affirms that he's headed in the right direction. And if Ree meets the goddess, maybe he'll be able to find the answers he's looking for. After Glack soars away with a goodbye, our guy finally fetches some new clues. Recalling that statue in the church, Ree gets why it looked so familiar and realizes that it was the magician who killed him as a dragon. However, a question flickers in his mind. What if that magician saved the Wyverns? And why she slaughtered their dragon clan? Plus, if she's the god, he wonders what that giant crystal was they saw back in the church passage that almost showed him the future. Well, it looks like it's time to leave Avon, as Ray concludes that there might not be any more clues here. That's when Gary runs to him and asks, "What were you talking about with Wyvern just now? Why is your attitude toward me so strange?" Overlooking his questions, our guy cuts to the chase and asks, "Do you want to leave Avery to check out Roland's Magic Academy with me?" It turns out that Gary had been waiting for his moment for too long. Fierce determination flashes through his eyes. It is then narrated by our main character that the cost of the war was enormous. Avon was on the brink of collapse. The knights suffered heavy casualties. Only 3 elders remained, and half the city turned into ruins. The once great city of Avon was no more. The new change came after driving out the pure bloods in the Dark Guild. The Crimson Wings took over the city. As the leader of the Crimson Wings, Ri gave the knights a choice. He kept it simple. He offered them a contract to join the Crimson Wings and stay in Avon. Or they can choose to leave. During the last attack, many witnessed Ness's heroic battle against Motham, which quickly made him an idol among young people. Moreover, during both attacks, it was the members of the Crimson Wings who led the knights in a fierce counterattack, while the higher-ups did nothing. So, when everyone heard that Ness, Ray in disguise, was the leader of the Crimson Wings, nearly half of the knights immediately joined them. Meanwhile, half of the people chose to leave, and this was the result within his expectations. After that, Ri ponders that since upgrading to Dragon Knight, experience has become more difficult. Even intermediate beast crystals aren't helping much anymore. As more awakens to magic, maintaining Ness's image with glamour continuously drains mana, and it's starting to run low. Our guy thinks of finding a breakthrough. Just then, his thoughts are disrupted when Sir Kay, along with Vaughn and Winford, approaches him. Ri asks them how it went, and Vaughn informs him that, after the knight's recommendation, Winford and Kay have been chosen as substitutes for the Council of Elders. Sighing, Kay does not seem so happy. He thinks he's fit to be elder. But he seems to have no choice in these arduous times. Winford adds, if they refuse, another person like Gibby might appear. A flash of guilt momentarily marred his expression when he admits, I was unavoidably responsible for Bernardo and the head elder's deaths. Ray then asks him, did you find any clues about who killed the elder? Winford elucidates, it's strange. The wounds on the head elder and the black-armored knight aren't sword wounds, they're burn marks. He describes how those wounds were fatal and that there were hardly any other injuries on them. Sir Kay further depicts, in the elder's room, there were bodies of Dark Guild members everywhere. This clearly indicates that they had a battle, but even those people couldn't inflict any harm on them. That's when Old Man Vaughn mentions, it's not possible unless it was an ambush by someone they trusted. This leads Ray to guess, it might be Gibby. But Van refuses, uttering, Gibby isn't capable of that level of power. The injury was a result of magic, Van adds, his voice tinged with worry. This is a bigger problem. Our guy then suspects, Motham could be the one behind this. The old man agrees, it's highly probable, and the invasion seems to be orchestrated by the purebloods. Actually, it's the Dark Guild pulling the strings behind the scenes. Getting in the right direction, Vaughn infers that the rebellious black-armored knights were sent to track down traces of God. Gibby caused chaos in the city, but Motham himself never showed up from start to finish. While Winford agrees that it is possible, Sir Kay dwells on the thought. If it was Motham, how did he get so close to the head elder? Ray then lets out, we should investigate slowly, as the fox will show its tail eventually. Now that Winford and Kay are elders, he assumes that Sylvia can feel a bit more at ease. Our guy then asks the old man, are you going back to your position? Convincing him that they can seize this moment to abolish those wretched rules. But Van denies it, saying, I've had enough of being an elder. He adds that he wants to do something more interesting. Then, he assures them that Elder Jin and Humphrey are still around. They've always been neutral. With the assistance of the three young elders, Van thinks they should be stable for a while. What they don't know is that Elder Jin is dead, and Motham has taken over his body, roaming as Jin in disguise. Nonetheless, since Winford, Vaughn, and Kay are the ones he trusts, Ri gets right to the point with them, confessing that he hasn't told many people about being Ness, except for them. He then adds that Averan needs a leader like Ness, and he needs a team to follow him. Ri doesn't expect them to decide now, but he mentions that when he returns to Averan next time, everyone in the council can voluntarily join the Crimson Wings. Winford thanks him for respecting them, assuring him that they'll consider it carefully. Meanwhile, Vaughn, proud of his amazing student, doesn't mind joining right now. After that, Sir Kay asks Ray if he has decided to leave already. Ray responds that he can't stay in Averan forever. Plus, he needs to find the truth behind the Plague of Shadows, as well as handle some personal matters. For that reason, he's planning a trip to Roland Magic Academy. As Vaughn guesses that Ray is going to Roland to meet God, the old man discloses something shocking. Since Kay and Winford have become elders, they would have heard about this sooner or later, so Van decides to tell them now. The old man then reveals that most people have heard of the god at Roland Academy, but only a few know that there's also a trace of God in Adrian. Pointing to Ray, Van adds, he's already the god of Avian. And as the prophesied one, he needs to meet the remaining gods. Upon hearing this, Winford freaks out. He thought that the god at Roland Magic Academy was just a cover. Sir Kay curiously asks, are there two gods? But there seems to be more when Vaughn reveals dramatic twists. He mentions that the gods of Avon and Roland Academy are both real, adding, besides, there's also a third god in this world. This came in like a bolt from the blue. The jaw-dropping plot twist leaves them slack-jawed. Kay enunciates, our god is not the only one. Curiosity gets the best of him, and Ray impatiently asks Vaughn, where is the third god? The old man tells him not to rush. Listen to my story, he says. It is revealed to us that, according to the records, after the gods led the kingdom's army to defeat the dragons, years after the war ended, the god prophesied that a disaster would befall the future generations. The world would be destroyed. To deal with all of this, she divided her power into three. If one day the god's power is destroyed, the remaining part will act as a catalyst for her to lead humanity's counterattack. Furthermore, the god's power was attached to 3 crystal gems. One of these gems was left in Avery's underground labyrinth, while the other 2 were transported to the magical capital, Roland City. At that time, the threat of the dragons had been eliminated, and human society had reached its peak. The Allure Kingdom was united, and the Knights of Avian City were unstoppable. On the other side of the continent, Roland City gathered countless powerful mages, and the god protected in these 2 places was almost foolproof. However, something unexpected happened. The transport fleet encountered a strong storm at sea. A transport ship, along with one of the crystals, sank into the ocean. To put it more bluntly, this was nature's call. Whenever humans think they are omnipotent, nature's power reminds them how insignificant they are. Hearing this, Winford frantically asked, did the third god sink into the ocean? Old Man Va replied, it was indeed a good plan, and urged him to hold his horses. There's more to it. Van spoke up. That's what the ruler conveyed to others back then, he said, revealing that hundreds of years had passed. Over time, except for a few at the top, no one knew about the existence of the third god. However, since it was a major issue, the head elder secretly arranged for nearby fleets to salvage it. After the salvage, to avoid suspicion, the third crystal was placed nearby in a bustling trade area with abundant waterways. That's when the realization dawned on them. Winford, in utter shock, concluded that the third god was in the merchant city, Kelberg. Ree was also baffled after hearing about Kelberg. After that, Sir Kay explained, Kelberg is on the main route between major city-states. It has developed waterways and convenient trade. It's a hub for merchants. Since caravans need protection, there's a bounty hall for adventure quests, attracting many adventure guilds. It's a mixed place. While Winford still couldn't believe the god was placed there, he believed that since it's on the way to the Roland Magic Academy, Ree also needed to stay there. Old Man Van also informed Ree that since the prophecy of the god appeared over 10 years ago, the red-haired child had become their hope to prevent the world's destruction. He then made it clear, the prophesied child will meet the 3 gods at the right time, and they will give him new guidance, clenching his fist. Ree clarifies that he doesn't wish to save this ridiculous world. However, destroying the shadow is a must, and if God can help him, he's willing to meet her. Deep down, our guy also wishes to know why his fate is like this. At night, in the elder's office, Sylvia freaks out when she learns that Ree is planning to leave Avon. Our guy justifies that he won't stay here forever, as he has a lot to do. But Sylvia tries to make him understand that they just finished a battle and Avery needs his leadership. That's when Ree uses his glamour ability, uttering that Avery needs Ness to lead the Crimson Wings, not him. Revealing that he's Ness, our boy states that now, with Sylvia being both an elder and a member of the Crimson Wings, it's time for him to entrust her with more responsibilities. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Sylvia is shocked. Ri apologizes for hiding it from her, hoping that she will understand his situation. Taking a step closer, Sylvia embraces him in a hug, assuring him that she understands and feels for him. It must have been tough for him to go through it all alone. With pain flashing across his eyes, our guy affirms that he is used to being alone and hopes that the war with the shadows ends soon. Knowing that she can't stop him, Sylvia asks him to promise her not to linger too long in Kelberg on his journey to Roland Academy. She then reveals that she just received a report about multiple deaths near Kelbury City. The Bounty Hall has issued the highest bounty notice, disclosing that a weapon capable of destroying a town has appeared there, a dragon bone hammer. As soon as Ri hears this, his eyes flicker with terror. The next scene takes us in front of Avery City's gate on a beautiful day. Ray and Gary seem to be leaving for Roland Academy. Winford and all their friends wish them safe travels, while Monk asks them to be careful on the road and to let them know if anything happens. As they are leaving on their horses, Ray's gaze meets Sylvia's, who's looking at him. Her eyes hint a gist, telling him not to leave. Ignoring the pain in her eyes, he leaves, while Sylvia, deep down, begs him not to go as tears start streaming down her face. Galloping, something doesn't sit right with Gary, and he annoyingly asks Ri why he brought this big guy, Jay, along, objecting to how big he is and how he stands out, appearing as enthusiastic as ever. Jay clarifies that he goes wherever the boss goes. Besides, he expresses that Avon is boring at the moment and he doesn't want to stay in that place. With that, Ri accentuates that on his journey, they expect to encounter many dangers. With Jay around, he can help them solve a lot of problems. The scene then shifts back to the Elder's office, where Sylvia tells him about the weapon, the dragon bone hammer. Ri asks her if it has something to do with dragons. That's when Sylvia reveals that, according to legend, it was a weapon once used by a dragon knight. It is made from the spine of a dragon. She further asserts that, although it has not yet been fully unleashed, it has already caused devastating damage to many villages. Showing him a picture of the weapon, Sylvia asks him to promise not to stay in Kelberg for too long. Concerned, she adds, "Please." Ray assures her that their destination is Roland Academy, so they'll stay in Kelberg for just one night. Yanking out of the flashback, Ri glances at the weapon's picture, which he seems to have bought with him, and apologizes to Sylvia. It seems he can't keep his promise. Suddenly, Ri senses something, and Jay sniffs the air. While our guy asks them to ignore it for now, Gary realizes the reason why the prices in town have gone up recently. It looks like the merchants are afraid to go out and restock. The looters hiding inside the trees think that they're in luck today. But one of them suspects that they might have noticed them. Another member of their team dismisses the thought, saying it's impossible, as they have never been spotted from this distance, let alone by 3 kids. The guy then asks his members to get ready as they plan to take out the big guy first. And it looks like he's here as a bodyguard, referring to Jerry. On the other hand, Ray and Gary, making a deadpan face, seem to hear all of the looters talk clearly because of the hearing training. Sighing deeply, our guy suggests that once they settle, they'll let Sylvia know this path needs clearing. A few moments later, the raiders make an ambush attack, jumping from the trees and clanging their swords at Jay first. However, this doesn't affect the big guy, as he remains unfazed, and this strikes fear into the enemies. That's when he pulls out his sword, one just like him. And with a swish, he blows all the looters away, beating the crap out of them. While Jay is bored for not getting stronger opponents for once, the other bastards target Gary. They mumble that this kid looks the weakest, so they should take him down first. This makes the poor guy pissed. Gritting his teeth in fury, Gary utters, "These guys are making it hard for me to stay happy." Giving them a deadly stare, he twitches his face as if he would kick their ass right now. Taking the chance, Ri uses his physical strength and lands a powerful kick to one of them. He punches the life out of the other bastard, making his nose bleed. Crying out in pain, the guy is shocked at how this little red-haired boy is so strong. Scared for their lives, the whiny bee run away after getting a good smacking. Jay calls out to them, "Bring someone stronger next time." Later, as the sun is about to set, they reach Gabaro town and decide to stay there for the night. Entering the tavern, they hear someone talking about the heroic moments and the beast crystal he got from a mid-level monster he killed. Ray pauses for a moment as his eyes land on someone familiar. It turns out to be Taffy and Candy, the little adventurers he met as Ness in the forest earlier, who are smitten by a beast crystal. Inside the tavern, Ray asks the owner for a room, but with an unsettling gaze. The owner refuses, saying that they're full, and suggests they find somewhere else to stay. Lashing out, Gary discloses that the sign outside says rooms are available. The owner, however, makes it clear that they don't welcome redheads, claiming that it would drive away his customers. Slamming his hand on the table, Jay furiously lets out, they are being too polite. But our guy calms him down, stating that they can go somewhere else. Suddenly, a man in the inn recognizes the mark on Jay's hand and realizes they are from the Crimson Wings. While some of them are confused, the man reveals they caused chaos in Avery before. He accuses the leader of using black magic and forcing knights to sign a contract, adding, if anyone disobeys, they're executed. The people are taken aback by how powerful they are. And that's when the man concludes that the 3 elders have died because of them. Just then, Gary whispers to Ree, looks like the escaped Pure Blood members spread a lot of rumors about him. Abruptly, someone spurts water on Gary's face. Making his blood boil, Gary asks, who did this? It turns out to be the boy Taffy, who warns them to leave his town, clarifying, the Crimson Wings aren't welcome here. Candy tries to intervene, asking him not to provoke them. Gary, admitting Taffy's boldness, threatens, you're going to regret this. But Taffy, getting cocky, retorts, you don't look much older than us. There's no need to be scared. Gary, now furious, clenches his fists. Ree insists, let's just go. Don't mind the kids. As they turn to leave, they bump into a group of bastards in the tavern. One of the men, recognizing Ree and his 2 friends, informs his boss, these are the ones I told you about. The boss, missing his front teeth, sides with the kids. It's a disgrace, he mutters. How do my men get beaten by 3 kids and come whining to me? Meanwhile, inside the inn, a customer refuses to pay. I already paid yesterday, he argues. The worker lashes out, that was for yesterday. It's just a silver coin won't kill you to pay. The customer, grumbling, tosses the coin into the bucket. The boss then rises to apologize to Ree, I'm sorry for the trouble my men caused. Clearing the misunderstanding, the toothless guy gets straight to the point. He says that his protection isn't expensive, it's just 1 silver coin, and he guarantees no one will touch them in Gabaro town. The bald guy interrupts, asking, is Big Brother going to let them off like this? One of his mates tells him to shut up and just listen. He reveals that Big Brother is with the Crimson Wings, so they have to follow the rules. The boss then gives an ugly, toothless smile. He decides to give the youngsters a chance to make mistakes. Hearing this, Gary and Jay exchange an incredulous look. They both burst into laughter as the guy claims he's from Crimson Wings. Laughing hysterically, Gary suggests to Ree, we should keep the money in that barrel for travel expenses. Watching them laugh, the bald guy loses it. Do you have a death wish? He snaps. Big Brother will notify the troops in Avery to wipe you all out. Ray mockingly says, I'm starting to feel scared. At that moment, the toothless Big Brother rolls up his sleeves and shows them the weird red crimson mark on his arm. It has funny looking eyes. The guy warns the kids, you better behave. Our guy sneers at his foolish attempt. Ray then grabs his neck and goes starkly raving mad. He asks the leader, are you from the Crimson Wings? I haven't seen you before. As his underlings freak out, witnessing their Big Brother in trouble, a dangerous flash crosses Ray's eyes. He gives a piercing stare, a stare that could kill as he questions, who did I just say I was going to kill? In an instant, our guy burns the leader to death. A surge of fear gushes through his men as they peer at the red-haired monster, wondering if the rumors about Avon are true. Just then, Ree declares impersonating members of the Crimson Wings will cost you. You'll pay the price. Terrified, the underlings run for their lives, rushing outside the tavern. However, they can't escape our guy's power. He burns them from a distance, their screams echoing in agony, followed by a loud explosion. Inside the tavern, Gary tries to calm the people. These guys were just pretending to be from the Crimson Wings to cause trouble. There's no need to be afraid. While the people in the inn look terrified, Ree turns to Gary and says, "Forget it." Jay follows his boss. As they are about to leave, someone stops them. It turns out to be Taffy and Candy, who thank the three of them. And our guy smiles at them. The night falls, and with their horses tied to trees, they make a stop at the lawn on the edge of the town. As dawn breaks, illuminating the sky, Ray wakes Jay up. "It's time for us to set off," Ray says. While Jay snores like a bear, Gary loudly calls him a dumb dog. "Let's hit the road already," Gary shouts. At noon, they seem to have continued their journey, riding on their horses. Gary lets out a sigh, wanting to run into a wild beast on the road to do some hunting, but there's nothing. Jay thinks a few bandits would be nice, too, because yesterday's fight didn't quite amuse him. Ray, disguised as Ness, informs them that wild beasts usually don't appear near the city-states, which means they're almost there. In the meantime, they arrive at Kelberg City. As they take a peek at the breathtaking view from the cliff, they're amazed to see the big city and the ocean. They thought Avon was big enough, but their thoughts change after looking at Kelberg City. Our guy excitedly admits that it's his first time seeing a bustling city, while Jay, thrilled, is distracted by the smell of food. "I'm starving. Can we get something to eat?" Jay asks. But Ray tells them to go ahead and explore the city first, as he has to check out the guild registration process. Handing them some coins, Gary asks, "Are you making the Crimson Wings an official guild?" Ree nods and replies, "Yeah, registering as an official guild will make it easier to recruit members and take on higher level quests." But Ree has an ulterior motive. He thinks to himself, "This way, I'll have the chance to stop by the guild hall and check on the dragon bonehammer." Meanwhile, Jay, who seems to be chanting for his meal, is hungry. Gary, excited to see what weapons are worth picking, waves Ness goodbye. "Let's meet at the city gate later," he says. Our guy tells them, "Take your time. I can find you." Later, at the food market, Jay grabs some meat to fill his appetite and finds it scrumptious. "Hey, Gary, don't you want to try this?" he asks. Gary, clarifying, says, "I don't have as big an appetite as you," while his attention is caught by some lustrous weapons nearby. He looks at a beautiful sword with sparkling eyes and asks the price. At the same time, someone else asks for the cost of the sword. It turns out to be a royal woman in a black cloak, wearing a purple crystal tiara on her head. She miserably ignores Gary's presence, and the poor boy is, well, pissed. The lady then asks the price for the sword. The vendor, appreciating her keen eye, replies, "This sword just arrived yesterday and is a rare weapon." He continues, "This sword is called the White Falcon. It's crafted from a high-level demon bird's beast. Its blade can cut stone and slice through iron." Revealing the price, he adds, 1 gold coin. The woman asks the man to wrap the sword for her. But before he can, Gary immediately interrupts, offering 5 silver coins along with the 1 gold coin. However, the girl offers 2 gold coins, making the blonde boy freak out. He rushes to Jay, shouting, "I offer 2 gold coins and 5 silver coins." In haste, Gary asks Jay to borrow some gold coins, exclaiming, "I saw an amazing weapon." The big guy, still stuffing food in his mouth, hands him the money. Rushing back to the vendor, poor Gary is shocked when he learns the girl took the sword, paying 3 gold coins. Slack-jawed, he mutters, "Damn woman." His eyes land on something magical hidden under her cloak, and he quickly catches up to her, confirming, "Are you a mage?" While the woman admits that she's a mage, Gary asks her why she needs the sword when she can't use it. The girl responds, saying, "I'm giving it to my father for his collection." She then adds, "Besides, I can buy whatever I want." Gary, frustrated, pleads with her. "I really need that sword," he says. "I'll offer you more money if you consider giving it to me." The girl pauses, then states, "If you want the sword so badly, we can have a contest." She calls out a guy named Berg from the crowd. "This is Berg," she introduces him, "my follower." She emphasizes, "If you manage to beat Berg, the sword will be yours." The blonde kid, startled by the sight of the big guy, asks, "How are we going to compete?" The woman responds, "Arm wrestling. One round will decide the winner." She adds, "If you lose, you'll have to give me 3 gold coins." The blonde boy agrees, but insists, "I'll find a helper, just like you found one." Well, we all know who Gary's going to find. Inside the tavern, the crowd is gossiping about Berg. He's arm wrestling with some random kid, who turns out to be Jay Green. Most of the people in the inn bet on Berg, but one person places a silver coin on the kid. As everyone is rooting for Gerg, the big guy who has never lost here, the wrestling contest begins. Within a few seconds, Jay, being the beast he is, wrestles his opponent to the ground, even smashing the table and earning a takedown. While everyone is left stunned, Gary, feeling over the moon, wins the sword. Left in disbelief, the woman asks Berg, "Did you forget to use your breath?" But the big guy justifies, "I used all my strength." Loki, thinking Jay's a monster, watches in awe. Leaving the tavern, Jay lets out a laugh. "My opponent wasn't even that strong. I almost broke his bone." Gary can't help but admit, the big guy has skills. He's the second strongest I've ever seen, besides Ree. Suddenly, the woman, guessing they're not from this city, asks, "Which guild are you from?" Without reluctance, Gary answers, "We're from Crimson Wings." A suspicion flickers in the woman's mind. She wonders, "I've never heard of that guild name." She hopes they won't cause trouble for the city. On the contrary, Ree finally arrives at the Kelberg Adventurers Guild Hall. To his expectations, it's quite large. Our eyes widen as he sees so many people inside the guild hall. And just then, a staff member at the Kelberg Adventurers Guild Hall, named Fanjo, asks the black-haired boy, Ness, how he can assist him. The boy claims that he's there to register a guild. Fan informs him that it will cost him 5 gold coins. He then suggests that if the number of adventurers in the guild is fewer than 10, it might be more effective to join another guild first. Clearing that money isn't an issue. Our boy seems to be in a hurry and asks, "When can it be registered? I want to take on some guild missions quickly." The girl who's registering affirms, "We'll handle this as soon as possible. All the formalities can be completed today." She then asks, "What name would you like for your guild?" Ness reveals it to be Crimson Wings. The girl is flattered by the name and admits, "That's quite unique." Ness responds, "Go with it. I don't care what others think." After that, Fanjo asks Mr. Ness if he has a specific type of mission in mind. He adds, "I can recommend some to you." But Ness already seems to have one in mind. He discloses that he heard about a guy who destroyed several towns nearby, asking if anyone has taken that task. Fanjo realizes that he's talking about the A-rank mission and understands why he was in such a hurry to register. Fan informs him that quite a few people have come for it lately, raising disappointment that the case seems to have been resolved. Showing him the picture of VC who caused the incident, Joe states that initially it was just a B-level quest and didn't get much attention. But later, there were more casualty reports near the city. In addition, a week ago, a high-level adventurer was killed while hunting the criminal, which caught the mayor's attention. For this reason, they sent the city's 2 largest guilds to hunt down the criminal, and they eventually caught him. Deep down, our guy seems to be regretting it, as it was just a moment too late. He asks Fan about the weapon, the warhammer infused with mana that the criminal had, assuming they must have had a tough fight. Fan unfolds that it went unexpectedly smoothly. Both guilds were fully prepared, as they had learned about the weapon's power. However, Fan reveals that when the guild members saw him, Vissy, the criminal, immediately fell to his knees and started crying. Vi claimed that he was controlled by the demonic power of the warhammer and that going on a rampage wasn't his intention. After that, our guy asks, "What's happening with the criminal right now?" Fan informs him, he's been locked up in the dungeon. Waiting for the judge's verdict, guessing that it's going to be a death penalty. Ness then thanks him for the info and sees if there are other tasks available since he can't waste the trip after all. Fan assures him, "Feel free to ask me anything you need." Walking away, Ri finds it dubious that a guy destroying a village was caught so easily, raising his suspicions that the dragon bone hammer might be in Kjellberg's hands. No matter what, our guy gets adamant to find the chance and meet that criminal to ask where he got that weapon. Ray, along with Gary and Jay, arrive at the prison. Our guy lets out, "We need to sneak in quietly, ask the questions, and sneak out quietly." Making it sound so simple, Ri discloses that he investigated most of the guards here are from Avon, certain that they can handle it with black belt skills. But Gary seems to be concerned about the big guy as he stands out everywhere. Our boy asks Jay to stand outside and keep watch. While poor Jay is disappointed for not going with the boss, Ri asks Gary about his new sword, and the blonde boy excitedly tells him about the details of the sword. But his excitement is short-lived when our boy asks him to let Jay hold on to the sword as it's eye-catching. After that, the night guards seem to be talking about how many more days they have left on their shift. "We've already caught the culprit, so we might as well execute early," one of them says. But his partner mumbles, "It's not that simple." He continues, unfolding, "I've heard there's another reason to keep that person alive." Meanwhile, as they're busy talking, Ray and Gary furtively sneak in like a breeze. The guards feel a cold wind rush by, but they don't even get a hint of it. Fortunately, both of them get inside the prison easier than expected. Ray locates the prisoner's whereabouts through his dragon eye. Outside the prison, a higher-up arrives, intending to see the prisoner. Jay, who's keeping watch, notices someone approaching. Strangely, he recognizes a scent. It turns out to be Berg and the young lady. As they find the prison ahead, Gary is startled to see someone inside the cell, on the brink of death, lying lifelessly. His hand is still stuck to that warhammer. Ray informs Jay, "We found the item, but it's tricky." That's when the big guy reports that someone else is coming inside. He tells this to Gary, who panics. It's a dead end here. Believing that they'll run into them if they get out now, Ri tells him not to rush and suggests they hide in the cell next door. Tearing the door apart, they both quickly manage to get inside the cell. Ray assures Gary that they are not here for them, so they just have to keep a low profile. The young lady is escorted to the criminal's prison, and the guards assure her that he won't escape, given that the prisoner is well guarded. She then learns that Vissy hasn't said anything yet, and the guards inform her that he seems very weak. Meanwhile, Ri and Gary secretly peek at them, and the blonde boy recognizes the woman as the same one from whom he got his sword. Suddenly, the woman freaks out and lashes out at the guards for treating the prisoner like this, reminding them that they don't have a tradition of mistreating prisoners. While she gets angry at them for locking him near the furnace as he's about to die, the guard justifies this, revealing that it was his own request. The guards further inform her that since the prisoner was captured, his hand has fused with the hammer. Some kind of magic is making his condition worse, and it looks like he could die any moment. They justify that the criminal kept saying it was cold, and asked them to put him in the furnace, adding that they had asked her father's permission before doing so. Well, it appears that this young lady is the daughter of the mayor of Kjellberg City. At that moment, Vissy, hysterically, looking possessed, blabbered that they were so worried he'd be lonely, so they brought a woman for him to enjoy. The guards assured the woman that this guy was perfectly fine, while Gary sensed that it was weird, wondering how someone could survive in such heat. Ray, seeing through the prisoner with his dragon eye, became afraid, fearing he was becoming less and less human. After that, the young lady was glad that Vissy could still talk and asked him to confess the reason for committing crimes near Kjellberg. Sneering maliciously, Vissy uttered that it was obvious he needed to kill them all. The guards believed he was a lunatic and told him the supreme judge would announce his death sentence soon. If it weren't for the mayor's kindness, one guard let out, "I wouldn't mind causing a little accident here." The mayor's daughter then interrogated Vissy, asking him to confess his true intentions and promised that he'd get a free trial. As wickedness flashed across his face, Vissy called them fools and made it clear that no one could judge him. He then reveals that once he breaks free from the prison, the shadow will descend, and not even God can escape it. Thinking that he's gone crazy, the guards suppose that he's lost his mind. They infer that they're far from Roland City, adding that to find God, he should have been captured and taken to Roland. The daughter realizes that she's only wasting her time here and decides to leave. Abruptly, Vissy starts acting strange and goes berserk. While the guards warn him to sit down or else they won't hold back, Vissy, with a warhammer attached to his hand, tells all of the small fries to get out of his way, blowing an attack at them. VC gets out of control as the purple aura emerges from him. Laughing frantically, he keeps uttering destruction. Witnessing this, Berg asks the lady to hurry and leave, but she refuses, saying that she can't let this guy mess around. She suddenly surges with unmatched strength. Vissy asks them to die, calling them a puppet of God, when the lady pulls out her magic wand, attacking him. But it turns out that Vi was faking the attack and realizes it might get out of control if this continues. Just then, someone strikes fire toward Vi and asks the lady to move aside and let them handle it. As the fireball hits right at Vissy, he furiously asks, "Who goes there?" That's when Ray and Gary, hiding their faces, reveal themselves with their swords, muttering, "We're from the Crimson Wings." The mayor's daughter immediately recognizes Gary, the one who took his sword, and asks, "Why are you here?" Gary informs her, "There's a reason for that," and makes it clear, "I didn't steal the sword, I won it." He continues, "Enough with the chit-chat, we've got a problem here." Ray asks the big guy, "Berg, do you want the lady out?" Now's the time. But she plans to stay. After that, our boy asks her, "Cover me while I get close to Vissy and Lady Rogers." He tells her, "Quit the rambling." Meanwhile, Vissy seems to be going off the rails, muttering, "We're all going to die, no one can stop it." As he wreaks destruction with the warhammer, our main character notices the weapon keeps feeding him energy, so much power. The woman continues to cover him, and Ray gradually gets closer to Vissy. He presumes that going head to head isn't smart, so they need to weaken his power first. At that moment, our boy stretches his hand to touch Vissy's body and activates mana siphoning to absorb his power. Just then, Vissy screams, "It's my power." And while Ray keeps absorbing, the lady is surprised to see that he's a mage. Suddenly, our boy witnesses Vissy being held by the shadows and begging him to save him. The guy is screaming in agony as if he's burning. Ray notices that the stuff on him is a plague of shadows when, suddenly, Vissy turns into a terrifying shadow. Witnessing this bone-chilling sight, our guy tries to convince himself that they're all illusions. Ray keeps absorbing his energy when he sees a dragon behind Vissy and blacks out instantly. Our guy then opens his eyes in a fancy room. Just as he rolls up his sleeves, he notices a dragon scale on half of his hand. Suddenly, a deliberate knock on the door alerts him, and he hides his hand immediately. Just then, the mayor's daughter, along with Gary, enters the room. She informs Ray that he'd been unconscious for days and asks him not to move too much yet. Ray then asks about his whereabouts, and Gary tells him that they're in the mayor's house. He also mentions that this lady is the mayor's daughter, Lily. Our guy then thanks her for the help, and Lily thanks Ray instead for saving her. Since he's awake, Lily seems to have some questions for him. She states, as the city's administrator, she has to investigate any events or organizations that may pose a threat to the public. Lily informs him that she looked into Crimson Wings and found out they were the ones who took over Avon recently. This makes her curious about what brings the leader of the Crimson Wings, a person with both mage and knight identities, here. Deciding not to explain himself, Ray only assures her, "I'm not your enemy." He adds, "I'm tracking that murderer, just interested in his weapon. I heard it originally belonged to the Averan Dragon Knight." Hoping that's enough to satisfy Lily's curiosity, she reveals, "My father's friend in Avan assured me he's trustworthy. Maybe we can work together." Standing up, Ray is surprised to hear that. What's even more shocking is when Lily reveals his name is Winford, one of Avery's elders. Shocked, Gary asks Lily in disbelief, "You never told me you secretly contacted him?" Lily justifies, "I got the reply this morning. Besides, I had to make sure they were really trustworthy. That's why I kept this secret about Winford." After that, Ray mutters, "You mentioned cooperation earlier." Suspecting that the person in the prison escaped, Lily nodded. She notified Ree that although the guy's magic had weakened him, they still couldn't stop him, and he slipped away. She speculated that Visi was infected by the plague of shadows, but they couldn't determine if it was related to the weapon or not. Since they both wanted to catch him, Lily suggested they take action together. However, Gary assumed that the guy must have left the city by now. Finding him in such a big city would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Lily reassured him, saying not to worry. They brought in an expert who specializes in shadow plague situations. She added that he had once been a knight of Avon. Gary supposed it could be one of the pure blood guys, but Lily quickly dismissed his assumption. She revealed that when he became famous, pure blood was still a small, insignificant guild. Lily unraveled the mystery, revealing that he was called the chronicler of history Lenny Steele. Later, Ray and Gary called Sylvia to tell her about Lenny Steele. Utterly shocked, Sylvia guessed that if Lenny were still alive, he'd be over 200 years old. She corroborated with Ray, asking if Lily was really talking about Lenny Steele himself. Our boy also felt the name was familiar when he first heard it. And Sylvia unveils that his books about dragon knights and magical beasts were written over 100 years ago. So, even if there's a way to keep them alive until now, he must be an old man. Sipping on his tea, Ree asks her not to worry so much. They'll get their answers once they meet him. But Sylvia lashes out at him for lying to her and breaking his promise. She reminds Ree that he told her he wouldn't stay in Kelberg for too long. But now, they're after the Warhammer. Freaking out, she mutters that if Lord Winford hadn't received the letter, she would have been unaware of all this. While our boy laughs it off, Sylvia gets a little emotional. She requests that he not hide things from her in the future, knowing that she can't change his decisions. She insists that, at the very least, he let her help when he needs it. Peeking from behind, Gary can sense the romance in the air, while Ree weirdly nods and thanks her. The next day, at the Kelberg Guild Hall, Lily, along with Jay, Ray, and Gary, makes their way inside. Peeking at Ray's hair, Lily asks him if he dyed it black. Our guy explains to her that he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. As Lily thinks that it's a smart decision, our boy contemplates that it takes less mana to just change part of the body. And since she already figured out Nessa's truth, there's no point in hiding it further. But what Ray's more concerned about is why dragon scales have appeared on his arms, something that has never happened before. That's when a chilling thought crosses his mind. There might be a possibility his body is gradually returning to its original state after the influence of the dragon bone hammer. In that case, he is determined to find out. Opening the gate, Lily is delighted to see someone inside. It turns out to be Fanjo, who lets out a quick comment, saying it's a special mission personally led by Miss Lily. We should be more proactive, he adds. While the other scarred guy thought it was just the two guilds, Lily states, it's important to make adjustments. Ree recognizes Fanjo, the guy who had received him before. Just then, Lily introduces Fanjo from the Fallen Angels Guild, and Kirk from the Shattered Guild. She then introduces Ree, Gary, and Jay from Avon, who belong to the Crimson Wings Guild. Fanjo, taking it as a coincidence, mumbles, Mr. Ness came to the hall to register a guild recently, and I was the one who received him. Please, greet him for me. Being a jerk, the scarred guy, Kirk, seems doubtful when he asks Lily, are these kids up to the task? And if he can expect them not to slow down? That's when Lily feels the need to politely tell Kirk something, affirming that they're the strongest. And for this reason, she adds, I invited them to join our team. I'd like you to respect them as much as you respect me. She then gives him a deadly stare, silently screaming for him to act nicely. Kirk gets the gist behind that scary gaze. Witnessing her sinister side, it scares the life out of three of them. Jay thinks that girl is kind of fierce, while Gary hopes she doesn't get mad at them. In the meantime, someone arrives and apologizes for his tardy arrival, hoping he didn't miss anything. It turns out to be Lenny Steele, saying that he got lost due to the crowd in the hall. Peeking at Lenny, Ree is left in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be 200 years old? They presume he must be a fake, since he looks not much older than Winford. Excited to see the kids from Avon, Lenny seems to already know that their minds are flooded with curious questions about him. Ensuring they have plenty of time together, he promises to slowly baffle them. Gary, honored to meet the old guy, tells him, "I've read many of your books." Lenny giggles at this, as he did not expect him to be such a keen learner. Nonetheless, as everyone seems to have arrived, Lily skips the small talk and gets to business, swishing her magic wand. Lenny compliments Lily for casting the wind barrier magic nicely. Surprised, Fanjo lets out that he thought it was private enough here, asking, "Is it that secret?" But Lily seems to be extra cautious, as this mission involves top-level secrets. She clarifies that she doesn't want any leaks. However, a suspicion flickers in Ray's mind when he conjectures that there's more to it. Lily wouldn't be that cautious just to catch someone. He decides to wait and see what she has in mind. After that, Lily notifies them about the latest news regarding Vissy's traces. She adds that the guy's power has been leveled up and he's confirmed to be injected with the Shadow Plague. While Fanjo knows how tricky the Plague of Shadows is, and Kirk is more concerned about where to find VC, the girl reveals that they're heading to the White Tower, leaving their jaws dropped. Startled by the sudden announcement, Kirk recalls that the place is a forbidden area, and that's the reason why Lily said it's a secret mission. Because they're not only hunting that demon, but also avoiding the guards, she bluntly says, whoever wants out can right now. But before that, she needs their promise that even if they are thrown into a dungeon, not a word about today's conversation is revealed. That's when Lenny affirms that their loyalty to her is clear since they're here, and insists on telling them what's inside the tower. A tense moment unfolds when Lily reveals that the reason the White Tower is forbidden is because that's where God resides. Knocked for a loop, their eyes widen with shock as they hear this. But Ray seems to have predicted this already, and knew what was coming. This confession sparks a debate among them when Joe can't bring himself to believe that God can be in Kelberg. Remembering that she's in Roland City, just as everyone says, Gary seems to be adamant that God is in Avon. Kirk, sneering, mutters that he'd rather believe she's in Kelberg than in a place like that. At that moment, Gary confidently reveals that they've seen God with their own eyes. And Ray, looking clueless, feels like he needs to find a good time to tell Gary the truth about what they actually saw at the church. Suddenly, Lenny sneaks up on Ray, freaks him out, and he asks the old man what he's doing. Judging from his expressions, Lenny is convinced that Rhys seems to know more. But our guy refuses and utters that he doesn't know more than the old guy does. Seeing that it's such a big deal, Kirk suggests, we should not keep this from our guild members. At least the leader should know. Fan agrees, saying, we have to leverage more of the guild's power. But Lily clarifies, there's no need for that. She informs them, having specifically requested them for the two major guilds. She instructs them to just tell the others they're not allowed to ask about the mission details. Lenny adds, dealing with the shadow isn't about having more people. It's like hunting. Scaring the prey won't make it show up easily. He then says, if someone sets a big trap first, it's hard to say who the prey is. Feeling rebellious, Kirk asks, do you not trust our guild members? Lenny just clears it up, saying, I don't trust human nature. After that, Lily further discloses, based on the current info, we suspect Vizzy plans to act against the god. But with the White Tower heavily guarded, let alone how he learned the god's location, we believe that even if he wants to enter, he'd need someone inside. She then expresses that, from now on, they'll move together and infiltrate the White Tower tonight, whether they end up catching Vissy or whoever's behind it. Feeling dubious, Gary presumes that she's really just planning to keep an eye on them, covering it up by saying they'll act together. Ree, on the other hand, feels something is off about the last-minute notice too rushed, as though to avoid leaks. At night, they leave for the mission. Gary asks, why are we in the front yard? We're supposed to be at the White Tower. Lily reminds him, I mentioned earlier, since the White Tower is heavily guarded, we need another way in. Reaching the garden of her place, Berg bows to her. Lily asks, has my father already left? Berg reports, he went to attend the business dinner as per his schedule and has also sent the servants away, as you instructed. As their eyes land on the statue, Gary feels like it looks familiar. Knowing that this mage killed him as a dragon, lets out, it's a bonus find. Entering the garden, Fanjo asks, does the mayor know about this plan? Lily responds, the fewer people who know, the better. Besides, my father is stubborn. Upon hearing this, Jay and Kirk already seem done with her and how outspoken she is. After that, Lily calls out to big guy Jay and asks him to lend a hand in pushing the statue. As the secret path unravels beneath the statue, she states this tunnel leads directly to the warehouse under the White Tower. She warns them to keep quiet so the guards won't notice. Entering the path, Lenny reminds them, being a part of the privileged class has its perks, but it also comes with strict rules. Yet, there's always a back door for themselves. Lily thanks him for the reminder and agrees. Without a back door, we'd be at the mercy of threats and unable to protect people. Walking underground, Gary expresses, I'm not a fan. Fan guesses, must have had some unpleasant memories underground? Having experienced trauma, the guy doesn't wish to relive those. Suddenly, Jay starts sniffing, creeped out. Kirk, getting rude again, asks, whose pet are you, and why are you always twitching that silly nose? Being a werewolf, Jay responds, you'll never understand. He pauses, then adds, I smell something different. Alert, Ree asks, is something wrong? The big guy signals, indicating that there's something ahead. While our guy uses his dragon eye to scan the area, one of them lets out that the warehouse mainly stores grains, so no one usually comes in except for rats. And Kirk, making fun of Jay, thinks that it's great since they've got a dog to help catch rats. After Ray scans the underground granary, Gary is surprised to know that he didn't find any suspicious activity, assuming that Jay is just too sensitive. Ree says that he didn't see anything, but he knows Jay is always right, so they better be careful. Later, they halt at the big door, and Lily calls out for a friend who's good at picking locks, stating that her father always had the keys on him. She'd rather not leave a sign of forced entry. Just then, Gary decides to volunteer, and Lenny is quite impressed to see the black belt skills, saying that it's quite rare indeed. While Kirk jokes around that they're now rice-stealing rats, as soon as the gates open, suddenly they are welcomed by a deadly attack. Like a bolt of lightning, Ree rushes to save Gary and grabs him away. But it appears that Kirk gets hurt, as he's bleeding, claiming that he felt like something pierced his ribs. Flabbergasted, Fanjo freaks out as he can't see it clearly, making him guess that it is a beast. At that moment, everything became clear when they witnessed a tiger bat monster soaring their way, making their eyes bulge with horror. The tiger bats seemed to be flying straight for them again. Jay and Gary braced themselves to deal with it, while Lenny shouted at Berg and Joe, who were carrying the injured Kirk, to get inside quickly. The beast, with its colossal claws, held off their swords. Just as Ray was about to attack, Lenny, with fiery speed, struck the beast, making it bleed. Watching him fight so impressively, Gary was amazed to see that the old man could fight so well. Our guy was left in disbelief as Lenny appeared to be handling it bare-handed. Beating the crap out of the tiger bat, Lenny jerked his hand, saying, "It's more painful than I thought." I mean, the old man fought off this big tiger bat bare-handed and complained after feeling just a little pain. Appearing in pain, Kirk found himself lucky for not getting hurt badly. Joe asked Lily how serious the wound was. Lily assured him that the wound looked alright, but she let out that she had never seen that kind of beast before, unsure if it was poisonous. At that moment, old man Lenny barged in and gave the good news: tiger bats are fast, but not poisonous. Taking a sigh of relief, Lily concludes that Kirk dodged a bullet. A few moments later, Lenny shows them a ring and asks, "Does anyone recognize this?" Glancing at the ring, Fan recognizes it immediately. Shocked, he reveals, "This is a token from our Fallen Angels Guild." He asks, "Where did you get it?" The old guy then adds, "I found this ring on the tiger bat. Looks like we've got a clue about the traitor." Looking mad, Gary accuses, "You let the beast in." Fan tries to reason with him. "We've been together since the daytime," he says, showing his own token ring. "See? I have mine with me." Joe chimes in, "If I were the one to let the beast in, there's no way I'd leave my stuff on that monster." Getting more suspicious, Gary corners Fan. You must have a lot of rings, he mumbles, maybe you prepared one to clear your name. That's when the old man comes to Fan's defense. He says, he's not the traitor. From what I know, using mana-infused mediums to control beasts is a typical method of the Dark Guild. And to ensure loyalty, they require the medium to recognize its owner. That way, if the task fails, the executive is exposed. Now that Lenny mentions it, Fan gets reminded that inside each ring, there's a different number. Making each of them different, the number on Joe's ring appears to be 286. Fan reveals that it's the area code representing the East Tower district in Kelberg City, the same as his. While Lily seems to suspect the number 1, Fan says that they can't say for all the numbers, but this one he seems to know who it is. Suddenly, someone starts clapping from behind and emerges from behind the rock. In an unexpected turn of events, the traitor turns out to be the fallen Angel Guild leader, Mark. Surprised that you know this much about the Dark Guild, Mark says. He was planning to play along a bit more, but it seems unnecessary now. Watching his leader, Fanjo can't seem to believe his eyes, and Lily is also appalled to think that Mark would betray them. She insults the guild leader, calling him shameful for working with the Dark Guild. Mark does agree, saying, serving her is nobler than serving the Dark Guild, but adds that he won't get what he wants. Just then, Lily snaps, save your blabber for the dungeon. Since you've joined the Dark Guild, you should have known the risks. As she pulls out her magic wand, Mark, sneering maliciously, asks, did you think I'd show up unprepared? In a flash, a shadow appears behind Lily. Ree screams, signaling her about the danger. The shadow seems to burst into big bubbles. To save Lily, Berg sacrifices himself, and his body starts to corrode after the purple liquid touches him. Peeking at the shadow, Lenny realizes what it might be. He suddenly shrieks, warning Gary not to touch the purple liquid that falls on his handgear. In the blink of an eye, the shadow pulls an ambush attack on Lily. But Lenny slashes the shadow's hand and tells everyone to get inside the shield he's casting, protected by the barrier. Ree questions Lenny about what that thing is, and he warns that these shadows are extremely dangerous. Just touching their blood can be deadly. He further reveals that they are all dying people who failed to become hosts of the Shadow Plague. He continues, saying that those the shadow successfully overtakes become shadow warriors. But those who fail, just one step short, become the very thing they're fighting against. While the shadows grow more frantic, exuding a malicious aura, our boy is shocked to see the shadows increasing. Lily desperately asks Lenny if there's a way to save Berg. With a look of disappointment etched on his face, Lenny replies, I can't bring the dead back to life. Lily mourns Berg's death, her eyes filled with tears. Suddenly, a shadow attempts a frantic attack on them. However, with vengeance flashing across her eyes, Lily grips the shadow with her magic and smashes it into the ground. I'll make you pay for this, she fiercely declares. Mark, smirking, responds, I'll be waiting. No need to rush. Deep down, Mark realizes that Lily's spell range ends there. But Lenny is the real trouble. He surrounds them with multiple deadly shadows. As long as he can't move freely, the others aren't a threat. Peeking at the shadows trying to breach the shield, Fanjo assumes that Mark is aiming for a long fight with them. Jay mutters, how disgusting these guys are, before asking the boss to deal with them. Ray warns him, don't rush. These shadows are deadly. We need a plan first. Ray turns to Lenny and asks, how long can your magic shield last? The old man affirms, if it's just like this, it can last until tomorrow morning. Relieved, Ray presumes that they're safe for now. But they can't be so sure about Mark if he has more tricks up his sleeve. Plus, that guy is unaware that he uses magic. So, our guy plans to probe him with a substitute. That's when a voice comes from behind. Why aren't these people dead yet? It asks. If you can't do the job, I'll do it. To everyone's surprise, it turns out to be Vissy. As Vissy is on the verge of losing control, Mark tells his friend not to worry. The one thing we have plenty of is time, he says. He informs Vissy that the girl, Lily, is still useful, so they can't kill her. A monstrous grin spreads across his face. Vissy tells Mark, "Get Lily to bring that person to me. I can't wait any longer." He threatens to go and kill everyone right now. But Mark calms him down, assuring him that he's helping him find that person. For now, though, he asks Vissy to pick up someone to play with him. A hint of terror runs through Ray as he speculates who Mark might be talking about. After that, Mark faces the magic shield and asks everyone, "Have you heard my friend, who's itching for some fun and needs a playmate?" He adds, "I have a proposal." He then suggests, "We can take turns challenging VC." Promising his men won't interfere, he proposes that the winner gets to leave. Doubting his oddly sympathetic proposal, Lily bluntly asks, "What are you planning?" "From what I know, you're not really that kind-hearted." Laughing, Mark makes it clear that Lily has to stay here nonetheless, as they have some matters to discuss. But her followers don't have to die, since he's not interested in them. So, they still have a choice. Abruptly, Vi, in a frenzy of excitement, repeats, "Kill that person." Given that his friend here is quite impatient, Mark asks them a favor to help him calm down. Muttering, he says, "If none of them want to challenge him, I'll have to let go of Vissy to find that person he's obsessed with." Mark anticipates they'll be stuck here until the magic shield disappears. Then, it's every man for himself, live or die. At that moment, Ree asks, "Who's the person you're looking for?" Mark believes that Miss Lily might know where he is, as he met Vissy in the dungeon that day. Adding up, for some reason, Vissy just can't stop thinking about that person. Just then, Lily immediately realizes that it's Ness. Gary whispers to Ray, "Vi is looking for him." Without a minute's hesitation, our guy steps out of the shield, putting himself in jeopardy. And while everyone tries to stop him, reassures them that he can handle this and tells them to use this chance to come up with a plan. While Mark is glad to see that his friend has an opponent now, Ree mutters that he's really lucky because the person he's looking for is right here. Just then, he introduces himself as Ness. Magic emerges from within, making Mark's jaw drop as he realizes this kid is a mage, too. Vissy gets berserk, too thrilled to see Ness as if he's going to chew him alive. "Good boy," Lenny says, impressed as Ray's hidden magic aura even fooled his eyes. Meanwhile, Fan is left in disbelief as he recognizes that he's the leader of the Crimson Wings, wondering which one is his true form. On the other side, our guy points his sword at Vissy and challenges him. With a devilish grin, Vissy lets out that he and his hammer have been waiting for him. The flares of flames are directed toward Ree, and our guy blocks them off with his ice frost magic. As the flames also hit the shield, Lenny concerningly yells, "If they keep fighting like this, his shield won't last till dawn." Gary shouts at Ray, telling him to hurry and finish him off. Just then, Lenny asks Lily, "Does your wind barrier magic hold against that attack?" Lily refuses, justifying, "I've never practiced using it for defense. Isolating sound with compressed air is my limit." Hearing this, Lenny supposes there might be a chance. He tells the young lady, "I'll teach you something. Just do what I say later." On the other side, the intense fight continues. Vissy flaunts the power of the dragon hammer, mocking Ray. "You're all trash before this power." With that, he swings the dragon hammer to strike Ray. Our guy blocks it with his sword, leaving Vissy stunned. In the next moment, our guy grabs his neck. With anger flickering in his eyes, he waits to see how strong Vissy's dragon power really is. Set on fire, he strikes with the dragon bone hammer. A loud explosion echoes in the area. Inside the shield, Lenny asks Lily, "How's your progress?" The girl, stressed out, tells the old man, "Be quiet. I'm doing my best." Watching them fight, Fanjo is worried about Ness. Can he win? Gary seems preoccupied with something else when he asks Fanjo to look over at Mark, who's not rushing to fight them, nor stating his mind. A suspicion lingers in their thoughts as they assume Mark is playing them. While Fan expresses that he never thought the guild leader would betray the guild and believes that he knows about the gods, Gary dubiously mutters, "If that guy wants to find the god, he shouldn't be wasting time with us. Instead, he should be forcing Lily to take him to meet the god." He concludes, There must be some kind of notorious plot. Meanwhile, with the dragon hammer clashing with Ray's sword, Ray takes the chance to create his substitute. Visi strikes dragon flames at him while the substitute casts an icebind that freezes all of Visi's flame attacks. As Mark seems to be watching this, he notices that Ray is strong in combat and his magic is versatile. Presuming that if they don't get rid of him, there will be future troubles, Mark's attention shifts. Suddenly, Mark glances at the shield and realizes that Lily is missing. He immediately commands the Shadow Warrior to find her. The Shadow Warrior spots her as Lily runs for her life. She then hits the shadow with a wind slash that manages to penetrate it. Mark screams, "If you want to get yourself killed." Using her magic wand, Lily strikes a wind barrier and unleashes a wind blast. Trapping the Shadow Warrior in a whirlwind, that's when Lenny, along with Fanjo, takes the chance to attack Mark. Gary and Jay also leap toward him, aiming to strike. Mark wields his sword, enfolded in purple energy. At that moment, Jay transforms into a werewolf and lets out a roar, leaving Mark stunned. On the other hand, Fanjo and Lenny seem to be fighting the Shadow Warriors. While Fan struggles with the troublesome creature, Lenny strikes incredible punches. Suddenly, Fan notices that the shadow is self-destructing, turning into a bubble before rupturing, splattering deadly fragments everywhere. It turns out that Lily was the one who destroyed the Shadow Warrior. Mark seems to have underestimated this girl, as he didn't expect her learning ability to be so strong. He presumes that Lenny is difficult to deal with, which is why he asked Visi for help. As Mark is lost in contemplation, hoping he can hold on until morning, a powerful punch hits his face, making him crash to the ground with a thrust. It appears that Gary smacked him real good, saying, "You really don't have a chance to show off." Mark is left flabbergasted, stunned by such strength.